cataclysmic earthquake has led Kong Nan to be reborn 6 years into the past. With no resources to her name, Kong Nan, accompanied by the valiant Miao Qiqi, embarks on a quest to procure supplies. No money. Simply swipe the credit card. Borrow as much as desired. Engage in zero-cost purchases with abandon. In the face of torrential floods, they fish from the waters. During the relentless drought, they excavate from the earth. In the bitter cold, they craft icy treats. While others labor tirelessly outdoors seeking resources, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi relish hot pot at home. When her neglectful parents come knocking, they shall be dealt with decisively. Those deserving punishment will receive it, without a trace of mercy. In this second chance at life, Kong Nan is determined to live well with Miao Qiqi, ensuring they do not endure the same wretchedness as in her previous existence. Chapter 1. Rebirth. At the S-City Relief Station, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exchange their meager points for 30 potato locust cakes, the sustenance that would sustain them for the next 10 days. After 6 years of a post-apocalyptic existence fraught with calamities, food has become an invaluable treasure. The once pristine white rice has vanished from existence. Today, the finest fare consists solely of pure potatoes and sweet potatoes. Potato locust cakes are a close second. The majority of the populace subsists on meager flatbreads crafted from potato vines and tree roots. The two women, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, exchange their points for 30 potato locust cakes, an undeniable fortune for those who have long endured hunger. Shortly after their departure from the relief station, a group of individuals began to trail behind them. Hurry up. Those two women have entered the alley. On the broad street, a bald man, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, hastened toward the nearby alley. Within the alley, Kong Nan miraculously produced 2 fire axes, instructing, Miao Qiqi, hold on, let me create a diversion. Miao Qiqi accepted the axe handed to her by Kong Nan, nodding slightly, be careful. As she spoke, the group closed in on the alley. Miao Qiqi stepped back to allow Kong Nan ample room to maneuver. Haha, luck is on our side today. We've caught 2 women. The bald man grinned lewdly, stroking his bald head. A man with triangular eyes chimed in. Hey, you too. Hand over everything you have. The bald man smirked, revealing his yellowed teeth. If you don't want to comply, that's fine. Just have some fun with us. If we enjoy ourselves, we might just let you go. Kong Nan regarded them warily, a cold smile gracing her lips as she slowly approached. Did anyone see you come in? The bald man, under the impression that Kong Nan feared being witnessed, chuckled. Rest assured, no one is around. Feel free to scream as loudly as you wish. The other men erupted into laughter at the bald man's words. Kong Nan joined in. No one saw? That is splendid. Hardly had the words left her lips when she raised her hand in a swift motion. The bald man and his companions stood bewildered, unsure of Kong Nan's intentions, but the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Massive stones materialized above them, plummeting directly towards their heads. After several stones fell, Miao Qiqi, seeing the barrage cease, charged forward with her axe, aiming at one of the fleeing individuals. Kong Nan swiftly followed suit, bringing her axe down upon a man struggling with the stones. Monster, please don't kill me. Noah. Before the bald man could finish his plea, Kong Nan's axe struck his head. Monster? She was no monster, merely fortunate. In the depths of winter, as she battled a fever that nearly claimed her life, she had inadvertently acquired this spatial ability. They had all witnessed her employ it, thus they must perish. 5 minutes later, the alley was devoid of life, save for Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi. In silent accord, they began to clear the battlefield. Miao Qiqi took guard at the alley's entrance while Kong Nan collected stones and supplies from the fallen. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Miao Qiqi froze for a moment before shouting, Kong Nan, run. It's an earthquake. Kong Nan disregarded the supplies yet to be stored and sprinted toward the alley's exit. The tremors intensified as she and Miao Qiqi grasped each other's hands, unsteadily making their way to an open area. Buildings, long subjected to flooding and scorching sun, collapsed like a line of dominoes. Kong Nan, watch out, Miao Qiqi shouted, throwing herself over Kong Nan just as a towering structure fell, burying them beneath a heap of rubble. On a sweltering summer day, cicadas sang while birds chirped. In the stifling classroom, students sat in small clusters, laughing and playing. Kong Nan stood at her desk, incredulously gazing at her surroundings. Was this merely a dream before death? The bright afternoon, the cacophony of the classroom, the vibrant classmates. Everything felt so real, devoid of any trace of the apocalypse. Yet, she should have perished, succumbing to the cataclysmic earthquake. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past her, and instinctively, Kong Nan seized the arm of her would-be assailant, elbowing them backward. Cough, cough, Kong Nan, what are you doing? Miao Qiqi grimaced, clutching her chest. Upon hearing Miao Qiqi's voice, Kong Nan trembled, swiftly turning to embrace her tightly. She gritted her teeth, striving to contain her emotions, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. In that earthquake, Miao Qiqi had shielded her, only to be crushed by steel and stone. Kong Nan had not escaped unharmed either, suffering broken legs and bleeding to death. She had known Miao Qiqi since she was 16, 2 years in high school, 2 years in college, and 6 years supporting each other through the apocalypse. A decade of companionship. Heaven knows the anguish that enveloped her when she realized Miao Qiqi was gone. Her parents divorced, each forming new families, leaving her to be raised by her grandmother, who lived far in the countryside. At 15, her only companion, her grandmother, succumbed to illness. Alone, she was rescued by Miao Qiqi, who became her salvation. Miao Qiqi, the runner-up in women's Sanda from Ji province, was tall and muscular, with a boisterous personality. Before the apocalypse, she often assumed the role of protector, and after the world fell apart, she shielded Kong Nan from danger, charging into perilous situations. In a world where survival was a struggle, Miao Qiqi had saved Kong Nan countless times. Miao Qiqi felt the dampness on her shoulder, feeling somewhat at a loss, the anger she had felt moments before dissipating. She spoke in a fluster. Kong Nan, please don't cry. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll make them unrecognizable. Kong Nan remained silent, grasping Miao Qiqi's wrist. Upon feeling her pulse, she pinched herself. A jolt of pain surged through her arm, and a hypothesis sparked in Kong Nan's mind. She turned to Miao Qiqi and inquired, Miao Qiqi, what date is it today? Miao Qiqi, puzzled, touched Kong Nan's forehead. You're not burning up. Why are you acting so strangely? Today is May 4th, 20XX. Right after the May Day holiday. Have you forgotten? Kong Nan stared blankly at Miao Qiqi. May 4th meant she had returned just over a month before the apocalypse struck. Was this a rebirth or a journey to another parallel world? Just as she began to doubt her rebirth, a splitting headache surged through her. This pain was all too familiar. Each time she excessively collected items into her spatial realm, a headache would follow. Kong Nan's vision darkened, sweat beaded on her forehead as she gritted her teeth, crouching down and clutching her head tightly. Miao Qiqi, startled by her distress, exclaimed, Kong Nan, are you okay? Is it a headache? I'm fine. Just take me out of the classroom. Kong Nan's weak voice emerged. Upon hearing this, Miao Qiqi swiftly lifted Kong Nan onto her back and hurriedly exited the classroom. Chapter 2. The space Kong Nan guided Miao Qiqi to a secluded grove within the school grounds. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no one was nearby, she allowed Miao Qiqi to descend. Leaning against a tree, Kong Nan fixed a serious gaze upon Miao Qiqi and asked, Do you believe in reincarnation? A flicker of confusion crossed Miao Qiqi's eyes as she reached out to touch Kong Nan's forehead, murmuring doubtfully, You don't have a fever. Could it be that I'm the one who is ill? Kong Nan sighed and removed the hair tie from her head, holding it in her palm. And in the blink of an eye, the hair tie vanished. Miao Qiqi rubbed her eyes and grasped Kong Nan's hand, examining it closely with astonishment. Kong Nan, when did you learn magic? This is not magic. It is a space I acquired in my previous life, Kong Nan replied, her gaze unwavering as she recounted the events of her past existence. The apocalypse was rife with despair and suffering. She trusted only Miao Qiqi, for without her, Kong Nan's world would be engulfed in darkness. Perhaps she would not even survive long enough to witness the apocalypse, ending her life prematurely. After all, the apocalypse is truly a place unfit for humanity. 5 days prior to the Dragon Boat Festival in her previous life, torrential rains began to pour. Province Ji, located in the south, experienced heavy rainfall each year from May Day to the Dragon Boat Festival, a phenomenon commonly referred to as Dragon Boat Rain. Thus, no one paid it any heed, including the government, which merely noted that the precipitation was greater than in previous years. Little did they know that this deluge would persist for over a year. The relentless downpour submerged cities, and while the government of Province Ji sought to evacuate its citizens, other regions were equally afflicted. After a year and a half, when the rain finally ceased, calamities such as plagues, extreme heat, extreme cold, and earthquakes followed. Disasters were not daunting. What was truly terrifying was the relentless succession of calamities. The scarcity of medical supplies and resources led to mass fatalities among humanity. Miao Qiqi found it hard to believe. It was all too surreal. Yet observing Kong Nan's expression, she swallowed hard and whispered, Then what is this space you mentioned? Will everyone possess supernatural abilities after the apocalypse? Kong Nan exhaled deeply and replied slowly, I stumbled upon the space during a moment of extreme cold. As far as I know, I'm the only one who possesses a space or any other supernatural abilities. She recounted how, while on the brink of death from a fever, she had touched a peculiar space, akin to another dimension, and upon awakening, had acquired it. Miao Qiqi, brimming with curiosity, inquired, What is the space like? Does it have land and houses? Can I go in and take a look? Kong Nan shook her head, explaining, The space lacks a definitive shape. What I perceive is merely an expanse of darkness. There is no land or housing, and living beings cannot enter. However, time within the space is stagnant. Once objects are placed inside, they remain unchanged. In my previous life, the space was not particularly large, perhaps only about 1 cubic meter. If I attempted to store items exceeding that volume, I would be overcome with excruciating pain. Miao Qiqi, eager and anxious, asked, "Did you just experience a headache because of the space?" Kong Nan nodded slowly, smiling as she responded, "Indeed, my headache was due to the space. I sensed it expanding. Perhaps my reincarnation has caused the space to upgrade. I cannot ascertain how much larger it has grown, but I estimate it to be at least the size of 10 basketball courts." She pulled her thoughts back and said, "Qiqi, we need to request an extended leave from school and then take out loans to procure supplies. Our time is limited. In a month and a half, heavy rains and floods will arrive." Both of them had little savings. Kong Nan had worked diligently through her studies, with only over 8,000 yuan in her bank account, which was meant for the next semester's tuition. Miao Qiqi, on the other hand, had access to funds. After her parents' divorce, she was awarded to her father, Miao Jinjiu, who rarely returned home, but sent 5,000 yuan monthly for her living expenses. Miao Qiqi was a typical fan, frequently purchasing merchandise endorsed by her idols or figurines, leaving her pockets empty by the end of the month. The supplies needed to prepare for the apocalypse were numerous, and being financially constrained, their only options were to take loans or obtain credit cards. Time was of the essence. After requesting leave, they promptly traveled to the bank to apply for credit cards, simultaneously searching for loan applications on their phones. By the time they returned home, it was already past 6 in the evening. Miao Qiqi slumped on the sofa in a daze, feeling she was undoubtedly the best friend in history, following Kong Nan into online loans and offline bank applications at her mere suggestion. Suddenly, the sound of a crinkling wrapper caught her attention. Turning her head, she saw Kong Nan ravenously shoving handfuls of chips in her mouth. With chips still in her mouth, she reached for more, resembling someone who hadn't eaten in years. Miao Qiqi's eyes misted over. She began to believe Kong Nan's claims about the apocalypse. The Kong Nan she knew, regardless of how impoverished or famished, would never eat so indiscriminately. After finishing an entire bag of chips, Kong Nan managed to suppress her overwhelming desire to consume more. Wiping her hands clean, she rose to prepare dinner. The aroma of the cooking wafted through the air, and Kong Nan couldn't help but swallow hard. Once the meal was served, she could no longer restrain herself and began to eat voraciously. Typically, their household would cook 1 kilogram of rice, enough for the two of them to finish. This time, however, Kong Nan cooked 2 kilograms. After Miao Qiqi had her fill, Kong Nan directly dished out the remaining rice from the pot, savoring every last bit along with the accompanying broth. Seeing Kong Nan's manner of eating, Miao Qiqi felt a twinge of concern that she might overeat. After they finished dining, Kong Nan reclined on the sofa, rubbing her round belly in contentment. Miao Qiqi, having washed the dishes, emerged and asked Kong Nan, "Shall we continue applying for credit cards tomorrow?" Kong Nan pondered for a moment before replying, "We'll continue with the credit card applications in the morning and then go buy supplies in the afternoon." As if struck by a thought, she got up and walked in her bedroom, shortly returning with 2 notebooks and pens. "Qiqi, jot down all the supplies you can think of in one notebook, categorizing them and noting the quantities." After handing one notebook to Miao Qiqi, she opened her own and began recording everything she had experienced in her previous life. Human memory is finite. Thus, she needed to document her past, so she could refer back to it should she forget. Miao Qiqi accepted the notebook and, as instructed by Kong Nan, began to categorize the supplies they needed. The two of them wrote for over 3 hours before finally putting down their pens. Miao Qiqi sighed. "There are so many items we need to purchase. The amount we can borrow may not suffice." She glanced at Kong Nan and suggested, "What if I sell this apartment?" Chapter 3. Stockpiling rice, flour, and oil. Miao Qiqi's apartment was located in the city center in Building 8 of the Xinyuan community, a small 2-bedroom unit. This apartment was purchased by Miao Qiqi's parents before they became affluent. Although the building was old, its central location still held significant value. Kong Nan considered the suggestion and replied, "Selling the apartment is indeed necessary. We should rent a place closer to the suburbs." After the flood, a plague erupted in the city center, causing many to suffer from persistent high fevers. Those fortunate enough to have antipyretics at home survived, while the unfortunate succumbed to seizures and fainting spells. Since their home was situated in the city center, even though they could stock up on antipyretics in advance, it was best to avoid the area altogether. Kong Nan added, "Moreover, that scoundrel who deceived you in the past will also reside here during the flood, so moving away is the safer option." Miao Qiqi's lips twitched at this. Kong Nan had recounted how, during the flood in her previous life, A handsome young man had appeared in their building. Captivated by his looks, she had showered him with food and warmth, only to nearly drown while searching for supplies due to the young man's treachery. Miao Qiqi sighed and said, "Tomorrow, I will put this house up for sale. It won't fetch 1 million, but around 600,000 to 700,000 should suffice. That amount will be adequate." Kong then interjected, "We just need to gather the items that cannot come into contact with water. The rest we can procure directly once the flood hits." Miao Qiqi pondered for a moment and asked, "Kong Nan, are you not planning to inform Long Gua about the impending disaster?" Kong Nan was momentarily taken aback. She had never considered that. 6 years in the apocalypse had transformed her into a self-serving individual, and apart from Miao Qiqi, she had never thought to inform anyone else. After some hesitation, Kong Nan replied, "The day before the rain, I will find a way to send an anonymous letter to the Public Security Bureau. I recall that a few days after the rain begins, a typhoon is expected. If the personnel at the Bureau see the anonymous letter, the days leading up to the typhoon should provide them enough time to salvage some supplies." The two engaged in casual conversation about the apocalyptic circumstances before retiring to their respective rooms for rest. Lying in bed, Kong Nan found herself restless. Her body was exhausted, yet her mind was unusually invigorated. The surprise of her rebirth had yet to fully settle within her. After tossing and turning for over an hour, she realized sleep eluded her. She got up to organize the supply list recorded by Miao Qiqi. As dawn approached, she finally returned to bed, closing her eyes to rest. After a sleepless night, Kong Nan's eyes were bloodshot. Miao Qiqi frowned and asked, "Can't sleep?" Kong Nan shook her head slightly. "It's nothing, just too excited. I'll be fine in a couple of days." The two shared a simple meal of egg noodles before setting off on their respective errands. Kong Nan headed straight to the wholesale market, making her way to the grain and oil shop. Calculating her consumption at 2 pounds of rice per day, she purchased 50,000 pounds of rice. Although she and Miao Qiqi consumed less flour, it was practical for portable food items like buns and steamed bread. Thus, she ordered 15,000 pounds of flour, 5,000 pounds each of high, medium, and low gluten flour, along with 1,000 pounds of corn flour. She also ordered 500 pounds each of buckwheat and rye flour. These flours could later be transformed into pancakes or buns, making them inconspicuous when consumed. Additionally, she ordered 100 pounds of various starches, recognizing their versatility. In the shop, there were also noodles and vermicelli, for which she ordered 200 pounds of each variety. The shopkeeper mentioned that bulk oil was available at a lower price than packaged small containers. So she ordered 10,000 pounds of peanut oil and 5,000 pounds of corn oil. After 10 minutes of rapid calculations, the shopkeeper presented her with a total of 210 yuan. "I'll give you a discount. How about 290,000? Kong Nan was not well versed in the prices of rice, flour, and oil, but after years of hard work and frugality, haggling had become second nature to her. After much back and forth, she finally settled on the deal, with the shopkeeper generously adding 5 barrels of 20-pound blended oil to her purchase. "The warehouse in my friend's place isn't ready yet. Please delay the delivery for a few days. I'll pay a deposit now and settle the balance once the warehouse is prepared," Kong Nan said. The shopkeeper hesitated before replying. "All right, but you'll need to pay a larger deposit." Kong Nan, with a troubled expression, responded, "I can only afford a maximum of 40,000 as a deposit." After some contemplation, the shopkeeper begrudgingly agreed. Exiting the grain and oil shop, Kong Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. The small loans she had taken from several places yesterday had all been spent here. Now, she had barely 8,000 yuan left for her tuition next semester. Insufficient funds made it impossible to purchase any additional supplies. Regaining her focus, she spotted a shared bicycle and decided to ride around the city. Whenever she encountered a bank that hadn't processed her credit card, she would stop in to apply. After 3 or 4 hours of riding, the shared bicycle ran out of battery, prompting her to take a bus home. Upon entering her home, Kong Nan was greeted by the enticing aroma of fried chicken legs. Walking into the living room, she found Miao Qiqi seated on the carpet, indulging in fried chicken. Kong Nan swallowed hard and remarked, "Qiqi, in the future, try to avoid buying these things. If you want to eat, just bring back chicken legs, and I'll cook for you. It's cheaper and serves more than what you would buy outside." Today, a single trip to the grain and oil shop had nearly depleted her funds, and they needed to be frugal, especially with takeout and ready-made foods. Miao Qiqi, munching on a chicken leg, replied, "I was just thinking of you. Having worked so hard all morning, I wanted you to have something ready to eat when you returned. I promise I won't buy it again next time." She then offered Kong Nan a chicken wing, saying, "Here, try this. It's from your favorite McDonald's." After washing her hands, Kong Nan sat across from Miao Qiqi and began to nibble on the chicken wing. After a sip of soda, Miao Qiqi announced, the house has been listed for sale. The agency assessed it at around 650,000. I instructed them to sell it for 600,000. They saw my urgency and said they'd take 550,000 directly. Kong Nan looked at her and asked, do you think it's better to sell to someone else or to the agency? Kong Nan inquired, will the agency pay in full up front? Miao Qiqi nodded. My condition for selling is also to receive full payment up front. Then let's wait. If we don't find a suitable buyer in 7 days, we can sell to the agency then. Kong Nan pondered for a moment before asking, how much have you secured from your loan so far? Miao Qiqi pulled out her phone and calculated for a while before responding. I have loans from 4 different apps, totaling 52,000. Kong Nan furrowed her brow slightly. That's not enough. I purchased some rice, flour, and oil today, and after paying the deposit, I still need 250,000, which is due in 3 days. Chapter 4. Accumulating funds and stockpiling supplies. The credit card approval and card delivery times could take anywhere from 5 days to half a month, leaving Kong Nan with no choice but to rely on online loans. After lunch, Kong Nan took out her phone and notebook, searching for online loan websites and apps. Miao Qiqi was also searching alongside her when suddenly she looked up and asked, Kong Nan, do you think I should reach out to my estranged mother for child support? Kong Nan glanced at her. Do you even know your mother's phone number and address? I don't, but my deadbeat father definitely knows. The more Miao Qiqi considered it, the more feasible it seemed. She immediately pulled out her phone to call her father. The call connected after a brief wait. The person on the other end was likely waking from a nap, sounding irritated and impatient as they asked what was the matter. Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes and said, Miao Jinjiao, do you know my mom's phone number? Miao Jinjiao, slightly annoyed, rubbed his hair and replied, what do you need her number for? Miao Qiqi coldly retorted, what business is it of yours? I'm her biological daughter. Is it wrong for me to ask for her number? Sighing in exasperation, Miao Jinjiao said, I'll send it to you later. Is there anything else? After a moment's contemplation, Miao Qiqi stated, transfer my tuition and living expenses for the next 2 years to me. After that, you want Tini to send me money every month. No way, that's a large sum. What if you spend it all? Miao Jinjiao flatly refused without a second thought. Miao Qiqi snapped back, Miao Jinjiao, I am an adult now. I know what money should be spent and what shouldn't. And who was it last month that bombarded my phone with calls, insisting I give you money to buy some celebrity figurine? Miao Jinjiao rubbed his forehead in frustration. Forget about that, he said seriously. Miao Qiqi, I'm being serious. You need to give me your tuition and living expenses for the next 2 years. And I promise I won't disturb you again. Miao Jinjiao sighed. He felt no affection for Miao Qiqi, only a sense of duty as a father. Clearly, he had failed in that role, hence his leniency regarding her financial needs. After a moment of thought, he said, fine, I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you later. Is there anything else? Miao Qiqi paused before saying, Dad, I heard from a meteorology expert at our school that there will be heavy rainfall in a month. You should stock up on supplies at home. Miao Jinjiao chuckled at this. Your experts must be quite impressive if they can predict the weather a month in advance. Miao Qiqi discerned his skepticism and, somewhat irked, retorted, believe it or not. With that, she abruptly terminated the call. Miao Jinjiao stared at the disconnected line, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Miao Qiqi, upon hanging up, felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he was her biological father, and she could not remain entirely indifferent. Kong Nan, witnessing her demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. In due time, you should call your father again. If he remains unresponsive, we can send him some supplies. Miao Qiqi exhaled a sigh. It's not that simple. My deadbeat father roams about aimlessly, lacking a permanent residence. She shook her head, dismissing thoughts of her negligent father, and pulled out her phone to check for updates. Miao Jinjiao had sent her mother Su Qing AI's phone number. Without concern for whether Su Qing AI was on a break, she dialed the number directly. The first call was ruthlessly cut off, prompting Miao Qiqi to redial. As soon as the call connected, the recipient unleashed a torrent of curses. Who are you? Are you insane? What kind of call is this in the middle of the day? Just because you're not resting, does that mean others don't need to? Miao Qiqi replied, her expression unyielding. I am Miao Qiqi, the daughter you bore with Miao Jinjiao 20 years ago. Upon hearing this, the other party fell silent. After a long pause, they finally responded, how can you prove that you're my daughter? There are numerous ways to substantiate this. I can seek a paternity test, provide my birth certificate, or even bring Miao Jinjiao himself to confirm. What method would you prefer? Su Qing AI, known for her infuriatingly disrespectful demeanor, clearly recognized Miao Jinjiao's offspring without needing proof. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, what do you want from me? Miao Qiqi chuckled lightly. Mother, if memory serves. There exists a law in the Dragon Country stipulating that parents are obliged to support their children until they reach adulthood. Since you divorced my father over a decade ago, it seems you have yet to provide any form of child support. Su Qing AI retorted sharply. What? Has Miao Jinjiao gone bankrupt? Are you here to ask me for money? Miao Qiqi huffed. Regardless of my father's financial status, you are still obligated to pay child support. You divorced when I was merely 3 years old, which means you owe me 17 years worth of support. My father provides me with 5,000 yuan monthly. Considering your gender, I'll settle for 3,000. Just round it to 610,000, shall we? Su Qing AI, aghast, shouted, Miao Qiqi, your father hasn't gone bankrupt. He's lost his mind. 61,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? Miao Qiqi retorted coolly. If you refuse to comply, I shall take you to court. If the court dismisses my case, I will create a scene at your company or your home. Let us see if you still care for your reputation. On the other end of the line, Su Qing AI's expression darkened like a pot bottom, truly a testament to Miao Jinjiao's lineage. Her audacity rivaled that of a fortress, and her conscience seemed as dark as ink, resorting to extortion against her own flesh and blood. Su Qing AI replied with exasperation. 61,000 is out of the question, 20,000 at most. Miao Qiqi muttered. Your bargaining skills are rather ruthless. Most people would split the difference. You've slashed 2/3 off. 20,000, take it or leave it. Su Qing AI uttered, her heart bleeding at the thought. 20,000, that was half of her secretly saved funds. Miao Qiqi sighed, resigned. Very well. 20,000 it is. I will send you a bank account number shortly. Please transfer the funds. Su Qing AI quickly added, and send your birth certificate, household registration, and ID card. I need to ensure you are indeed my daughter. Miao Qiqi readily agreed, and, upon hanging up, immediately rummaged through her belongings to find her household registration and birth certificate to photograph for her. Fearing Su Qing AI might doubt her, she even filmed a video of her residence. Knowing Su Qing AI had once lived there, this house served as the most compelling proof. Upon viewing the video, showcasing Miao Qiqi's radiant smile, Su Qing AI felt a flicker of emotion, yet this fleeting sentiment vanished entirely when it came time to transfer funds. Miao Qiqi kept a close watch on her phone, and upon seeing the 20,000 yuan deposited, she beamed with delight. Shortly thereafter, another 20,000 came through, and upon checking the details, she discovered it was from her deadbeat father's company's finances. Chapter 5, Stockpiling Vegetables. The total inflow of 40,000 yuan, coupled with a 5,000 yuan loan, finally alleviated some of Kong Nan and her companion's financial strain. In the afternoon, Kong Nan continued purchasing supplies while Miao Qiqi sought out a warehouse and arranged for additional credit cards. Kong Nan arrived at the wholesale market, heading straight for the grocery wholesale store. She ordered 300 pounds of salt, 200 pounds each of white sugar and brown sugar, and 100 pounds of rock candy. Various types of beans were ordered at 100 pounds each, while common varieties like mung beans, soybeans, and red beans were each ordered at 200 pounds. Seaweed, nori, dried shrimp, and scallops were each ordered at 50 pounds. Cured meats, including sausages, cured duck, cured pork, and cured fish, were each ordered at 100 pounds, as these items are durable and will raise no suspicion when retrieved later. The prices were steep, and Kong Nan pondered over the quantities for quite some time before finalizing the orders. She also ordered 50 pounds each of dried chili peppers, star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan peppercorns, but decided to postpone purchasing hot pot base ingredients until after the flood. At the grocery wholesale store, Kong Nan spent over 50,000 yuan, leaving a 10,000 yuan deposit and agreeing to settle the remaining balance upon delivery to the warehouse. As she exited the grocery store, intending to visit a pharmacy for some medicine, she noticed vendors selling vegetables and promptly changed her course towards the adjacent vegetable wholesale market. After wandering through the vegetable market twice, she found a stall with a wide variety of produce and placed an order for a batch of vegetables. It was summer, and the selection of leafy greens was abundant, with at least 5 or 6 varieties visible at a glance. Kong Nan calculated in her mind and ordered 5,000 pounds of each type of leafy green. As for fruits and vegetables, neither she nor Miao Qiqi had much of taste for them, so she ordered only 2,000 pounds of each. For ingredients like carrots, yam, and kudzu root, she ordered 1,000 pounds each. Meanwhile, for bell peppers, celery, green onions, and cilantro, she ordered 500 pounds of each. However, for sweet potatoes, corn, purple sweet potatoes, and taro, she ordered 5,000 pounds of each. These foods, when presented in the apocalyptic era, would neither attract attention nor disappoint in flavor. Currently, vegetables were inexpensive, and the total cost for such a vast quantity came to only 35,000 yuan. The vendor, pleased with the substantial order, even threw in an extra 50 pounds of pumpkin. As Nan exited the vegetable wholesale market, she was just about to head to the pharmacy when she received a call from Miao Qiqi. Miao Qiqi informed her that someone was interested in purchasing their house and had already paid half the deposit, urging them to vacate promptly. Miao Qiqi instructed her to return home and assist in packing up the house, aiming to clear it out within the next couple of days. Upon returning home, Nan found Miao Qiqi seated in the living room, surrounded by an array of figurines, celebrity autographs, and merchandise she had procured from various channels. Nan changed her shoes and entered, inquiring, "What are you doing with all this stuff?" Miao Qiqi cradled a figurine as if it were a treasure and replied with a hint of melancholy, "I'm selling them. These items still hold some value now, but during the apocalypse, they will be worthless. Selling them could fetch me 2 to 300,000. These items are worth 2 to 300,000? Then exclaimed in astonishment. Miao Qiqi pouted, "If I sell quickly, I could get at least 4 to 500,000. Then crouched beside her, curious. Will people really buy this stuff? Miao Qiqi didn't respond verbally, but instead pulled out her phone and opened a group chat for her to see. In the chat, Miao Qiqi shared photos of the merchandise, and immediately, a flurry of people responded, clamoring to buy and even engaging in bidding wars. Nan was left speechless, realizing that poverty truly limited her imagination. After helping Miao Qiqi organize her figurines and merchandise, she retreated to her own room to pack her belongings. The furniture in Miao Qiqi's home was all outdated, remnants from decades past. Though the style may be somewhat antiquated, the quality is undeniably substantial. All the furniture, including the cabinets, is crafted from solid wood, the weight of which is not something an average person can easily lift. Nan meticulously folded her clothes and placed them into the wardrobe, which she then stored within her spatial dimension. The bed was also neatly made and promptly tucked away into the same space. This spatial dimension is truly a remarkable tool for home travel and moving supplies. Within a mere hour, she had tidied up the entire apartment, even taking down the curtains, folding them neatly, and placing them into her space. Meanwhile, Miao Qiqi finished taking photos and packed her belongings into 2 storage boxes, planning to drop them off at the courier station later. After organizing everything, Miao Qiqi glanced at the home she had lived in for 20 years, and, alongside Nan, they lifted the boxes and departed. Nan, where will we sleep tonight? Nan pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you secured a storage unit?" "Yes, it's located near the brewery on the outskirts. As per your request. There are no cameras nearby, and the storage unit has 2 faucets," Miao Qiqi replied. Nan looked at her and asked, "You don't intend to stay in the storage unit, do you?" With a smile, Nan responded, "Living in a storage unit isn't so bad. It's quite spacious." Miao Qiqi retorted, "We're not at the point of being unable to afford small inn." Nan raised an eyebrow, saying, "Every penny saved counts. We won't find a place to stay that quickly. A small inn costs at least 100 to 180 yuan a day, in 5 days. That adds up to 500 yuan, which could buy a substantial amount of supplies. While you're at the courier station, I'll go purchase some water tanks and bags. During our stay at the storage unit, we can fill them up," Nan added. Miao Qiqi widened her eyes in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Nan reassured her, "Living in a storage unit isn't as dire as you imagine. At least compared to the apocalypse, it's quite comfortable. Consider it an early adaptation to survival." Seeing her serious demeanor, Miao Qiqi sighed and resigned herself to the idea. After hauling the 2 large boxes to the courier station, Nan hurried off to buy the water tanks. In City S, water resources are plentiful. Even during the most challenging times, each person can receive 500 milliliters of water daily. However, in the sweltering heat, the human body loses moisture rapidly. 500 milliliters merely sustains life, failing to quench thirst. Nan was determined not to endure the suffocating dryness of her throat any longer. The lack of water and the high temperatures had left both her and Miao Qiqi with cracked lips and parched skin, constantly washed by sweat laden with salt, an indescribable discomfort. To alleviate future extreme heat and drought conditions, Nan purchased 10 plastic water tanks, each with a capacity of 10 tons and 20 bags, each holding 20 tons of water. These water storage items cost her a staggering 70,000 yuan, a price she negotiated tirelessly with the vendor. The water tanks and bags would be safe from flooding. She could retrieve them during a deluge. However, the water itself would not be as forgiving. When floods occur, the city's tap water supply ceases, and households must venture outside to collect water in buckets from balconies or rooftops. With over a year of rainfall, it would be sufficient to fill these tanks and bags, but rainwater is inevitably much dirtier than tap water. Hence, her substantial investment in water storage equipment was a proactive measure. Chapter 6. Stockpiling clothing and bedding. After purchasing the tanks and bags, it was already past 6 in the evening. The vendor was initially reluctant to deliver, but after Kong Nan's persistent pleas, considering it a significant order, he acquiesced to her request. On the way to the storage unit, Kong Nan asked the driver to take a longer route, allowing them to pick up Miao Qiqi as well. Upon arriving at the storage unit, Miao Qiqi expressed her disdain. Kong Nan, how can anyone live here? Ignoring her complaint, Kong Nan surveyed the area and, finding no cameras, retrieved 2 solid wood beds from her space. She then brought out a gas canister, stove, pots, and rice to prepare a meal. As she cooked, she instructed Qiqi, please connect the water pipe to the tank and fill both the tanks and bags. With a resigned sigh, Miao Qiqi complied. After dinner, Kong Nan documented the items they had purchased that day, while Miao Qiqi lounged on the bed, downloading various movies on her tablet. Suddenly, Miao Qiqi's phone rang. It was a woman interested in purchasing her figurine. This particular figurine was her favorite and also the most expensive in her collection. The woman also resided in City S. And after arranging a time for the transaction, Miao Qiqi hung up. She glanced at Kong Nan, who was busy organizing the inventory, and lamented, Kong Nan, you better hope the apocalypse comes. Otherwise, I'll curse you to eat instant noodles without any seasoning. Kong Nan chuckled, don't worry. If the apocalypse doesn't arrive, I'll work for you for free for life. Whatever you ask, I'll do it without demanding a single penny in return. Compared to Miao Qiqi, Kong Nan fervently wished for the apocalypse to remain a distant threat. The calamities of such a world reveal the depths of human nature, and even with her spatial abilities, she could not guarantee her safety. The next day, Kong Nan continued her quest for supplies while Miao Qiqi searched for suitable housing and sold her figurine. Early in the morning, Kong Nan took a bus to the clothing wholesale market. During the extreme cold of the previous year, many suffered from frostbite, and those who survived emerged with disabilities. Those who could not endure fell into eternal slumber amidst the bitter cold. During that harsh winter, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi scoured for combustible materials, burning all their wooden furniture. They donned every wearable piece of clothing they could find, wrapping themselves tightly from head to toe, managing to survive the extreme temperatures. Those who have experienced such cold know that ordinary clothing is inadequate against the chill unless one layers multiple pieces, resembling a ball. Kong Nan searched the wholesale market thoroughly, but found no stores selling thermal clothing. After conducting an online search for polar thermal gear, she discovered options priced between 1 to 200 yuan, labeled as coral fleece, claiming to withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees. Such garments were obviously insufficient. After extensive research and consulting with polar enthusiasts online, she ultimately selected a polar thermal suit priced over 4,000 yuan per set. To her surprise, this thermal suit could be purchased in installments. Without hesitation, Kong Nan bought 8 sets, opting for 12-month installments, allowing her to acquire 8 suits for the price of one. This shopping trip opened Kong Nan's mind to new possibilities. She only purchased inexpensive summer clothing, such as t-shirts and undergarments, at the wholesale market, planning to buy quality winter clothing online through installments. The tank tops and shorts were the cheapest at 10 yuan a set, and she bought 400 sets in total. During the extreme heat, no household had access to water, and she could not foolishly use water from her space for laundry. These tank tops and shorts could be worn for 2 to 3 days before being stored away in her space until the weather cooled down for washing. 400 sets meant that both she and Miao Qiqi would have 200 sets each, allowing them to change every 2 days, which should suffice. She also purchased 400 sets of undergarments, opting for pure cotton underwear. As for bras, in an apocalyptic world, no one would concern themselves with whether one's bust might sag. She chose affordable sports bras that were comfortable and practical. She bought 150 pieces of long-sleeve tops, all plain, inexpensive cotton. The opportunity for wearing sweatpants was frequent. Thus, she purchased 300 pairs. For thermal layers, she bought 20 sets of thermal tops and bottoms, and she skipped buying pajamas altogether. She stocked up on 500 pairs of socks, 20 pairs of gloves, and 10 scarves along with 10 beanies. Kong Nan spent just over 20,000 yuan at the wholesale market, primarily because she focused on inexpensive items, hardly buying any winter apparel. The clothing store owner was unwilling to deliver, so Kong Nan had to call a small truck to assist in transporting her goods to the storage unit. Upon returning to the storage unit, instead of venturing out for more supplies, Kong Nan pulled out her phone to order winter clothing. She acquired 20 sets each of down jackets, down pants, down vests, windbreakers, cashmere sweaters, fur coats, and thermal underwear. Quality anti-slip wool boots, leather boots, and snow boots, each amounting to 40 pairs. She regularly wears sneakers, and thus, she purchased 100 pairs outright. All these items were selected for their superior quality and the option for installment payments, allowing her to settle the bill with just over 20,000. Noticing that Miao Qiqi had yet to return, Nan continued her online shopping. In the extreme cold, in addition to clothing, blankets were of paramount importance. Initially, she intended to purchase a 10-pound cotton quilt for warmth, but with the option for installments. She decided to indulge and buy whatever she desired. She acquired 10 quilts each of down, 8-pound silk, and 10-pound cotton, totaling over 5,000. Merely the price of a set of silk quilts. For pillowcases and bedding, Nan opted for the most economical choices, securing 10 sets for 500. While these inexpensive items could not be purchased in installments, the low price was inconsequential to Nan, just as she considered buying a heater on credit. Sounds emerged from the warehouse door. With her guard raised, Nan fixed her gaze on the entrance, and soon, Miao Qiqi appeared, prompting Nan to immediately relax. How'd it go? Did you find a place to stay? Miao Qiqi wearily shook her head. No, your conditions are too stringent. It must be close to the city, yet not too near the center. The building should be newly constructed, no older than 10 years. A higher floor is preferable, ideally the rooftop. Moreover, the landlord should be from out of town, ideally an immigrant who wanted to return. Pouting in complaint, Miao Qiqi added, I spent the entire morning visiting 7 or 8 agencies, but couldn't find the type of house he described. My feet are about to burst from blisters. Nan responded with a smile. I appreciate your efforts. This is unavoidable. Only such a residence can ensure our safety during the floods. Being away from the city center makes it challenging to gather supplies during flooding. As for older buildings, I fear they may collapse under the water. The requirement for a rooftop is to prevent water from seeping in during heavy rains. If we ensure proper waterproofing in advance and block the drainage, we need not worry about water intruding into our living space. As for the landlord, it is preferable they are an immigrant, primarily due to my concern of being evicted during flooding. Chapter 7. Stockpiling various supplies. Miao Qiqi entrusted the housing matter to the agency. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to waste it searching for a residence. After a brief rest following lunch, Nan planned to visit the wholesale market to procure some daily necessities. The quantity of household items required was not substantial, and Nan surmised that few would be willing to deliver, so she first took Miao Qiqi to rent a vehicle. Although she couldn't drive, Miao Qiqi could. She had obtained her driver's license upon turning 18 and had secretly saved to purchase a second-hand car, which she drove quite well. However, after just a few months, city regulations instituted parking fees even in the most obscure corners, prompting her in frustration to sell her car, opting instead to take taxis to class. They rented a van and headed to the wholesale market for their shopping spree. Most of the household items were water-soluble, so Nan refrained from buying in excess. She purchased just 10 sets each of toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, soap, laundry powder, and detergent. They also acquired a single set of pots and pans as a backup. Most crucially, they stocked up on tissues and sanitary pads. In her previous life, during the 6 months following a drought, both she and Miao Qiqi had endured such severe hunger and lack of water that their menstrual cycles ceased, persisting until her demise. However, during the flood period, the agony of menstruation was acutely felt by both Nan and Miao Qiqi. After exhausting their supply of sanitary pads, they had resorted to unpicking cotton from their winter jackets to sew makeshift cloth strips for reuse. Returning to the present, Nan led Miao Qiqi to a wholesale sanitary goods store, ordering 100 boxes of sanitary supplies, which included pads and tampons, costing a total of 20,000. Though Nan had never used tampons, she planned for the flood period when she would need to wade into the water to gather supplies, making pads rather inconvenient. After loading the 100 boxes of sanitary supplies into the vehicle, Miao Qiqi and Nan drove to a secluded corner to secure their goods before heading out to purchase tissues. Nan acquired 10,000 rolls of toilet paper, 500 boxes of tissues, and 200 large packs of traditional toilet paper, enough for both her and Miao Qiqi to last a lifetime. The tissues were reasonably priced, amounting to just under 2,000, primarily because Miao Qiqi selected the most economical options. Online sources warned that such inexpensive tissues might contain fluorescent agents. But Nan was indifferent, thinking, in the apocalypse, who cares about a little fluorescent agent? She had spoken with the shop owner, who agreed to deliver free of charge. Nan provided the warehouse address, requesting delivery for the following day. Tomorrow, supplies of grains, oils, and vegetables would also arrive. Nan planned to remain indoors to oversee the deliveries. After leaving the tissue wholesale store, Miao Qiqi inquired, what shall we purchase next? Nan consulted her inventory list, noting that the only large remaining supplies were meat, eggs, fuel, and ice. Fuel and ice could be ordered online or by phone, while meat and eggs were available at the adjacent wholesale market. After discussing their plan, they drove to the neighboring wholesale market. They ordered 50 pounds each of frozen chicken wings, drumsticks, feet, pork belly, legs, ribs, and various seafood. Fresh pork was ordered at 5,000 pounds, along with 3,000 freshly slaughtered chickens and 1,000 each of ducks and geese. They also ordered 6,000 fish, 1,000 of each type. The owner was visibly shaken upon hearing the quantity. Kong then had arranged for the delivery of the freshly slaughtered chickens, ducks, geese, and fish to be made in batches to the warehouse within a month. They ordered only 200 pounds of lamb and beef, as they seldom consumed it and were not adept at cooking it. In total, they spent 230,000 on the meat, paying a deposit of 100,000. Miao Qiqi couldn't help but exclaim, "I had no idea how shocking it would be to buy supplies. At this rate, I realize I might spend 20 to 30,000 on food and drink throughout my life." Kong Nan chuckled, "And we haven't even purchased the eggs and soy products yet." Miao Qiqi sighed and continued to follow Kong Nan in their procurement efforts. The current variety of eggs was abundant, and Kong Nan ordered 500 pounds of chicken eggs, 200 pounds of century eggs, and 100 pounds each of quail and salted eggs, totaling over 20,000. This quantity was neither too much nor too little, and since the store was unwilling to deliver, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi had to load the eggs into the van, making a circuit around the wholesale market before returning to buy soy products. There were many dishes that could be made with soy products, and since both Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi enjoyed them, they decided to purchase a larger quantity. They ordered 3,000 pounds of soft tofu and 1,000 pounds of firm tofu, along with 500 pounds each of fried tofu, tofu skin, tofu strips, dried tofu, and seasoned tofu, spending over 30,000 in total. The tofu vendor did not have such a large quantity available at present and could not produce it in the short term. After negotiating, Kong then paid a deposit of 10,000, requesting that the vendor deliver the goods in batches within a month. After leaving the wholesale market, they headed to a gardening supply store. Kong then did not intend to buy tools for farming. Rather, she sought shovels, hoes, rakes, pitchforks, and machetes. These items, serving as weapons, were far more effective than dull knives or swords. Particularly, shovels could be sharpened to a lethal edge, making them just as deadly as a large blade. Furthermore, these tools were inexpensive and readily available, unlike knives and swords, which were difficult to obtain and costly, often being dull and unsharpened. Of course, she still intended to buy some knives. Kong Nan had already arranged to purchase 4 long-handled bone cleavers online on an installment plan, which also included a sharpening stone. As they exited the gardening supply store, Miao Qiqi whispered, "Kong Nan, I just searched online. While there are no crossbows for sale, there are many traditional and compound bows available. Should we purchase a couple?" After a moment of contemplation, Kong Nan nodded. "Yes, let us buy 4, keeping 2 as spares. Remember to opt for installment payments." Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, retrieving her phone to place an order. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kong Nan and her companion chose not to return to the warehouse. Instead, they casually sought out a noodle shop for a light meal before meandering through various pharmacies. Being 2 university students yet to graduate, they lacked connections and resources, leaving them to traverse from one pharmacy to another at a leisurely pace. Their purchases focused on items for injuries, disinfectants, frostbite ointments, sunburn remedies, and medications for external wounds and ailments such as colds and fevers. They refrained from acquiring traditional Chinese medicine, opting only for some goji berries and red dates to replenish their vitality, ignoring other options like ginseng and cordyceps entirely. Each pharmacy yielded expenditures ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, and after visiting 10 establishments, they finally returned to the warehouse. Upon her return, Miao Qiqi collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. "How tiring this is. For the first time, I feel that spending money is quite a laborious task." Kong Nan chuckled softly. "It's primarily because today we covered quite a bit of ground. In a few days, once we have procured all the essential supplies, it won't be so exhausting." Chapter 8. The continued stockpiling of supplies. Over the past few days, their acquisitions had indeed been substantial, depleting nearly half of their funds. As Kong Nan contemplated what to purchase the following day, she retrieved curtains and ropes from her storage space. She tied the rope between 2 shelves in the warehouse and hung the curtains, boiling water for them to take turns bathing inside. After tidying up, they each lay down to rest. A night of undisturbed slumber passed, and at 5 o'clock the next morning, the vegetable delivery arrived. Kong Nan opened the warehouse doors and stood aside to tally the goods. Approximately an hour later, all the vegetables were unloaded into the warehouse. After settling the final payment with the workers, she closed the doors and stored all the vegetables in her space. Once the warehouse was organized, the sun had fully risen, and Miao Qiqi drove towards the city center. Having coordinated with the real estate agent the day prior, she was set to transfer the ownership of her house and collect the remaining payment. Kong Nan remained in the warehouse, as the owner of the grain and oil store had called to inform her that deliveries would arrive at 9 o'clock, preventing her from leaving. However, this did not hinder her from accumulating supplies. Kong Nan discovered a shopping app where ice could be purchased and promptly ordered 10 tons, spending 3,000 yuan. Additionally, she sought out manufacturers online for coal and firewood, ordering 50 tons of coal and 30 tons of firewood, totaling 50,000 yuan. She only paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan, with the remainder to be settled upon delivery. After securing her heating fuel, she proceeded to purchase the most crucial diving equipment and inflatable boats. Without these, during flood periods, she would be as trapped as everyone else, confined within buildings. Although unfamiliar with diving gear and inflatable boats, she firmly believed that one gets what one pays for. Thus, she aimed for the most expensive options. After researching online, she settled on a diving apparatus priced at 10,000 yuan, opting for 6 sets on an installment plan, costing just over 5,000 in total. There were various types of inflatable boats, ranging from inflatable to those made of aluminum alloy. She selected a mid-range inflatable boat priced around 10,000 yuan and purchased 3 on an installment basis. For the aluminum alloy boats, she chose a luxurious 6-seat model priced at over 30,000 yuan and similarly acquired 3. In total, Kong Nan had managed to procure 6 boats for just over 10,000 yuan. However, the inflatable boats required gasoline, which could only be purchased at gas stations. She planned to buy gasoline with Miao Qiqi in a couple of days. Meanwhile, Miao Qiqi successfully transferred her house to another party, collecting the entire payment. As she exited the administrative hall, she casually inquired, "Manager Lin, do you happen to know of any houses available for rent?" The agent, Manager Lin, smiled and responded, "What type of house does Miss Miao have in mind?" Miao Qiqi replied nonchalantly, "I don't have many requirements. It shouldn't be too far from the city center, but not too close either, as it would be too noisy. A rooftop would be ideal to avoid disturbances from above. I also prefer a landlord who isn't overly involved, as I dislike frequent visits from landlords. Ideally, the building should be less than 10 years old. Older houses tend to have many issues, such as frequent water and electricity outages." Manager Lin was about to suggest that Miao Qiqi lower her expectations when Mr. Wang, a prospective buyer nearby, interjected, "What a coincidence. The apartment I'm renting meets all your criteria." Mr. Wang smiled. "My current residence is in the Fulanhua community. Only 7 or 8 years old. It's on the 22nd floor, and the landlord is quite accommodating, never rushing me for rent. His son runs a company in Province A and took him there for retirement a couple of years ago. When I called him recently to inform him I would no longer be renting, he suddenly remembered he had another property in S City. The rent is also quite affordable. Only 1,500 a month. If it weren't for my son needing to attend high school in the city center, I wouldn't have considered buying a house." Upon hearing this, Miao Qiqi immediately asked, "Uncle Wang, would it be convenient for me to take a look at the place?" Mr. Wang nodded, "Of course. If you're serious about renting, I'll speak to the landlord on your behalf." Unbeknownst to Kong Nan, who was still in the warehouse, she was lying on the floor in distress. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her back was drenched. The grain and oil store had just delivered 2 truckloads of supplies, and after reconciling the accounts and paying the balance, she closed the doors to organize the materials. Perhaps due to the overwhelming quantity received that day, a headache, which she hadn't experienced in a long while, returned with a vengeance. Kong Nan clutched her head, feeling as if 1,000 needles were piercing her skull, causing her immense suffering. The world began to darken before her eyes, and she struck her head in desperation, biting her lip until it bled. After an indeterminate amount of time, the throbbing began to subside. At that moment, Kong Nan felt as if she had just emerged from the water, her body soaked in sweat. She sat on the floor for a while, before slowly rising to boil water for a bath. Half of the supplies remained uncollected in the warehouse, but Kong Nan resolved to stop further acquisitions. Pushing herself any further might jeopardize her well-being. After her bath, she sat dazed on the bed, her mind blank, inadvertently catching sight of the gas cylinder and recalling that she still needed to purchase cooking supplies. Ignoring the lingering pain in her head, she took out her phone to continue shopping. She decided against buying a gas cylinder, as renting one would cost over 100, and with the gas expenses, it would total 200 to 300. Instead, Kong Nan ordered 6 portable stoves online and made purchases from 10 different stores, acquiring 50 canisters of gas specifically for the stoves from each. Lying sideways on her bed, she browsed for additional supplies, purchasing 2 each of heaters, fireplaces, and small solar heaters on an installment plan. She also ordered various masks, gloves, insect repellents, floral waters, and an assortment of disposable food containers and soup boxes. Kong then lost track of how many items she had purchased, and when she reached the checkout, the total exceeded 120,000. She exited the payment interface, sifting through her shopping cart to select items eligible for installment payments, reducing the total by over 40,000. Perhaps due to her overwhelming thoughts, a dull ache began to throb in her forehead again. Kong Nan set her phone aside, lying flat on her back, closing her eyes to rest her mind. She fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to Miao Qiqi's return. Slowly awakening, she hoarsely inquired, "Qiqi, when did you come back?" Upon hearing her voice, Miao Qiqi rushed over. "You're awake. How could you not notice you have a fever?" Kong Nan paused, uncertainly touching her forehead. "I have a fever?" "Yes. When I returned, I called out to you several times, but you remained unresponsive. When I checked your forehead, it was so hot that you could fry an egg on it." Miao Qiqi sat beside her, saying, "I initially planned to take you to the hospital, but you were so engrossed in organizing supplies that you didn't even notice. The blanket I covered you with vanished in a blink. I fear that you might be captured and sliced by others, thus I resort to physically cooling you down." Chapter 9. The continued hoarding of supplies. Kong Nan rubbed her forehead. She was truly unaware that she unconsciously collected items into her space while having a fever. Miao Qiqi brought her a bowl of white porridge, urging her to eat something light before taking her medicine later. All the medicine purchased yesterday had been stored in her space, and I had specifically driven out to procure it. In the future, keep a bit of medicine on hand when you're out. Otherwise, in case of sudden emergencies, you will have to endure alone. Kong Nan nodded and obediently finished her porridge before taking her medicine. "Qiqi, the frozen meats, along with chickens and ducks, will be delivered between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. You should stay in a warehouse this afternoon while I go out to buy 2 generators." Miao Qiqi expressed her disapproval, saying, "You're sick and still planning to run around. It's just a generator. I can go by while you rest in the warehouse. But you don't know how to haggle. What if you get cheated?" Miao Qiqi never haggled when shopping, which was precisely why Kong Nan handled the purchases. "That's simple," Miao Qiqi casually replied. "You can remotely control it with your phone, can't you?" Kong Nan pondered for a moment and agreed that this was a feasible plan. "By the way, I found the house you wanted. The entire building has 22 floors, and the unit is on the top floor." Miao Qiqi recounted the events of the morning to Kong Nan. "I visited that house. It meets your requirements perfectly. The community is in Area C, not too far from the city center, but also not too close. There's a medium-sized supermarket nearby, along with 5 or 6 small ones. The house is actually 8 years old, but the layout is quite decent, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The area is modest, just over 90 square meters. The rooms are particularly small, only enough space for a bed and a wardrobe. However, the living room is quite spacious. And I can teach you Sonda there." "What about the landlord?" Kong Nan inquired. "The landlord and his son live in another province and likely won't return," Miao Qiqi continued. "The current tenant, Mr. Wang, who bought my house, has stated that he will move out within a week and will contact me to rent the place." Kong Nan nodded, satisfied that the housing issue was resolved, and decided they should focus on gathering supplies during this period. Most of the significant supplies had already been acquired. Only some miscellaneous items remained. Kong Nan looked at Miao Qiqi and said, "Qiqi, when you go out this afternoon, buy some oil drums. Each time we venture out, we should refuel nearby and stockpile more gasoline." Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement. "Should we also purchase some fruits? Let us assess that later. If we complete all the essentials and still have money left, we can buy fruits. They are not essential. I didn't include them on the supply list." At 2:30 in the afternoon, Miao Qiqi drove to the city to buy the generators, while Kong Nan stayed in the warehouse to shop online for supplies. There were numerous small items, such as heat pad for extreme cold, hot water bags, cooling patches for extreme heat, and cooling oil. Additionally, there were some small tools, scissors, fruit knives, small awls, hammers, chainsaws, nail guns, etc., which could serve as both tools and weapons. Kong Nan also purchased 2 toolboxes on an installment plan, each costing over 400, containing impact drills, electric screwdrivers, and glue guns. She added sun hats with fans for sun protection, protective suits against plagues, and other useful items such as cotton swabs, band-aids, and disinfectant tablets. As Kong Nan was engrossed in her purchases, a commotion at the entrance signaled the arrival of the delivery for frozen meats. After the delivery personnel left, she stored the frozen meats in her space. Just as she did, a sharp pain shot through her forehead, but since this time it was a smaller quantity, the discomfort subsided after 5 or 6 minutes. At that moment, Miao Qiqi called via video. Kong Nan rubbed her face to adjust her demeanor before answering the call. Kong Nan, what do you think of this generator? There are diesel and gasoline options, priced at 8,006. Miao Qiqi pointed the camera at the generator while walking and explaining. After observing for a while, Kong Nan replied, 6,000 each. If the owner agrees, buy 2 on an installment plan. Miao Qiqi acknowledged and turned to negotiate with the owner. Noticing that Miao Qiqi was a young girl, the owner initially quoted nearly half the price higher, thinking he could still profit considerably by selling it for 6,000. It wasn't too long before he agreed. However, upon hearing that Miao Qiqi wanted to purchase on an installment basis, his demeanor shifted, and he coldly stated that small businesses do not offer installment plans. Miao Qiqi did not dwell on it. If this store wouldn't work, there were others. However, after visiting several stores, none were willing to accept installment payments. Observing this, Kong Nan instructed her not to buy the generator anymore. I'll purchase the generator online. You go buy oil drums and refuel at different gas stations. After hanging up, Kong Nan opened a shopping app and searched for generators. She did not intend to buy solar-powered generators, as they would be ineffective during floods and extreme cold. After half an hour, she selected a highly rated gasoline generator, a 12 kW low-noise, dual-voltage model. Although relatively expensive at 10,000 for one, Kong Nan ordered 10, believing that with proper maintenance, they should last her a lifetime. Due to the volume of her purchases, Kong Nan switched to Miao Qiqi's account to continue shopping. She added dehumidifiers, dehumidifying tea, activated charcoal, and quicklime, essentials for flood periods, into her cart. For extreme heat, she included ice-making machines, air coolers, herbal remedies, and cooling tea packets. Kong Nan, however, decided against purchasing air conditioners, as they were of little use during floods and extreme cold. In extreme heat, she would also have to worry about the air conditioner overheating and potentially igniting. Air coolers, on the other hand, were quite suitable. If it became unbearable, she could use the large ice blocks she bought to cool her home. Kong Nan tirelessly tapped on her phone, adding everything from needles and threads to toothpicks and large blankets to her supply list. When it came time to check out, the total amount displayed was 68,000, even after opting for installment payments. Meanwhile, after leaving the store, Miao Qiqi spotted a shop selling bottled water and rushed over to inquire about prices. Currently, they were using tap water, which required boiling before consumption. While it was still convenient before the apocalypse, boiling water would not be as easy afterward. However, the price of bottled water was rather steep, costing 20 yuan for a 15-liter bottle, not including the rental fee for the bottle itself. Miao Qiqi checked online and found that the cheapest option was 20 yuan for a 14-liter bottle, but without the bottle rental fee. Moreover, if she procured directly from the manufacturer, the price could be reduced by 23 yuan. With this in mind, Miao Qiqi opened her phone to search for beverage factories in City S, intending to buy supplies directly from them. Chapter 10. Moving into the new home. The water from the beverage factory was indeed cheaper than what was available outside, only costing 10 yuan for 15 liters, provided that a large quantity was purchased, and delivery was not included. Miao Qiqi ordered 515-liter bottles of purified water and 100 packs of 24 bottles of purified water. The beverage factory offered more than just purified water. It had other drinks as well. After much hesitation, Miao Qiqi couldn't resist and ordered 200 packs of Happy Water, the large 125-liter bottles, with 12 bottles per pack. Though the quantity wasn't vast, the absence of delivery fees made the price slightly more favorable. The total came to 13,000, with 3,000 as a deposit, and they would pick it up the next day. The factory had stock available, but unfortunately, Miao Qiqi's old van could not accommodate it. So she would have to wait until the following day to transport it in batches with Kong Nan. There were 3 gas stations along that route, so making multiple trips wouldn't be an issue, allowing them to store more fuel. As evening approached, Miao Qiqi spotted a small truck selling watermelons on her way back and bought 2 large ones. After inquiring about wholesale prices, she drove back to the warehouse. Upon her return, Kong Nan had already prepared dinner, which was quite abundant today, as they had received some eggs and meats in the afternoon. Kong Nan prepared a dish of bitter melon scrambled eggs, braised pork, and a small pot of chicken soup. Miao Qiqi, inhaling the enticing aroma of the meal, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. After savoring a few bites, feeling less famished, she finally spoke. Kong Nan, I ordered bottled and jarred water from the beverage factory this afternoon. Let's go pick it up together tomorrow morning. Kong Nan paused momentarily, as she had never contemplated purchasing purified water. After years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, she had come to believe that any clean and impurity-free water was drinkable. In her previous life, during sweltering days, She would drink even if the water was somewhat gritty. Nonetheless, having the means to consume clean water now seemed a reasonable indulgence. Kong Nan nodded and replied, "All right, there are 1 TB mini deliveries tomorrow morning. By the way, I bought 2 watermelons on my way back. The owner offered me a discount since I mentioned the company was hosting an event. They're only 80 cents a pound." As Miao Qiqi spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned to Kong Nan. Unable to contain her laughter, Kong Nan exclaimed, "At such a low price, let us buy some." Miao Qiqi grinned. "Watermelons are hydrating and the rind is edible. Let buy 30,000 pounds. That LL only cost a little over 20,000. Kong Nan pondered the idea. With so many watermelons, how long would it take for them to consume them all? Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, 5 days had passed. One day, Mr. Wong called Miao Qiqi, informing her that his family had moved out and inquired when she would come to rent the house. Without hesitation, Miao Qiqi drove to meet him. She found it impossible to adapt to living in a warehouse, even though she was sleeping on her own bed. Thanks to Mr. Wong's guarantee, the house was quickly rented for $1,500 a month, with a deposit of 3 months' rent. After paying, that afternoon, Kong Nan began tidying up the house, and by evening, they officially moved in. Observing the somewhat aged doors and windows, Miao Qiqi asked Kong Nan, "Should we reinforce this house?" Kong Nan approached the window and shook the security bars vigorously. The window was fine, but the bars were sturdy. However, the door needed replacing. "Let us wait until next month to change the door. We've just moved in, and I fear the neighbors might complain to the landlord if we create such a commotion right away." Miao Qiqi nodded. "What if we replace the windows too? I saw online that there are double-glazed windows that are sturdier and can help reduce noise." Upon hearing that they could insulate against sound, Kong Nan felt intrigued. After a power outage, if she was using a generator at home, it would certainly create some noise. Thus, replacing the windows seemed prudent. She noted these 2 tasks on her inventory list to address next month. "By the way, Kong Nan, how are we going to manage using the restroom?" Miao Qiqi inquired. "Didn't he say we would seal the drainage with cement and mortar after it rains? How will we handle that?" "With cat litter," Kong Nan replied while jotting down the list. "After the coal and firewood arrive in a couple of days, I'll order the cat litter. Otherwise, we won't have enough space in the warehouse for all these items." Over the days, Kong Nan had learned how much she could gather each day. She could collect supplies equivalent to half a basketball court in size, but exceeding that amount would lead to excruciating headaches. After some rest, she could continue gathering, although it would be quite painful, as if her head were being pricked by needles. She had purchased a substantial amount of coal and wood, which might take 4 to 5 days to gather completely. "Kong Nan, I saw online that there are portable toilets and folding commodes," Miao Qiqi said, showing her phone. Kong Nan glanced and replied, "These options are less convenient than cat litter and harder to manage, plus they come with unpleasant odors. A portable toilet requires water for each use and needs to be emptied regularly, which involves cleaning afterward. With cat litter, I simply scoop it up and dispose of it in a garbage bag, clean and odor-free, and it saves water." Miao Qiqi muttered, "Then we might as well use plastic bags." Kong Nan chuckled. "You can use plastic bags for solid waste, but it's not practical for liquid waste. If the bag isn't tied properly, it can lead to disaster. Cat litter is affordable. I checked online, about $500 for a ton for the cheaper kind and $800 for the less dusty options. For better quality, it ranges from $1,600 to $2,000. We can settle for a mid-range option." Kong Nan looked around the empty room and asked Qiqi, "How long did you rent the warehouse for?" Miao Qiqi replied casually, 2 months. We can use it until the 30th of next month. Then when we leave, we can take the shells from the warehouse and use them for planting vegetables at home." Miao Qiqi frowned, looking at Kong Nan. "You want to grow vegetables at home?" "Indeed." Kong Nan pointed to the room. "There are 3 bedrooms. We can each have one, use one for storage, and the last one in the balcony for growing vegetables. During floods, we'll have nothing else to do at home, so we might as well grow some vegetables. Who knows, we might even exchange them for supplies with others." Miao Qiqi pondered this and said, "Should we also buy some nutrient soil, pots, and seeds for planting?" Kong Nan nodded. "There have been many deliveries to the warehouse these past few days, and I can't step away. You can drive to buy them yourself. No need to purchase too much. Our home is quite small." Miao Qiqi agreed. "I'll go tomorrow and also pick up some outdoor supplies." Kong Nan declined. "There is no need for outdoor supplies. Those things are outrageously expensive. I'll buy them online with installment payments to save a bit." Chapter 11. The failed persuasion of Miao's father to return to S City. Days passed, and Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi diligently busied themselves with purchasing and gathering supplies. Perhaps due to the frequent collection of goods, Kong Nan noticed that her capacity for collecting supplies was gradually increasing. In the past, After gathering supplies equivalent to half a basketball court in a day, she couldn't collect more without suffering from severe headaches. Now, over a month later, she could collect nearly 2/3 the size of a basketball court in a single day. During this month, Nan and Miao Qiqi had spent all their money, leaving only $50,000 for emergencies. The rental house had undergone significant changes as well. All the doors and windows had been replaced. The doors were now solid aluminum alloy, and the windows were double-glazed. The security bars had been reinforced, and a mini camera was discreetly installed in the upper right corner of the entrance. If one was attentive, they would hardly notice it. The house had 3 bedrooms. In one bedroom, the walls were lined with shelves filled with pots containing vegetables just beginning to sprout. Another bedroom housed a generator and an ice-making machine, while a table in the corner held various bottles and jars. Nan had designated this room as her workspace, filled with assorted tools. The final bedroom was, of course, where Nan and Miao Qiqi slept, stocked with an array of weapons. Each pillow concealed a dagger, and each bedside table held a nail gun. Beneath the bed, a short-handled shovel lay on both sides, while 2 hoes rested at the foot of the door. Should anyone intrude, they would be able to quickly seize their weapons in defense. Miao Qiqi found Nan's preparedness somewhat exaggerated, but as it didn't disrupt their daily lives, she chose not to comment. Nan, what do we need to buy tomorrow? Have we acquired everything necessary? Nan mused for a moment and responded, tomorrow we'll return the van and rent an SUV. We've already bought bicycles, tricycles, and carts of various sizes. The only thing left is a vehicle for transportation. The rented van is unfit for the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. Nan actually desired to rent an SUV or a camper van, but lacking a driver's license, she could only use Miao Qiqi's license to rent an SUV. The following morning, they drove the van to the car rental agency, and after about an hour, they emerged with a black SUV at a gas station in the city. After a day of toil, they finally dragged their weary bodies back home. With only 5 days remaining until the impending apocalypse, Nan grew increasingly silent. Miao Qiqi shared the same somber demeanor. She cast a conflicted glance at Nan and asked, do you think I should call my disreputable father back to S City? Nan frowned slightly, clearly disapproving. It was true that Miao Jinjiu treated Miao Qiqi well, but such kindness was woefully insufficient. Nan remained uncertain whether Miao Jinjiu would continue to care for Miao Qiqi in the face of the coming chaos. Noticing her expression, Miao Qiqi quickly clarified, I don't mean to have my father come here. I just want him to return to S City. As you mentioned during the last catastrophe, it wasn't just S City that suffered. Other regions faced various disasters as well. Since we are all destined to confront calamities, it would be better for them to be in S City, where we can at least anticipate the disasters. That way, the supplies I purchased for my father won't go to waste. Nan hesitated, but recalling that much of her supplies originated from Miao Jinjiu's generous contributions, she nodded in agreement. But you must promise, if your father becomes a nuisance later on, do not show him any mercy. Miao Qiqi raised 3 fingers in assurance. Absolutely. If that happens, just wake me up. With Nan's consent, Miao Qiqi promptly dialed Miao Jinjiu. The call was quickly answered, but it was not Miao Jinjiu on the other end. A woman's voice came through, and Miao Qiqi frowned. Who are you? Where's Miao Jinjiu? The woman responded gently. Ayu is taking a shower. Is there something you need? I can tell him when he comes out. Miao Qiqi felt an unsettling familiarity with this exchange. Taking a deep breath, she replied with a hint of anger, as long as he is still breathing, have him pick up the phone immediately. Did you not hear me? The woman, clearly irritated, retorted, who is in the shower? It's inconvenient. Besides, who do you think you are for him to take your call? Miao Qiqi coldly scoffed. I am his blood-related daughter. And who are you? There was a moment of silence on the other end before the woman finally spoke. Oh, it's little Qiqi. I'm sorry, I thought. What do you mean? I don't have time for your nonsense. Have Miao Jinjiu answer the phone. Miao Qiqi said impatiently. Suddenly, a young child's voice piped up from the phone, calling out for daddy, followed by a man's hearty laughter. Miao Qiqi's grip on the phone tightened unconsciously. Before long, Miao Jinjiu's voice came through. Hello, is this Qiqi? Why are you calling again? Are you out of money? I knew you wouldn't be able to manage your funds. I've given you so much pocket money over the years, and you still complain to me about being broke. Miao Qiqi fell silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Miao Jinjiu, did you receive the supplies I sent you? I did, he sighed. But why did you send all those random things? An inflatable boat, life rings, a swimming pool, and thermal gear? Do you want to go to the ocean or climb a snowy mountain? Money should not be squandered like this. If you keep spending recklessly, I will not give you another cent. Miao Qiqi opened her mouth to explain, but instead let out a long sigh. I think I just heard someone call you Dad. Miao Jinjiu paused before responding. Yes, that is your younger brother. Yes, 6 years old. 6 years old? I had just started high school back then. When did you get married? Why didn't you tell me? Miao Jinjiao replied quietly, I'm not married. Ma Qiqi was taken aback. Not married? Why not? Is it to prevent anyone from taking away my inheritance? Before she could dwell on this thought, Miao Jinjiao interrupted. Who said having a child means you have to get married? Marriage ties you down. I'm not married, so I can live freely. Ma Qiqi rolled her eyes. Our school's meteorologist predicted a super typhoon will hit in a few days. Your city is coastal. Should you consider returning to S City for a while until it passes? Without a moment's thought, Miao Jinjiao dismissed her concern. No, I want to go back. My company is here. What would I do back there? Moreover, we're starting a new project that requires my presence. Ma Qiqi retorted, somewhat displeased. Which is more important? The company or your life? Of course the company is important. If it goes under, thousands of employees will be out of work, and countless families will face an economic crisis, Miao Jinjiao stated firmly. Though he was frivolous in matters of the heart, he was dedicated to his company. And no matter how much Ma Qiqi argued, he remained resolute about not returning to S City. Chapter 12. The Last Tranquility. After hanging up, Ma Qiqi felt a wave of despondency wash over her. However, she soon found solace in the thought that she had sent survival supplies to both Miao Jinjiao and Su Qing. While those supplies might not ensure their every meal, they would certainly provide life-saving support during the initial chaos. She was only vaguely informed about the impending apocalypse. How could she possibly save her parents? Having secured the rental of an all-terrain vehicle, Ma Qiqi utilized the final days to scour for fuel, becoming a familiar face at the gas station. She fabricated a story about preparing for a future road trip, claiming she was practicing driving with friends, hence the high fuel consumption. Regardless of whether the gas station attendants believed her, she boldly continued to refuel. Meanwhile, Kong Nan remained indoors, diligently preparing meals. With the imminent cessation of water and electricity, cooking would soon become a daunting task. Once food was prepared, the residents of the building would descend upon the fragrant kitchen like famished hyenas, ready to pounce on the delectable offerings. Thus, in the days leading up to the apocalypse, Kong Nan began cooking from dawn till dusk, even leaving the rice cooker and slow cooker running before bed. Kong Nan retrieved 6 camping stoves from her storage space, lighting them in succession. 2 were for stewing meat, 2 for soup, 1 for cooking curry, and 1 for frying chicken wings and legs, while 2 others were stationed in the kitchen for porridge and sweet soup. Methodically, she prepared the dishes, washing the next round of ingredients during the intervals of frying chicken legs. The air was filled with a medley of enticing aromas. Once the first batch of dishes was completed, Kong Nan transferred everything into large bowls and immediately began cooking the next round. Once all the dishes were arranged, she made time to pack the contents of the large bowls into disposable containers. When Ma Qiqi returned, she found the living room table, chairs, and even the floor brimming with disposable lunchboxes. Kong Nan glanced up and said, cover up the less hot dishes and put them away. I'll store them in the space later. Ma Qiqi nodded in agreement, washing her hands before assisting. Once the containers were organized, she approached the dining area and inquired, is there anything else that needs washing? Kong Nan gestured toward the kitchen sink. Wash the shiitake mushrooms and slice them thin. I'll need them for the meatballs later. With time pressing, Kong Nan opted for simple dishes. She prepared a mixed braised meat dish, which included blanched pork intestines, duck kidneys, duck intestines, chicken thighs, chicken wings, pork belly, and egg tofu, enough to fill 30 or more lunchboxes, saving time and effort. The potato curry chicken was equally straightforward. Once all the ingredients were chopped and sautéed, curry powder and water were added for a slow simmer, yielding 30-plus lunchboxes. After portioning the soup, she retrieved the meat from the broth and stir-fried 7 or 8 vegetable dishes, effortlessly preparing 100 lunchboxes in total. As night fell, Kong Nan and Ma Qiqi stealthily made their way to the rooftop. After surveying the area to ensure no one was present and no cameras were watching, Kong Nan produced 5 buckets of waterproof paint from her storage. With headlamps illuminating their path, they diligently painted the designated sections of their rooftop with the waterproof material. The sun has been particularly fierce these past few days. Tonight, they plan to apply a waterproof coating, which will be dried by the scorching rays of the following afternoon. Kong Nan is reluctant to work late into the night. Yet the dissatisfaction of the elderly neighbors from the recent window and door replacements at her home weighs heavily on her mind. Should they discover her bustling about on the rooftop, they might, in a fit of anger, lodge a complaint against the property management or the landlord. With the apocalypse looming just days away, Kong Nan is determined to avoid any complications at this critical juncture. After ensuring the waterproofing is applied, the 2 return home to rest. The following evening, they stealthily ascend again to apply the waterproof layer. After a year of relentless rain, a A single coat of waterproofing is hardly sufficient. Kong Nan wishes she could apply several layers, yet such an action would undoubtedly invite complaints. In the blink of an eye, the eve of the apocalypse arrives. Over the past few days, Kong Nan has stockpiled over 500 portions of food in her storage space, enough to sustain them for a considerable time. With the impending apocalypse, she chooses not to remain cooped up at home, but instead ventures out with Miao Qiqi, navigating the myriad alleyways of S City in their car. Miao Qiqi drives while following the navigation, and Kong Nan marks locations on a printed map. In a last life, a torrential downpour was soon followed by a typhoon, which hampered rescue efforts. Kong Nan plans to take risks to salvage supplies during the storm. Before that, she needs to scout the area to pinpoint where resources can be found near their community and throughout S City, thus avoiding wasted time searching during the typhoon. Passing by a hardware store, Kong Nan purchases a variety of construction materials, including cement, sand, lime, steel pipes, and electrical wiring, spending over 10,000 yuan. With less than 20,000 yuan left in their pockets, and a few boxes of fuel, they estimate only a little over 10,000 remains. As dusk approaches, after traversing the entirety of S City, they find a secluded spot to store their off-road vehicle in the storage space before hailing a cab to return home. That night, Miao Qiqi struggles to sleep and turns to Kong Nan, inquiring, "When will it rain tomorrow?" "I can't recall, but I believe it will be around noon." In Kong Nan's memory, the day of rain marking the onset of the apocalypse was 6 years ago. Remembering the day alone is a feat, let alone the exact time. "So, are we going out tomorrow, or shall we wait until the typhoon strikes?" Kong Nan turns on her side to face Miao Qiqi, replying, "We won't go out tomorrow. We'll wait until the public begins to raid the supermarkets for supplies before we venture out. They have ample food in their storage, but it is best kept hidden from sight. Hence, they must blend in with the crowd, showing others that they are not starving because they have brought food home." Miao Qiqi further questions, "When shall we inform Long Country about the impending apocalypse?" After a moment of contemplation, Kong Nan responds, "Let's hold off for now. If we send an anonymous letter now, it will be uncovered within a day. We'll wait a couple of days until S City experiences flooding, and the Public Security Bureau is too occupied to investigate such matters before we send the letter. From the onset of flooding to the arrival of the typhoon, there are approximately 10 days. As long as they believe the anonymous letter, this time frame should suffice for them to relocate and rescue a significant amount of supplies." Perhaps both women sense that tranquility will soon be a thing of the past, for neither can find slumber until dawn breaks, sunlight spilling into the room. Chapter 13. A Catastrophic Downpour. Sunlight dances upon the floor as Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi complete their morning routines and enter the kitchen to busy themselves. Before long, the entire city will experience power and water outages, and they must prepare ample food beforehand. After a morning of frantic activity, following lunch, Miao Qiqi succumbs to fatigue and falls asleep, leaving Kong Nan alone in the living room, engrossed in downloading various videos and materials on her tablet. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberates, followed by torrential raindrops relentlessly battering the windows. Kong Nan sets down her tablet and gazes out the window. The apocalypse is indeed upon them. Venturing to the balcony, she peers through the glass down to the street below. At this hour, children are making their way to school from the 22nd floor. She can only see a myriad of colored umbrellas bobbing through the rain. With a soft sigh, she turns back into the kitchen to continue her culinary endeavors. Having accumulated a substantial amount of food in their storage, Kong Nan decides to prepare some noodles and rice balls. Though she isn't particularly skilled in making noodles, she finds an abundance of tutorials online. After successfully crafting 2 batches of steamed buns, she finally learns how to knead the dough. The 2 batches of buns are not discarded but stored in the space, intended for future meals when she can break them apart and soak them in soup. Kong Nan tirelessly toils in the kitchen, and when Miao Qiqi wakes to find the living and dining areas filled with buns, she samples one, finding it quite palatable, sweet, likely due to the ample sugar used. Suddenly, a flash of light is followed by a crash of thunder, prompting Miao Qiqi to turn towards the balcony and murmur, "It truly is raining." Kong Nan casually responds, "Today's rain isn't too heavy. I remember that tomorrow or the day after will bring a torrential downpour, leading to flooding in S City. Is this rain not heavy?" Miao Qiqi gazes at the downpour outside, struggling to fathom what a catastrophic downpour would entail. Kong Nan chuckles softly. "This isn't heavy. A torrential downpour is genuinely overwhelming. One might say it feels as though someone is pouring water from the heavens. Even with an umbrella and raincoat, you cannot escape being drenched." Kong Nan recalls how, in the previous life, upon seeing a video online of people raiding supermarkets for supplies, both she and Miao Qiqi fully armed themselves and ventured out. Yet, within mere steps from their apartment building, they were instantly soaked to the bone. The rain fell as if it were being poured directly from above, rendering their umbrellas ineffective. Miao Qiqi, observing the flashes of lightning and hearing the thunder, feels a twinge of anxiety. She retrieves her phone and sends a text to her parents, advising them to heed the weather and avoid going out. After sending the message, she purchases a variety of supplies for them, opting for local delivery to ensure they arrive on the same day. Setting her phone down, Miao Qiqi lets out a quiet sigh. Despite her parents having formed their own families, the bond of blood is not easily severed. The sound of rain intensifies, and Miao Qiqi opens the balcony window, extending her hand to feel the raindrops. As soon as she opens it, a wave of water rushes in, prompting her to close the window in a flurry. Nan, are you certain tomorrow's rain will be heavier than today's? Nan turns to see Miao Qiqi, drenched and expressionless. What happened to you? Did you go outside? Miao Qiqi wipes her face. I only opened the window for less than half a minute. Nan, puzzled, glances at the balcony. Could I have remembered incorrectly? Is the torrential downpour starting today? Nan struggles to recall clearly. In her previous life, when the rain began, they had taken a day off from school, only to receive news of classes being suspended the following day. Hence, she has always believed the torrential downpour commenced either on the day or the day after the announcement. Miao Qiqi returns clad in dry clothes, saying, Nan, if a torrential downpour is indeed coming tonight, should we go out to buy supplies tomorrow? Nan contemplates for a moment before nodding. Yes, we shall go to the supermarket tomorrow morning to procure some supplies. Both she and Miao Qiqi have a fondness for snacks, which they store on a dedicated snack shelf at home. In their previous life, with snacks available at home and a torrential downpour outside, they hesitated to venture out. It wasn't until the fourth day of rain that they realized something was amiss and joined others in raiding the supermarket. Fortunately, there was still a good stock of staples available, though fresh produce and meats were scarce. With their foresight this time, they should be able to gather a substantial amount of supplies. The next morning, both donned their raincoats, rain pants, and waterproof shoes, slowly making their way out of the apartment building under a large black umbrella. As soon as they stepped out of the apartment building, the sound of raindrops striking the umbrella reached their ears. The two held the umbrella tightly to prevent it from tilting under the onslaught of the rain. Today, few people were seen with umbrellas. Most opted for raincoats and motorcycle helmets. Yet, even with these precautions, it was inevitable that they would still get drenched. Nan and Miao Qiqi made their way slowly toward the supermarket, which was not far from their residential complex. Due to the drainage systems lining the streets, there was considerable pooling of water, prompting many to walk down the middle of the road. In such weather, no one dared to drive. The rain fell like a white curtain, rendering driving akin to courting disaster. Consequently, the expansive roadway was devoid of any vehicles. After approximately half an hour, Miao Qiqi and Nan finally arrived at the supermarket on the ground floor. Miao Qiqi brushed off the water droplets clinging to her clothes and remarked, "This is the first time I feel the distance from our complex to the supermarket is so great. Normally, it only takes 10 minutes to walk here. Yet today, it feels like we've taken an eternity." Nan folded the umbrella and shook off the excess water, urging, "Let us hurry and finish our shopping so we can return home soon." The torrential rain masked the oppressive heat, and a refreshing coolness enveloped the air, although the supermarket's air conditioning was as relentless as ever. Upon entering the supermarket, both of them instinctively shivered as they adjusted to the chilly atmosphere. The supermarket was bustling with people. It seemed that the citizens of Longwo's first instinct during extreme weather was to stockpile supplies, even if the adverse conditions would only last a few days. Miao Qiqi surveyed the throng and inquired, "What should we buy? Rice and flour, perhaps?" Nan shook his head. "No, we have plenty of those at home. Let us purchase compressed biscuits and snacks instead." "Snacks!" Miao Qiqi exclaimed with delight. They rarely bought snacks, and Nan had only allotted her 5,000 yuan for this purpose. She quickly gathered an assortment of spicy strips, chips, chicken feet, and chocolate, spending nearly all of it. With her newfound freedom to buy snacks, she eagerly led Nan to the snack aisle. Chapter 14. Shopping for supplies at the supermarket. What could possibly bring greater joy than the unrestricted purchase of snacks? Miao Qiqi pushed the shopping cart at an exhilarating pace, while Nan trailed behind at a leisurely pace. The snack section was also quite crowded, predominantly filled with young people, with only a few elderly individuals in sight. The compressed biscuits were placed in the bottom shelf of the snack aisle, perhaps due to their lesser popularity. Nan glanced at the various flavors available. Scallion, beef, and peanut flavors were all present. There were only 6 boxes of compressed biscuits on the shelf, each containing 12 pieces. Without hesitation, Nan took them all and tossed them into the shopping cart. With a sudden clatter, the cart was bumped from behind. Quick to react, Kong Nan stepped on the wheel of the cart, stabilizing it with a firm grip on the handle, preventing it from crashing into the shelf. Miao Qiqi, startled by the sudden commotion, set down her snacks and rushed over, asking Kong Nan, "Are you all right?" Before Kong Nan could respond, the girl who had collided with the cart spoke up. "What are you doing? Why is your cart parked here? Is this supermarket owned by your family?" Miao Qiqi, incensed, retorted, "Are you blind? Can't you see such a large shopping cart in front of you? And do you think you're a child? At your age, sitting in a shopping cart is rather reckless." The girl was perched on the edge of the cart, being pushed by a man of similar age. With a dismissive glance at the somewhat robust Miao Qiqi, she scoffed, "What is wrong with sitting in a shopping cart? You wish you could fit, but you can't." Miao Qiqi was about to escalate the argument when Kong Nan intervened. "Forget it. She might have mobility issues. Let's be understanding. Come on. With so many people in the supermarket, we might miss out on the vegetables," she added. The woman, sensing the implied insult regarding her disability, retorted angrily, "What'd you say? Repeat that if you dare." Miao Qiqi defiantly raised her middle finger. "We don't have the guts. It's your cart pusher who has the real courage." "Let him repeat it." Kong Nan pulled her arm, saying, "Enough. Arguing with brainless people is a waste of breath. You two idiots." The two girls turned at the sound to find the overly agitated woman attempting to leap off the cart to confront them, only to clumsily tumble to the ground. Unable to contain herself, Miao Qiqi burst into laughter. After her fall, the woman sat on the floor, crying, while the man who had been pushing her crouched beside her. Offering comfort, Miao Qiqi glanced over, feeling a twinge of indifference. "I can guarantee that woman won't have a pleasant time in the post-apocalyptic world." "Why is that?" Kong Nan inquired with curiosity. It was the man who crashed into the cart, yet he remained silent throughout. This clearly indicates that in their relationship, the woman is the one who always takes the lead. Whether in prosperous times or dire circumstances, the one who stands out rarely ends well. As Miao Qiqi pondered this, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the foolish girl. Kong Nan chuckled. Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps she enjoys being the one in charge. As they strolled through the supermarket, they engaged in light-hearted conversation while also taking note of the store's layout. After approximately an hour, they finally pushed their cart full of goods to the checkout. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan searched for their large black umbrella, but it was nowhere to be found. Miao Qiqi, slightly irritated, exclaimed, "It just started pouring, and someone has already stolen our umbrella. Damn it. May they forever find themselves in the restroom without any toilet paper." "It's all right. If we don't have an umbrella, we can manage," Kong Nan replied, reaching into her pocket to produce 2 transparent plastic bags. She then crumpled one open, pulled up the hood of her raincoat, and placed the bag over her head. "Miao Qiqi, is this your solution?" Kong Nan nodded. "Though it may look silly, it's practical. Just remember to pull the bag down a bit and zip up your raincoat to prevent water from seeping in." Miao Qiqi sighed and, under the curious gazes of passersby, donned the plastic bag. Kong Nan secured the bag containing the snacks, ensuring that it would remain dry, before they both exited the supermarket, each carrying a large bag. As soon as they stepped outside, the rain pelted down upon them. It was overly painful, but it was uncomfortable nonetheless. The two hurried through the rain, and after about 20 minutes, they finally returned to the apartment building. Miao Qiqi yanked off the plastic bag, inhaling deeply as she exclaimed, "I could hardly breathe. This rain is just too heavy. I think my collar got wet." Kong Nan pulled off her own plastic bag and said, "Let us go. We need to change into dry clothes. In this weather, it's easy to catch a cold." This damp and dreary weather was particularly conducive to illness. In her previous life, she had caught a fever after getting soaked while shopping at the supermarket. Upon returning home, they changed into fresh, dry clothes. Miao Qiqi began organizing the supplies they had purchased, while Kong Nan ventured into the kitchen to prepare rice balls. The following day, they returned to the supermarket for more supplies, this time opting to have their umbrella sealed with a tag by the staff to take it inside. Kong Nan hadn't considered wearing a helmet. The gaps in the helmet would allow water to seep in, and with such heavy rain, it would take more than 10 meters for the helmet to become soaked. Again, they bought compressed biscuits and snacks. As they were about to enter their home, a neighbor from the other end of the corridor opened their door. An elderly lady stepped out, kindly asking, "Did you go to the supermarket?" Miao Qiqi nodded, somewhat perplexed. "Yes, we just returned from there. Is there something you need, Grandma?" The elderly lady smiled. "Well, my husband and I are quite old and can't walk far. Next time you go out, could you please buy 2 bags of rice for us? I'll give you 5 yuan for the trouble." Just as Miao Qiqi was about to agree, Kong Nan interjected, "How many kilograms of rice?" The elderly lady praised, "I knew you two are good kids. You don't need to buy too much. Just 50 kilograms will be fine." Miao Qiqi, a 50-pound bag, 2 bags weighing 100 pounds. These two women, braving the rain, carried 100 pounds of goods back from the supermarket. One could hardly fathom the audacity of this elderly lady. Without uttering a word, Miao Qiqi swiftly pushed Kong Nan inside, quickly followed by herself, ensuring to close and lock the door behind them. This good child, however, did not wish to be one. The elderly lady blinked her murky, presbyopic eyes and disdainfully shook her head. The young people of today, they possess no understanding of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Chapter 15, Neighbors. Inside the room, Miao Qiqi wiped the rainwater clinging to the snacks with a towel, her mouth still voicing complaints about the earlier incident at the door. How could that elderly lady have the audacity to ask us to carry back 50 pounds of rice? After turning on the dehumidifier at home, Kong Nan remarked, "From now on, be cautious when going out. Avoid conversing with strangers and refrain from casually agreeing to assist others." Miao Qiqi cast a glance at Kong Nan, but remained silent. Due to her family's circumstances, Kong Nan had previously missed out on many things. Yet she had encountered numerous kind-hearted individuals. Thus, she maintained an attitude of helping whenever possible, though it remained unclear what Kong Nan had truly experienced. The rain fell heavily. While everyone could still venture out on the first day, by the second day, schools announced closures and both buses and taxis ceased operations. Nevertheless, some employers still insisted that employees report to work. The working class had to devise various means to reach their offices. For those living close by, walking was feasible. However, those residing 5 or 6 kilometers away, or even farther, had to risk driving slowly through the rain. In just a few days, many areas in S City experienced flooding. This moment became a test of the community's drainage capabilities and the property management's responsiveness. Some communities found their underground garages flooded on the very first day of rain. Responsible property management would promptly use sandbags to block the garage entrances, while others would hide away in the security room, sleeping soundly. Fortunately, the property management of the community where Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi resided proved to be diligent. Upon discovering the flooding in the garage, they quickly notified the residents to move their vehicles. Miao Qiqi gazed down from the balcony, observing many residents moving their cars into the community garden. "Good thing we parked our car away. Otherwise, we would also have to move it now. Stop looking. Everyone in the community is busy relocating their vehicles. Let us head to the supermarket while it's still not too crowded." Kong Nan donned her raincoat, neatly folded the shopping bag, and tucked it inside her raincoat, waiting at the door for Miao Qiqi. Before long, the two were fully equipped and stepped outside. The supermarket was as bustling as ever, with most customers rushing towards the rice, flour, and fresh produce sections. They dared not linger, hastily grabbing some compressed biscuits and instant noodles before heading to the checkout. A shun look. Kong Nan slightly turned her head and noticed a girl pointing at their shopping cart. The girl seemed somewhat familiar, prompting Kong Nan to take a closer look. A shun followed the girl's gesture towards their cart and, after exchanging a few words with her, turned and walked back into the supermarket. Kong Nan did not dwell on it, keeping her head down while scrolling on her phone as she waited in line to pay. The water accumulation was considerable. Even in the middle of the road, the water had risen to halfway up her calves. Both Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi wore knee-high waterproof boots, completely disregarding the puddles as they hurried towards their building. Upon entering the lobby, Miao Qiqi noticed several individuals waiting by the elevator, each carrying various bags, likely just returned from shopping. Miao Qiqi placed the shopping bag at her feet and patted the droplets off her clothes. Given the current rainfall, tomorrow the water levels might rise to knee height. Kong Nan nodded. "Let us go again tomorrow, but we probably want to go out after that." Miao Qiqi adjusted her hair, saying, "I saw on the news this morning that Q City is experiencing severe flooding. If the rain continues at this rate, they might open the sluice gates the day after tomorrow. If they do open the gates, S City may face even worse flooding. The uproar online is tremendous. S City lies directly below Q City. If the gates are opened, S City would be the first to suffer. Naturally, the citizens of S City are unwilling, leading to various outcries online." Kong Nan interjected, "What is there to argue about? Whether to open the gates or not is not determined by the voices online. Who would wish to open the sluice gates unless absolutely necessary?" As they conversed, the crowd at the elevator had entered, prompting Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi to decide to wait for the next one. Just then, 2 individuals entered through the building door. Kong Nan glanced over and recognized them as the couple from the supermarket. They appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing the 2 women, but exchanged no greetings, instead quietly moving to one side to wait for the elevator. Ding! The elevator door opened, revealing an elderly man who paused for a moment upon seeing Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, then glared at them fiercely before departing. Miao Qiqi found this puzzling. Before she could ponder why the old man glared at them, Kong Nan pulled her into the elevator. Kong Nan pressed the floor button and stepped aside, quietly awaiting the ascent. She glanced at the couple beside them, who seemed disinclined to press a floor button. Perhaps they lived on the same floor? Nan and Miao Qiqi had moved into this apartment over a month ago, but their daily routines kept them busy, leaving them unfamiliar with their neighbors on the same floor. The building's layout consisted of 2 stairwells serving 4 units. They resided in Unit 1, directly across from Unit 2, which housed a family of 3. The family in Unit 2 was quite friendly. The male head of the household, surnamed Xie, had even lent a hand when they moved in. At the other end of the corridor were Units 3 and 4, with the elderly lady who had requested Miao Qiqi's help with rice residing in Unit 4. As for the residents of Unit 3, Nan and Miao Qiqi had never encountered them. Ding! Another elevator alert brought Nan back to the present as she and Miao Qiqi exited. The couple followed closely behind, and Nan caught a glimpse of them heading straight for Unit 3. It seemed these two were indeed the residents of Unit 3. Perhaps she had encountered that girl at some point in the community, which explained her sense of familiarity in the supermarket. Upon entering their home, Miao Qiqi suddenly remarked, "Those two seem quite aware of potential dangers." Nan, puzzled, asked, "What makes you say that? When we were in the elevator just now, I noticed their shopping bags were filled entirely with compressed biscuits." Miao Qiqi removed her raincoat and continued, "I recall seeing ordinary biscuits and chocolates in their cart while we were in line, but just now, all they had were compressed biscuits. I suspect they saw the compressed biscuits in our cart and decided to swap all their food for those." Most people, faced with such extreme weather, tend to stockpile rice, flour, oil, and other staples, while young individuals who don't cook much usually hoard instant noodles and snacks. Rarely does anyone opt for compressed biscuits. Yet, this couple not only purchased compressed biscuits, but replaced all their snacks with them. Such awareness of crisis is indeed quite rare. Nan nodded in agreement. "We should observe them more closely. If their character proves commendable, we might consider a collaboration in the future." Chapter 16. Sealing the drainage. On the 4th day of the torrential rain, the community experienced a power outage. Last night, at the stroke of midnight, the rainwater surged dramatically, causing murky water to flood the electrical room, resulting in a complete blackout for the entire community. Even the residents on the 1st floor were not spared, as their homes were inundated. Upon seeing this news in the morning, Nan, having not even brushed her teeth, hurriedly retrieved cement from her space to seal the drainage. In her previous life, the new garden community where they resided was situated at a higher elevation, with water only entering the community on the 7th day of rain. And by the 8th day, the floodwaters backflowed, filling the rooms with a foul stench. They had tossed everything that could block the toilet into it. It still could not prevent the floodwaters from invading. Throughout the entire deluge, they found themselves enveloped in a foul stench. Recalling the grim circumstances of her previous life, Nan hastened her work with the cement. This time, she had no desire to coexist with filth. After sealing all the drains in her home, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then entered the utility room, properly connected the generator, and set up a power strip for the hairdryer, using the warm air from the blower to dry the cement. Miao Qiqi burst into the bathroom, clutching her stomach and exclaiming, "Nan, quickly bring out the cat litter. I need to use the toilet." Observing the urgency, Nan retrieved a basin from her storage space, filled it with cat litter, and then stepped outside. A short while later, Miao Qiqi emerged holding a small black bag. "Where should I dispose of this?" she inquired. Nan casually replied, "First, toss it in the trash bin on the balcony, and later, we can throw it out directly." After a moment of hesitation, Miao Qiqi complied and discarded the bag in the balcony bin. Once the drains were secured, then took a shopping bag and accompanied Miao Qiqi to procure their final supplies. At that point, they had only 2,000 yuan left, and then intended to spend every last penny that day. Despite the torrential rain having persisted for just a few days, the supermarket had not raised its prices, allowing them to purchase a substantial amount with their 2,000 yuan. The two of them filled 2 shopping carts before exhausting their budget. Upon returning home, they immediately began washing their hands and preparing dinner. After today, opportunities for indulging in rich dishes would be scarce, so they prepared all their favorite meals. With 6 portable stoves and 2 gas burners, they kept the fires blazing since their return, and the room was filled with a medley of delightful aromas. Around 4 in the afternoon, Nan ventured outside alone, wrapping herself tightly in layers, leaving only her eyes visible. After walking in the rain for about an hour, she arrived at the nearest police station to her community. The station was nearly empty, as most personnel had rushed out to assist those in need. Nan squinted and observed for over 10 minutes, confirming that only 2 officers were on duty. She then retrieved an anonymous letter, which had been prepared in a plastic bag, from her storage space. Placing the letter on a toy boat, she skillfully maneuvered it to the entrance of the lobby. The small step at the entrance prevented the toy boat from entering, so Kong Nan forcefully collided it against the step. The sound of the impact stirred the officers inside, and upon seeing someone emerge, Kong Nan promptly turned and left. Reaching the mouth of an alley, she noticed that no one was around and quickly changed into a different colored raincoat before scaling the wall to exit the alley. On the other side, the on-duty personnel, hearing the commotion at the entrance, stood up to investigate. Upon discovering the toy boat, they were puzzled and picked it up. "Has someone been here?" one of them asked. The other officer casually replied, "No, it seems to be a toy washed up from somewhere." Suddenly, he noticed a plastic bag on the boat. Opening it, he found an envelope inside. As he pulled out the letter and read its contents, his brow furrowed in concern. What kind of prank is this from some child? In this apocalypse, they must have watched too many movies. He scoffed, crumpling the paper and tossing it into the trash bin. Taking a few steps back, a nagging unease crept into his mind, prompting him to return to the trash bin. Just as he was about to retrieve the crumpled paper, he noticed it was smeared with leftover food, prompting him to leave with a grimace of disgust. Unbeknownst to Kong Nan, the anonymous letter she had risked sending had been discarded as she waded through the water on her way home. On the 5th day of the torrential rain, Q City could no longer withstand the deluge and requested the opening of the floodgates, scheduled for noon. The mayor of S City, upon receiving the news, promptly arranged for the evacuation of residents living near the river and in low-lying areas. Many residents from Kong Nan's community were also relocated, particularly those residing on the ground floor. During the evacuation, several incidents occurred, the most notable being a dispute between a dog owner and a nouveau riche individual. The latter demanded that the rescue personnel take his piano, which he had purchased for 80,000 yuan, claiming his 5-year-old son needed it for lessons. Of course, the rescuers could not comply, and the dog owner chimed in, stating that there was no space on the boat for the piano. The nouveau riche immediately turned his ire toward the dog owner, insisting that they abandon the dog to make room for the piano, arguing that the dog could swim and would not drown, whereas the piano would be ruined if submerged. This incident unfolded in the adjacent building, and Miao Qiqi eagerly ran to the second-floor corridor window to watch the spectacle. Kong Nan made no attempt to stop her. After all, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and dangers were minimal. Upon returning from her observation, Miao Qiqi could not help but share her thoughts with Kong Nan, noting how the two dogs remained obediently close to their owner, taking up very little space. Even if the dogs were pushed off the boat, there would still be no room for the piano. I don't understand what that nouveau riche is thinking. It's just a piano. People have lost cars worth hundreds of thousands to millions and didn't complain. Kong Nan remarked, "You should steer clear of such individuals. Their foolishness can lead to harm." Miao Qiqi nodded obediently. "Kong Nan, I wish we had adopted 2 dogs, maybe a fierce Tibetan Mastiff or a clever Border Collie. That way, if danger arose, they could protect us." Kong Nan replied with a hint of resignation. "Don't entertain such fantasies. My storage space cannot accommodate living creatures, and having dogs would draw too much attention. If her space had been capable of housing living beings, she would have gladly taken in several dogs without needing Miao Qiqi to suggest it. Dogs are loyal, and if trained well, their protective instincts rival those of an adult human. In the face of danger, unleashing a pack of dogs would certainly be more advantageous than confronting threats alone." Unfortunately, her storage space had its limitations. Noon approached swiftly, and despite the mayor mobilizing all available resources, there remained a group of residents who could not evacuate in time. Just before noon, the mayor instructed his team to send a text message to every resident in S City, urging those in low-lying areas to move to higher floors before 12 o'clock to avoid potential calamity. Little did they know, this message would be the last official communication they would receive during the flood. Chapter 17. Distribution of Supplies. The flood arrived as anticipated. Just after noon, the water level began to rise at a visibly alarming rate. Within a little over 2 hours, the first floor of the buildings was inundated, trapping the residents inside their homes. Simultaneously, the community experienced a complete water outage. To access water, they could only secure containers to the windows or balconies. Kong Nan also set up a water collection device. While the rainwater was somewhat unclean for drinking, it was perfect for sanitation purposes. After installing the water collection system, Kong Nan stored all the furniture from the living room into her space. Miao Qiqi, puzzled, asked Kong Nan, "Why are you putting away the furniture?" "To create space for exercising," Kong Nan replied while rearranging the furniture. "Later, we will cover the living room with sponge mats and dedicate 8 hours daily to training. 3 hours in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, and 2 in the evening. Are we practicing martial arts? I can teach you," Miao Qiqi said excitedly, relishing the opportunity to play the role of instructor. Kong Nan smiled. "That sounds great, but I need to build up my stamina first." Once the sponge mats were laid out, Kong Nan placed a treadmill in the corner near the balcony, plugged it in, and changed into workout clothes to begin running. After an hour and a half of running, she finally could not continue and gradually came to a stop. After resting for 10 minutes, Kong Nan started doing push-ups, a superb exercise for building core strength and arm power. Gritting her teeth, she managed 50 push-ups before collapsing onto the floor, her arms trembling uncontrollably, and her workout attire soaked in sweat. After a 15-minute rest, she slowly got up, retrieved a human-shaped mannequin from her space, secured it in the center of the living room, and then took out a baseball bat to swing at the mannequin with vigor. Observing Kong Nan's earnest dedication to her workout, Miao Qiqi felt embarrassed to slack off and earnestly began her own training. After completing their training, the two women assisted each other in kneading their meridians, applying medicinal alcohol, and affixing medicated plasters. Given the intensity of their workouts, without adequately loosening their meridians, they would awaken with such soreness that they could barely lift their arms. As days passed, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi dedicated their time at home to physical exercise, cooking, and gardening. During this period, Miao Qiqi also made a phone call to her parents, urging them to safeguard their supplies. At this moment, Miao Jinjiu was filled with regret. He had never anticipated that Miao Qiqi's mention of a meteorological expert was indeed truthful, and that extreme weather would manifest. Fortunately, the provisions Miao Qiqi had procured were substantial enough to stave off hunger, though he feared that once the floods receded, his business would likely incur significant losses. Currently, resources were not critically scarce, as most residents had stocked up at supermarkets before the deluge, allowing them to endure for at least 10 to 8 days. Thus far, Kong Nan had not encountered anyone knocking at her door seeking assistance. Although the residents of the building were not in dire need, Kong Nan and her companions refrained from cooking all day as they had previously. Therefore, during their spare time, they ventured into the tool room to experiment with crafting self-defense weapons, such as smoke bombs, incendiary devices, and pepper spray. Creating these 3 items was not particularly challenging, and the materials were readily available, with instructional videos accessible online. Smoke bombs could be constructed from smoke tablets, fuses, and thick cardboard. Smoke tablets ignite easily, and a mere spark is sufficient to set them ablaze. By neatly arranging the smoke tablets and inserting the fuse among them, and then encasing everything in thick cardboard while leaving a segment of the fuse exposed, one could produce a cloud of smoke within a 10-meter radius upon ignition. The Molotov cocktail was even simpler. One merely needed to pour flammable liquid into a glass bottle and insert a fuse, if a fuse was unavailable. Crumpled paper could serve as a substitute. For reasons unknown, pepper spray was prohibited from sale online, prompting Kong Nan to concoct her own version. She purchased several spray bottles and filled them with pepper solution, which she anticipated would prove effective. Accidentally, some of the pepper solution splashed onto her hand, and soon she felt a searing pain. If it stung her hand so severely, one could only imagine the effect if sprayed into someone else's eyes. Kong Nan made only 30 smoke bombs, as their utility was limited. The Molotov cocktails, however, had broader applications and greater lethality. Thus, she and Miao Qiqi produced approximately 100 of them. Had they not been concerned about the scarcity of gasoline, they would have aimed to create 200. The quantity of pepper spray they produced was modest, primarily because they had purchased a limited amount of peppers, resulting in only 20 bottles, each containing 200 milliliters. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the door. As Kong Nan stepped outside, she pulled out her phone to check the surveillance footage. A middle-aged woman stood outside, her arm adorned with a red cloth bearing some writing, though the details were unclear on the monitor. Kong Nan opened the activity window on the door and inquired, "Hello, whom are you looking for?" "I am a rescue worker sent by the government, here to deliver relief supplies. Please bring your identification to the 3rd floor to collect your provisions. Be swift. We must depart in 40 minutes, the woman stated, proceeding to knock on the door of the adjacent apartment before Kong Nan could respond. Observing her from behind the door, Kong Nan noted that the woman did not seem to be a fraud, prompting her to close the activity window and call for Miao Qiqi to change into appropriate attire before heading out. Upon exiting, they noticed that the other 3 households on the 22nd floor had also emerged. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exchanged smiles with the Xie family and followed them down the stairs. "Is everything all right at home? Has the sewage system backed up?" inquired Xie Yanja, the male head of the household in room 2. Miao Qiqi replied cheerfully, "No, I have a classmate whose home is lower. On the 3rd day of rain, their sewage system backed up. We were concerned that we might experience the same, so we sealed our sewage system in advance." A nearby girl interjected, "You're quite fortunate. The day before yesterday, our toilet overflowed with filthy water, making the entire house reek." My dad took quite some time to seal the sewage. Xie Yangja patted the girl on the shoulder, introducing her. This is my daughter, Ying. Miao Qiqi nodded towards Xie Ying, saying, hello, I am Miao Qiqi, before pulling Kong Nan closer and adding, this is Kong Nan. How old are you? Xie Ying asked. Sister Qiqi, Sister Nan, I am 15 and have just entered high school. Xie Ying was slightly chubby, her cheeks round like a little squirrel that had stolen treat. Having spent 6 years in the apocalypse, Kong Nan refrained from engaging in unnecessary social interactions, leaving Miao Qiqi to act as the diplomat, happily chatting away with Xie Ying. The other two pairs of adults and youths remained silent, serving merely as background figures. The floodwaters had reached the second floor. Although the water level was not excessively deep, the staff preferred not to wade through water while distributing supplies. So they asked the residents to assist in moving the provisions to the third floor. By the time Kong Nan and her companions reached the third floor, most residents had already collected their supplies. This was the disadvantage of residing on the rooftop, the last to receive news and the last to collect provisions. An elderly woman and her husband from room 4 surged forward, squeezing past Kong Nan and her group. They did not mind, as it merely meant waiting an extra minute or two. They were not in danger of being denied supplies. The process for collecting supplies was straightforward. One filled out their name, gender, age, phone number, and identification number. After the staff verified the identification, they would distribute the provisions. The supplies were limited, consisting of a small packet of disinfectant tablets and a bag containing 5 packets of instant noodles. This was meant to last for 2 days, and if the waters had not receded by then, they would return to distribute more supplies. Chapter 18. Fuel Shortage. Kong Nan and her group were the last to collect their supplies. As soon as they finished, the staff promptly began to pack their things to leave. At that moment, the elderly woman from room 4 suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, comrades, why is there no gas cylinder? How are we supposed to boil water and cook without gas?" One of the staff members frowned and replied, "Has your gas run out?" The elderly woman retorted, "It ran out ages ago. For the past 2 days, my husband and I have been subsisting on cold water and cold meals. Then see what you have at home that can be burned. You'll have to endure for a while. I will report this matter, and in a few days, I will bring over some fuel." The staff member explained while continuing to pack. The elderly woman, displeased, obstructed the staff's efforts, insisting, "How can we endure? There is nothing in my home that can be burned. You must send fuel over immediately." The staff member clarified, "Ma'am, fuel cannot simply be given out on demand. We have conducted assessments, and fuel will first be provided to communities with natural gas installations, and only then to those without." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman became visibly agitated, questioning, "Why should our community be at the back of the line? This is discrimination." "Indeed, it is discrimination." The middle-aged woman next to her replied sternly. "The majority of buildings in the city center use natural gas, and they have been without water, electricity, or gas for 4 to 5 days. We must prioritize delivering fuel to them. Your community, which uses gas cylinders, can manage for a few days. For those with exceptional circumstances, we will report to our superiors, and once approved, we will deliver fuel." The floods occurred with great urgency, and the heavens granted them only a few days to prepare. In that brief period, they exerted their utmost efforts to rescue every individual while also salvaging supplies. Fuel, while important, was not as critical as other resources. They had only managed to transport fuel into the city over the past few days. Currently, fuel was in short supply, every box of it accounted for, requiring an application for distribution. Upon hearing the staff's explanation, the elderly woman grew even more obstinate, declaring, "You see, you admit it's discrimination. What is your name? I will file a complaint against you. I will inform your superiors, and we shall see how you continue to work." The middle-aged woman, realizing that further discussion was futile, simply gestured for her colleagues to leave. As they turned to depart, the elderly woman rushed forward to block their exit, and the elderly man who had been watching from the sidelines joined the fray. In the midst of the shoving, the elderly lady abruptly sat down on the ground, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you're hitting me. Is there no law? Bullying an old woman like me with no one to help." The staff member, a middle-aged woman, finally lost her patience. She glanced at the registration form and coldly remarked, "Wang Gilan, Zhang Jianyong, is it? If you continue to create a disturbance, I will report you and revoke your eligibility to receive supplies." Zhang Laotu glared at her with his murky eyes and retorted, "This is an abuse of power. Do you believe I won't report you? You can certainly try to leave this building." The middle-aged woman tossed back, before helping her colleague move items downstairs. Zhang Laotu stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving with anger, while Miao Qiqi, watching from the side, grew concerned that the old man might faint from rage. Kong Nan tugged at her, urging her to move along. Having witnessed the entire scene, Miao Qiqi obediently nodded and followed Kong Nan up the stairs. The arduous climb from the 3rd to the 22nd floor required ascending 19 flights, and despite their commendable stamina, both Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi found it challenging to conquer the ascent in one continuous effort. As they engaged in quiet conversation while slowly making their way up, a dark figure suddenly darted past Miao Qiqi. Reacting instinctively, she lifted her foot to stomp down. Squeak! A large black rat wriggled in a desperate attempt to escape from beneath her foot. Miao Qiqi gasped, "What a massive rat! It could rival a kitten." Kong Nan furrowed her brow, glancing at the rat below. This reminded her of a similar incident in her previous life. Not long after the flood, the creatures that had once dwelled underground, such as rats, cockroaches, centipedes, and other crawling pests, began to ascend. At that time, she and Miao Qiqi were preoccupied with blocking the backflowing sewage and hadn't noticed the influx of cockroaches and rats into their home until one night. She felt something crawling on her body. Upon investigation, she discovered a horde of cockroaches and rats had infiltrated her room. Recalling this, Kong Nan urged, "We need to hurry home and check for any rats or cockroaches that might have entered." She had no desire to relive the experience of being crawled upon by cockroaches in her sleep. Miao Qiqi nodded, forcefully stepping down to crush the rat beneath her foot before hastening up the stairs. Upon returning home, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi immediately inspected all the ventilation points in their residence, spraying insecticide as they went. After this rigorous operation, they indeed managed to drive out a considerable number of cockroaches, but thankfully there were no rats. Noticing that the gaps in the iron mesh of the ventilation openings were too large, Kong Nan retrieved a bundle of fine mesh from her space, cut it to size, and affixed it over the openings. She also scattered some cockroach bait in every corner of the house to feel a bit more at ease. 2 swift days passed, during which the water level rose further, submerging half of the 2nd floor. Rescue personnel, navigating rubber boats, arrived at the 2nd floor corridor windows, instructing individuals to enter through the 2nd floor window and ascend to the 3rd floor to retrieve supplies. During the previous distribution of aid, the workers had already informed everyone in the building of the supply distribution time, so by the time the staff arrived, quite a number of people had gathered on the 3rd floor. Kong Nan set an alarm for 11 a.m., the scheduled time for the distribution. But she and Miao Qiqi only left their apartment at 11:20 to avoid the peak crowd. As they stepped out, they encountered a young couple from room 3 also heading out. They exchanged nods and smiles with Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi before making their way toward the emergency exit. Walking behind them, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi deliberately slowed their pace to maintain a safe distance. As they descended, they spotted a few cockroaches and other crawling insects, and occasionally, a large rat would scurry by. Halfway down, they came across Zhang Laodu and Wang Laotai, who were both panting as they leaned against the stair railing. Upon seeing them, Wang Laotai bent down to lift a piece of coal from the floor, exclaiming, "Oh my, this coal is quite heavy." Miao Qiqi shot her a perplexed glance, while Kong Nan gently pulled her aside to avoid the old lady as they continued their descent. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Miao Qiqi finally understood the implication of Wang Laotai as earlier words. The supplies being distributed this time were the same as the previous days, and Wang Laotai did not genuinely seek help with the coal. She merely wished to flaunt her possession of it. Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "It's just coal. What is there to show off?" She ought to be wary of it being stolen. Chapter 19. The zero-cost purchase of the RV. After returning home with the supplies, Kong Nan took out 2 sets of diving equipment from her space for adjustment. Observing this, Miao Qiqi inquired, "Is a typhoon approaching?" "Approximately. It should arrive within the next couple of days." Kong Nan recalled that in her previous life, the typhoon came about 5 or 6 days after the flood. She planned to wait until the 3rd day of the typhoon to venture out, as the first 2 days would be exceedingly dangerous due to the strong winds. Neither she nor Miao Qiqi had any diving experience, so she intended to practice at home in the meantime. Kong Nan retrieved a small swimming pool, 1.5 meters tall, from her space, filled it with water, and together with Miao Qiqi, donned their diving gear to practice beneath the surface. After 5 or 6 adjustments, they gradually learned to operate the equipment. 2 days later, as the clock approached 11 a.m., many residents of the building had already ascended to the 3rd floor in anticipation of the supply distribution. Wang Laotai and Zhang Laoda from room 4 also went down early to await the supplies, but this time, they found not the anticipated aid, but the howling winds of the typhoon. The typhoon had begun to rage since the previous night, with the howling winds intensifying until the morning. As the rescue boats were deployed, the tempest overturned them. To prevent casualties, rescue operations had to be temporarily suspended. After waiting for half an hour without sight of the staff's boats, the residents, observing the tumultuous weather outside, surmised that there would be no distribution of supplies that day and returned home. Miao Qiqi stood on the balcony, watching the tempest outside, as various items floating in the water were tossed about by the wind, crashing against nearby buildings. She mused, "Thank goodness we replaced the windows, otherwise with winds this fierce, they would surely have shattered." Her concerns were not unfounded. They resided on the 22nd floor, and the original windows were merely thin sheets of glass, framed in old, loose aluminum that could easily be dislodged with a slight push. Suddenly, a trash can from a unit across the way was hurled against a window on the 6th floor by the raging winds, causing the security bars to buckle inward. Miao Qiqi pondered aloud. "We're lucky to be on a higher floor. No matter how fierce the typhoon, it can't blow things up this high." Just as she finished speaking, a piece of metal roofing, its origin unknown, began to soar through the air, spiraling higher and higher. Miao Qiqi's heart raced, and she instinctively shouted, "Kong Nan, a piece of metal is flying up here." Kong Nan sighed in exasperation, pulling her back into the living room. "Don't stand on the balcony. If it flies up, it flies up. We have the security bars to protect us. So there is no need to worry about the windows breaking." The winds continued to intensify, and rain lashed against the windows incessantly, creating a cacophony of sound. The following day, the typhoon was even more violent. The branches that had not yet been completely submerged were snapped by the wind, swirling in the air. Some advertising signs hung precariously, threatening to plunge into the floodwaters at any moment. The sky was ominously dark, resembling night, and one could easily believe it was the apocalypse. Miao Qiqi voiced her concerns. "With the typhoon so fierce today, will we be able to go out tomorrow?" Kong Nan nodded. "We should be able to. The typhoon will gradually lessen by tomorrow. We'll head out in the evening." The typhoon was only expected to last a few days, and they needed to seize the opportunity to salvage supplies within that short window. The next day, the typhoon had indeed diminished significantly, with fewer items being tossed about in the sky, though the winds remained somewhat strong. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi prepared themselves and stealthily descended the stairs at 9 o'clock. During these past few days, the floodwaters had risen considerably, completely submerging the 2nd floor and reaching up to their calves on the 3rd floor. Upon their arrival on the 3rd floor, they discovered that all the residents had vacated their apartments, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. After surveying the surroundings to ensure they were alone, Kong Nan retrieved an inflatable speedboat from her space. As soon as the boat was released, it was nearly swept away by the wind. Kong Nan quickly produced several barrels of purified water to weigh it down, preventing it from being blown away. The two women climbed aboard the speedboat, and under the cover of the rain and wind, they started the motor and swiftly departed the neighborhood. Kong Nan did not head to the nearby supermarket, but instead directed their course towards the vehicle dealership. Their means of transportation were scant, possessing only a single off-road vehicle. If that vehicle were to break down, they would be left without a second option. Therefore, they had agreed prior to setting out to first search for a car. Having already studied the route, they sped along it after leaving the neighborhood, reaching City South largest car dealership street in approximately half an hour. They headed straight for a particular brand RV dealership. Upon arrival, they noted that the water level had risen to the 2nd floor windows of the dealership. Kong Nan first employed night vision goggles to scan the area, confirming it was clear of people before extracting industrial-grade wire cutters from her space. She meticulously cut through the security grills on the windows and then broke in. Once inside, Kong Nan stored the speedboat away and, along with Miao Qiqi, switched on a flashlight to assess the interior. The 2nd floor was designated as the office and lounge area, and they entered the office section. The office door, made of tempered glass, was easily smashed by Kong Nan. After donning their diving gear and underwater lights, they cautiously made their way to the 1st floor. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they were taken aback to find the lobby entirely devoid of vehicles. Realizing a possibility, Kong Nan pointed upwards, and Miao Qiqi immediately understood, nodding in agreement as she followed Kong Nan back to the 2nd floor. Emerging from the water, Kong Nan removed her respirator and remarked, "The vehicles must have been relocated to the upper levels. I've heard that many auto dealerships utilize higher floors specifically for vehicle storage." Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Let's go take a look." They exchanged their diving gear for baseball bats and proceeded toward the safety passage. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they forcefully pried open the door, revealing boxes of parts and crates of motor oil. Observing this, Kong Nan collected everything into her space. The 4th floor housed large components, such as tires and front and rear bumpers, all of which Kong Nan also stored away. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they finally laid eyes on the RVs. These vehicles were impeccably clean, with no dust on their surfaces, likely remnants of the dealership's South Test Drive fleet. Perhaps the owner had moved the vehicles to the 5th floor out of concern for rising floodwaters. The 5th floor displayed a total of 6 RVs, each a different model. Just as Kong Nan was about to claim one, Miao Qiqi interrupted. Wait, let us look for the keys first. Without the keys, claiming all the RVs in the building would be futile. After speaking, Miao Qiqi hurried back to the 2nd floor. Typically, the keys for test drive vehicles are stored in the sales office. Upon locating the sales office, she quickly identified the desks of the warehouse manager and the information clerk. And soon after, she discovered a set of keys in the drawer of the warehouse manager's desk. Chapter 20. The zero-cost acquisition segment of the supermarket. Miao Qiqi tested the keys, inserting the corresponding one into the RV, allowing them to simply drive it away when needed. They then ascended to the 6th floor. The 6th floor continued to showcase RVs, but these had remained untouched since their delivery from the manufacturer, with some parts missing, rendering them temporarily inoperable. Kong Nan stored all of these vehicles in her space as they proceeded to the 7th floor. Much like the 6th, the 7th floor was filled with RVs. And they continued to collect vehicles until they arrived at the 8th floor, the top level, where Kong Nan unloaded the inoperable RVs from her space, stacking them together until the floor was filled. She also placed some automotive parts in the corridor of the 8th floor. With only the 2 of them, possessing such a multitude of vehicles and parts would be of little use. Leaving them in her space would be wasteful, and retrieving them later might attract unwanted attention. Thus, Kong Nan resolved to move all the vehicles and parts to the top floor. Fortuitously, these vehicles and parts remained untouched by the floodwaters, making retrieval by the authorities feasible should they need to be used in the future. In the unfortunate event that they were submerged, having them on the rooftop would facilitate easier cleanup by the government, sparing them the effort of excavating through mud. Kong Nan was not concerned that these resources would be taken by others during the flood, in the absence of knowledge regarding the apocalypse, who would be foolish enough to haul away vehicles and parts that were neither edible nor useful. Their actions were swift, and by the time they completed their tasks, nearly half an hour had passed. After departing from the RV dealership, they proceeded to a specific off-road vehicle brand S dealership, employing the same method to acquire 3 more off-road vehicles before seeking out trucks. By the time they exited the vehicle dealership street, it was already midnight. The 2 women did not dare to delay, increasing their speed towards the nearest supermarket. The wind was fierce, and the rain stung against their skin several times. The speedboat nearly capsized. Kong Nan added more barrels of purified water to the speedboat for added weight and navigated carefully until they reached one of City's large shopping malls. The water level had just reached the entrance of the mall, and they donned their diving gear to submerge beneath the surface. The mall entrance consisted of double doors, an outer rolling shutter, and an inner glass door. Kong Nan retrieved a crowbar and a sledgehammer, and together with Miao Qiqi, they pried open the doors. The rolling shutter was easily breached. Damaging the lock mechanism allowed them to lift it. However, working underwater proved challenging, and they spent about 10 minutes before successfully opening the rolling shutter. After shattering the glass door, they slowly swam inside. The mall's first through 3rd floors formed a circular layout. Upon entering, they ignored the dining areas on either side and ventured deeper into the interior. A few steps in, they stumbled upon a clothing store selling lightweight women's dresses, items of no use to them and unlikely to be of value in trade later. So they continued onward. Suddenly, Miao Qiqi halted Kong Nan and pointed to the left. Kong Nan turned to look and saw a shop offering gold and silver jewelry, recognizable as a well-known brand. The phrase gold is valuable in chaotic times rang true. During the apocalypse, gold retained its status as a hard currency, though its worth had diminished significantly compared to pre-apocalyptic times. Before her demise, 1 pound of gold could be exchanged for 50 pounds of white rice, but after her death, she was uncertain of gold's value. Shaking off her reverie, Kong Nan smashed the door open and entered with Miao Qiqi to gather their spoils. Inside, they found not only gold and silver, but also diamond rings and similar items. In the apocalypse, diamond rings held little value. A 5-carat ring couldn't even be traded for a grain cake, yet Kong Nan nonetheless stored all of them in her space. There were 3 jewelry shops on the 1st floor selling gold. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi thoroughly cleaned them out, while they largely ignored other stores, which mostly offered clothing, bags, shoes, and watches. They selected only a few useful items, some shoes, backpacks, suitcases, and watches, leaving the rest behind. After thoroughly ransacking the 1st floor, they climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was also flooded, but the water level reached only their waists, allowing them to remove their respirators and walk through the water. This floor housed primarily dining establishments and children's entertainment venues, with most shops selling children's goods. After browsing without discovering anything useful, they proceeded directly to the third floor. Upon entering the third floor, Nan and Miao Qiqi removed their diving gear. Half of the third floor was a supermarket, while the other half offered a variety of goods. There were stores selling lingerie, tobacco and alcohol, soft candies, and dry goods. The prices of these items were exceedingly high, and in her previous visits to the mall, Nan had always bypassed them. However, now she could collect these items without spending a single penny. She gathered all the lingerie from the store into her space, including those items that were not suited for her or Miao Qiqi, which could be saved for future trade. After clearing out the store, they made their way to the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, one is greeted by the fresh produce section, where the shelves lay barren, presumably stripped bare by prior customers. Yet restocking has yet to occur. Nan and Miao Qiqi refrained from taking any items from the shelves. Instead, they proceeded to topple them over, crafting an illusion of a looted space. After wreaking a semblance of chaos, they located the warehouse and began to collect supplies by the boxful: 30 boxes of snacks, 50 to 100 crates of beverages, 20 boxes each of various alcoholic beverages, 50 boxes of personal care items, 20 boxes of household essentials, and 30 boxes of condiments. Once their haul was complete, they exited the supermarket with haste. From the outset, Nan had no intention of depleting the supermarket entirely. The sheer volume of supplies would be insurmountable for her and Miao Qiqi to consume in their lifetimes, rendering such an endeavor unnecessary. Moreover, if her conjecture proved correct, as soon as the tempest subsided, the government would dispatch personnel to various supermarkets to salvage resources, which could potentially save countless lives. Having not ventured far, they recalled the presence of 3 pharmacies nearby. The medications were packaged securely, rendering them impervious to water damage. The pharmacies were small, negating the need for both to enter. Nan instructed Miao Qiqi to wait outside while she dived in to gather the medicines. Uncertain if the government would come seeking these supplies, Nan feared waste and thus collected everything into her space, intending to find a way to deliver them to the authorities when the opportunity arose. After exhausting the 3 pharmacies, the clock had already struck past 4 in the morning. It would take approximately an hour to return to their community, a timeline that could extend should they encounter any obstacles. They deliberated and resolved to conclude their endeavors for the evening, setting off in their speedboat toward their residence. The path was deserted, with only the sound of wind and raindrops pattering on the water accompanying them. Nan sped onward, ultimately arriving at the apartment building before 6. After surveying the area to ensure no one was around, she stowed the speedboat away and, together with Miao Qiqi, stealthily returned home. Chapter 21. The Zero-Cost Purchase Saga at the Electronic City. After a night spent braving the rain and navigating through water, Nan immediately retrieved 2 bathing tubs upon returning home, filling them with hot water for both to enjoy a warming mugwort bath to ward off the chill. While soaking, she reviewed the surveillance footage at her doorstep, fast-forwarding at 16 times the normal speed, confirming that no one had approached their door throughout the night before shutting down the computer. Miao Qiqi turned her head and inquired, "Where shall we go tonight?" Nan pondered for a moment before responding, "To the Electronic City and the wholesale market. Our household appliances are rather limited, primarily brought over from the Xinhuan community." While the supermarket did offer some electronics, the selection was scant and incomplete. Since I must make a trip to the Electronic City regardless, I opted not to collect any home appliances. Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, recalling, by the way, "I noticed a nearby store brimming with oddly shaped stones while at the car dealership today. Let us make sure to collect those tomorrow as we pass by the Electronic City." Nan acknowledged her suggestion, understanding Miao Qiqi's intent. These large stones could later serve as weapons. If they were ever besieged, she could unleash them from her space to strike their adversaries. After their bath, they enjoyed a warm meal before succumbing to slumber. Around 4 in the afternoon, Nan slowly awoke. After tidying up and ensuring the oxygen tanks were properly filled, she activated the treadmill for a run. Not long after, Miao Qiqi also rose, quickly freshening up before expressing her excitement. "Nan, show me the gold chains and bracelets you collected yesterday. I want to indulge a little." Nan rolled her eyes in exasperation, insisting, "Let me finish my workout first." With a huff, Miao Qiqi complied and joined her on the treadmill. After their exercise, which extended into the evening, they enjoyed a light meal in the living room, playing with some jewelry while organizing the supplies they had gathered the previous day. By around 9, they prepared to venture out again. Just before closing the door, Nan had a thought. She plucked a few strands of her hair and placed them in the door's crevice before quietly descending the stairs with Miao Qiqi. The water level had risen slightly compared to the previous day, reaching knee-deep by the 3rd floor. Nan swiftly retrieved the speedboat, although the wind and rain had diminished. There remained a risk of capsizing. She had preemptively loaded the boat with over 20 barrels of purified water to ensure stability. They sped along, passing the car dealership, where Kong Nan submerged herself to collect all the stones from the shop Miao Qiqi had mentioned. Upon reaching the electronic city, they ascended directly to the third floor. The appliances on the first and second floors had been inundated, but fortunately, the third floor still housed a considerable array of electronics, including some high-end items. Miao Qiqi scanned the area and remarked, "I'll look for smaller appliances. You focus on the larger items." She pointed to an impressive massage chair nearby, adding, "Don't forget to grab several of those. I want to experience the luxurious life." Kong Nan chuckled and nodded. She began collecting essential appliances for their home, such as a washer-dryer combo, a heat pump air conditioner, a large double-door refrigerator, a freezer, an air circulator, an electric water heater, and a vacuum cleaner, all in quantities of 20 to ensure they would never lack for appliances. Miao Qiqi also found a variety of small appliances, including a blender, rice cooker, electric grill, robotic vacuum, steamer, oven, dehumidifier, electric kettle, and circulating fan, collecting 30 of each, as they occupied little space and were prone to breakage. As Kong Nan gathered her items, Miao Qiqi muttered, "It's unfortunate that this place only sells home appliances. There are no computers or tablets. What if our devices break down? We'll have no backups." Once she finished collecting the appliances, Kong Nan replied, "Repair shops for computers and electronics are typically located on the ground floor of malls or at roadside stalls. Even if there were computers, they would likely have been water damaged." Just as she spoke, Miao Qiqi interjected eagerly, "I know a place. There's a shop on the third floor. Tonight we might find some computers or tablets that haven't been soaked." Kong Nan narrowed her eyes at her. "Don't look at me like that. In a sense, these electronic products are essential supplies." Miao Qiqi defended herself, feeling slightly guilty. Her interest was genuinely piqued by a newly released phone from a certain brand priced at over 10,000 yuan. Kong Nan sighed, conceding after visiting the wholesale market. "We'll head to the shooting club. If we have time afterward, we can look for computers." Miao Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she formed a heart shape with her hands for Kong Nan. The wholesale market's highest floor reached only 3 stories, with most shops submerged. The grain store where Kong Nan had previously purchased rice and flour was entirely flooded. Most of the items in the wholesale market were already in Kong Nan's space, either from her prior purchases or from the zero-cost shopping spree at the supermarket last night. Her purpose for visiting the wholesale market was not to salvage rice or flour, but to locate a specific shop. Earlier, she had spotted a small store selling hunting equipment, stocked with various traps, cages, and hunting gear. Relying on her memory, Kong Nan navigated to the store's location, donned her diving gear, and leaped into the water. Upon opening the door, a smile crept across her face as she beheld a wealth of hunting supplies, crossbows, traps, snares, and invisible nets. It was remarkable that the owner had the audacity to openly sell these contraband items. The store had been in operation for several years, perhaps exemplifying the saying that great concealment resides in plain sight. After all this time, it had yet to be discovered. Kong Nan collected all the hunting equipment into her space and noticed a small room at the back. With a swift kick, she forced the door open. It appeared to be the owner's resting quarters, and a quick search yielded some remarkable finds. 5 hunting rifles, complete with ammunition. The shotguns were all antiquated models, approximately 15 meters in length, with wooden stocks and spherical steel pellets as ammunition. While their lethality was modest, they sufficed for deterring adversaries. Kong Nan stowed 5 shotguns into her spatial storage and, feeling immensely satisfied, departed from the shop. Just as she contemplated resurfacing, she spotted a fishing tackle store not far off. Recognizing the utility of such items in the future, she swam towards the establishment. When Kong Nan finally resurfaced, more than 20 minutes had elapsed, and her spatial storage now contained a plethora of fishing gear. At this juncture, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Kong Nan climbed aboard the speedboat, and Miao Qiqi promptly steered them towards the shooting club. Chapter 22. The Zero-Cost Purchase Shooting Club. The shooting club was situated within a department store in the new district. The new district lacked inhabitants, as most people were accustomed to living in the old district, where amenities such as hospitals and schools were scarce. Although referred to as a department store, the establishment had few operational shops. Nevertheless, the new district boasted appealing scenery, with no less than 5 parks, and many would frequent this area during their leisure time. Thus, a shooting club was established within the department store, attracting a considerable number of young patrons. After over 40 minutes navigating the speedboat, Miao Qiqi arrived at the department store. The building consisted of 8 floors, with the shooting club located on the 6th. Upon entering the department store, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi ascended directly to the 6th floor. Apart from authentic firearm experiences, the shooting club offered various activities, including VR games, archery, billiards, and darts. After exerting considerable effort to unlock the club's doors, they were greeted by the VR area to their left and the billiard section adjacent to it. Miao Qiqi expressed interest in exploring the VR section, but Kong Nan insisted they proceed to the shooting area. The club boasted a diverse arsenal, including air guns, handguns, and rifles. However, accessing the live fire experience required overcoming several hurdles. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi spent nearly an hour breaching 3 layers of security before finally entering the live fire experience area. Once inside, the duo searched high and low, but they found not a single firearm, let alone ammunition. Miao Qiqi, feeling somewhat disheartened, inquired, "Have the staff taken all the guns?" Kong Nan shook her head, maintaining a stoic demeanor, uncertain herself. It was rumored that the staff comprised retired military personnel, who might have moved the firearms prior to the flooding for security reasons. Gritting her teeth, Kong Nan suggested, "Let us search a bit more. Perhaps there is a warehouse where the guns are concealed." They had already invested considerable time here, and it would be quite a loss if they left empty-handed. "Found it. It must be in there," Miao Qiqi exclaimed with delight. Kong Nan hurried over to discover an enormous safe. Miao Qiqi, somewhat frustrated, remarked, "Even if we found it, how do we open such a sturdy thing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Nan produced a large diesel cutting machine from her spatial storage, switched it on, and pressed it against the safe. Sparks flew as she labored for nearly half an hour before finally prying the safe open. Inside were numerous small boxes, each secure with a lock. Casual in her approach, Kong Nan selected one box, cut off the lock, and upon opening it, found a sports handgun nestled within. The trigger still adorned with a small chain. Confirming the contents were indeed a handgun, Kong Nan proceeded to stow all the boxes from the safe into her spatial storage. By now, it was past 4 in the morning. After securing the boxes, they swiftly departed to retrieve the computer that Miao Qiqi had mentioned. The shop in question was a renowned brand's exclusive outlet, offering a comprehensive range of products including tablets, computers, smartphones, watches, headphones, and neck-mounted cooling fans. Kong Nan did not linger to choose, but hastily collected the items from the storage before exiting. Having reached around 5 o'clock in the morning, they realized that if they delayed any longer, the residents of the neighborhood would soon awaken. Kong Nan accelerated, propelling them swiftly back to the community. Upon nearing the vicinity of their residence, the clock read approximately 6:20 in the morning. Finding a concealed spot outside the community, Kong Nan stored the speedboat away and then donned casual attire to swim towards home. Once inside, they discovered they were both pale and shivering from the cold. Kong Nan retrieved 2 bowls of hot soup from her spatial storage, and after they each consumed a bowl, they felt somewhat revitalized. After a long night's toil, both were utterly fatigued and, after washing up, retired for rest. Exhausted from the night's endeavors, Kong Nan did not awaken until after 7 in the evening. After freshening up, she proceeded to the treadmill for a workout. Miao Qiqi emerged from the kitchen, saying, "Kong Nan, could you fetch some brown sugar and ginger? I'm going to brew some ginger tea." Kong Nan did not respond verbally, but casually tossed a large bag of brown sugar and ginger onto the floor beside her. Miao Qiqi busily entered the kitchen, and after about half an hour, she emerged, activated the treadmill that Kong Nan had just turned off, and began her own exercise routine. Since they had risen late and left home even later, it was nearly 10 o'clock by the time they stepped outside. Their objective for the evening was to procure gasoline, as their spatial storage contained only a limited supply. They needed to stockpile a sufficient amount to ensure their regular usage. Miao Qiqi had been refueling frequently during this period and was well acquainted with the gas stations in City S. She piloted the speedboat and quickly arrived at one such gas station. However, conventional gas stations did not offer fuel in barrels, and Kong Nan had never considered extracting gasoline from the pumps. There was no electricity underwater, rendering the equipment unusable. Her visit to the gas station was solely to ascertain whether there were any fuel trucks that had not yet managed to transfer their contents into the underground tanks. Storing an entire fuel truck in her spatial storage would be far more convenient than struggling to siphon gasoline from the underground tanks. After circling the city several times without encountering any fuel trucks, Miao Qiqi reluctantly decided to head towards the gas stations on the outskirts. "Look over there, Kong Nan. What is that floating on the water?" Miao Qiqi pointed into the distance. Kong Nan squinted, noticing what appeared to be a white mass drifting on the water surface. "Let us go check it out." Miao Qiqi nodded, steering the speedboat towards the mysterious area. As they approached, Miao Qiqi could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! It's a herd of pigs." Approximately 30 to 40 fat pigs were floating on the water, all seemingly alive but in poor condition, barely moving as they drifted. Kong Nan shared her astonishment, surmising that these pigs were likely en route to a slaughterhouse, but had escaped from their transport due to unforeseen circumstances during the flood. Miao Qiqi, wide-eyed, asked, "What do we do now?" "What do you mean, what do we do? With so many pigs, we must catch them all," Kong Nan declared, retrieving a large net from her spatial storage. The pigs, in a state of weakness from prolonged hunger and submersion, showed little inclination to flee. If they did not act now, they would surely perish in the water within days. It was better to harvest them now and store them away. Miao Qiqi maneuvered the speedboat closer to the herd, and the pigs, lacking strength, did not attempt to escape. Kong Nan swiftly captured one pig in the net, pulling it closer before swiftly slashing its neck with a knife. Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding water crimson. The fat pig writhed and screamed, causing the others nearby to become agitated and attempt to flee. Noticing that the pigs were not swimming swiftly, Miao Qiqi refrained from chasing them with the boat, instead assisting Kong Nan with the captured pig in the net. After dispatching the pig in the net, Miao Qiqi piloted the speedboat to pursue the nearby group of pigs that had not strayed far. Chapter 23. The Zero-Cost Purchase Fuel. After over 2 hours of effort, the two women managed to capture and eliminate more than 30 pigs, stowing them away in their spatial storage. By this time, they were completely soaked, and Miao Qiqi wiped the rain from her face, saying, "Kong Nan, should we still look for the fuel truck?" Hearing this, Kong Nan retrieved a watch from her spatial pocket and glanced at it. It was just past 2 o'clock, approaching 3. "Let's search a bit longer. But in an hour, regardless of whether we find anything, we must return," she suggested. Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, maneuvering the speedboat towards the nearest gas station. After visiting 3 gas stations in succession, they finally discovered a fuel truck brimming with gasoline. These 2 fuel trucks were not stationed at the gas stations, but rather perched on a hillside behind them. The drivers of the trucks must have foreseen the impending flood and wisely parked their vehicles on higher ground. Thanks to Miao Qiqi's keen eyes, who spotted the exposed front of the fuel truck on the hillside, they did not miss this golden opportunity. Kong Nan swiftly stored both fuel trucks within her spatial pocket before steering the speedboat back toward their neighborhood. The gas station they had visited was rather distant from their residential area, and it took them over an hour to return. After taking a shower, Miao Qiqi emerged, casually grabbing a cup of ginger tea from the table, sipping it as she strolled towards the balcony. The wind had lessened significantly today. Surely, the rescue personnel would be able to commence their operations. Kong Nan could not recall how long it had taken for the rescuers to appear in her previous life. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "We'll venture out once more tonight, but we want to go out tomorrow." She intended to gather some construction materials and, if luck allowed, search for gas canisters. Although their home was stocked with fuel, coal, and wood, none were as convenient as gas canisters. Most construction supply stores were located in the suburbs or in remote, expansive areas, allowing them to avoid the rescue teams as they headed towards the outskirts. Although they returned earlier than usual, they felt significantly more fatigued. Anyone would be exhausted after hunting down over 30 pigs in a single night. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi hastily consumed some breakfast before seeking to catch up on sleep. They both awakened around 5 in the afternoon. While Kong Nan washed up in the bathroom, Miao Qiqi stood on the balcony, observing the tempest outside. The rainfall seemed to have diminished slightly. Previously, one could see a dense curtain of rain from the balcony, but now the curtain appeared somewhat translucent. Just as Miao Qiqi was admiring the rain, she noticed someone across the building opening a window and discarding something outside. Her expression soured instantly. Fortunately, they had switched to cat litter, for had they used a portable toilet and emptied it out the window, it could have splashed back onto their hands. The mere thought of it made her feel nauseated. Suddenly, she recalled the previous day when she and Kong Nan had swum back to their building in their regular clothes. A shiver ran down her spine as she dashed to the bathroom, pounding on the door. "Kong Nan, are you done? I want a shower." Kong Nan opened the door, perplexed. What is the rush to shower right after waking up? Miao Qiqi, with a woeful expression, replied, "I just saw someone dumping excrement outside. We swam back in our own clothes yesterday." Kong Nan chuckled lightly. "What is the big deal? The area where we caught the pigs last night probably has pig droppings scattered about. Moreover, we might encounter water contaminated with decaying bodies in the future." Decaying bodies? Miao Qiqi felt her stomach churn at the thought. If she, who lacked a cleanliness obsession, felt this way, what of those who did? Kong Nan reassured her with a comforting pat on the shoulder. "Don't dwell on it too much. With the rain pouring so heavily, the excrement and contaminated water will be washed away soon." Miao Qiqi sighed. The apocalypse was truly uninhabitable, it was only just beginning. Regardless of Miao Qiqi's distaste, they had to venture out when the time came. As Kong Nan closed the door, she still managed to pull out 2 strands of hair and place them atop. The water level had risen again in the past 2 days, reaching waist height on the 3rd floor. If this continued, the 3rd floor would likely be completely submerged in a couple of days. With the current water level, it would be difficult for them to climb up once the speedboat was released. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi first swam out of the building before retrieving the speedboat. Once they were aboard, they headed straight for the construction supply street. The street was somewhat distant from their neighborhood, taking them about an hour to arrive, during which they encountered no rescue personnel. Most of the buildings along the construction supply street were 2 stories high and had already been entirely inundated. Fortunately, most construction materials were waterproof. Kong Nan donned her diving gear and gradually sank beneath the water. This street was lined with stores selling construction supplies, lighting fixtures, wall paints, doors and windows, furniture, tiles, and hardware stores among them. Upon entering a shop specializing in doors and windows, she found an array of high-end doors, all with keys left in their locks. There were few windows, only some displayed as samples. Kong Nan collected every door with a key and gathered all the windows into her spatial pocket. Next, she proceeded to a hardware store. The store was well stocked with everything from large pipes and chimneys to small screws. Without concern for whether she would need them, Kong Nan stored everything she could find in her spatial pocket. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. It was a long-forgotten sensation, and gritting her teeth, Kong Nan swiftly swam towards the exit. The pain intensified, her breathing quickened, and the respirator almost slipped from her mouth. In her panic, she inhaled water. Struggling against the pain in her head and the choking, she found it increasingly difficult to think as the pain seemed to spread, evolving from a headache to a pervasive ache throughout her body. Just as Kong Nan felt she might succumb to the pain or drown, a figure swam towards her. Miao Qiqi grasped her hand firmly and hastily propelled them both toward the surface. In moments, they emerged together, with Miao Qiqi wrapping her arms around Kong Nan and shouting, "Kong Nan, can you hear me?" Kong Nan attempted to respond, but her throat felt as though it were obstructed. She shook her head with her eyes closed, signaling that she was all right. Seeing Kong Nan could still respond brought a sigh of relief to Miao Qiqi, who then pulled her toward the speedboat. With considerable effort, Miao Qiqi managed to push Kong Nan onto the speedboat before slowly climbing aboard herself. Kong Nan's complexion was ashen, her body curled up tightly. Miao Qiqi leaned close to her ear, asking Kong Nan what's wrong. "Are you injured?" After a brief pause, Kong Nan whispered, "I'm fine. Just let me lie down for a while, just 10 minutes. Miao Qiqi, feeling anxious, glanced around and clenched her teeth, declaring, 10 minutes. If you're still like this after 10 minutes, I'll steer the boat back to the neighborhood." Miao Qiqi cradled Kong Nan in her arms, silently counting down the seconds while patiently waiting for the 10 minutes to pass. She longed to head back immediately, but doing so might expose their possession of the speedboat. While revealing the speedboat might be manageable, exposing Kong Nan's spatial abilities was a far greater concern. Chapter 24, Anonymously Informed Again. After what felt like an eternity, just as Miao Qiqi prepared to rise and operate the speedboat, Kong Nan sat up. Her head still throbbed, but the pain was far more manageable than before. "I'm fine. I panicked when my spatial pocket unexpectedly upgraded, and for a moment, I lost my respirator," she explained. Miao Qiqi touched her forehead. Concern etched on her face. "Are you truly all right? Your complexion still appears quite pale." In this darkness, illuminated by light, everyone's face looks pale, Kong Nan replied, dismissing her concern. "My spatial pocket has expanded. No, that's not right. It seems I can now store an unlimited amount of items." Her spatial pocket, lacking a definitive shape, relied solely on her consciousness to gauge its dimensions. Now, when she perceived it, the space felt boundless, as though it could accommodate anything. Miao Qiqi posed a crucial question. "Can you store living creatures in it?" Kong Nan shook her head. "That shouldn't be possible. My spatial pocket doesn't have a distinct shape. Anything stored floats in darkness, and there's no place for living beings to stand." Kong Nan, more than Miao Qiqi, wished her spatial pocket could contain living creatures, for in moments of peril, both she and Miao Qiqi could seek refuge within it. Alas, that was unattainable. Her spatial pocket was akin to a rift torn from the air, with her being merely the one capable of casting items into it. Kong Nan suspected that the inability to store living beings was due to the absence of oxygen within the pocket. Even if a living creature were to enter, it would suffocate. Returning her thoughts to the task at hand, Kong Nan once again donned her diving equipment. Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you really going back into the water?" Kong Nan nodded, stating that after tonight, they could no longer recklessly scavenge for supplies. Time was of the essence. Miao Qiqi wished to volunteer herself for the task, yet she lacked the means. You should take a rope, tie it around your waist. If anything goes awry, just tug on the rope, she suggested. Kong Nan pondered for a moment, deeming the plan acceptable. She produced a climbing rope from her space, securing one end around her waist and handing the other to Miao Qiqi. Once submerged again, Kong Nan located a store selling waterproof materials, an invaluable find. She collected all the waterproof supplies into her space. After the upgrade, Kong Nan felt a newfound ease in retrieving items, as if the previous weight of restraint had been lifted, allowing her to gather freely without discomfort. After securing the waterproof materials, Kong Nan proceeded to a furniture store. The furnishings were modest, and after a thorough search, she selected only 2 sets of solid wood furniture, rejecting the rest. Having spent over 2 hours in the building materials district, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi finally departed. It was still early, and they reviewed the map they had previously scouted, locating 3 gas supply stores. They headed directly to the nearest one. Even when submerged, the gas canisters remained operational, and in this particular store, they found only about a dozen usable canisters. After deliberation, they decided to visit another store before returning home. This second store, closer to the city center, proved to be larger, and Kong Nan discovered over 30 gas canisters. If used judiciously, these could last them 3 to 5 years. Once they had gathered the canisters, Miao Qiqi navigated the inflatable boat back to their community. Halfway there, Kong Nan spotted a kayak in the distance. Miao Qiqi noticed it too and immediately steered the boat into a nearby alley. Upon entering, Kong Nan instructed Miao Qiqi to halt. "What is the matter?" Miao Qiqi asked. Puzzled, Kong Nan retrieved a new phone, powered it on, and opened a notes app, meticulously documenting the calamities of the apocalypse before sealing it in a plastic bag. "I'll swim over and deliver this to the kayak." "Wait here," Kong Nan said as she donned her diving gear. "Didn't we already send an anonymous letter last time? Why send again?" Miao Qiqi expressed her reluctance, apprehensive about the dangers of swimming over with the phone. "If they overlooked the previous letter, we must try again. If they remain indifferent, then we shall leave the rest to fate," Kong Nan replied before plunging into the water, leaving Miao Qiqi to wait patiently in the boat. To avoid detection, Kong Nan refrained from using a flashlight. After swimming a short distance, she cautiously surfaced to gauge the position of the kayak. It was moored beside a pharmaceutical company, with several other kayaks nearby, previously obscured from their view. As Kong Nan approached, she noticed a figure standing on one of the kayaks, presumably a guard. Uncertain if they had been seen, it seemed prudent to refrain from using their inflatable boat for the time being. Once at the outermost kayak, Kong Nan slowly surfaced, discreetly raised her hand, and tossed the phone into the kayak. Completing her task, she swiftly submerged and swam back towards the alley. Upon her return, Miao Qiqi pulled her onto the inflatable boat, inquiring what happened. "Were you discovered?" Kong Nan shook her head, uncertain, but advised we should avoid using the inflatable boat for now. Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, starting the motor as they left the alleyway. Meanwhile, the staff member on the kayak turned towards the alley, having just heard the sound of the motor. He scanned the area for some time, but, seeing no one, shook his head, dismissing it as a mistake. Shortly thereafter, colleagues emerged from the pharmaceutical company, transporting boxes of medications onto the kayak. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Whose phone is this?" The others glanced at it, shaking their heads. Given the prolonged power outage, the phone had long been drained. A dead phone seemed of little use. However, upon inspecting it, the individual discovered it was still powered on. Curiosity piqued. He unlocked the screen to find Kong Nan's notes detailing the apocalyptic disasters. He stood frozen, increasingly alarmed by the contents. If what was written in the phone was accurate. Then, snapping back to reality, his expression turned grave. "I must report this to the team leader." "How Gu? May I return with the supplies?" The middle-aged man, referred to as How Gu, casually nodded, as the kayak would need to be returned regardless of who transported it. After receiving permission, the individual swiftly took up the paddle and rowed towards headquarters. Chapter 25, Exchange of Supplies. The sky roiled with dark clouds, and torrential raindrops plummeted into the waters, rendering City S akin to a city afloat. The mayor of City S, utilizing a satellite phone, reached out to the provincial governor and headquarters, requesting the evacuation of the City S over 3 million residents. The response received, however, was that the entire globe was facing disaster. The ominous clouds enveloping the planet rendered it perpetually drenched. At that moment, a phone was delivered to the mayor. With a perplexed expression, he accepted it. But upon viewing the contents, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He paced restlessly in his office, brow furrowed, before declaring, immediately organize personnel to distribute supplies, and while doing so, instruct all citizens to salvage whatever they can from the depths. In half a month, we will cease supply distributions. Should citizens desire supplies, they must exchange items they have salvaged. A middle-aged man nearby hesitated, questioning whether this approach might incite conflict among citizens vying for resources. This is the best course of action, the mayor asserted firmly. If the disasters, as described in the phone, come to pass, we must exhaust all means to amass sufficient supplies to withstand future calamities. Now, dispatch this directive immediately. I expect to see your detailed plan by tomorrow morning. Kong Nan was unaware that the anonymous phone she had sent would reach the mayor so swiftly. After returning home with Miao Qiqi, she took a brief moment to freshen up before retiring for the night. Awakened around 2 in the afternoon by a knock at the door, Kong Nan rubbed her eyes, checking the surveillance on her phone as she approached the entrance. The monitor revealed a young man outside, a familiar face from the last supply distribution. She opened the activity window, and the young man informed her, supplies are being distributed on the 4th floor. Hurry down and remember to bring your ID. Kong Nan nodded in acknowledgement, closing the window before waking Miao Qiqi to change her clothes and head out. Residents of the 22nd floor gathered once more, and upon seeing the other 3 households present, Old Lady Wang eagerly urged her husband to enter the safety passage first. Xie Yangjia's wife, Huang Xiaoman, chuckled. Those old folks are surprisingly spry, not a care for potential falls. Xie Yangjia muttered, perhaps they've run out of supplies at home and are eager to collect more. Given that 5 or 6 days had passed since the last distribution, it was plausible they had exhausted their provisions. Xiangying rolled her eyes, retorting, Dad, don't worry. Even if our supplies run out, they surely won't be left wanting. She recalled witnessing the elderly couple hiring someone to help them transport rice. A package weighs no less than 50 pounds, and they have moved over a dozen bags. Moreover, after the work was done, the old lady hesitated to pay, and after a prolonged argument, she finally handed over 50 yuan. Xie Yangjia found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Miao Qiqi and inquired, Little Miao, have you and Little Kong been all right at home these past few days? Miao Qiqi shook her head and replied with a smile, we're fine. Before the flood, we bought some instant noodles and biscuits. Upon hearing this, Xie Yangjia furrowed his brow. Why are you subsisting on junk food? Consuming such things excessively is detrimental to your health. Don't you have any rice or flour at home? If not, come over to my house for a meal. Miao Qiqi politely declined. No, thank you. We don't eat that often. We still have some rice and occasionally cook it. Xie Yangjia nodded. All right then. If you run out of food, remember to come to Uncle's house. As they chatted while walking, they soon arrived at the 4th floor. This time, the distributed supplies included a small box of coal. When collecting the supplies, the staff directed their attention to a nearby cardboard sign, which stated that in half a month, no further supplies would be distributed. To obtain supplies, residents could dive into the water to salvage useful items for exchange at trading points. The locations of these trading points had yet to be determined, but they would be distributed according to regions. Kong Nan, upon seeing this announcement, realized that those in charge had noticed the anonymous phone she had sent. In her previous life, such an announcement had never existed. Perhaps the authorities believed that this disaster would soon pass, and since the belongings in the city belonged to the common people, they adhered to the principle of not taking anything from them, only requisitioning a few supermarkets initially without any salvage operations for supplies. By the time they did start salvaging later, many supplies had been submerged in the flood, and most ground floor shops were buried under various debris. The items they could salvage were few and often damaged or unusable. The announcement sparked dissatisfaction among many residents. With torrential rain outside and floodwaters everywhere, they lacked the equipment to venture out and salvage supplies. A crowd gathered, demanding answers from the staff. The staff patiently explained, we have received information that currently, the entire globe is engulfed in heavy rain and floods. No one can save us. We can only rely on ourselves. Our number of kayaks is limited. We must use them to transport supplies and rescue those trapped in the water, so we truly cannot distribute kayaks to everyone, perhaps instructed by those above. The staff remained unfazed by the crowd's harsh words, continuing to provide detailed explanations. Please don't be so upset. Consider it from a different perspective. If you manage to salvage more supplies, you can exchange for more food to take home, alleviating your worries about hunger in the short term. Isn't that better? No kayak? That's all right. Can a living person die from holding in their urine? You can simply piece together wood from your home to construct a rudimentary raft. The staff earnestly persuaded, and after Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi collected their supplies, they quietly departed. At that moment, a young couple approached them. Hello. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi turned around, and the girl shyly introduced herself. I'm Yang Suiyu, and this is my boyfriend, Lin Yasheng. Miao Qiqi puzzled asked, is there something you need? Yang Suiyu glanced at her boyfriend and said, did you see the announcement just now? My boyfriend and I would like to team up with you to search for supplies. Miao Qiqi looked at Kong Nan, who frowned and responded, why would you want to collaborate with us? Normally, people would choose partners like Xie Yanja or other strong young men. Why would you come to us, two women? Lin Yasheng interjected, you are quite clever, and your stamina seems commendable. To have purchased compressed biscuits before the flood and preemptively blocked the sewers is no mere coincidence. And the fact that you two can ascend several flights of stairs with little exertion indicates your physical capability. Kong Nan raised an eyebrow, addressing them. That is acceptable, but only if you can provide a means of transportation. Otherwise, it's all mere talk. After Kong Nan and her companions reached an agreement with Lin Yasheng to collaborate on salvaging supplies, they returned home for some much-needed rest. At around 5 in the afternoon, Kong Nan was jolted awake by a vigorous knocking at the door. Groggy, she reached for her phone on the bedside table and activated the surveillance camera. In the corridor stood 3 unfamiliar individuals, seemingly a family of 3. The one knocking was a middle-aged man, who banged forcefully on the iron door of room 4. Before long, the door swung open, and Wang Lao Tai and Zhang Laodo greeted the family with warm smiles, restoring tranquility to the corridor. Kong Nan rubbed her eyes and got up to wash her face. As she exited the bathroom, she heard commotion in the corridor. Confused, she once again checked the surveillance. The door to room 4 was ajar, and it appeared the occupants were cleaning, sweeping their household garbage out into the hallway. Meanwhile, residents from the same floor, Xie's family and the young couple from room 3, emerged for some unknown reason, seemingly in a heated argument with the people from room 4. Kong Nan frowned and stepped out to inquire, what is going on? Xie Yingying greeted Kong Nan and said, the people from room 4 are absolutely disgusting, sweeping their garbage and excrement into the hallway. Kong Nan turned her head to see a pile of rubbish and some yellowish-white substances at the entrance of room 4. Huang Xiaoman, Xie Yingying's mother, was arguing with the occupants of room 4, while Xie Yanja tried to coax her to quiet down. The young couple from room 3 wore expressions of indifference as they observed the scene. What the occupants of room 4 were doing was indeed repulsive. Kong Nan had encountered many such people in her previous life. Back then, she was indifferent, having grown accustomed to the stench that surrounded her, thus unfazed by the yellowish-white substances in the corridor. So what if I sweep my garbage into the hallway? I bought this apartment, and this hallway is part of my home. What is it to you if I put my rubbish here? The coarse voice of Zhang Laoda echoed in the corridor, infuriating Huang Xiaoman. Can't you exhibit a little decency? This is a corridor, a public space. If you sweep these things out here, how are we supposed to pass? Wang Lao Tai rolled her eyes and retorted, if you can't pass, then stay inside and wait to die. What are you being so dramatic about at a time like this? Huang Xiaoman was so enraged she started to laugh, pointing at Wang Lao Tai and gritting her teeth. Fine. I'm the one being dramatic, am I? If I see this pile of rubbish in the corridor again tomorrow, you can forget about stepping outside. She added ominously, don't doubt me. I have a welding gun at home. If this mess isn't cleaned up by tomorrow morning, I'll weld your door shut and see who ends up waiting to die inside. After saying this, she forcefully shoved her husband aside and stormed back into her home. Wang Lao Tai scoffed dismissively. So what if you have a welding gun? There's no electricity now. Who are you trying to scare? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yasheng calmly interjected, a high-temperature gas welding gun can be used with gas. I have one at home as well, and the seller even gave me plenty of aluminum wire. His implication was clear. If the corridor remained uncleaned, he too would seal room 4 shut. Wang Lao Tai appeared somewhat skeptical, and just then, a middle-aged woman stepped in to mediate. Young man, it's not that we don't want to clean. The sewer in our home has been overflowing. If we don't sweep this stuff into the hallway, where else can we put it? Xie Yingying scoffed. Can't you just throw it out the window? Why must you dump it in the hallway to disgust everyone? The middle-aged woman found herself in an awkward position and smiled. The young lady has a point. And he just moved in and was a bit flustered, forgetting that it's now acceptable to dispose of garbage outside, unlike before when throwing things from heights was prohibited. Facing the middle-aged woman's condescending tone, Xie Yingying rolled her eyes and walked straight back home. Xie Yanja forced a smile and said, the child doesn't understand. However, leaving garbage in the hallway is indeed inappropriate. If possible, please clean it up. The middle-aged woman remained silent. While your wife was about to seal my front door with welding, what else could she do if she refused to clean up? Upon witnessing the occupants of room 4 beginning to tidy the corridor, Kong Nan quietly returned home. Once there, she engaged in her customary hour of exercise before setting about preparing the evening meal. By the time Miao Qiqi awoke, Kong Nan had already completed the cooking. Stretching lazily, Miao Qiqi remarked, It's been ages since I've woken up naturally. Are we going out to salvage supplies tomorrow? Kong Nan nodded, acknowledging that while the water levels were still manageable, they should gather as much as possible. Although they were not currently lacking in provisions, it was prudent to maintain appearances. Otherwise, in a fortnight, their inability to exchange supplies for food would undoubtedly raise suspicions. She dared not reveal the existence of her space, as she could not trust anyone beyond Miao Qiqi, not even her own parents. Reflecting on her parents cast a shadow over Kong Nan's gaze. In her previous life, as rescue efforts began to stabilize, the government had requested citizens to provide family information, hoping to reunite those separated by the disaster. By some twist of fate, she had inscribed her parents' names, leading to their eventual discovery of her whereabouts and their subsequent move-in with her. At that time, her parents lavished her with affection, making her mistakenly believe that the familial bond she yearned for had finally been realized. It is often said that those enmeshed in their own dilemmas are blind to the truth, and Miao Qiqi discerned the exploitation by her parents, advising her to distance herself from them, a recommendation that nearly severed their friendship. It was only when her parents sold her out to a rotund man for a morsel of food that Kong Nan extricated herself from the mire of false kinship. That was also the first time she took a life. She killed the man and dragged his body home, leaving her parents horrified and fleeing. From that point on, only Miao Qiqi remained in her life. If she could not trust her own parents, how could she possibly disclose the secret of her space to the government? After dinner, Kong Nan retrieved a double inflatable water mattress from her space. Once inflated, she produced several thin wooden boards from the same realm. Measuring the dimensions of the mattress with Miao Qiqi, they crafted a protective cover from the boards to prevent any sharp objects from puncturing the mattress. For added precaution, Miao Qiqi wrapped the mattress in layers of insulating tape, enhancing its durability. Meanwhile, Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu were also busy constructing their means of transportation. Though they possessed limited wooden boards, they had an abundance of barrels and plastic bottles. Lin Yasheng dismantled the wooden slats from a single bed, binding the plastic bottles and barrels beneath and around the boards with clear tape to augment buoyancy. Once all available plastic containers were secured, Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu hoisted the makeshift raft to the 4th floor to test its seaworthiness. Chapter 27. Resolving Transportation Issues. Lin Yasheng, accompanied by Yang Suiyu, descended to attempt their homemade raft, which was just sufficient to support 2 individuals. Any additional weight would risk submerging it. Back at home, Lin Yasheng affixed all the foam and detachable plastic items to the board to improve buoyancy. The following day, they arrived early at Kong Nan's doorstep. After discussing their destination, they brought out the floating mattress they had prepared the previous night. However, due to its size, they could not maneuver it through the corridor window. Consequently, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi decided to carry the mattress to the rooftop, planning to lower it from there. Although many had opposed venturing out in the rain the day before, their objections were not against salvaging supplies, but rather against the lack of distribution of aid. This morning's scene on the 4th floor revealed numerous residents eager to set out with their homemade transportation. Kong Nan waited on the rooftop for some time before spotting Miao Qiqi and Lin Yasheng emerging from the building. Miao Qiqi waved from Lin Yasheng's raft. Upon seeing this, Kong Nan lowered the mattress using a steel cable. As the mattress neared the water's surface, Miao Qiqi leaped into the water, swimming towards it. After approximately 10 minutes, Kong Nan and the others paddled away from the complex on their wooden raft. Prior to departure, they had agreed not to head to the nearby supermarket, but rather to seek supplies in the outskirts. Most individuals, when contemplating salvaging supplies, instinctively flocked to the nearest supermarkets. The staff had informed everyone during aid distribution that salvaging supplies could be exchanged for food, meaning nearly the entire city of S was aware of this. Consequently, supermarkets and wholesale markets would be inundated with people. The limited supplies available meant that greater crowds would result in diminished resources for each individual. Thus, it was far more advantageous for them to venture into the less populated outskirts, which were not far from their community. However, before proceeding to the outskirts, they needed to address their transportation concerns. While the mattress and raft could suffice for short distances, they would struggle to reach the outskirts or further destinations. In S City, there was a lake park offering pedal boats. The main entrance of the park was about 8 or 9 kilometers away. However, the surrounding fence was less than a kilometer. The group paddled swiftly towards the lake park, arriving at the fence in just over 20 minutes. The fence, submerged in water, revealed only its sharp spikes. Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu jumped into the water, maneuvering their raft through the gaps between the spikes. Once they had crossed, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi followed suit with the floating mattress. The distance from the fence to the boating area was still considerable, taking them another 20 minutes to reach their destination. Yet, to their dismay, not a single pedal boat was in sight. Lin Yasheng's mood soured, lamenting the waste of time without finding any supplies. Kong Nan furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the water's surface before speaking. I recall that some boats might be tethered to the shore. Perhaps there are others submerged beneath. Without waiting for a response, she plunged into the water. Yang Suiyu, wishing to intervene, was too late to stop her and could only watch anxiously from the raft as ripples spread across the surface. After about 2 minutes, Lin Yasheng resurfaced. Gasping for air before reporting, I spotted some boats below, but the water is too deep for me to dive down. Kong Nan, upon hearing this, declared, I'm a proficient diver. Let me give it a try. With that, she dove headfirst into the water. Once submerged, she swam deeper until she was nearly out of breath, retrieving her diving gear from her space and quickly donning it. With the aid of the equipment, she descended to the bottom, where she discovered several boats tethered together. Brandishing a bone saw from her space, she forcefully severed the ropes binding them, causing the pedal boats to immediately rise to the surface. One by one, she cut the remaining ropes, and once all the submerged boats floated up, she swiftly ascended. Meanwhile, Lin Yasheng, seeing Kong Nan diving, wished to assist but was halted by Miao Qiqi. Kong Nan is an excellent swimmer. Do not interfere. Instead, push the raft away. Otherwise, I fear the boats will collide with your raft when they surface. Heeding Miao Qiqi's words, Lin Yasheng swam while pulling the raft further away. Before long, splashes echoed behind him. Turning, he saw a pedal boat breaking the surface. Just as he began to smile, another pedal boat emerged. Besides pedal boats, there were also speedboats and inflatable rafts surfacing, creating a commotion that caught the attention of others nearby. Glancing around, Lin Yasheng urged, hurry and choose a boat and leave. Others are coming. He quickly swam towards the nearest pedal boat, while Miao Qiqi dove into the water, heading for another two-person pedal boat. They deliberately avoided the speedboats, as the waterlogged engines might not be functional. Even if the motor functions properly, what shall we do when the gasoline runs out? After much deliberation, it appears that the pedal boat is the most convenient option. When Kong Nan returned from her excursion, Miao Qiqi and the others had already selected their boats and were preparing to depart. Kong Nan climbed onto the floating platform and paddled behind Miao Qiqi and her group. Not long after their departure, a throng of people arrived at the spot where they had just anchored, vying for the remaining boats on the water's surface. After a certain distance had been covered, Kong Nan and her companions found a suitable location to halt, securing the floating platform and wooden raft behind the pedal boat. They dared not linger. Once everything was tied down, they set off towards the outskirts. The area Miao Qiqi and her group were most familiar with was the beverage factory, where they had previously conducted transactions. What would normally take just over 10 minutes by car turned into nearly an hour and a half of paddling for the group to reach the factory. The factory's surrounding walls were quite low, submerged by water and rendered invisible. Thus, they entered the premises unimpeded. After securing their boat, Kong Nan and the others shattered a third-floor window to enter. The third floor served as an office space, and upon spotting several unopened boxes of soda in the corner, Miao Qiqi rushed over, pried open a box, and tossed a few bottles to Kong Nan and the others before opening one for herself. Lin Yasheng suggested, let us rest briefly before we search for supplies. He rummaged through his pockets, producing a few compressed biscuits, and inquired, would you care for some? Kong Nan shook her head, indicating she had her own provisions, and retrieved a biscuit from her pocket to toss to Miao Qiqi. After replenishing their energy with soda and biscuits, the group commenced their exploration. Chapter 28, The Solution for Diving Equipment. After a short respite, Kong Nan and her companions began scouring the entire office area. Yang Suiyu pointed toward the desk, saying, these computers and printers should be useful, right? Kong Nan glanced over and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, they may hold value, but given the city-wide power outage, their worth diminishes considerably. Moreover, we cannot ensure they remain dry during transport. We could take some tablets and laptops. They are lightweight and easier to handle. As Lin Yasheng spoke, he gathered several nearby tablets, intending to take them all when they departed. After ransacking the third floor, they piled all useful items neatly to one side. Lin Yasheng furrowed his brow and asked, the resources on the ground floor must be plentiful. What shall we do to reach it? I just saw a bundle of hoses in the utility room. They should be useful, Miao Qiqi replied, dashing towards the utility room. Moments later, she returned with a large bundle of hoses. Lin Yasheng took one end of the hose from her and said, I will go down to investigate. He placed the hose in his mouth, took a deep breath, and slowly descended. The second floor of the beverage factory was divided between work and office areas. Lin Yasheng, steadying himself against the wall, had not gone far before he felt a tug on the hose in his mouth. Frowning, he slowly made his way back to the third floor. Breaking the surface, he expelled the hose, declaring, "There are indeed many resources below, but without diving equipment, we cannot retrieve them." Kong stated, "I know of an outdoor supply store that sells diving gear. However, I am uncertain if the items are still available." Yang Sui interjected, "Let's go take a look. We must secure the diving equipment. Otherwise, even if there are treasures beneath the water, we cannot retrieve them. Then let us seek the diving equipment. Even if we do not find it, acquiring 2 boats today is already a significant achievement, along with all these supplies." Miao Qiqi remarked as she began moving items toward the window. The haul from the 3rd floor was considerable, in addition to several boxes of beverages. They also found snacks left by office personnel and printing paper, even dismantling toilet paper from the restroom to pack into garbage bags. They loaded all items onto the floating platform and wooden raft, filling them to capacity. The outdoor supply store Kong Nan mentioned was one they had scouted before the apocalypse. The quality was average, and it was somewhat distant from their community, so they decided against retrieving anything from there. The group paddled for over 2 hours, their legs nearly breaking, before finally reaching the outdoor supply store Kong Nan had referenced. This time, Lin Yasheng did not suggest diving for salvage. He understood well enough that the water's depth would prevent him from reaching the bottom without equipment. Taking a deep breath, Kong Nan leaped into the water, surfacing several times to catch her breath, before finally bringing up 6 sets of diving gear. Upon receiving the equipment, Lin Yasheng quickly donned it and plunged below to salvage supplies. The outdoor supply store housed a plethora of useful items, including tents, camping stoves, climbing ropes, ice axes, inflatable beds, ponchos, and disposable tissues. The abundance of items was overwhelming. They could not possibly take everything, yet leaving it behind raised concerns of others claiming it. Reluctant to abandon so many resources, Lin Yasheng promptly inflated 3 beds, stacking them together and securing them to the pedal boat for storage. Similarly, Kong Nan worked diligently until they had emptied the store before returning to the community by pedal boat. By this time, night had fully fallen, and they were both cold and hungry, yet their spirits were high. Their first day out had yielded such a bounty, most importantly the boats and diving gear. Upon returning to the community, they found the area near their apartment building deserted, and together they transported their recovered supplies inside. "Where have you all been shopping to find such a treasure trove?" Miao Qiqi turned at the sound of a voice, spotting a middle-aged woman who had likely come down from the 5th floor, drawn by the noise of their hauling. Lin Yasheng opened a garbage bag and replied, "Nothing of great value, just some office supplies we thought the government might find useful." The woman glanced inside, seeing only paper and pens, and her interest waned. However, upon noticing the boats outside, her curiosity was rekindled. "Where did you get those boats?" "You managed to find 2. Impressive," Lin Yasheng casually responded. "We found them at Lake Sea Park. There were still plenty left when we left. If you're interested, you could go check it out tomorrow." A whole day had passed, and the boats would most likely have been claimed by others. "I see those wooden rafts you have tied up. Why not give them to me? You already have boats, so you have no need for the rafts," the middle-aged woman proposed, her eagerness evident. Kong Nan frowned, insisting, "It's getting late. We should finish moving our things home." Miao Qiqi and the others, hearing her words, promptly silenced themselves, leaving the woman to her own devices. The woman shot a glance at Kong Nan, scoffing, "What's the big deal? It's just a couple of shabby boats. Who would care?" Yet, upon returning home, she stood at the window, watching Kong Nan and her companions, contemplating how they would likely be unable to bring the boats into the apartment, planning to wait until they left to take the boats for herself and her family. However, to her surprise, it was not long before she witnessed the 2 boats being hoisted up and secured. Kong Nan and her friends were certainly not foolish. They would not leave the boats outside the apartment. After moving their supplies inside, they used steel cables to lift the 2 boats, along with the floating platform and wooden raft, to the rooftop for safekeeping. Securing the rooftop door, they finally returned to distribute the supplies, thoroughly exhausted. Since Kong Nan was solely responsible for locating the boats and diving equipment, she received an additional 20% of the supplies during distribution. Once the supplies were allocated, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi returned to their own homes. "I'm so tired. My legs feel as if they are made of noodles. I surely won't be able to stand tomorrow," Miao Qiqi lamented, collapsing onto the sponge mat, motionless. Kong Nan kicked her foot gently, saying, "Get up. Don't dirty the mat. Shower first, then you can sleep." Kong Nan headed to the bathroom, filled 2 bathing tubs with hot water, and added some safflower for soaking. "Come and soak." Miao Qiqi heard the call and struggled to rise, failing several attempts before resorting to crawling on all 4s to the bathroom. Kong Nan gazed at her with exasperation, extending a hand to help her up. You dare to claim you are the City Santa champion? Surely, that title was purchased. Miao Qiqi retorted defiantly. Santa is not the same as this. Who else could stand upright after a day of navigating a paddle boat? Enough of your chatter. Kong Nan replied. Soak in the bath and apply the medicinal alcohol. We have to venture out again tomorrow. Gently, she assisted Miao Qiqi into the bath and thoughtfully retrieved a cup of ginger syrup from her storage. Miao Qiqi accepted it, casually remarking, if only you could sweep away this flood, then I wouldn't have to paddle a boat again tomorrow. Kong Nan shot her a glance of disbelief. You're dreaming. The flood connects to rivers far and wide. Even if I had the power to control it, it would take a decade or more to fully recede. However, although she could not quell the flood, perhaps she could devise a more relaxed approach to gather resources. Chapter 29. An unexpected bounty of ducks. The rain continued to pour incessantly, with water levels rising each day. Early the next morning, Kong Nan and her companions set off for the beverage factory. Both she and Miao Qiqi had diligently tended to their aching legs after returning home last night, even indulging in a massage. While they still felt discomfort, maneuvering the paddle boat was manageable. Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu, however, were less fortunate, grimacing as they navigated the boat as if traversing a mountain of blades. The typhoon had abated significantly over the past 2 days, and the rain was no longer as torrential, allowing the group to reach the beverage factory without hindrance. Once they donned their diving gear on the factory's first floor, they were greeted by rows of boxes filled with various drinks. The group spent the morning hauling 400 boxes of mineral water. Miao Qiqi rubbed her sore arms and declared, let us stop here for today. We would be able to move anymore. Kong Nan nodded in agreement, suggesting they take 200 boxes back now and return for the rest in the afternoon. But is this water truly useful? Yang Suiyu questioned, maintaining her skeptical stance, believing that transporting soda might be more beneficial than plain water. Kong Nan affirmed, the trading post will definitely accept this water, but I do not intend to trade it. I wish to keep it for myself. In these sweltering times of water scarcity, having these boxes of pure water will afford her the luxury of discretion when using it. Lin Yasheng chimed in, drinking too much water treated with disinfectant tablets is not advisable. We should also reserve some of this water for ourselves. But how will we exchange for food? Yang Suiyu inquired, concern etched on her face. Lin Yasheng reassured her, fear not. The outdoor supplies we brought back yesterday should fetch a good amount of food. Besides, we can also scavenge for other resources. After a brief discussion, the group took a moment to rest before transporting the boxes of water back to their community. As they returned home, they set off again toward the outskirts. Not long after their departure, the elderly Wang, who lived on the same floor, muttered, the young people today are not quite right in the head. The world is flooded. Yet they're bringing back more water. Meanwhile, as Kong Nan and her companions neared the beverage factory, they spotted a group of creatures slowly swimming towards them. Miao Qiqi, with her keen eyesight, quickly identified them. Look, so many ducks. They're swimming over to us. Upon hearing this, Kong Nan's eyes lit up. Forget the water. Let's catch some ducks. Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu agreed, with Lin Yasheng asking, with so many ducks, how will we catch them? Miao Qiqi shouted back. We'll use a net. I have a fishing net in my bag. With that, she shot a knowing glance at Kong Nan. Kong Nan sighed in resignation, rummaging through her bag until she soon produced a finely woven fishing net. First, we'll spread the net along their path, and then we'll raise it. Miao Qiqi instructed while tossing one end of the net to Lin Yasheng. The two boats slowly drifted apart, creating a passage for the ducks. Kong Nan and Yang Suiyu piloted their boats, while Miao Qiqi and Lin Yasheng held the net. As time passed, the flock of ducks soon approached. Just as they swam over the net, Miao Qiqi and Lin Yasheng swiftly lifted it. The ducks, startled by the sudden movement, flapped in panic, attempting to escape. But the net was not easily evaded. Simultaneously, Kong Nan and Yang Suiyu maneuvered their boats closer, while Miao Qiqi and Lin Yasheng gathered the net, herding the ducks together before securing them within the net. Yang Suiyu beamed at the sight of so many ducks. What shall we do with them now? Lin Yasheng suggested. Let us keep a few for ourselves and send the rest to the rescue station. He turned to Kong Nan. Kong Nan, shall we skip hauling water this afternoon? Kong Nan nodded. Let us head to the rescue station now. We should try to return before nightfall. The rescue station was located in the city center at the Rolls Hotel. Typically, it would take over an hour by car, but traveling by paddle boat would take at least 2 hours. As they journeyed towards the city, they encountered numerous individuals scavenging for supplies, some attempting to intercept them while others sought to purchase the ducks. Those trying to block their path were swiftly deterred by the scythe Kong Nan brandished. They ignored the buyers, believing that selling to the authorities would be more reliable and fair. Upon arriving at the rescue station, Lin Yasheng approached the person in charge. Upon seeing the multitude of live ducks, the official's eyes gleamed with excitement, immediately contacting logistics to arrange an exchange for the ducks. There were exactly 54 ducks. The group decided to keep 2 for themselves and sell the remaining 50 to the rescue station. After much negotiation, they ultimately settled on a price of 5 small packets of compressed biscuits for each duck. As they prepared to leave, Nan inquired of the logistics personnel, "Do you accept vegetables?" "Yes. Do you have any to sell?" Nan shook her head, explaining that they had just sprouted and would not be ready for harvest for another month. The logistics personnel expressed disappointment, stating, "We accept vegetables at any time. If you find it inconvenient to come here, you can sell them at the trading post near your community." After acknowledging this, Nan rejoined Miao Qiqi and the others for their return journey. That afternoon, the spirits of the 4 were high. As they ascended to their rooftop, Yang Suiyu laughed. "Thank goodness we went to the beverage factory, otherwise we would have missed out on this flock of ducks." Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. What splendid luck we have today." Suddenly, Yang Suiyu recalled something and asked, "How did you think to bring a fishing net with you?" Miao Qiqi casually replied, "My father bought it. I figure it would be handy for hauling light, small items, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon." Yang Suiyu, merely asking out of curiosity, accepted Miao Qiqi's explanation without a hint of doubt. As night fell and the scavengers returned to their apartment building, Nan waited until the coast was clear before changing into another outfit and preparing to venture out. Miao Qiqi noticed her wearing long pants and asked, "Are you going out?" Nan nodded. "I want to see if I can retrieve submerged resources from beneath the floodwaters." Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow at her words. "How can you collect resources through the water? Don't you need to physically touch the items to bring them into your space?" Nan shook her head slightly. "Not necessarily. I've been contemplating this issue for the past few days. Look, there are many items on the shelves, yet I don't need to touch each one. I can simply place my hand on the shelf to draw the entire collection into my space. So, I plan to tie a hook to a rope, snag the submerged resources, and see if I can retrieve them directly. This way, we won't have to brave the cold water every day." Chapter 30. The strategy for utilizing the space. Nan's idea was quite straightforward. She intended to use a rope and hook as conduits to extract resources from beneath the water. Miao Qiqi pondered for a moment and considered that this method might indeed be feasible. Dressed in a change of clothes, she stealthily followed Nan out. Nan merely intended to conduct an experiment. She and Miao Qiqi descended to the ground floor, ensuring no one was around before retrieving a rope, a hook, and 2 steel pipes from her spatial storage. She bound the pipes together with the rope, suspended them from the hook, and then cast them into the depths of the water. After approximately 2 minutes, Nan attempted to retrieve them. As she had surmised, the steel pipes along with the rope were successfully drawn back to her. The pair repeated the experiment several times, substituting various items without encountering any complications. Nan, once again retracting the hook, proposed, "Let us venture outside to experiment with other items. If we succeed, our future endeavors will be considerably easier." Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, and the 2 stealthily exited the community, seeking a secluded corner where they produced a speedboat and navigated to a location where heavy-duty trucks were sold. Miao Qiqi illuminated the underwater depths with a powerful flashlight, while Nan swung the hook, and upon spotting the vague silhouette of a truck, she promptly cast it out. The water's refractive properties led to several failed attempts before she finally managed to snag the truck. Taking a deep breath, she focused intently on the slender rope in her hand. Moments later, the sound of splashing echoed from below, and the truck vanished in an instant. Miao Qiqi, witnessing the event, excitedly tapped Nan's arm, exclaiming, "We did it! This method truly works." Nan, equally exhilarated, responded with a smile, "Let us try once more." Miao Qiqi nodded, wielding the flashlight to scan the area, and soon they spotted another truck parked on a slope. Nan replicated her previous actions, casting the hook onto the truck for retrieval. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the speedboat, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Miao Qiqi hurriedly rushed to her side, exclaiming, Nan, are you all right? Is your head hurting?" Nan's complexion turned pale, her body shaking uncontrollably. She involuntarily expelled the contents of her stomach, prompting Miao Qiqi to anxiously pat her back. After the retching subsided, Nan regained a modicum of awareness and softly reassured, "I'm fine, don't worry." Miao Qiqi, her face etched with concern, observed as Nan extended her hand over the edge of the speedboat, seemingly retrieving something from her spatial storage and tossing it into the water before losing consciousness. Miao Qiqi hesitated momentarily, then steered the speedboat back towards the community at full speed. Nan awoke the following morning, still feeling weak and disoriented. She felt both famished and parched, yearning to extract a bowl of lean plum vegetable meat pie soup from her spatial storage, only to discover she was unable to do so. Sitting upright, beads of sweat formed on her forehead and back. The spatial realm had been her greatest reliance since her rebirth. Without it, panic and anxiety began to swell within her. She incessantly attempted to retrieve items from her storage, but each effort proved futile. "Nan, you're awake. Why you look so pale? Is your head still hurting?" Miao Qiqi inquired, reaching out to touch Nan's forehead. Nan grasped her hand tightly, exclaiming, "Miao Qiqi, what should we do if my spatial storage is gone?" Her expression was a mixture of fear and anxiety. Miao Qiqi surmised that the events of the previous night had caused the issue with the spatial storage. A wave of panic surged through her. The items within the storage were their lifeline. If it were truly lost, how could she remain calm? Yet, seeing Nan in distress, Miao Qiqi forced herself to remain composed. If the spatial storage is lost, then it's lost. Worst case scenario, we can die for supplies. We know in advance the disasters that will occur. If we prepare adequately, we will surely survive. Miao Qiqi's demeanor and words managed to soothe Nan slightly. Closing her eyes, Nan concentrated on sensing her spatial realm. She could perceive everything within. Upon recognizing the items, her heart began to settle. Gradually, she attempted to extract items from the storage, discovering she could manipulate their positions, yet a transparent barrier seemed to obstruct her from retrieving them. Nan opened her eyes, a premonition stirring within her. This condition would likely not persist long. She conveyed her observations to Miao Qiqi, who let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. "I knew the spatial storage would vanish so easily. However, please refrain from conducting reckless experiments in the future. If the storage is lost, that's one thing. But what if something were to happen to you?" Nan sighed. "I didn't anticipate this outcome. When I retrieved the truck, I felt nothing amiss. Nor did I experience any discomfort." Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow and asked, "Then how did you faint?" Nan explained, "That was due to my unintentional retrieval of a living creature into the storage. The strong repulsion from the storage affected my body. The truck I retrieved last night concealed some small fish and other living organisms, which I was completely unaware of at the time." Nan lamented the unfairness of the situation. "I only knew that living creatures shouldn't be placed in the storage, but I had no idea they could enter it. Nor did I realize I would react so intensely. Had I known, I would never have recklessly conducted those experiments." After retrieving the truck, she suddenly felt excruciating pain throughout her body, convulsing uncontrollably, a sensation far more distressing than the headaches felt from previously overloading her storage. Upon realizing there were living creatures inside, she immediately released them. Otherwise, she could only imagine what might have transpired. Miao Qiqi, hearing this, frowned. "In the future, please refrain from taking such risks. Do not use the storage unless you are certain there are no living creatures among the supplies." Nan slowly nodded, recognizing the value of this experience. At the very least, they now understood the precautions necessary when using the spatial realm. Had they been unaware of this critical point in a dire situation, they might not be as fortunate as they were now. A series of knocks resounded from outside. Miao Qiqi guessed it was Lin Yasheng arriving and rose to approach the door. Upon confirming through the peephole that it was indeed Lin Yasheng, she opened the window to announce, "We're not going out today. Nan caught a chill last night and needs a couple of days to rest." Lin Yasheng chuckled in response. "I came to suggest you both take a break as well. Suiyu is on her period, so it's not very convenient for her these days. Had it not been for the more than 100 packs of compressed biscuits acquired through trading a duck yesterday, Lin Yasheng would have urged Miao Qiqi to accompany him to search for supplies. However, with ample food at home, a brief respite was manageable." Miao Qiqi nodded, exchanged a few words with Lin Yasheng, then closed the window to return to care for the ailing Nan. At that moment, Nan felt akin to being seasick, uncomfortable, yet both hungry and thirsty. After consuming some food, she promptly vomited it all back up. This condition persisted throughout the day, leading Miao Qiqi to suspect that, had she not been with Nan, she might have wondered if Nan were pregnant. By evening, Nan began to feel slightly better, at least able to keep water down. That night, Nan sipped a bit of rice porridge, soothing her troubled stomach from the day's ordeal before drifting into a heavy slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Nan immediately attempted to retrieve something from her spatial storage. In an instant, a chicken egg appeared in her palm. Seeing the egg materialize, Nan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Through this incident, she realized how overly reliant she had become on her spatial realm. She extracted 2 backpacks from the storage, filling them with various survival supplies, compressed biscuits, bottled water, a multifunctional entrenching tool, a tent, and medications. She ensured to gather 2 of each item she could think of, so that if any unforeseen event were to occur again, they would at least have 2 escape packs. While Kong Nan was organizing her supplies, she heard a commotion outside. Stepping out of her room, she discovered Miao Qiqi leaning against the door, seemingly engrossed in something. "What is happening outside?" Kong Nan inquired curiously as she approached. Miao Qiqi glanced back and remarked, "It seems that room 4 was either exterminating cockroaches or mice last night. The commotion was rather excessive. They've undoubtedly riled up the residents below. Those people downstairs have been causing a ruckus since early morning. Fortunately, we reside on the top floor, so we need not fear the disturbances." The noise outside was deafening. Even the sound of rain could not drown it out. One could only imagine the level of fury emanating from that family. "Oh dear, this is intolerable. They are bullying us. How can they stoop so low, even harassing the elderly?" The robust voice of old lady Wang echoed in the corridor. Following closely was a piercing female voice that eclipsed the old woman's cries. "You shameless old hag. Just recently, your household was leaking water daily, turning my home into a filthy mess. Out of respect for your age, I've refrained from confronting you. Yet here you are, taking liberties. Last night was a cacophony of banging and crashing. It went on all night. While you forsook sleep, do you expect me to remain awake as well? What a disgraceful family." Old man Zhang trembled with indignation at her words. "Can you blame us? Who desires a dirty home? Can we control the floodwaters? Last night, we were merely attempting to deal with a rat that had emerged from the sewer. Perhaps it even crawled up from your abode. You allow your vermin to invade my home, and I have yet to hold you accountable, and you dare to come here? How were you raised? Clearly, you possess no manners." The adeptness with which she turned the tables left Kong Nan in awe. Kong Nan patted Miao Qiqi's shoulder. "Don't linger here. Come join me for breakfast." Miao Qiqi waved her hand dismissively. "Watermelon is far more delectable than breakfast." Kong Nan rolled her eyes in exasperation, washed up, and retrieved a meat bun from her space, taking a hearty bite. She had scarcely eaten anything the previous day and was now famished, consuming 3 sizable meat buns before pausing. At that moment, the argument outside had escalated to a fever pitch, and Miao Qiqi was tempted to lean out the window to witness the spectacle. Kong Nan took a glance and returned to the living room, activating the treadmill and walking for half an hour before descending to perform some warm-up exercises. When the clamor outside ceased, Miao Qiqi, wearing a satisfied expression, entered. Kong Nan casually tossed her a bag of buns from her space. Miao Qiqi caught the buns and, after taking a couple of bites, inquired, "Is your space functional again?" Kong Nan nodded. "It became operational this morning." "What transpired outside?" "You missed an extraordinary scene." Those individuals initially only exchanged words, but then old man Zhang suddenly lost his temper and slapped a woman. This stirred a hornet's nest. The woman rushed downstairs and summoned 7 or 8 others, leading to a fierce altercation with the occupants of room 4. Ultimately, the people from room 4 had to part with 2 large bags of supplies to resolve the matter. Miao Qiqi continued munching on her bun. "Do you think the folks from room 4 have a few screws loose? They always act high-handed and yet end up being taught a lesson." Kong Nan replied, "It's quite typical. They embody the classic bully who preys on the weak. Such individuals are common in apocalyptic times. They perceive you as outnumbered or as a woman, and they unjustly torment you. However, the moment you stand your ground and are fiercer than they will instantly transform into docile sheep." After taking a 2-day respite, Kong Nan and her companions resolved not to indulge in laziness any longer and set out early in the morning. "Xiao Miao." Both Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi turned to see Xie Yangzhe from room 2 standing at his door. "Are you going out to gather supplies? May I accompany you?" Kong Nan hesitated. "We ought to consult Lin Yasheng and the others." Xie Yangzhe felt somewhat awkward. As a grown man, he was seeking help from these youngsters. Yet, he truly could not find any supplies. He had ventured out these past few days, either finding supplies or having them snatched away. Kong Nan furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Are you all going out as a family, or just you?" Before Xie Yangzhe could respond, Xie Yingying emerged from behind him, stating, "I will go with my dad. My mom will stay home to watch over the place." Kong Nan inquired, "Do you have a means of transportation?" Xie Yingying nodded, "Yes. My dad made a small boat using an inflatable mattress. It can carry both of us. We are heading to the outskirts, which is quite a distance from the community. If we need a row, it may be a bit arduous for you," Kong Nan observed, glancing at Xie Yangzhe. He quickly replied, "It's fine. As long as we can find supplies, distance is no issue." Seeing his eagerness, Kong Nan consented to his inclusion. After all, the beverage factory was overflowing with supplies. and bringing them along would incur no loss. After a brief discussion, the group set off in their boat towards the beverage factory. The purified water they had moved to the third floor a few days prior remained, and Kong Nan and her companions donned diving gear to descend to the first floor to retrieve water and beverages. Xie Yangzhe and Xie Yingying busied themselves loading the water onto the boat. Xie Yangzhe felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing that the supplies they were collecting were solely water, realizing he could not rely on the younger generation. However, given that he had sought their help, he refrained from voicing his concerns and silently continued working. For several consecutive days, Kong Nan and her group busied themselves with transporting water. After 5 or 6 days, they confirmed that the water supply at home would last them 3 to 5 years before finally departing from the beverage factory. Before leaving the factory, Kong Nan stealthily submerged herself underwater and collected all the beverages and some machinery from the first floor, transferring them to the third floor. After departing the beverage factory, Kong Nan led the group to a plastic company where she had previously ordered 50 sheets of 152-meter plastic sheeting. As the entire city now floated on water, plastic products had become a valuable commodity, whether sold to trading posts or to others. They could yield a tidy profit. What a bountiful harvest! Where did you manage to acquire so many plastic sheets? Upon hearing the voice, Kong Nan turned to see a stocky, middle-aged man with a jolly face blocking the window on the 5th floor, eyeing them with ill intent. Xie Yangzhe wiped the rain from his face and squinted at the man. Old Hu, move aside. We need to bring our supplies in. The man, known as Old Hu, called out, just pass the supplies to me, and I'll help you carry them. Xie Yangzhe, unsure whether to take the man seriously or not, turned to retrieve the plastic sheets, but Xie Yingying, exasperated, slapped his arm. Dad, that Hu fellow is clearly looking to pilfer our supplies. Why are you still hauling plastic sheets? Grab a weapon and confront him. Upon hearing this, Xie Yangzhe sternly rebuked. What nonsense are you spouting? Your uncle who has watched you grow up, you know what kind of person he is. How could he possibly rob us? Xie Yingying nearly felt exasperated to the point of collapse, finally understanding why her father always returned empty-handed. These plastic sheets belong to everyone. If you want to take them, you should at least consult Sister Nan and Brother Sheng for their opinion. Xie Yangzhe was bewildered by his daughter's words. Was it necessary to seek approval for transporting supplies back to their building? Xie Yingying rolled her eyes, realizing why her father had remained a programmer for so many years without any change in his status. Meanwhile, Kong Nan and Lin Yasheng, distracted by the rain sounds, had not heard the conversation between the Xie father and daughter. They maneuvered their 2 boats closer together and conferred briefly. Within less than a minute, Miao Qiqi and Lin Yasheng donned their diving gear and quietly submerged into the water. At that moment, Xie Yangzhe, disregarding Xie Yingying's protests, resolutely believed that his old neighbor would not resort to stealing supplies and bent down to hand a stack of plastic sheets to Old Hu. Old Hu, seeing the supplies come to him so effortlessly, beamed with delight, completely unaware that 2 people had suddenly disappeared from the 2 boats behind him. Kong Nan chose not to intervene as she observed them moving the plastic sheets. After all, someone was willingly assisting in transporting supplies, so why should they obstruct it? Before long, the plastic sheets on Xie Yangzhe's boat had been entirely transferred. Kong Nan and Yang Suiyu approached the window on their bicycles, each passing the remaining plastic sheets from the back of their boat. At this moment, Hu Pengzi exhibited a measure of hesitation. Xie Yangzhe was notoriously spineless. While it mattered little that his belongings were pilfered, the presence of the 2 women, Kong Nan and Yang Suiyu, both tenants, swayed his indecision. After a brief moment of contemplation, he accepted the plastic sheeting they had offered. After all, they were merely a few women, tenants at that. Should they dare to cause a commotion, he could easily rally the entire building against them to evict these tenants. Meanwhile, Miao Qiqi and Lin Yasheng stealthily descended to the 4th floor, ascending the staircase with caution. Upon reaching the door to the emergency exit, they peered out quietly. In the corridor, 3 individuals were present. Hu Pengzi, a middle-aged woman of similar stature, presumably his wife, and a younger, chubby man, likely their son. Lin Yasheng speculated that they were a family unit, with Hu Pengzi handling the plastic sheeting while his wife and son assisted in bringing it inside. Outnumbered and outmatched in size, Lin Yasheng hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. At that moment, Miao Qiqi gently nudged him, and he turned to find her brandishing 2 extendable batons. After passing one to Lin Yasheng, Miao Qiqi stood quietly, observing the situation unfolding outside. During this time, inquiries about the plastic sheeting were made, all of which Hu Pengzi deftly dismissed. As he finally brought in the last stack of plastic sheeting, Miao Qiqi seized the initiative, springing forward with her baton raised. In a matter of strides, she was upon Hu Pengzi, delivering a swift strike to his back, eliciting a cry of pain from him. "You bastard! How dare you hit my husband?" The middle-aged woman shrieked as she lunged at Miao Qiqi, attempting to slam her against the wall. Miao Qiqi retreated a few steps, driving her knee forcefully into the woman's abdomen, then swiftly followed up with her elbows crashing down upon the woman's back. The woman, wincing in pain, released Miao Qiqi, while Hu Pengzi and his son scrambled to retaliate. However, they overlooked Lin Yasheng, who swiftly struck at their knees, causing both to collapse onto the floor. Kong Nan, witnessing Miao Qiqi's silhouette from the boat, felt a pang of concern and leapt into the water, climbing up to the fifth-floor window with agility. Once atop, she beheld the Hu family sprawled on the ground, groaning in distress. "Are you all right?" Kong Nan asked, her worry directed at Miao Qiqi. Miao Qiqi flashed a toothy grin. "No worries, I'm the runner-up in Sonda. How could they possibly be my match?" As Kong Nan climbed through the window, she observed Hu Pengzi slowly rising, supported against the wall, his eyes filled with a venomous glare. With an expression devoid of emotion, Kong Nan approached him, seizing his hair and thrusting his head against the wall repeatedly. Once, twice, thrice, blood trickled down from Hu Pengzi's scalp, while his wife and son pleaded for mercy and terror. Miao Qiqi placed a gentle hand on Kong Nan's shoulder. "Nana, enough. If we continue, you may very well die." Upon hearing Miao Qiqi's voice, Kong Nan ceased her actions, noticing the shift in Hu Pengzi's gaze from malice to sheer terror. Only then did she release her grip. If one could not subdue the enemy through intimidation, then eradication was the only recourse. Otherwise, they would face endless repercussions. This lesson had been imparted to her in her previous life. In the bitter cold of that past existence, she and Miao Qiqi had returned home with relief supplies, only to be accosted by 5 men. Aware that they were outmatched, they had willingly surrendered their hard-earned provisions. Yet, those 5 men were relentless, seeking to humiliate them, forcing a confrontation. The ensuing struggle left them severely battered. And it was then that their leader, perceiving Miao Qiqi's indomitable spirit, uttered those fateful words. He was indeed correct. He sought to end their lives. Just then, a patrol passed by, granting them a second chance at life. Subsequently, they meticulously plotted the demise of the 5 assailants. "What are you doing? Why are you attacking them?" Xie Yangzhe's voice jolted Kong Nan from her reverie. Turning towards him, she saw him frowning as he climbed through the window, hastening to assist Hu Pengzi. Miao Qiqi interjected. "This family attempted to seize our supplies. They brought this upon themselves." Without a moment's thought, Xie Yangzhe retorted, "That's impossible. The Hu family is nothing but kind-hearted. They were merely helping us move our belongings." "You are mistaken." Behind him, Xie Yingying sighed dramatically. "Dad, I can understand your emotional intelligence is lacking, but your intellect should be intact. Do you not grasp the situation? Who would be so altruistic as to help us with our burdens?" Perhaps stung by his daughter's public reproach, Xie Yangzhe's expression darkened. Even if they did intend to steal supplies, their methods should not have been so brutal. Look at the blood. What if someone dies? Moreover, our supplies remain untouched. A few blows would suffice. Just look at what you've done to him. Kong Nan cast him a blank stare and stated, "Pack up your things. We're going home." Miao Qiqi and Lin Yasheng complied, tending to their belongings, ignoring Xie Yangzhe. As Kong Nan passed by Xie Yingying, she remarked, "Tomorrow, we will need diving equipment for our destination. Without it, you may as well continue scavenging at the plastic company." Upon hearing this, Xie Yingying realized Kong Nan intended to part ways with them. She opened her mouth to apologize, hoping to remain with Kong Nan. But upon seeing her father cautiously tending to Hu Pengzi's family, she sighed resignedly. Never mind. It's best not to trouble Sister Nan and the others. Chapter 33. Familiar neighbors. The morning rain was lighter than at other times, easing the journey for those seeking supplies. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi navigated a paddle boat, trailed by Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu. The Xie father-daughter duo did not accompany them. Kong Nan had already informed Xie Yingying of their separation the previous day, likely to avoid an awkward encounter. "Help! Save me, I can't swim." Miao Qiqi turned to see someone struggling in the water, splashes erupting with each frantic movement. Before long, a woman swam swiftly towards the drowning individual, dragging her to a nearby raft. Miao Qiqi murmured, "What a good person." Kong Nan glanced over, recognizing that while order had not yet completely unraveled, the calamity had only just commenced. In due time, one would be fortunate to simply avoid becoming a victim, let alone be hailed as a savior. Today, Kong Nan did not venture to the plastic factory. Instead, she sought out a nearby clinic and pharmacy. The larger clinics, hospitals, and pharmaceutical companies had undoubtedly been raided by government personnel for supplies, But these smaller establishments remained untouched. They centered their search around the community, gradually expanding outward. Many nearby residents were scavenging for supplies as well, eyeing them with suspicion and wariness. "Hey, this area is our territory. You'd best leave." Kong then turned to see two rubber boats approaching, manned by 8 individuals, the speaker, clearly their leader. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Kong Nan signaled to Lin Yasheng to prepare to depart. "Wait a moment. You must leave behind what you've scavenged." Unable to restrain himself, Lin Yasheng retorted. "The items on that raft weren't retrieved by you. We just arrived and haven't even entered the water. Just because you say it isn't so doesn't make it true. Leave the goods and scram, or don't blame me for being harsh." The leader's tone was brazen, as though he were certain they would relinquish their supplies. Lin Yasheng's brow furrowed. The 8 men were all young and robust, and if a confrontation ensued, their chances were slim. Just as he wrestled with whether to engage, an arrow suddenly shot forth, striking the leader squarely in the chest. He fell back onto the boat, clutching his wound, his gaze fixated on Kong Nan in disbelief. Miao Qiqi turned her head to see Kong Nan had already released an arrow. Taking a deep breath, she aimed at the person across from her, gritting her teeth as she let the arrow fly. The distance between their boat and the adversaries was less than 10 meters. At such a range, even a novice archer could hit their target, let alone Kong Nan and her companion, who had practiced archery 4 or 5 times. Miao Qiqi's arrow struck one of the assailants in the abdomen, and in quick succession, Kong Nan fired another arrow. In the blink of an eye, all 8 of their foes were seated in the rubber dinghy, howling in agony. Although Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi managed to hit their targets, they were still novices, and their arrows lacked lethal force, resulting in mere injuries without any threat to life. "Do you wish to kill them?" Miao Qiqi whispered. Kong Nan shook her head. "There are too many people around. The trading point was set to open in 2 days. Killing someone at this juncture would only invite trouble." As they approached the rubber dinghy in their pedal boat, the adversaries, mistaking their intentions for a deadly confrontation, begged for mercy. "Beautiful lady, we were wrong. We merely sought some supplies. Spare our lives." Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes. "Who wants your lives? Just return our arrows." Upon hearing her demand, the individuals in the dinghy grimaced, knowing the arrowheads were triangular. Removing them would surely tear flesh, and without anesthesia, who would dare to pull them out directly? Seeing their reluctance, Miao Qiqi raised her bow, preparing to shoot again. One of the men, witnessing her action, hastily exclaimed, "No, no, no, beautiful lady. We will remove them now." After several attempts, they still lacked the courage to extract the arrows themselves and ultimately had to let someone else do it. Once the arrows were returned, Kong Nan signaled to Lin Yasheng to don his diving gear and retrieve supplies. Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu were both taken aback, astonished that Kong Nan and her team possessed bows and arrows. Following this confrontation, most of the nearby residents became aware of Kong Nan's group, and for the next few days, few dared to provoke them again. A month of flooding passed, and the trading point finally opened. Kong Nan and her companions planned to visit the trading point that day to exchange supplies, so they began organizing their belongings early in the morning. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air, prompting Miao Qiqi to perk up her ears. "Why did you kill my dog? How dare you eat my dog? I raised it. I bought it with my own money. It's just a mutt. Your family barely survived. Eating a dog for nourishment is hardly a crime. I can always buy you a golden retriever once the flood recedes. I don't want that. I want my Yuanbao. How dare you kill my dog? If you want to entertain them, go fetch supplies yourself. How dare you kill my Yuanbao?" Frowning, Miao Qiqi dashed back to the living room, realizing that it was Xie Yingying's dog that her father had killed to host their relatives. While organizing the plastic tents and outdoor supplies, Kong Nan remarked, "The Xie mother and daughter are tolerable, but Xie Yangja is rather dim-wit. He is the quintessential nice guy, overly concerned with appearances yet cowardly. Before the apocalypse, such individuals were often referred to as good-natured. Being around them only leads to misfortune, which is why Kong Nan swiftly distanced herself from them." After sorting the supplies, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi carried the items destined for trade into the corridor. "Hey, Xiao Miao, are you moving things? Do you need help?" Miao Qiqi turned around to see Xie Yangja and promptly declined. "No, thank you. These plastic tents are not heavy." Xie Yangja nodded and lingered for a moment before speaking. "Xiao Miao, I remember your family has 3 rooms, right?" "Yes, Uncle Xie. Our houses should be identical in layout." Xie Yangja scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Miao, my sister's house was flooded and collapsed a few days ago, so they moved in with us. With 4 of them and my 3, we don't have enough rooms. Could you let Yingying and her cousin stay at your place for a while?" Miao Qiqi blinked. "Uncle Xie, are you joking? You've only interacted with us a few times. And now you want to borrow our home?" That's rather presumptuous. Chapter 34. Zhang Hao. Xie Yangzhe was aware that his request was somewhat unreasonable, but it was the best solution he could devise. Since his sister moved in, their home had been bustling with noise for 18 hours a day, especially with Xie Yingying constantly bickering with his sister's family. He felt uneasy about sending Yingying to stay with others, but he would have more peace of mind if she stayed with Miao Qiqi, whose house was right across from his. If anything happened, he could hear a call. He had hesitated over this matter for quite some time, but after witnessing Yingying's outburst that morning, he made up his mind. Xie Yangzhe looked apologetically at Miao Qiqi. Xiao Miao, I realize this is a bit inconvenient, but we genuinely have no space to accommodate them. How about this? I can provide you with some supplies daily as a form of rent for the 2 children. Miao Qiqi felt somewhat speechless. Uncle Xie, I'm sorry. We don't have any vacant rooms. I can't help you with this. Xie Yangzhe's expression darkened at the rejection. How can you not have rooms? Aren't there 3 in your house? Neither Kong Nan nor I like sharing a room, so we each have our own. The last room is filled with shelves for growing vegetables. Uncle, I truly can't assist you with this. Seeing that Xie Yangzhe was about to speak again, Miao Qiqi quickly interjected. Uncle Xie, I have something to attend to, so I won't chat any longer. Saying this, she hurried back into the room to continue packing. Xie Yangzhe glanced at Kong Nan, who was emotionless as she organized her belongings, seemingly ignoring his presence. Why are people so cold-hearted nowadays? He sighed, shaking his head as he slowly made his way back home. The trading point was located 3 kilometers away on the 8th floor of an office building. After they finished packing, Kong Nan and her companions set off with their supplies towards the office building. A considerable number of individuals had gathered for trading today, as the government had dispatched many personnel to patrol the area by boat to deter robbery and violence. Kong Nan and her group arrived at the office building without incident. The floodwaters had risen to the 6th floor, where individuals were registering the trading supplies. There was no need to bring the supplies into the building. They simply needed to register the types and quantities of supplies on the 6th floor and then take the slip to the 8th floor for trading. The supplies brought by Kong Nan and her companions were modest, falling within the lower to middle tier of offerings. Most of what they presented for trade consisted of medicines, outdoor gear, and plastic tents. Among these items, only the plastic tents were relatively large. The rest were quite small. Before long, they reached the front of the line. The person calculating the supplies smiled upon spotting the medication. Your supplies can be exchanged for 3,672 points. If there are no issues, please sign here. Kong Nan nodded, picked up the pen, signed her name, and, along with Miao Qiqi, ascended to the 8th floor with the point slip. The 8th floor was piled high with supplies, and several soldiers stood guard with their firearms. The 2 approached the exchange point, selecting the items they wished to acquire. The range of available goods exceeded Kong Nan's expectations, including rice, flour, cooking oil, vinegar, and tea, among others. Kong Nan surmised that these supplies must have been looted from supermarkets. She selected some rice, flour, cooking oil, salt, compressed biscuits, and coal, leaving the rest untouched. At a rate of 2 points per pound of white rice, they exchanged their over 3,000 points for a substantial amount of supplies, more than sufficient for their sustenance for a year. Together with the staff, they loaded the goods onto the boat. As they passed the 6th floor, Kong Nan and her companions noticed a commotion. These are all Dragon Country banknotes. Why can't they be used? Sir, please calm down. Currently, we do not accept any Dragon Country banknotes. Only supplies are accepted. This policy applies to everyone, not just you. How can you expect me to calm down? I've worked hard for years, finally saved enough to buy a house. And now you tell me these Dragon Country banknotes are worthless. How can I possibly calm down? The man pounded the table in agitation, while the staff members tirelessly attempted to persuade him to calm down. Kong Nan cast a glance over her shoulder. In the face of natural disasters, who is truly innocent? Yet, who can claim complete innocence? A flood can ruin not just one family. Whom should they blame? Ultimately, it is humanity that reaps what it sows. Humanity's insatiable demands from the blue planet have led to its retaliation, subjecting mankind to one disaster after another. As Kong Nan and her companions returned by foot-powered boat, they fortuitously encountered Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu on their way to the trading point. Miao Qiqi greeted them, inquiring, "Why are you out so late?" "We left shortly after you did. We just lingered downstairs for a bit," replied Yang Suiyu. Yang Suiyu warned Miao Qiqi, "Be cautious when you go into the water. There are water snakes. When we exited our building, we saw a man bitten by one. Seemed to be venomous." Miao Qiqi's heart skipped a beat at the news, and she nodded. "Okay, you all be careful as well." She then turned to Kong Nan. "With snakes in the water, should we still go salvage supplies?" Kong Nan furrowed her brow. It seemed water snakes had appeared earlier than expected. She had planned to take advantage of the lull in activity over the next few days to covertly retrieve more supplies from the factory. But going now, her life was paramount. In her previous life, the emergence of water snakes heralded the arrival of various aquatic creatures, turning salvage operations into exceedingly perilous endeavors. Many had fallen prey to snake bites or parasitic infestations while attempting to gather supplies. Fortunately, Divine Mercy had provided edible creatures in the waters alongside the dangers. In her previous life, she and Miao Qiqi had survived the long rainy season through fishing. Upon returning to the building, Kong Nan began to stow the boat on the rooftop, while Miao Qiqi transported boxes of supplies into her home. So much rice. Did you exchange this at the trading point? A female voice chimed in, causing Miao Qiqi to turn around. A fashionably dressed woman stood at the door of the Xie family. I am Xie Yongyan, your Uncle Xie's sister. You can call me Aunt Lian. Miao Qiqi smiled awkwardly. Hello, Aunt Lian. Xie Yonglian's lips curled into a smile. You must be Xiao Miao. What a stunning girl. Do you have a boyfriend? While moving supplies, Miao Qiqi replied. No, I'm still young. Haven't even graduated from university. University students should date a little. Otherwise, once you enter society, you'll miss your chance. Xie Yonglian called out towards the Xie residence. How? Come here. Mom wants to introduce you to a girl. Miao Qiqi, overhearing, felt a wave of embarrassment and fervently hoped Kong Nan would return soon. Moments later, a tall, handsome young man clad in a white t-shirt and jeans emerged from the Xie household. Miao Qiqi's eyes widened. He was truly striking, with fair skin, thick brows, and captivating eyes. He resembled a leading man from a romance novel. The man approached her with a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Zhang Hao. Chapter 35. The word of desire is a double-edged sword. Do not let her guard down. After Kong Nan finished stowing the boat and descended from the upper floor, she spotted Miao Qiqi engaged in conversation with a handsome young man at the entrance. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Miao Qiqi, what are you doing? Upon hearing Kong Nan's voice, Miao Qiqi pulled Zhang Hao over for an introduction. Kong Nan, this is Zhang Hao, Aunt Xie's son. Zhang Hao smiled at Kong Nan, who merely glanced at him before turning back to Miao Qiqi. Hurry and pack up. We need to go home. Miao Qiqi pouted but complied, gathering her belongings. Zhang Hao chimed in. Let me help you. Kong Nan, without a moment's hesitation, rejected his offer. No need. It's inappropriate for men and women to engage too closely. You should head home. After moving the supplies inside, Kong Nan swiftly closed the door. Miao Qiqi, have I not told you to avoid contact with men? Miao Qiqi sighed. I know. The word of desire is a double-edged sword, and one must not fall prey to it. Men are unreliable. Kong Nan handed her a cup of ginger tea. Then why were you chatting so amiably with him? I was merely gathering intelligence, Miao Qiqi replied after sipping the ginger tea. I learned something from Zhang Hao. The government previously announced that the entire world is shrouded in rain. Some have exploited this information to spread rumors of an apocalypse, forming a group called the Water Monster Gang. The leader, known as the Dragon King Whale, and his followers are robbing and killing indiscriminately. Dragon King Whale? Kong Nan frowned. That sounds like an extinct species. Miao Qiqi nodded. They named themselves after aquatic creatures, who would use their real names if they were up to no good. She continued. Zhang Hao's neighborhood was robbed by the Water Monster Gang before the collapse. They lived on a lower floor and had to escape through the window and into the water, waiting for the gang to leave before daring to return home. Zhang Hao mentioned that the government is currently cracking down on the Water Monster Gang. They likely won't dare to rob in the city for now, but they may target our suburban community. Kong Nan raised an eyebrow. Did Zhang Hao also suggest that, for your safety, his family move in with us? Miao Qiqi gave her 2 thumbs up. You guessed it right. He did say that, but I firmly declined. However, he has a point. The Water Monster Gang may very well have their sights set on our community. Kong Nan, did you ever hear of this gang in your previous life? Kong Nan shook her head. No. In my last life, the government kept the global rainfall under wraps for over half a year. By then, many areas had already experienced robbery and murder, and whether or not there was a gang made little difference. Furrowing her brow, Miao Qiqi suggested, how about we install an iron gate on the emergency exit? Kong Nan disagreed. Our 22nd floor is not united. Even if we install a gate, it would be futile. If someone forgets to lock it or colludes with outsiders, it would be as good as non-existent. However, we can install an extra door for our own home. She retrieved an iron door from her storage space. Let us put this door up this afternoon. Kong Nan was well equipped with both cold and hot weapons and was not afraid of potential robbers, but she preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. In the afternoon, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi moved the iron door out into the corridor, carrying buckets of mixed cement to install it. The sound of them hammering tiles soon attracted the attention of neighbors. Lin Yasheng, seeing them at work, rolled up his sleeves and came over to assist. Where did you get that iron door? I want to get one too. Kong Nan considered Lin Yasheng an ally and replied, I bought it previously. I have another one that was meant for the balcony. I can sell it to you for 20 blocks of compressed biscuits, and I'll throw in the cement for free. Deal. Lin Yasheng agreed enthusiastically, eager not to miss out. Just then, Mrs. Wang, who had just stepped out, overheard their conversation and interjected, Hey, we need one too. Kong Nan ignored her and continued her work. Mrs. Wang, displeased, insisted, I'm talking to you. I won't buy your door. Miao Qiqi smiled apologetically. Sorry, we only have one door. There are no extra doors available for sale. Then sell it to me, Mrs. Wang said, eyeing Lin Yasheng. We have elderly and young ones at home. What do two young men need so many doors for? Seeing that Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi were ignoring her, Mrs. Wang stepped closer and tugged at Miao Qiqi's arm. Hey, I'm talking to you. How can you show such disrespect to an elder? In response, Kong Nan, with her muddy hands, firmly grasped Mrs. Wang's neck. Let go. Her cold tone and piercing gaze startled Mrs. Wang. What are you doing? Killing someone is against the law. You'll go to jail. Kong Nan, annoyed by her shrill voice, instinctively tightened her grip on Mrs. Wang's neck, silencing her. Mrs. Wang's protests faded to mere gasps as she struggled, her eyes wide with fear, as if she might faint at any moment. Miao Qiqi observed the flush on old lady Wang's face and gently patted Kong Nan's shoulder, saying, Nan, let her go. Causing a death now would bring us trouble. Kong Nan let out a cold snort, releasing her grip on old lady Wang's neck and uttering a single word, scram. Old lady Wang stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground. Soon the pungent odor of urine filled the air. Kong Nan cast a disdainful glance at her before squatting down to continue installing the front door. Zhang Hao, who had intended to help improve their rapport, silently retreated back to the Xia household, closing the door behind him. Lin Yasheng stifled a laugh and secretly gave Kong Nan a thumbs up. Ultimately, old lady Wang crawled back home on her own. As her son and husband were both typical bullies who feared the strong, they dared not approach when Kong Nan seemed ready to kill. As the corridor returned to its usual tranquility, Kong Nan completed the installation of her door and then assisted Lin Yasheng and the others with theirs. After a busy afternoon, it took them until dusk to finish both doors. Upon returning home, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi did not rest. Instead, they entered the room filled with vegetables to begin harvesting. The shelves in their home were lined with Chinese cabbage, a vegetable that flourishes rapidly in humid conditions. Kong Nan planned to harvest all the vegetables today, intending to exchange them for supplies the following day. While picking vegetables, Miao Qiqi asked Kong Nan, Should we take all the supplies we've salvaged during this time to the trading point? Kong Nan nodded, suggesting they mix in some of the supplies they had collected earlier. During the typhoon, she and Miao Qiqi had raided several pharmacies, acquiring numerous medications that they had no use for. These could be mixed in for the trading point. Additionally, they had gathered protective equipment such as masks, alcohol, and disinfectant tablets, which could also be donated to the trading point. Chapter 36, Caution Avoids Major Mistakes. When the trading point first opened, everyone was afraid of missing out on valuable exchanges, so on the opening day, people rushed in to trade supplies. By the second day, the crowd had noticeably thinned. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi chose a less busy time to visit the trading point. This time, they brought a substantial amount of medical supplies, earning over 5,000 points, yet they refrained from using their points to exchange for goods. Yesterday, their exchanges would ensure a steady supply of food for their home. And now that their provisions were secure, they deemed it unnecessary to waste governmental resources. After leaving the trading point, they ventured to a secluded area. Kong Nan surveyed the surroundings, confirming no one was in sight, then retrieved some supplies from her space and placed them on a floating platform, filling it to capacity before emerging from the alley. Miao Qiqi leisurely pedaled the boat while glancing around. The rain had lessened post-typhoon, and visibility had improved significantly. Squinting toward a nearby spot, she pointed, Kong Nan, do you see that water snake over there? Kong Nan followed her finger and spotted a water snake gliding swiftly across the surface. We must be cautious. We Haven Tea stocked up on serum for when we enter the water. Miao Qiqi dismissed her concern. I heard snakes don't attack humans unless provoked. As long as we don't bother it, we should be fine. Kong Nan shot her a skeptical glance. These snakes were wild animals with a high sense of vigilance. In her mind, merely passing by could be seen as provoking them. Miao Qiqi swallowed nervously. What if we float past it in the boat? Will it come up and bite us? Not necessarily, but caution avoids major mistakes. Let us steer clear of it, Kong Nan replied, uncertain if the snake would attack them. In her previous life, when water snakes appeared, she and Miao Qiqi had remained indoors, dutifully collecting relief supplies. It wasn't until others discovered fish in the water that they had dared to fish from lower windows, rarely entering the water and thus knowing little about water snakes. Suddenly, Miao Qiqi tugged at her arm, pulling Kong Nan from her thoughts. 3 kayaks were slowly approaching them. Miao Qiqi glanced around, noting the lack of people. What should we do? Kong Nan quickly scanned the area and whispered, turn right and head into the alley. Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, and together they pedaled the boat into the alley. Before long, the 3 kayaks followed them in. Bro, do you think those 2 women are out of their mind for choosing such a dead end? A tattooed man sneered at his companion. What do you know? They're trying to trap us all. The toothy man retorted. Have you not heard that these 2 women are archers? The toothy man scoffed, so what if they can shoot? Once we dive underwater, let us see how they shoot arrows. The tattooed man grew impatient and shoved his companion. Enough chatter. You lot dive into the water and swim over. Be careful not to get spotted. Meanwhile, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi had already drawn their bows and aimed at the alley's entrance. Kong Nan cautioned, be careful not to hit the kayaks. Those are currently in short supply. I know. We're close enough. A 1-team miss, Miao Qiqi replied, squinting at the approaching figures. Nan, something seems off. The number of people doesn't add up. Kong Nan snorted, someone's diving. Ignore them for now and focus on the ones in the kayaks. As soon as she finished speaking, Kong Nan released an arrow, with Miao Qiqi following suit, and immediately cries of anguish echoed from the opposite side. They fired 3 arrows in quick succession, causing the opponents to huddle down in their kayaks to evade the arrows. What now? They're crouched down. I can't shoot them, Miao Qiqi exclaimed, her anxiety rising. There were over a dozen of them, while they only had 2, on solid ground. She might have felt confident in their chances, but on the water, she felt a sense of panic. Kong Nan remained calm, retrieving an electric fishing device from her space. After donning rubber boots and gloves, she readied herself to shoot anyone who surfaced from the water. Where did you get all this? Miao Qiqi gasped. These are all contraband. Kong Nan chuckled lightly. I fished them out from the tackle shop. Wherever there's a hidden dragon, they're S.A. Phoenix Chick, where hunting supplies are sold. Fishing gear is sold too. Once she was fully equipped, Kong Nan powered on the electric fishing device, adjusting the voltage to maximum before submerging the fishing rod into the water. Moments later, 7 or 8 individuals floundered to the surface. Miao Qiqi drew back her bow and shot an arrow at the nearest person. As the water became populated with the shocked individuals, Kong Nan swiftly grabbed her bow and began firing. Soon the water was littered with arrows and drifting bodies. The tattooed man, witnessing the scene, panicked and yelled for his crew to row away. However, Kong Nan would not allow them to escape. They had witnessed her commit murder, and thus they must die. She retrieved a speedboat from her space, jumped on board, and revved the engine, charging toward the group. The speed of the kayaks was no match for that of the speedboat, and within a few minutes, Kong Nan had them cornered in the alley. The tattooed man, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the speedboat, quickly resorted to pleading for mercy. Beautiful lady, it's better to resolve grievances than to deepen them. We were wrong to try and rob you of your supplies, but you've already killed a few of my brothers. Can't we just let it go? Kong Nan sneered, raising her bow. The tattooed man immediately crouched down on the kayak, shouting, Sister, we were wrong. Please spare us. I have a 3-year-old son waiting for me at home. Just let us go. Kong Nan remained unfazed, pulling back her bowstring and releasing an arrow. Previously, while they were far apart and crouched down, she hadn't been able to see them well. Now, standing on the speedboat, she could clearly see the exposed backs of her targets. One arrow struck the tattooed man in the back, eliciting a pained scream. Realizing Kong Nan would not let them go, he shouted, Damn it, you crazy woman. You really think I won't retaliate? Brothers, let us take her down. 3 kayaks. 11 men charged toward Kong Nan. Miao Qiqi, watching from behind the alley, felt a wave of terror wash over her as she pedaled toward Kong Nan's direction. At that moment, as the adversaries drew closer, Kong Nan swiftly unleashed a barrage of colossal stones from her spatial realm. The rocks plummeted from the heavens, and before the tattooed man could contemplate his fate, he was struck and plunged into the water. Kong Nan then retrieved an electric fishing device from her space, employing the same technique to electrify those submerged. Miao Qiqi, do you dare to take a life? Kong Nan produced 2 machetes from her spatial storage, handing one to Miao Qiqi, instructing her to sever the throats of these individuals. Miao Qiqi gulped, took the machete, and, eyes shut, swung down with all her might at the neck of a person in the water. Vivid crimson blood spread and mingled with the rainwater until it dissipated. In Chapter 37, titled Water Hyacinth, 18 individuals sought to intercept and encircle Kong Nan and her companion, all of whom met their demise at the hands of Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi. One of the 3 kayaks was shattered, while Kong Nan stored the 2 intact ones in her spatial realm, intending to later exchange them at a trading point. On the return journey, Miao Qiqi remained silent, haunted by the memories of the recent killings. Upon arriving home, Kong Nan fetched a tablet from her space, selecting a comedic film to lighten Miao Qiqi's spirits. That evening, Kong Nan prepared no dinner, opting instead for snacks and beer as they watched the film and indulged. After a few drinks, Miao Qiqi sighed, reflecting on how such simple pleasures of snacking and binge-watching have become a rare luxury. Kong Nan chuckled. What is extravagant for others is merely ordinary for us. We can indulge in snacks and shows whenever we wish. Miao Qiqi turned to Kong Nan, asking, "What was it like the first time you took a life?" Kong Nan pondered for a long while before responding, anger, sorrow, and fear. With time having passed, she struggled to recall the specifics of her first kill, only remembering the overwhelming rage and disappointment that consumed her, driven to madness by her parents' betrayal. By the time she regained her senses, the individual was irrevocably dead. From that moment on, she transformed. Apart from Miao Qiqi, she could no longer connect with anyone, executing her kills with unyielding resolve. Miao Qiqi, being free-spirited, quickly emerged from the shadows of her actions, returning to her usual self within 2 days. Kong Nan, come look at what those people are doing, she called from the balcony, pointing below. Kong Nan approached to observe numerous individuals clad in orange life jackets, rowing boats through the community while tossing items into the water. Utilizing binoculars, she discerned the nature of their offerings. They're discarding water hyacinth, she clarified. What the yasant? What is that? Miao Qiqi inquired, her expression one of confusion. Kong Nan elaborated. Water hyacinth is an aquatic plant that has invaded the dragon kingdom from abroad. It reproduces rapidly, purifies wastewater, and possesses medicinal properties. Most importantly, both its flowers and tender leaves are edible. Upon hearing this, Miao Qiqi exclaimed, "That sounds like a treasure. Why have I never encountered it before?" In these times of scarcity, such a fast-reproducing and edible plant seemed custom-made for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. However, Kong Nan continued, water hyacinth disrupts ecological balance. It proliferates so quickly that within a month, it can completely cover a fish pond, leading to the suffocation of fish due to lack of oxygen. She added, thus, if anyone discovers water hyacinth in the water, they will promptly retrieve it to prevent its spread. Miao Qiqi nodded. Her curiosity piqued. How do you know all this? It was learned in my previous life. Kong Nan responded slowly, recalling how, after 6 months of flooding, resources became increasingly scarce. They had no idea how some water hyacinths were planted in the urban area. During the latter half of the flooding, many survived on water hyacinth and fish. In her past existence, she and Miao Qiqi also relied on water hyacinth to endure the deluge. The taste of water hyacinth was not unpleasant, fragrant, and refreshing. Yet, even the most delectable food could become tiresome with daily consumption. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Kong Nan glanced at the surveillance monitor and, upon recognizing Lin Yasheng, approached to open the door. What brings you here? She asked. Lin Yasheng held up 2 large fish, saying, I caught 7 or 8 big fish this morning, and we can't consume them all, so I brought you 2 to try. Miao Qiqi, upon seeing the fish, gasped, goodness. Where did you find such large specimens? Each fish weighed about 5 or 6 pounds. Before the apocalypse, such sizes were commonplace, but following over a month of flooding, even palm-sized fish felt like a rarity. Lin Yasheng chuckled. These aren't even the biggest. Someone on the 9th floor used to fish professionally and caught a 17-pound grass carp, longer than my arm. Fishing? There are fish in the water? Miao Qiqi asked incredulously. Lin Yasheng nodded, explaining, just the other day, someone was bitten by a water snake. That angler on the 9th floor said that if there are water snakes, there must be fish as well. He went home to fetch his fishing pole and soon caught 7 or 8 fish on the 5th floor. Miao Qiqi admired him, wondering if he wasn't afraid of catching a snake. You wouldn't believe it. He indeed caught a 3-pound water snake, killed it on the spot, claiming he would take it home for a snake soup. Lin Yasheng handed over the 2 fish. Take these for your meal. My house still has several fish left, more than we can eat. Miao Qiqi glanced at Kong Nan, who nodded slightly, and she readily accepted the fish. Back in the living room, Miao Qiqi beamed at the lively fish, suggesting, why don't we go fishing too? Kong Nan agreed. Sure, let's catch some to store for later. It would be a waste not to seize this free food. Let us catch enough to prepare grilled fish later. These large specimens are perfect for that, Miao Qiqi mused, salivating at the thought of grilled fish. The following morning, she urged Kong Nan to retrieve the fishing gear and head downstairs to find a good spot to fish. In recent days, fewer individuals ventured out to gather supplies, likely due to the recent exchange of materials, or perhaps the rampant water snakes had instilled fear. Though the number of people going out was limited, many showed up to fish, each carrying buckets and improvised fishing rods, squeezing into the narrow window on the 5th floor. After 2 days of being jostled around, Miao Qiqi lost her enthusiasm for fishing, opting instead to stay home and train with Kong Nan. While Kong Nan lacked natural talent for martial arts, she was undeterred by hardship or pain. Each morning, she ran 10 kilometers, rested after breakfast, then began punching a sandbag for an hour. Following this, she switched to strength training, lifting weights with sandbags strapped to her body, performing 50 push-ups, and practicing high knees with sandbags for 100 repetitions. After an afternoon nap, Kong Nan would practice her sword techniques 5 times before engaging in sparring with Miao Qiqi, followed by archery practice. Before dinner, she insisted on a rigorous sparring match with Miao Qiqi until they were both bruised and breathless. In just half a month, Kong Nan had developed noticeable muscle tone and her physique tightened considerably. That evening, as Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi prepared for their practice, the roar of motors erupted outside. In Chapter 38, the community under attack, the inky night was pierced by the cacophony of poorly functioning motors reverberating throughout the community. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exchanged glances and hurried to the balcony to peer down. Amid the darkness, they discerned faint lights flickering below. Kong Nan retrieved her night vision binoculars and observed several shadowy figures scaling the windows of the opposite building. Who could they be? Is it the water monster gang? Miao Qiqi inquired urgently, aware of the physical toll she and Kong Nan had endured that day, uncertain if they could prevail against the gang. Kong Nan shook her head slightly. I can't tell. There appear to be quite a few of them. I counted at least 17 or 18 who just entered. And there was another group before that. There are at least 40 of them. Miao Qiqi pondered for a moment before speaking. Isn't the government supposed to send patrols? Should I go outside now and find a patrol team? No, those individuals are not fools. They will undoubtedly station someone at the entrance of the community to keep watch. Kong Nan replied without hesitation. The opposition was numerous, and a mere handful of patrolmen would only lead to their demise. Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow, contemplating whether they should simply ignore the situation. After a moment's thought, Kong Nan suggested, there is a method. You can launch a signal flare from the rooftop, which will attract the nearby patrol teams. However, you must consider this carefully. Once you set off the flare, the water monster gang will become aware of our presence, and they may seek revenge once the situation calms. Miao Qiqi glanced at Kong Nan and then at the opposite building, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Just then, the sound of engines roared to life. Kong Nan grabbed the binoculars and focused on the entrance of the community, where roughly 10 patrol boats were heading toward their building. Now Miao Qiqi was no longer conflicted. Kong Nan retrieved the signal flares, and together they ascended to the rooftop, launching 2 flares into the night sky. The red flares stood out vividly against the darkness, and nearby patrol teams swiftly altered their course towards the signal. Meanwhile, in the opposite building, the Dragon King whale cursed under his breath upon seeing the glaring red in the sky. Damn it, quickly notify the brothers to retreat. Upon spotting the flares, the water monster gang members rushed downstairs. Just as they exited the community, they saw several inflatable boats approaching, prompting the water monster gang to accelerate and make a hasty escape right under the noses of the patrol teams. The following morning, Miao Qiqi descended to gather information and learned that several residents on the lower floors of the opposite building had been murdered and their supplies completely looted. Fortunately for their building, the water monster gang had retreated after briefly entering, resulting in only a few households experiencing fright, while many others were unaware of the attack from the previous night. After acquiring the information she sought, Miao Qiqi carried her fishing rod home. As she neared the 22nd floor, she spotted Xie Yangzhe leading Xie Yonglian's family downward, laden with bags. Uncle Xie, where are you going? Xie Yangzhe glanced up, smiling as he replied, Little Miao, going fishing. The government has converted the Lay's Hotel into a relief station for those flooded out of their homes. Our place is too small, so we're sending Aunt Lien and her family to the relief station temporarily. Miao Qiqi nodded thoughtfully, stepping aside to let them pass. Upon returning home, she immediately relayed this news to Kong Nan, asserting that the prolonged stay had likely frightened them into moving, fearing another attack from the water monster gang. Kong Nan, while doing push-ups, remarked, It's Xie Yonglian's family that moved. What about Xie Yingying and the others? They still reside here, don't they? I know. I was referring to Xie Yonglian. Miao Qiqi shook her head. They say adversity reveals true feelings. Just look at these 2 siblings. The Xie family, staying with Xie Yingying, relied on her hospitality, yet now, due to fear of the water monster gang, they hurriedly relocated. Ah, truly, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. Kong Nan tossed a sandbag at her. Stop acting all profound. Their departure is beneficial, isn't it? No more worrying about how to fit them into our home. Miao Qiqi accepted the sandbag, saying, "That's true, but I just find that family too materialistic." Kong Nan remained silent. Such individuals were commonplace in the apocalypse. Self-preservation is an innate human instinct, and selfishness is part of human nature. Had the water monster gang not attacked their building last night, she might not have allowed Miao Qiqi to launch the signal flare. Helping others is commendable, but if assisting others places one's self in peril, she would prefer to refrain from intervening. Kong Nan continued to perform high knees until exhaustion overcame her, collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath. She was uncertain when she had transformed into this self-serving individual. The once altruistic Kong Nan of her previous life had perished. The emergence of the water monster gang had significantly heightened the tension within the community. The number of nearby patrol boats had doubled. Yet this did little to instill a sense of security. The government's patrol boats were woefully insufficient, and those patrolling were often in inflatable boats, which would struggle to arrive on the scene in case of an emergency. Kong Nan had never entrusted her safety to others. She meticulously assembled the firearms she had procured from the shooting club, stashing 2 compact handguns beneath the pillows of her and Miao Qiqi's beds. Days passed, and the mustard greens in their home had grown anew. After harvesting, Kong Nan shared some with Lin Yasheng, and the remainder was taken to the trading point. Recently, the water hyacinth had become edible, causing vegetable prices to dip slightly. However, for Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, who did not rely on vegetables for sustenance, the price fluctuations held no significance. Upon returning to their community via pedal boat, Kong Nan observed several unfamiliar faces fishing nearby. Narrowing her eyes, she remarked, "Rest well. A tough battle is likely on the horizon." "What do you mean? Are the water monster gang coming?" Miao Qiqi asked, looking at Kong Nan. It had been over half a month since the last attack by the water monster gang, during which they had targeted several locations. Most residents of the community now believed the water monster gang had forgotten about them, and even the patrols had reverted to their previous numbers. Kong Nan's peripheral vision caught sight of the nearest raft, where 2 individuals clearly bore the marks of having seen blood. "How can you tell?" Miao Qiqi inquired curiously. Kong Nan chuckled softly. "Once you've taken many lives, you'll naturally recognize the signs." In the vicinity of their community, at least 6 individuals bore the marks of bloodshed, and Kong Nan did not believe this was coincidental. Chapter 39. What must come will come. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi maintained their composure, calmly passing by these individuals. Upon returning home, Miao Qiqi stood on the balcony, peering through binoculars at the suspicious figures at the entrance. Nan, cannot we inform the patrol team, urging them to be vigilant?" Kong Nan countered. "How will you convey this to the patrol team?" Miao Qiqi hesitated, realizing they had no evidence to prove that those individuals were from the water monster gang. It would be foolish to merely tell the patrol team, "Those individuals have seen blood." Sighing, Miao Qiqi acknowledged that relying on others was less effective than taking matters into her own hands. She set down the binoculars, grasped a baseball bat, and vigorously swung it at a sandbag. After several days of calm, during which the water monster gang made no attempts to attack the community, Miao Qiqi began to doubt Kong Nan's instincts, wondering if those individuals were merely overzealous fishers. Just as her vigilance waned, the water monster gang finally made their move. This time, they displayed cunning, opting not to approach in patrol boats. Instead, they quietly glided into the community in inflatable boats. "Boss, that day the fireworks were launched from this building, I saw it clearly. The Dragon King whale kicked the bespectacled man beside him. Can you not exhibit some intelligence? You've even studied abroad. Was it a firework? It's called a signal flare, you fool." The bespectacled man nodded eagerly. Yes, a signal flare. "Boss, you're truly remarkable. You know so much." The Dragon King whale cast him a disdainful glance. "Enough with the nonsense. Have you assessed the situation in that building?" "I've gathered intel. Most occupants are families with a few tenants. There are several female college students among them, and they're all quite attractive." The bespectacled man grinned, his mouth stretching to his ears. The Dragon King whale found his lecherous smile distasteful. "You'll be leading the charge." "But boss, I'm not good at fighting." The bespectacled man's earlier joy had now turned to trepidation. The Dragon King whale merely sought to intimidate him. Such a cowardly creature would only bring misfortune to the forefront. He kicked the bespectacled man aside and issued commands to his subordinates. In no time, a dozen kayaks entered the apartment building in an orderly fashion. A piercing scream jolted Kong Nan awake. She swiftly rolled out of bed. Retrieving the handgun concealed beneath her pillow, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. "Beast, let go of my daughter." Frowning, Kong Nan strained her ears to listen. The sounds emanated from downstairs. She kicked Miao Qiqi awake and simultaneously pulled out her phone to assess the situation in the corridor. What happened? What's going on? Miao Qiqi, still bleary-eyed, noticed Kong Nan's serious demeanor and slapped her own face to rouse herself. The building is under attack. There are 3 or 4 individuals in our corridor, Kong Nan stated, brandishing her handgun as she stepped outside. Hearing Kong Nan's words, Miao Qiqi instantly regained her composure, retrieving her own pistol to follow suit. The chilling cries from below resonated faintly, mingling with the curses of men in the corridor. What kind of door is this? So sturdy, one man exclaimed. Didn't you always claim there's no lock you can't pick? Are you failing already? Another retorted, you're the one who can't do it. I certainly can. The sound of scrambling to unlock the door echoed from outside. Miao Qiqi tapped Kong Nan's shoulder, whispering, what should we do? Should we go out? Kong Nan produced a bottle of pepper spray from her belongings. When I open the door, you spray them with this. Miao Qiqi frowned and asked, don't we need the handgun? Ammunition is limited. Let's avoid it if we can, Kong Nan replied, holstering her pistol and grasping the door handle as she glanced at Miao Qiqi. Miao Qiqi tucked her handgun behind her and readied the spray. Kong Nan nodded at her, then swiftly flung open the door. 2 men were attempting to pry open the outer iron door when the inner door swung wide, catching them off guard. Before they could react, a scorching liquid sprayed across their faces, the acrid, spicy scent overwhelming them, causing their eyes to burn as if set aflame. What is this? My eyes! My eyes! They clasped their faces in agony, writhing on the ground. 2 additional men, busy forcing open room 4, heard the commotion and rushed over. At that moment, Kong Nan had already opened the iron door, spotting the 2 newcomers. Without hesitation, she lifted a shovel and swept it across. The razor-sharp edge, honed to perfection, caught them unawares, slicing into their arms and chests. Kong Nan pressed the advantage, raising the shovel once more to strike. Meanwhile, Miao Qiqi emerged, each hand wielding a cleaver, and descended upon the 2 writhing men. After dispatching them, she hastened to assist Kong Nan against the remaining 2. The men, armed only with kitchen knives, stood no chance against Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, who swiftly dispatched them as well. With the corridor now cleared of assailants, Miao Qiqi hurriedly moved to secure the emergency exit, propping the cleaver against the door. She turned to Kong Nan, inquiring what now. There's still many members of the water monster gang downstairs. Kong Nan furrowed her brow in contemplation. Just then, the door to room 3 swung open, and Lin Yasheng stepped out. Did you kill all these people? Miao Qiqi nodded. There's still many of the water monster gang downstairs. Do you plan to eliminate them? Lin Yasheng asked Kong Nan. Kong Nan replied, they are currently scattered, looting. We can systematically take them down if we remain idle. Once they discover the fate of their compatriots on the 22nd floor, they will surely swarm us, and we may find ourselves helplessly waiting for our demise. Lin Yasheng nodded. You make a valid point. Wait for me. I will join you. Before long, Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu emerged, each wielding a kitchen knife. Kong Nan eyed their knives with some disdain and returned to the room to fetch 2 hefty machetes, handing them over. This is a flare gun, Ayu. Once you reach the rooftop, fire the flare, then come back to assist us, Kong Nan instructed, passing a flare gun to Yang Suiyu, before turning to unlock the emergency exit. The assailants downstairs remained oblivious to their comrades' demise, continuing their rampant looting within the apartments. Lin Yasheng led the way, with Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi following closely behind, descending step by step. As they went lower, the cries of terror and pleas for mercy grew more pronounced, causing Lin Yasheng to grip his machete tighter. Chapter 40. A complete sweep. The number of bandits on the 21st floor appeared greater than on the 22nd. Upon their arrival, Kong Nan observed that the doors to 4 apartments were ajar, each filled with screams and cries for mercy. She gestured for them to investigate room 1 first. The group tread lightly, gradually entering room 1. Kong Nan brought up the rear, gently closing the door behind them. Blood was splattered across the wall near the entryway, and the room echoed with intermittent cries and moans. The group stealthily approached the source of the sounds. Inside, 3 men were ravaging 2 women, who flailed desperately in an attempt to break free. Lin Yasheng, filled with revulsion at the sight, raised his machete and charged at one of the men. Miao Qiqi swiftly leaped behind another man, swinging her cleaver to slice his throat. Kong Nan, with precision, brought her shovel down upon the throat of the third. The men had yet to comprehend the unfolding horror before they fell lifeless. Blood sprayed across the 2 women, who stood in shock, staring at the corpses before them. After a moment, the mother began to gather her clothing and stumbled toward the living room, where she was met with the sight of her husband lying motionless, prompting an anguished wail. After inspecting the room and confirming no other assailants remained, Kong Nan turned to exit. Just as she opened the door, Lin Yasheng came face to face with a bandit from room 2. Both were momentarily stunned, but as the latter regained composure, he shouted, "Fatty, big guy, come over here. Kill this man." Upon hearing the call, Lin Yasheng rushed forward with his machete, prompting the bandit to retreat into the room while shouting for reinforcements. His cries summoned individuals from rooms 3 and 4. Realizing the situation, Kong Nan called out to Miao Qiqi, "Go assist Lin Yasheng. Use your handgun if necessary. I'll handle the ones outside." Miao Qiqi nodded, "Be careful." 3 men emerged from rooms 3 and 4, while the rest likely remained inside. Kong Nan, serious, brandished her shovel. One bearded man smirked, "Oh, little sister, that shovel looks heavy. Be careful not to hurt yourself." A nearby pockmarked man leered, "Ha, tonight is our lucky night. We've got ourselves a gorgeous lady." At that moment, Yang Suiyu entered from the emergency exit, spotting the 3 men and rushing to join Kong Nan. Sheng and Qiqi are inside. You go help them. What about you? Yang Suiyu asked, eyeing the 3 men warily. Kong Nan urged, "I can manage this alone. You need to go." After a brief hesitation, Yang Suiyu gritted her teeth and sprinted toward room 2. The bearded man taunted, "You sure talk big. You alone can take on 3 of us? With that small frame, can you handle it?" Kong Nan chose not to engage in banter, raising her shovel and swinging it toward them. The men were prepared, dodging to the side. In that instant, Kong Nan produced a handful of chili powder, throwing at 2 of them, blinding them instantly. The last man raised his hands to shield his face, and Kong Nan seized the opportunity to thrust the shovel forcefully into his abdomen. The sharp-edged shovel pierced deeply into the abdomen of the adversary, and with a swift motion, Kong Nan withdrew the weapon, executing a horizontal sweep towards the other 2 assailants. In no time, the trio lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Simultaneously, Lin Yasheng and Miao Qiqi worked in tandem to eliminate the 3 individuals in room 2. The thugs scattered throughout the apartment building, and, seizing this opportunity, Kong Nan and his companions systematically dispatched the criminals. Upon reaching the 18th floor, a gunshot shattered the silence, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps echoing in the corridor. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Kong Nan shouted to Miao Qiqi and the others, "Quickly return and secure the doors. The patrol team has arrived." After issuing the warning, he grabbed Miao Qiqi and dashed up the stairs, with Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu close behind. These thugs, driven by desperation, might resort to unspeakable acts upon realizing they were under siege. Their numbers were limited, and it was prudent to avoid a direct confrontation. Upon returning home, Kong Nan promptly locked both doors, employing several large stones from his reserves to barricade the entrance. Throughout this time, the sounds of gunfire persisted. Just as Kong Nan secured the blockade, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and the sound of pounding on the iron door reverberated outside. "How exhilarating!" Miao Qiqi exclaimed, her hands trembling as she observed the surveillance footage on her phone. The monitors revealed a dozen thugs lurking in the corridor, while a significant presence of the patrol team guarded the emergency exit, occasionally firing into the hallway. Witnessing the thugs being shot one by one, Miao Qiqi felt an irresistible urge to join the fray with her own firearm. Kong Nan, uninterested in the corridor's happenings, rushed to the balcony, armed with night vision binoculars to survey the scene below. The patrol team had completely encircled the area, and he could see individuals leaping into the water below, only to be swiftly captured by a large net. It appeared that the government was indeed taking serious measures this time. As time ticked by, the gunfire outside gradually diminished. A rhythmic series of knocks echoed through the silence of the apartment, startling Kong Nan. He glanced at the surveillance and recognized the uniformed patrol team outside. He removed the stones from the entrance and opened the small window in the door. The patrol officer paused momentarily before inquiring, "Hello, is everything all right in your home?" Kong Nan shook his head, replying, "No, everything is fine. We have 2 doors secured. Those individuals cannot enter." The officer continued, "I heard from the residents downstairs that you were the ones who rescued them." Kong Nan pondered for a moment before responding. "One could say so. We were concerned that after robbing the people downstairs, they would come for us, so we acted preemptively." The officer then asked, "Was the signal flare also your doing?" Kong Nan nodded. "We salvaged some outdoor supplies previously, which included usable signal flares. The deployment of signal flares was commendable. However, engaging in lethal actions against the thugs should be avoided in the future. It is far too perilous. You were fortunate this time. These criminals have committed numerous robberies and have grown somewhat complacent. Otherwise, with just the 4 of you, you would not stand a chance against them." After delivering a lecture, the patrol officer recorded Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi's information before turning to knock on the door of the CF family across the hall. That night, the building was anything but quiet. The patrol team cycled in and out, accompanied by medical personnel, to collect the deceased, treat the wounded, tally the numbers, and document the events, all in a flurry of activity. It wasn't until the afternoon of the following day that the government informed the public of the previous night's occurrences. Miao Qiqi was astonished to read the announcement, which claimed that there were insiders from the water monster gang within their community. Chapter 41. The guest Wu Xiaomei. An insider from the water monster gang within our community? Kong Nan mused with curiosity, realizing why those individuals had repeatedly targeted their neighborhood. Miao Qiqi nodded. The announcement mentioned that someone within the community had joined the water monster gang. The attack on the building across from us was likely aided by that insider. Otherwise, how could the gang members have rushed to the opposite building upon entering the community? That insider is truly despicable for luring the water monster gang into our neighborhood. Without considering the possibility of their own safety, Miao Qiqi said, her voice trailing off as she fell into silence. In a society built on a century of civilization, the Dragon Kingdom had crumbled into disarray in just 2 months. Humanity is indeed a complex species. Miao Qiqi began to comprehend why the once gentle and kind Kong then had transformed into the indifferent and selfish individual he had become. The patrol team had virtually annihilated the water monster gang, and the survivors were taken away by the government, reportedly to undertake perilous missions, such as retrieving supplies from treacherous terrains. After that day, Kong Nan and her friends ventured outside infrequently. Yet their presence was widely acknowledged throughout the apartment building and the entire neighborhood. Their heroic actions in vanquishing the enemies were widely publicized, garnering mixed reactions. Some viewed them as saviors, while others regarded them as murderers, keeping their distance upon encountering them. Lin Yasheng faced disdain from others during his fishing outings and subsequently reduced his outings. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed in the otherwise quiet living room, startling Yang Suiyu. Who could be knocking at this hour? She had been in a state of heightened sensitivity, the memories of the previous day's violence haunting her. Every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned the blood-soaked ground and the lifeless bodies. The knocking persisted, and in annoyance, Yang Suiyu approached the door, opening it to find an unfamiliar woman standing before her. Frowning as she inquired, "Whom do you seek?" "Hello, I am Wu Xiaomei from room 3 on the 20th floor." Wu Xiaomei, clad in a school uniform with her hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared innocent and demure. Yang Suiyu regarded her warily. "What brings you here?" With reddened eyes and a lowered gaze, Wu Xiaomei replied, "A few days ago, my parents were killed by those thugs while trying to protect me. Had you not rescued me that day, I might have met the same fate as my parents. I came to express my gratitude for saving my life." As she spoke, Wu Xiaomei bowed deeply to Yang Suiyu. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yang Suiyu responded, "There is no need for thanks. We fought off the thugs for our own safety, and rescuing you was merely a fortunate coincidence. Sister, you need not be so modest. I know it was you who saved me." Wu Xiaomei continued, her eyes earnest. "Sister, since you saved me once, could you possibly save me a second time?" Yang Suiyu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Is someone trying to kill you?" "No." Wu Xiaomei shook her head. "My parents had brought back a considerable amount of supplies before their deaths, and now I am alone at home. Lately, I have noticed individuals lurking around my door, and I fear they may attempt to steal my supplies." Yang Suiyu ran her fingers through her hair. "You should seek assistance from the patrol team. What can we do to help?" "Sister, your combat skills are impressive. May I stay at your home? Alternatively, would you consider staying at mine? As long as you are willing to protect me, I can offer you 30% of my supplies." Yang Suiyu finally grasped Wu Xiaomei's intent for visiting, instantly declining, "I'm sorry, but we do not plan to share our living space with anyone." "What do you mean by sharing?" Lin Yasheng emerged from the room, questioning. "Brother, do you remember me? You saved me the other day. Now I am all alone at home, and I wish to move." Wu Xiaomei's eyes widened in disbelief at the door. What kind of person is this? Before she could finish her sentence, the door was shut in her face. Is he even a gentleman? Not a shred of courtesy. Outside, Wu Xiaomei fumed, while Lin Yasheng rubbed his arms, wondering, where did this crazy person come from? Calling me brother on first sight, it's giving me goosebumps. "Ha ha, are you being overly dramatic?" Yang Suiyu laughed until her stomach hurt. "No wonder he's your boyfriend. His way of handling things is truly unique." Lin Yasheng draped his arm over her shoulders and led her back inside. "Stop laughing. I've told you countless times not to open the door for strangers. What if you encounter a bad person? Just days ago, the thugs were here, and you Haven T learned your lesson." As Lin Yasheng continued to lecture Yang Suiyu outside, Wu Xiaomei's attention shifted towards Kong Nan's door. She approached the entrance to Kong Nan's apartment, recalling the scene of Kong Nan wielding the shovel with deadly precision. and instinctively took a step back. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Xiaomei took a deep breath, raised her hand, and knocked on the door of Kong Nan's residence. Upon hearing the knock, Kong Nan checked the surveillance and saw a woman in a school uniform with disheveled hair standing outside. Without a second thought, she turned off her phone and resumed her running. Miao Qiqi glanced at Kong Nan, and noticing her lack of response, she discerned that the visitor was inconsequential, thus returning to her meal. Outside, Wu Xiaomei knocked persistently, her hands swelling from the effort, yet there was no sign of anyone opening the door, which stirred a sense of resentment within her. Just then, a sound of the door opening came from behind her. Wu Xiaomei turned to see Xie Yangzhe leaning halfway out, inquiring, "Young lady, who are you looking for?" Wu Xiaomei glanced at the doorplate, then at the doors of Lin Yasheng and Kong Nan, and a smile spread across her face. "Are you out of your mind? Bringing anyone home without a second thought? Don't you realize the current situation? She's just a young girl, the same age as our daughter. She has no parents, living alone, isn't safe. What is wrong with her staying with us for a while? What if something happens?" Xie Yangzhe retorted. "She is not related to us. What then? What could possibly happen? We've lived here for so many years, and everyone is just neighbors. You've met Xiaomei's parents. They are honest people. How could their child be any worse?" The argument between Xie Yangzhe and Huang Xiaomin echoed throughout the floor. Miao Qiqi dashed to the door, peering through the window. Inside, Huang Xiaomin was embroiled in a dispute with Xie Yangzhe, while Xie Yingying was trying to restrain her mother from escalating the conflict. Beside them stood a girl in a school uniform with teary eyes. It was quite the spectacle, and one might mistakenly think it was a showdown between a wife and a mistress. Xie Yangzhe's face turned crimson with anger. "Huang Xiaomin, how could I have never noticed how selfish you are? We live in the same community. What is wrong with lending a hand? Think about it from Xiaomei's perspective. If we're being treated this way, how would you feel? Besides, Xiaomei isn't staying for free. Didn't she just say she would provide us with 30% of her supplies as rent?" Whether it was the offer of supplies or the fact that she also had a daughter, Huang Xiaomin reluctantly agreed to let Wu Xiaomei stay in her home. With the addition of a rather troublesome woman on the 22nd floor, Lin Yasheng and Kong Nan became even less inclined to leave their homes, going nearly 2 weeks without being seen. Chapter 42, Parasites in the Water. The rain continued to pour incessantly, and the water level rose day by day. When Kong Nan and her group visited the trading point for the 4th time, they found it had been relocated to the 9th floor due to the rising water. While waiting in line to exchange points, Miao Qiqi noticed several individuals in the queue sporting small patches of red bumps on their bodies. She leaned towards Kong Nan and whispered, Nan, don't you think those people might have some infectious disease?" Kong Nan shook her head. "No, those are eczema rashes. Prolonged exposure to damp conditions can lead to such skin issues and even rheumatism." "Then why haven't we gotten it?" Kong Nan gave her a sidelong glance, and Miao Qiqi slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten that her home had a dehumidifier running 24/7, with activated charcoal placed in every corner. And they routinely changed their dry bedding. Coupled with their daily exercise, it was no wonder they had developed rashes. Kong Nan quietly said, "I bought some herbal tea for dampness at home. We should brew some when we return." In their previous life, both she and Miao Qiqi had suffered from eczema, an agonizing experience that left them scratching until their skin bled without relief. Although they hadn't developed rashes this time, it was prudent to take preventive measures. As they spoke, they arrived at the trading platform, where Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi presented their items for exchange. This time, they brought very little, for it had been over a month since they last scavenged for supplies, making it unusual to have a large stockpile. The staff member on duty was a new face, who scrutinized their offerings and disdainfully muttered, "You've only brought this little? Aren't you tired? 200 points. Next." Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "Wait, that doesn't seem right. We brought over 50 plastic sheets and 30 pounds of vegetables. How can it only be 200 points? The staff member, clearly annoyed, replied, "What is wrong? It's plainly written above. Each plastic sheet is worth 3 points. You have 54 sheets, which totals 162 points. As for the vegetables, the government has initiated water planting. They aren't worth much. I'm giving you 200 points out of pity for you two." Miao Qiqi, struggling to suppress her anger, said, "Fine, but how can these plastic sheets only be worth 3 points? We used to exchange them for 5. The staff member scoffed. "Look at your sheets. They're flimsy and transparent. How dare you ask for 5 points? What kind of attitude is that?" Miao Qiqi exclaimed, furious. Although they had no intention of using the points they earned, it didn't justify being treated dismissively. Kong Nan, maintaining her composure, patted Miao Qiqi and said, Let us not get upset. We'll just walk away. Absolutely not. This is not your playground. You can exchange or not, but don't think this is your home. Ignoring the staff's words, Kong Nan began to gather her items. The staff member, noticing this, stepped in front of them. Just as Miao Qiqi was about to push past him in a fit of rage, chaos erupted ahead. A person in the queue suddenly clutched their stomach and collapsed, spewing blood, causing those around to recoil in horror, fearing splatters of blood. The staff member who had been blocking Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi was called away by a superior to restore order, allowing the two to seize the moment and leave with their belongings. Once they boarded the pedal boat to leave the trading point, Miao Qiqi pouted and said, "That staff member was incredibly arrogant. He must have gotten in through the back door." Kong Nan replied, "We should avoid the trading point for a while. We'll wait until there's a change in the staff before bringing supplies to exchange for points." They had only exchanged points during their first visit. All subsequent trips had resulted in them leaving empty-handed, effectively donating supplies to the government. Given the poor treatment they had received, it was no wonder Miao Qiqi was infuriated. As they pedaled away, Miao Qiqi continued to grumble about the staff member's arrogant demeanor when suddenly she asked, Nan, do you know what that person who vomited blood was suffering from?" Kong Nan pondered for a moment, then pulled out a transparent plastic bag from her pocket. "Fill it with water and observe closely. You'll find out." Miao Qiqi, puzzled, followed Kong Nan's advice, filling a bag with water and lifting it to inspect. To her shock, she noticed numerous tiny worms wriggling within. "Are there worms in the water?" she gasped. Kong Nan nodded. That person likely ingested a worm, causing internal damage, resulting in abdominal pain and vomiting blood. In our previous life, at around this time, a multitude of worms appeared in the water: leeches, roundworms, bloodworms, and trichinella. Over time, all types of parasitic worms emerged, infecting many unsuspecting individuals. At that time, the government's medical resources were severely lacking, and the number of those who could be treated was less than 1/10 of the infected. In their previous life, both she and Miao Qiqi had been unfortunate enough to contract parasitic infections, but they were lucky to notice their symptoms early and sought treatment at a relief station. Most of those who contracted the infection afterward perished due to a lack of medicine. Thinking about the water teeming with parasites sent a shiver down Miao Qiqi's spine. "That's terrifying. I want to step outside until the water recedes." Kong Nan reassured her, "Don't worry. I have some deworming medicine at home. We'll take a dose as soon as we get back." In her previous life, although they were not claimed by the parasites, they endured considerable suffering. Consequently, when Kong Nan procured medicine, she stockpiled a substantial amount of deworming medication, along with plenty of the childhood candy known as tarta. Upon returning home, Miao Qiqi eagerly urged Kong Nan to retrieve the deworming pills. After consuming the medication, she felt somewhat reassured only after washing her entire body with sulfur soap 3 times. Meanwhile, the government, upon learning about the infected individuals, swiftly deployed patrol teams to disseminate information daily, advising the public to ensure that any food consumed was thoroughly cooked. Yet, despite these efforts, the number of infections continued to rise daily. Most of those infected had inadvertently ingested contaminated water while wading in, or had parasites crawling into their bodies through their ears or nostrils. The mayor of S City had received an anonymous letter from Kong Nan warning of the impending parasitic threat, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to quickly gather deworming medicine. However, deworming medication was scarcely purchased, making it challenging for pharmacies and pharmaceutical companies to procure it. Now, the mayor faced a dilemma. He ordered the creation of a pesticide powder that, when dispersed in water, would instantly kill the parasites. However, this would also result in the demise of the fish within the water, as well as the water hyacinth they had painstakingly cultivated. Chapter 43. Patrol Officer Zhou Su. Should he refrain from deploying the powder, the number of individuals succumbing to parasitic infections would inevitably increase. Conversely, using the powder would plunge them into a critical shortage of supplies, potentially leading many to resort to desperate measures that could endanger others. In such a scenario, chaos would engulf the entirety of S City. The mayor, running his fingers through the few strands of hair that remained, pondered deeply before ultimately deciding to proceed with the deployment of the pesticide powder. Bags of pale yellow powder were scattered along the streets by the patrol teams. Miao Qiqi, peering through binoculars, observed the patrol officers dispersing the crowds lingering outside. Were these individuals truly so desperate for supplies that they would risk their lives? The authorities had repeatedly cautioned against venturing outdoors during the powder's application, yet they braved the hazards for mere fish and water hyacinth. The pesticide powder was indeed potent. Shortly after its application, fish began to surface, belly up, in alarming numbers. 3 days later, a knock echoed at Kong Nan's door. Upon checking the surveillance, she saw a figure clad in the patrol uniform outside, prompting her to open the activity window. "Greetings, I am Zhou Su from the XX team, and I will be responsible for overseeing matters within your community henceforth." He continued, "In half an hour, please send a representative from your household to attend a meeting at Building 1. Kong Nan furrowed her brow. In her previous life, there had been no instance of the government assigning personnel to manage communities. They had lived like free-range sheep, self-sufficient, and the government had seldom intervened unless egregious actions were taken. She regarded the tall, broad-shouldered man with thick brows and large eyes. "I apologize, but may I request to see your credentials?" Zhou Su complied, retrieving a sealed plastic bag from his pocket and carefully producing his identification. After confirming his identity, she replied, "I shall be present at Building 1 promptly in half an hour." Zhou Su nodded and proceeded to knock on the door of the Xia household across the way. Noticing his drenched attire, Kong Nan hesitated before inquiring, "Group Leader Zhou, with only half an hour until the meeting and numerous buildings in our community, will you be able to notify everyone in time?" Zhou Su turned back. "Other buildings have colleagues assigned to them." Kong Nan nodded in understanding, closing the activity window as she returned to her living room. In times of peace, soldiers silently safeguard their homeland, seldom celebrated or recognized for their sacrifices. Many mistakenly assume that soldiers spend their days solely training in the barracks. However, when a nation faces crises, soldiers step forward without hesitation, assisting civilians through hardships, even at the cost of their own lives. In her previous life, Kong Nan had witnessed many soldiers sacrifice themselves to aid the populace, which inspired her in this life to gather as many supplies as possible to offer to the government. After changing her clothes and cautioning Miao Qiqi not to open the door indiscriminately, she departed from the apartment building. In the 9th floor of Building 1, representatives from every surviving household gathered for the meeting, creating a scene of overcrowding and chaos. Kong Nan and Lin Yasheng found a corner to conceal themselves. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, Zhou Su raised a loudspeaker and called for silence. "Everyone, please quiet down. Esteemed residents, I am Zhou Su, a patrol officer from the XX team. I am currently responsible for the safety and relocation of our community. The water levels have been rising increasingly, and we can only hold the meeting on the 9th floor. Due to the flooding, many individuals are now homeless. Our mayor has decided to establish a water rescue station near the Lays Hotel in the city center. Materials are ready, but we are short on manpower to construct it. If anyone is facing hardships at home, please approach me after the meeting to volunteer. A day's work will earn you 10 packs of compressed biscuits and a box of coal." Upon hearing this announcement, many rushed towards Zhou Su, clamoring to sign up. After much persuasion, Zhou Su managed to calm the crowd. "We will discuss the volunteer sign-up for the rescue station after the meeting. I have one more matter to address." He continued, "Due to the efforts to eliminate parasites in the water, we have introduced a significant amount of pesticide powder, which has proven to be quite toxic. The fish and water hyacinth in the water have inevitably suffered. Currently, there is an abundance of dead fish and water hyacinth that need to be cleared away and replanted. However, as you can all see, this is a considerable undertaking, and we require your assistance in cleaning the dead fish and water hyacinth." A voice from the crowd interjected, "Will we receive supplies for cleaning up the dead fish?" Zhou Su took a deep breath and continued, "Everyone, the weather is humid. If these fish and water hyacinth are not promptly cleared, they will quickly rot and emit a foul odor, potentially leading to other diseases. Cleaning the dead fish and water hyacinth is in your best interest. Do you wish to live amidst a pile of corpses?" An elderly man spoke up. "So, that means there are no supplies then." Instantly, others chimed in, "I won't go. I'd rather stay home than work for free." "Neither will I. My home is high up, and with my doors and windows sealed, I can't smell the stench." "Huh, I can smell it. But my house is constantly enveloped in the foul odor from the sewage backflow, so that little bit of rot is nothing." The residents exchanged remarks, each expressing their unwillingness to help with the cleanup. Zhou Su waited for the chatter to subside before slowly raising the loudspeaker again. "This afternoon, I will have someone take down your personal information. Those who do not assist in clearing the water debris will lose their eligibility to exchange for supplies." The threat of losing access to supplies held little weight for the crowd. Many had already redeemed a considerable amount of supplies before the parasitic outbreak, which would sustain them for only a few months. Afterward, they would still need to visit trading points to acquire more supplies. Gradually, the murmurs among the residents diminished, and no one dared to voice their refusal to help clean up the dead fish. Chapter 44. Clearing the debris from water. Upon witnessing the unanimous agreement to clean up the dead fish, Zhou Su began to deliberate on the distribution of tasks. He proposed that each building elect a representative who would lead the residents of their respective units in the endeavor to clear the floating refuse in their designated areas. The representative for Kong Nan's building was Huang Zemming, a resident of the 15th floor who had been a salesperson before the apocalypse, possessing a remarkable eloquence and an unblemished character. Upon returning to their building, he promptly partnered with his wife to register personal information from each household, exhibiting a commendable attitude and an industrious spirit. Those who had initially resented the compulsory cleanup of the waterborne refuse were soon charmed by the couple's amiable demeanor, willingly agreeing to assist in the removal of the deceased fish. The cleanup operation required participation from individuals aged between 14 and 60, with exceptions only for special circumstances. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi donned their protective gear and stepped outside, coincidentally encountering the Xie family, who were also heading out to collect the dead fish. Seeing their attire, Xie Yingying exclaimed, "Sister Nan, you actually have protective suits." Kong Nan responded, "I found them at a pharmacy while salvaging supplies earlier." With only 4 days past since the chemical spraying, the water was rife with floating corpses of dead fish. One could never be certain of the presence of other bacteria. Thus, wearing protective clothing was a prudent choice, although it may have seemed conspicuous. She had returned to this world with the intent of navigating the apocalypse with a modicum of comfort. She could not shy away from wearing protective gear out of fear. Beside her, Wu Xiaomei interjected, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sister Kong, you must have more than just 2 suits from that pharmacy. Would you consider selling one to me?" Kong Nan readily agreed. "Sure, but it will cost you 50 packs of compressed biscuits." Wu Xiaomei blurted out in disbelief. 50 packs of compressed biscuits? Are you out of your mind? That's half my fortune. Nearby, Xie Yangja interjected, Xiaonan, that price seems a bit steep. 50 packs of compressed biscuits is rather excessive. Could you possibly reduce the amount? Kong Nan cast him a glance, but remained silent, urging Miao Qiqi to move along swiftly. Xie Yangja's expression darkened immediately. They were neighbors after all, and it felt inappropriate to exploit their relationship. Xie Yingying shot him a disapproving look. The items belonged to her, and she clearly stated the price. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, then simply refrain. How is that exploiting you? Sighing, Xie Yangja lamented. Who are you to speak to your father like that? Other daughters are like warm blankets, but mine is merely a prickly vest. The area designated for Kong Nan's building stretched from the entrance of the community to the left rear side of their building. The debris collected needed to be transported to a vessel outside the community, where personnel would meticulously record the quantity salvaged. Each individual was required to retrieve enough refuse to fill an inflatable boat. Once the quota was met, they could return. Slacking off was not an option. In a bid to fulfill their quotas swiftly, many arose early to commence their scavenging. The unharvested waters were strewn with an abundance of dead fish and water hyacinths. A casual sweep would easily fill an inflatable boat. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi deliberately chose to arrive later, thus minimizing their exposure to the overwhelming number of dead fish and reducing the risk of infection. As they diligently gathered the dead fish, the boat suddenly rocked violently, causing both to grasp for stability. Once the boat steadied, they turned to survey their surroundings. Not far away, Wu Xiaomei looked at them innocently. "Sisters, I'm sorry. I was so focused on catching fish that I accidentally bumped into you." Standing beside her, Xie Yangja wiped rainwater from his face and said, "Xiao Miao, I apologize. Xiaomei didn't mean it. Please don't hold it against her." Kong Nan glanced up but resumed her task, while Miao Qiqi, though irritated, felt it inappropriate to express her anger towards an elder, pouting as she continued working. Xie Yangja sighed, turning to assist Huang Xiaomin with the water hyacinths, but she sidestepped, saying, "Don't touch me. Go tend to your Xiaomei." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xie Yangja grumbled, irritably tossing a water hyacinth onto the raft, inadvertently striking Xie Yingying. Yingying yelped, "Dad, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yangja's expression darkened. "How dare you speak to me like that? I am your father." Seeing his imminent rage, Huang Xiaomin swiftly stepped in front of Xie Yingying, just as Wu Xiaomei suddenly let out a shriek. All three turned to look at her, finding her sprawled on the raft beside a dead fish, her face speckled with fish scales. Wu Xiaomei wiped her face and sat up, shouting at Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi. "You two lunatics! Do you believe I won to tell Captain Zhou and have you both driven away?" Miao Qiqi snorted disdainfully, grasping a fishtail and mimicking Kong Nan's earlier motion, flinging it with force. An 8-pound grass carp sailed through the air, landing squarely on Wu Xiaomei's face. Sickened, Wu Xiaomei fought the urge to vomit, her face and nose reeking of fish odor, slick with a viscous slime. Hastily, she wiped her face with her clothing tears streaming down her cheeks. Xie Yangzhe, distressed, pointed an accusatory finger at Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi. Xiao Miao, how can you bully her like this? She is 2 years younger than you. Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes. 2 years younger doesn't mean she is a child. Can't you discern right from wrong? If Wu Xiaomei hadn't provoked us first, we would have bothered with a woman who clearly has issues. After 5 days of relentless effort, the dead fish and water hyacinths in S City were finally cleared. The mayor dispatched personnel to sprinkle a medicinal powder around S City every 5 days to prevent external parasites from infiltrating, while also initiating the planting of water hyacinths in the city center. Kong Nan pondered that with the current lack of water hyacinths in the city, perhaps vegetables could yield good points, so she and Miao Qiqi decided to transport the vegetables they had harvested to the trading point, while also gathering some news. This time, they were met by the same arrogant staff member who, upon seeing Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, immediately pointed at them and declared, "You dared to come back." Miao Qiqi feigned innocence. "This isn't a den of tigers. Why would I come?" The staff member glared at them, recalling how their previous clandestine acquisition of supplies had resulted in discrepancies in the inventory, leading to a lengthy reprimand from her superiors. Remembering her unjust scolding, the staff member coldly stated, "I will not accept your supplies. Take them back." "On what grounds?" Miao Qiqi slammed her palm on the table, shouting, "Call your supervisor over. I want to see who is unjustly refusing to accept our supplies." Chapter 45. Their house came under scrutiny. There were 3 exchange counters at the trading point, all in close proximity due to space constraints. Consequently, the commotion at Kong Nan's counter quickly drew the attention of the other 2 counters. One staff member discreetly departed, returning shortly with a middle-aged woman in tow. "Lina, what is going on?" Lina snorted derisively. "Team leader Fong. These 2 are the culprits who took away supplies after exchanging points last time." Upon hearing this, Miao Qiqi immediately retorted, "Who are you cursing? If you can't speak respectfully, then don't speak at all." Fuming with anger, Lina stepped out from behind the counter, ready to strike, only to be restrained by team leader Fong. "Enough. What's the fuss? What exactly transpired?" Miao Qiqi cast a sidelong glance at Lina, her expression impassive as she recounted, "When we came to exchange points last time, this woman offered us a paltry price. 3 points for a 152-meter plastic shelter and 1 point for a pound of vegetables. I found the points insufficient and refused to exchange. But she obstructed our exit, coercing us to comply. Team leader, are you thieves? Is your strong-arm tactic truly justified? Now, as we attempt to redeem our points, this individual refuses to assist us, instructing us to leave with our belongings." The staff member at this trivial trading point certainly wields an inflated sense of authority. Team leader Fong furrowed his brows upon hearing this, and, with a stern expression, inquired, "Lina, is what they said true?" Lina's gaze faltered slightly. At that time, edible water hyacinths were abundant, and vegetables held negligible value. Was that plastic shed also of no worth? "Are you unaware that the government is urgently in need of plastic materials to construct water rescue stations?" Team leader Fong's eyes blazed with fury. This Lina is the daughter of a certain leader's mistress, forcefully assigned to work at the trading point. In just 1 month, she has caused numerous troubles. Her workload was already overwhelming, and now she frequently had to clean up Lina's messes. It was enough to make even a Buddhist seethe with anger. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, team leader Fong said, "I sincerely apologize, ladies. I will report this incident to my superiors." Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan did not come to the trading point to quarrel. Seeing that team leader Fong had offered a way out, they chose not to pursue the matter further. After redeeming their points, they departed. Before leaving, Miao Qiqi mingled with the crowd to gather some information. It was anticipated that 20 water rescue stations would be constructed to assist those rendered homeless by the floods. Simultaneously, the government began to catalog uninhabited high-rise buildings in S City. If any unoccupied residences were found, arrangements would be made for the displaced populace to reside there. Due to a previous invasion by bandits, several families in Kong Nan's apartment building had been exterminated, making it highly likely that their homes would be reassigned to others. Furthermore, the government has been compiling and recording the personal information of every survivor. If individuals are separated from their relatives due to the floods, they can register the rescue stations to post missing person notices. The government will exert every effort to help the citizens reunite with their families. Hearing this news, Kong Nan sighed softly. In her previous life, the government had undertaken similar initiatives, and in a moment of rashness, she had listed her parents' names on the missing persons list, nearly leading to her own demise at their hands. Miao Qiqi, oblivious to Kong Nan's unease, frowned and said, Nan, I've heard that tenants and landlords have clashed violently over housing issues. They say the government is preparing to inspect the properties. Those with ownership certificates can reclaim their homes. If one lacks an ownership certificate, the government may seize the property, and those wishing to remain must pay rent. Nan interjected. The inspection of properties may indeed be true, but the seizure of homes and collection of rent is highly unlikely. Everyone is currently struggling to secure their daily meals. Who has the surplus to pay rent? Miao Qiqi sighed. Let us hope for the best. Fortunately, our landlord is in Province A, so we won't have to compete with the landlord for our right to reside. Miao Qiqi silently rejoiced. Yet she recognized that Murphy's Law often operates in peculiar ways. The more one fears trouble, the more likely it is to occur. Not long after they returned home, the newly appointed building manager, Huang Zemming, knocked on their door. Nan opened the activity window, and outside stood Huang Zemming along with a young couple. Huang Zemming smiled politely. You must be Nan. I am Huang Zemming, and this is Ji Yuanhang, the nephew of the owner of this apartment. Nan furrowed her brows and asked, Is there something you need? Huang Zemming replied, This apartment belongs to old Master Ji, who is currently unable to return from another province. Mr. G's family is now homeless, and their only option is to stay in old Master G's apartment. Huang Zemming left the rest unsaid, yet everyone present could infer his implications. Nan frowned and retorted, I have already paid a year's rent for this apartment. I have the receipts and transfer records to prove it. If you want the apartment, it's impossible. Huang Zemming hastily explained, Mr. G is not trying to reclaim the apartment. He merely wishes to find shelter here. What kind of absurdity is this? Miao Qiqi stepped out and exclaimed, Why should we share our rented apartment with a stranger? What stranger? This is my uncle's house. What is wrong with me staying here? Ji Yuanhang pointed at Nan and Miao Qiqi. You are merely tenants. What right do you have to deny me access to my uncle's property? Precisely. This is the house purchased by your uncle, not by you. You should be counting your blessings that you can continue to reside here. Huang Zemming interjected. Miao Qiqi turned her head to see Wu Xiaomei leaning against the entrance of the CF family, gloating at their predicament. Who do you think you are? Why are you always sticking your nose into our business? Mind your own affairs. Wu Xiaomei scoffed. I'm merely speaking up for justice. This house isn't yours. The relatives of the owner have nowhere to stay, so it's only right they come here. Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes. Look at your logic. It's as if you're speaking without thinking. I rented this apartment with my hard-earned money, with receipts and transfer records. Before the lease is up, I can refuse anyone from unlawfully entering my home. Seeing that the situation was escalating, Huang Zemming quickly stepped in, given the extraordinary circumstances. We must treat this matter with sensitivity. Mr. G's family currently has nowhere to stay. Please understand, Zionin. Miao Qiqi retorted, We understand him. Who will understand us? We could always terminate the lease. Ji Yuanhang pulled a gold bracelet from his backpack and said, Consider this gold bracelet as your rent refund. You must vacate immediately. Nan glanced at the bracelet and replied expressionlessly, If you wish for me to leave, first prove that you are indeed old Master G's nephew. Chapter 46, Water Rescue Station. When dealing with such rogues, confronting them head-on will only bring unnecessary trouble upon oneself. Nan slowly stated, There's so many frauds these days. How can I be certain he is truly old Master G's nephew? If he can provide a paper proof with an official seal, then I may consider allowing them to stay. Otherwise, if anyone can simply claim to be a distant relative of the G family, what use is my residence? Huang Zemming turned to Ji Yuanhang. Mr. G, what Zionin says is valid. Perhaps you could. Ji Yuanhang impatiently interrupted. In this situation, where am I supposed to find her an official document with a seal? Without relevant proof, I'm afraid we cannot relinquish the apartment. Nan concluded, firmly shutting the activity window and ignoring their protests outside. Once inside the living room, Miao Qiqi whispered, This must be the witch's doing. Just look at her smugness earlier. Nan took a few sips from a bottle of soda and remarked, She won't be celebrating for long. Before long, she'll have to move back. How can you be so sure? Miao Qiqi asked, curiosity evident on her face. Nan explained, The government is cataloging available housing. If Wu Xiaomei doesn't want her home to fall into someone else's hands, she must return to live there. Miao Qiqi nodded. When that happens, I imagine Xia Yingying will be overjoyed, perhaps even celebrating with firecrackers. Just as Nan had anticipated, 7 days later, Wu Xiaomei moved back to her home. However, to Nan's surprise, she was not the only one relocating. Xia Yangja also moved out. On that day, the commotion in the corridor drew the attention of even the residents on the 21st floor. Xia Xiaomin pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Yangja, angrily exclaiming, Xia Yangja, do you have no shame? Wu Xiaomei is only 2 years older than your daughter, and you think it's acceptable to engage with her? Xie Yangzhe adjusted his glasses, impatiently replying, "Don't spout nonsense. I've explained everything clearly. It's unsafe for Xiaomei to live alone in such a large house. I'm simply staying with her for a few days until things stabilize, after which I'll return." Xie Xiaoman scoffed. "Oh, listen to yourself. Do you think anyone would believe that? I used to think you were just a coward, but now I see you're a shameless scoundrel. You're disgusting. How could you even think of approaching a girl your daughter's age? It makes me sick." Xie Xiaoman threw all of Xie Yangzhe's belongings out and slammed the door shut, refusing to listen to his futile justifications. Xie Yangzhe's face flushed red with embarrassment, and as he faced the surrounding neighbors, he forced himself to explain his relationship with Wu Xiaomei. Regrettably, none of the individuals present were fools. Who would believe that a single woman could cohabit with a married man without ulterior motives? After eavesdropping on the entire exchange at the entrance, Miao Qiqi eagerly recounted the events to Kong Nan, exclaiming her surprise at how such a timid man as Xie Yangzhe could dare to engage in infidelity. Kong Nan chuckled, remarking, "Even the most timid of men are still men. They inevitably develop an affinity for young and beautiful women. Some possess a sense of responsibility and understand the importance of safeguarding their families, while others choose to indulge in the pleasures of the moment." Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, likening the situation to her philandering father, a quintessential scoundrel. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Kong Nan glanced at her phone, but continued to stretch on the sponge mat. Observing this, Miao Qiqi spoke up, "Is it that G fellow again?" Kong Nan nodded, acknowledging the man's persistence. He visited daily without fail. Since that day, Ji Yuanhang had made a routine to come by, attempting to persuade Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi to relocate. His methods varied dramatically, from threats wielding knives, incessant banging on the door, lockpicking, to smashing the door with a hammer, until Miao Qiqi finally had enough and gave him a thorough beating, after which his approach shifted to kneeling and pleading. Each day, he would kneel before their door, weeping and wailing like a morning sun. Eventually, Miao Qiqi could no longer tolerate his antics and bound Ji Yuanhang in the corridor, using him as a target for archery practice, which lasted an entire afternoon. The following day, Ji Yuanhang failed to make an appearance. Days turned into weeks, and over a month later, the floodwaters had risen to the 11th floor, while the water rescue stations were finally established. 20 such stations had been constructed throughout City S, with the one nearest to their community located approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away from the neighborhood, in the vicinity of a former car dealership. Most residents living below the 11th floor had evacuated to the rescue station. These stations were constructed from various plastic foams, forming floating platforms, atop which thin plastic sheets or panels created rudimentary shelters to shield against the rain. Neatly arranged tents capable of accommodating 56 individuals dotted the platforms, providing refuge for the homeless survivors. The conditions within the rescue station were dire, damp and overcrowded, but it was undeniably preferable to drifting aimlessly on the water without a place to rest. Once the stations were operational, the government shifted its focus to distributing water hyacinths. Forewarned of the impending disaster, the mayor mobilized all available resources to save as many survivors as possible. This was both a boon and a burden. The number of survivors had more than doubled compared to the previous life, which meant that the demand for supplies would also escalate. Due to the application of insecticides, the supply and expenditure of resources had become severely imbalanced over the past month. Consequently, after ensuring the survivors were settled, the mayor promptly issued orders to distribute water hyacinths throughout every corner of City S, aiming to minimize unilateral resource output. Kong Nan stood on the balcony, gazing at the recently released water hyacinths with a distant expression. At this time in her previous life, her parents, each accompanied by their respective families, had come to find her. When she laid eyes on those two familiar, yet estranged faces, she was overcome with emotion and wept. Her parents showered her with affection, and even her half-siblings showed her kindness, leading her to believe that the familial bond she had longed for over the years had finally returned. Yet, less than a month later, their true colors emerged. For the sake of a mere handful of resources, they sold her to a grotesque fat man for his depraved pleasure, showing no regard for her well-being. Reflecting on her past, Kong Nan's expression darkened. Suddenly, Miao Qiqi pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look, there are fish." Kong Nan sighed in relief, clearing her negative thoughts, and remarked, "The water is flowing. It must be that fish from elsewhere have swum in." Miao Qiqi tilted her head, wondering aloud if there might be parasites in the water. Kong Nan shook her head, uncertain. In her previous life, the parasites had only perished under the scorching sun after the floodwaters receded. Given the changes this time around, She could not predict what the future held. Chapter 47, Piranhas. The news of fish in the water spread throughout the city within half a day. Upon hearing this, Lin Yasheng eagerly gathered his fishing gear and set off to fish, inviting Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan along. Miao Qiqi, brimming with enthusiasm, grabbed her fishing equipment, while Kong Nan, uninterested in fishing, chose to remain home to keep watch. Besides Lin Yasheng's group, the CF family and the elderly woman from room 4 also ventured out to fish, having relied on their reserves for the past 2 months. They were now eager to supplement their supplies, determined to bring back as many fish as possible. Noticing that the 22nd floor was empty, Kong Nan retrieved a heap of ingredients from her space, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to cook some meals to store. Just as she finished washing the vegetables and prepared to cook, she heard a commotion at the door. Quickly, she stowed the ingredients back in her space and approached the entrance, finding Miao Qiqi returning earlier than expected. Curiously, she asked, "Why are you back so soon? I nearly had a heart attack." "Those fish are piranhas," Miao Qiqi exclaimed. "Piranhas? What happened?" Kong Nan inquired, puzzled. Miao Qiqi, still shaken, recounted. "When Lin Yasheng and I went downstairs, the 11th floor corridor was packed with people. After observing for a while and realizing we could not get in, we decided to check the 12th floor for fishing spots. Upon reaching the 12th floor, we witnessed that old lady Wang and her family arguing with others over positions. After a prolonged struggle, in a fit of rage, she ordered her son to jump into the water to fish with a net. Her son, greedy as well, used 2 compressed biscuits as bait, tossed them into the net, and jumped in. No sooner had he submerged than the surrounding fish swarmed toward him. Miao Qiqi's expression twisted as she recalled the scene. The fish latched onto him, and he thrashed about wildly in the water, transforming the area into a pool of crimson. Onlookers quickly assisted in pulling him out, but Miao Qiqi's face contorted further as she continued. "You should have seen it. When they retrieved him, his intestines were hanging out, and a piranha was still attached to his lower extremities, a truly gruesome sight." Kong Nan furrowed her brow, asking, "What is his condition now?" When they pulled him out, he was still gasping for breath, but now, "I can't say," Miao Qiqi replied. "The Wang family is wailing on the 12th floor, demanding answers from those around them." Kong Nan, perplexed, asked, "Demanding answers? What do you mean?" Miao Qiqi sighed, explaining. "The old lady claims it was those people blocking the 12th floor window that forced her son to jump into the water, leading to his demise at the jaws of the piranhas." Kong Nan found it absurd, but he is still alive. Isn't? Why not take him to the rescue station first? Miao Qiqi shrugged. In such a dire state, even in a pre-apocalyptic world, he might not survive. Given the current scarcity of medical supplies, sending him to the rescue station would be futile. However, someone has gone to inform Zhou Su. He should take the man to the rescue station shortly. Reflecting on the tragedy that befell the old lady's son, Miao Qiqi expressed her relief, saying, "Thank goodness Lin Yasheng and I were cautious about the parasites in the water and didn't jump in. If we had..." She shivered, shaking off the dreadful thought. Kong Nan chuckled softly. "Fear not. Even if you were to lose the use of your limbs, I would exhaust all my resources to ensure your recovery." Miao Qiqi tossed a bottle of soda at her, retorting, "Get lost. You're the one who'd be half paralyzed." Kong Nan accepted the drink, taking a sip, and wondered aloud, "Surely, many others must have caught fish today. Didn't they notice anything unusual about them?" Miao Qiqi pondered. "Now that you mention it, nobody in our building caught any fish today. When I went down, I heard some say there were so many fish in the water, yet none were biting. They couldn't catch anything, claiming the fish were particularly aggressive today." Kong Nan hypothesized, "Perhaps the piranhas simply weren't interested in your bait." Miao Qiqi nodded, noting that their bait consisted merely of small, mixed balls, which held little allure for carnivorous fish. A thought struck her, prompting her to ask Nan, "Did piranhas appear in the last life?" Kong Nan shook her head, replying no. After pondering for a moment, she added uncertainly, "But it's possible that piranhas did come. We just never knew. In the previous life, due to the issue of parasites, we were always too afraid to venture into the water. Everyone took extreme measures to avoid contact with the surface, which meant there was little chance of being attacked by piranhas." Miao Qiqi contemplated this and inquired, "I've heard that where piranhas exist, other fish do not. Did you catch any other fish during this time in the last life?" Kong Nan nodded, "Yes. Although the quantity of fish caught later was not as abundant as in the beginning, there was still quite a variety." "Then there shouldn't have been piranhas," Miao Qiqi sighed. "It seems the heavens cannot stand to see us thrive. Just as we resolve the parasite issue, they send piranhas to torment us." The attacks by piranhas were not limited to just Wang Laotai's son. Numerous others had also encountered these predatory fish. Piranhas breed rapidly, their numbers swelling, and they exhibit extreme aggression. Once a piranha sets its sights on a target, survival becomes exceedingly unlikely. They appear to possess a certain level of intelligence, targeting the vulnerable abdomen of humans during an attack. Most victims of piranha attacks sustain severe abdominal injuries. In City S, over 200 individuals have been attacked by piranhas, with only a little over 20 surviving thanks to timely rescue efforts. The mayor issued an urgent notification, informing the public about the presence of piranhas in the water and advising citizens to avoid swimming whenever possible. Simultaneously, he relayed that piranhas were indeed edible, urging caution during their capture. Upon learning that piranhas were consumable, Miao Qiqi expressed her curiosity, asking, "Nan, what do you think piranhas taste like?" "I have no idea. Do you wish to eat them?" Kong Nan turned to her. Miao Qiqi shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm just a bit curious. Those fish grow by consuming human flesh. I wouldn't dare to eat them." Kong Nan clarified, piranhas don't exclusively eat humans. They also consume other animals, and when desperate, they may even devour their companions. Miao Qiqi asked curiously, would eating such fish pose health risks? Like rabies, where a bite leads to madness. Kong Nan contemplated this before responding, it shouldn't be an issue. If these fish were harmful to health, the authorities wouldn't be spreading the word about piranhas being edible. The government went to great lengths to rescue survivors. They wouldn't make such a hasty announcement, advising survivors to consume piranhas. Chapter 48. The Capture of Piranhas. Despite the official declaration that piranhas were edible, few ventured out to catch them. The recent incidents of piranhas attacking people had left a psychological shadow over everyone, and the courage to fish for piranhas was still lacking, let alone eat them. The residents of their apartment building, who had witnessed piranhas attacking people, remained silent and stayed indoors. Lin Yasheng also refrained from fishing, as he and Yang Suiyu had witnessed firsthand how Wang Laotai's son was killed by the fish. The thought of that scene made him nauseous, precluding any desire to fish or consume fish. Piranhas, being omnivorous, would resort to cannibalism when prey was scarce, and they would also consume edible vegetation floating on the water, such as water hyacinths. Approximately half a month after the discovery of the piranhas, the patrol team noted that the water hyacinths, which should have been proliferating rapidly, began to dwindle. Initially, they suspected that someone might have been harvesting the water hyacinths before they matured, but typically, such harvesting would only involve picking tender leaves, not uprooting entire plants. After observing for 2 days, the patrol team discovered that the water hyacinths were being devoured by the piranhas. Fortunately, piranhas showed little interest in plants. Only the weak and starving individuals would nibble on the water hyacinths, resulting in minimal loss. However, if this continued, the water hyacinths they had cultivated would eventually be consumed entirely by the piranhas, prompting the authorities to issue another compulsory task. Upon hearing the news, Miao Qiqi frowned and remarked, "Are they serious? For just a few water hyacinths, they want us to capture piranhas?" Kong Nan reflected, this could be a multifaceted approach. By mandating the capture of piranhas, it allows people to gradually overcome their fear of them while securing food sources. It also protects the water hyacinths, ensuring that we have additional food to consume instead of depleting our reserves. Furthermore, it alleviates governmental pressure by reducing resource output. Miao Qiqi scoffed. Is the government not concerned about casualties due to piranha attacks? Kong Nan chuckled lightly. Consider this. Is it more dangerous for everyone to exhaust their food supply, leading to greater losses, or to capture piranhas, which may incur fewer casualties? Miao Qiqi sighed, understanding the rationale, yet lamented. But asking one person to capture 30 piranhas in a day seems quite an arduous task. These piranhas appeared almost mutated, displaying far greater ferocity than their pre-apocalyptic counterparts. They showed no fear of humans and would even attack them proactively. Capturing just one required considerable effort, let alone 30. While piranhas were brutal, using nets to capture them seemed feasible. However, who would dare haul them aboard a boat? Kong Nan remained composed, having already devised a plan for capturing the piranhas. The following day, armed with fishing tools, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi ascended to the rooftop to launch their boat. Yang Suiyu happened to be there as well. Upon seeing what they had brought, she curiously asked, "Zionin, why are you bringing a baseball bat?" As Kong Nan unlocked the boat, she explained, "We plan to use a net to catch the fish, and once we have them, we will use the bat to dispatch them." "That's a clever method," Yang Suiyu acknowledged. "But I've heard that piranhas have formidable teeth capable of tearing nets apart, so you must exercise caution." She recalled hearing about someone on the 17th floor who had caught several piranhas using a net, only for the net to be bitten through, causing the fish to escape. Miao Qiqi smiled. "Don't worry, we won't be greedy. We'll only catch one at a time. I refuse to believe a little fish can ruin our net." As they conversed, Kong Nan had already untied the boat, prompting Miao Qiqi to dash downstairs to wait for her to lower it. 15 minutes later, the two of them paddled to a less populated area. Once they had selected their fishing spot, they ran to the floating platform to catch fish. After several attempts, they had yet to catch a single fish. These creatures were clever, diving into the water the moment the net was raised. Miao Qiqi sighed and turned to Kong Nan, saying, "Let us resort to our secret weapon. If we continue like this, I might as well break my arms without catching anything." Upon hearing this, Kong Nan pulled a plastic bag from her pocket. Miao Qiqi took the bag, discarding the bloody chicken skin into the net before submerging it in the water. The scent of blood spread through the water, attracting a swarm of piranhas. With quick reflexes, Miao Qiqi noticed a piranha entering the net and promptly pulled it up. Gazing at the fish in the net, she exclaimed, "My goodness, these piranhas are so fast." By the time I pulled one up, 3 had already entered. "Stop talking and hold the net tight. I'm going to bash the fish," Kong Nan said, wielding the baseball bat and striking the net forcefully. After several blows, the once lively piranhas lay still. Still not satisfied, she used a small knife to gut the piranhas before tossing them aside. Employing this method, Miao Qiqi quickly caught several fish. After exhausting the chicken skin, they resorted to using the piranha's own entrails until they had caught a total of 60 fish before calling it a day. Just like before, a transport boat awaited at the community entrance to take the piranhas for counting before they could return home. However, unlike before, this time they could take fish back with them. After tallying the quantity, if they desired to consume piranha, they could directly bring it home without the need to capture more. Kong Nan and her companions were not lacking in food, hence they chose not to take the fish, leaving it all for the transport ship. Humanity is indeed peculiar. Once the path of retreat is severed, they will employ every conceivable method to fulfill their tasks and forge ahead. Initially, when the authorities declared piranha to be edible, most people, having sufficient supplies at home and with the rescue station providing shelter and sustenance, were reluctant to take risks. Yet now, after the announcement that if the piranha quota was not met, distribution of rescue supplies would cease and the points exchange would be revoked, an array of fishing techniques began to emerge. Some fashioned harpoons, others tied knives to ropes to create throwing knives, and there were those who traded supplies for piranha meat or used piranha meat as bait. As the time for catching piranha extended, the fear surrounding them diminished. Gradually, some began to experiment with consuming piranha, and a delightful fish soup emerged in the rescue stations. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi diligently exercised and hunted piranha daily, leading a monotonous yet fulfilling life, their sense of time long forgotten. One morning, Miao Qiqi discovered that the rain outside had ceased. "Kong Nan, come quickly, the rain has stopped." Miao Qiqi's excited voice echoed from the living room. Kong Nan hurried out of the kitchen and rushed to the balcony to take a look. The sky remained overcast, yet not a single raindrop fell. The year-long rain had finally come to an end. However, Kong Nan's expression bore no trace of joy. The cessation of rain had both its advantages and disadvantages, and a fierce battle still lay ahead. She exhaled deeply, patting Miao Qiqi on the shoulder. "Let's go. After breakfast, we still need to hunt piranha." Miao Qiqi calmed her excitement, and after breakfast, she set out with Kong Nan. Many residents in the apartment building were jubilant, with some even singing loudly that today was a good day. Cheers echoed in every corner. However, Kong Nan and her friend did not partake in the frenzy. After catching enough piranha, they returned home. As they ascended to the rooftop with their boat, Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu returned as well. Lin Yasheng turned to Kong Nan and inquired, now that the rain has stopped, in a few days when others in the building run out of drinking water, they might spend resources to trade for it. Should we sell the water we previously collected? Kong Nan shook her head. There's no rush. While the rain has ceased, there is still a significant amount of standing water below. We should wait until the water recedes before discussing it. Although the water below was dirty, it could still be made potable with sufficient filtration. Even if they were to sell the water, it would be prudent to wait until at least half of the standing water had receded, ensuring they could command a fair price. After the rain stopped, the following 3 days were overcast. Observing the gloomy skies, everyone worried that the rain might return. On the 4th day, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the water's surface. Only then did the collective anxiety of the residents finally dissipate. With the emergence of sunlight, the water level began to gradually decline. The once inundated 16th floor was now reduced to the 15th. The rate at which the water receded surpassed that of its accumulation. Every 7 to 8 days, the water level dropped the floor. when Kong Nan and her companions ventured out to fish. They had to pass through the layers just emerging from the water surface, where a persistent, foul odor lingered. This nauseating environment posed a risk of illness, prompting Kong, Nan, and Miao Qiqi to wear masks each time they ventured out, striving to avoid contact with the filthy walls. Upon returning home, Miao Qiqi shed her protective gear and mask, sitting on a sponge mat to fan herself. It stinks downstairs. When will we stop hunting piranha? Kong Nan chuckled lightly, remarking that even without venturing out, the stench was still detectable within their home. With the rain's cessation, the water's flow had significantly decreased, and residents continually discarded garbage and waste down the building, enveloping the entire structure in a noxious odor. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck for Miao Qiqi. After her complaints, the following day, Zhou Su dispatched someone to announce the cessation of piranha hunting. Just as Miao Qiqi was about to cheer, the subsequent news choked her voice. In the anonymous letter submitted by Kong Nan, it detailed that following the floods, under the harsh rays of the sun, the damp sludge emitted a foul stench, resulting in nearly half of City's population succumbing to disease. It was not until temperatures soared above 40 degrees that the epidemic finally came to an end. However, this was soon followed by an unrelenting heat wave, plunging everyone into a state of drought. Thus, when the mayor observed the cessation of rain, he immediately instructed measures to store the standing water. Once enough water was collected, half of the workforce would be dispatched to inform citizens to commence cleaning the sludge. Although Miao Qiqi no longer needed to hunt piranha, she still had to join Kong Nan in cleaning the floors that had just emerged from the water. This was far more distressing than hunting piranha. While capturing piranha was merely a brief discomfort upon exiting the building, cleaning the floors meant enduring the stench constantly. Despite her reluctance, Miao Qiqi had no choice but to don her protective suit and descend to clean the floors. Otherwise, she would be blacklisted. Even though she and Kong Nan possessed ample supplies and were not particularly concerned about the blacklist, they preferred not to draw attention to themselves. Blending in was the best survival strategy. As they descended, Miao Qiqi noticed Xie Jia and her mother without any protective gear and felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Xie Yingying smiled wryly. Sister Qiqi, we only have a few masks at home. We can't afford to use them unless absolutely necessary. Miao Qiqi pondered for a moment before suggesting, there should be masks available for trade at the trading point. Would you like to check? I've inquired. The price is exorbitant. 2 points for a disposable mask. Sighing, Xie Yingying added, my family has supplies. I barely recognize my father anymore. He moved half of our supplies to Wu Xiaomei's house, claiming that we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. Such a flimsy excuse was hardly believable. Huang Xiaomin had given up on quarreling with Xie Yangjia, and now just wanted to live peacefully while protecting Xie Yingying. In these times, each day was a struggle for survival. Who had the luxury to dwell on romantic matters? Although cleaning the floors was odious, it was not too strenuous after the initial 3 days of continuous cleaning across 4 floors. Thereafter, it was mostly once every 5 days. As more floors were cleaned, the water level receded more rapidly, and the weather gradually turned hot, causing the standing water below to become increasingly murky. Water is the source of life for humanity. Without it, individuals would approach a life-threatening state within 3 days. The mayor decreed that patrol teams would distribute free water to everyone, allowing each person to collect 3 liters per day. If that was insufficient, they could trade for more at the trading point. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yasheng immediately sought out Kong Nan to discuss the prospect of selling water. Kong Nan contemplated for a moment and replied, I suggest we wait a bit longer. It's not yet a critical water shortage. Lin Yasheng frowned. If we wait any longer, the standing water will dry up, making it difficult for us to venture out. Then we can sell it once the water has fully evaporated, Kong Nan suggested. She glanced at Lin Yasheng, with the weather growing hotter by the day. Once the standing water dried up, City would face a brief water shortage, and selling water then would surely yield far more resources than at present. Lin Yasheng wanted to counter, but was silenced by Yang Suiyu, who said, Xiao Nan makes a valid point. Let us wait a while longer. After a brief discussion, Yang Suiyu tugged Lin Yasheng back home. Upon returning home, Lin Yasheng looked around at the abundance of water and felt a twinge of frustration. Ayu, why didn't you let me continue earlier? With so much water here, if we wait for the standing water to dry up, we'll only be able to sell to the residents of the building. Currently, there are only 60 to 70 residents in the building. How are we to sell all this water? Chapter 50. The water has receded. Yang Suiyu sighed and remarked, Sheng, have you not noticed that every time we propose selling water, Xiao Nan and the others always find excuses to make us wait? Lin Yasheng pondered for a moment, then looked up at her, asking, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that Xiao Nan and her group wish to sell their own water first? Yang Suiyu shook her head, bemused. What are you thinking? Xiaonan is not that kind of person. If she truly had such intentions, she would have brought us to the beverage factory in the first place. I believe they don't want us to sell water. Rather, they wish for us to keep this water for our own use. She glanced outside at the weather before continuing. The weather has been unpredictable. Since the rain ceased, not a single drop has fallen, and the temperature has been rising day by day. Xiaonan might be concerned about future weather changes, which is why she keeps stopping us from selling water. Without food, we could perhaps survive for 7 days, but without water, we'd only last 3 or 4 days at most. Regardless, we are not in dire need of supplies at the moment. This water can be preserved for quite some time without causing any inconvenience in our home. Lin Yasheng contemplated for a long while, feeling that Yang Suiyu had a point. Let us not worry about the purified water for now, but we should definitely sell the beverages. Otherwise, once the heat truly sets in, they will undoubtedly spoil. Yang Suiyu gently tapped his forehead, saying, "You silly, we don't have much soda left. During this time, we should consume the drinks, and then use the empty bottles to store the free water we distribute." Lin Yasheng considered this and deemed it feasible, thus refraining from further discussion about selling water. As the days passed, the accumulated water downstairs rapidly dwindled. Before the water completely evaporated, the patrol team delivered a batch of supplies to distribute among the residents to prevent them from perishing from hunger or thirst. The supplies were scant: 10 packets of compressed biscuits and 10 bottles of 1-liter water. The residents accepted the 10 packets of biscuits without complaint, as they had stored food at home and were not worried about starvation. However, discontent arose regarding the mere 10 liters of water distributed. It could only suffice for their daily drinking needs, leaving them insufficient for washing their hands or cleaning other items. Yet, regardless of their dissatisfaction, the regulations were set. If they wished for more water, they would have to take advantage of the remaining time to row to the trading point for exchanges. Some clever individuals had already rushed to the trading point to purchase water, while others, slower to react, only realized the need to stock up on water as the accumulated water neared evaporation. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the building, announcing the sale of purified water, with each 500-milliliter bottle available for exchange with supplies valued at a packet of compressed biscuits. Miao Qiqi, upon hearing this news, made it a point to inquire further and, upon discovering who was selling the water, displayed a look of exasperation. Nan, do you think that Xie Yangzhe has lost his mind? The amount of water they moved back initially was minimal. It's uncertain if it could even last them through the extreme heat, yet he dares to sell it. Kong Nan, while practicing with a sandbag, replied, "He doesn't know that extreme heat is coming. Selling water at this time is quite normal." Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes. Even if he's unaware of the impending heat, he shouldn't be so reckless in selling water. With just him and Wu Xiaomei, selling water so indiscriminately is tantamount to broadcasting that they have ample supplies. What if they attract unwanted attention? Kong Nan wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "Why are you so concerned? He is not your father. I am not worried about him. I fear he might expose us. Don't forget, we led him to scavenge for supplies." Miao Qiqi regretted bringing Xie Yangzhe along for the supply search initially, having thought that since he had helped them during their move, he must be a decent person. Little did she know that beneath his honest and simple exterior lay a heart of a scoundrel who abandoned his family. Kong Nan chuckled lightly. "No worries. It's better if they don't come. If they do, they won't leave at all." In her space, she possessed a heap of boulders, along with incendiary devices and handguns. As long as the opposing party lacked firearms, she was confident in her ability to eliminate them. On August 14th, the second month since the rain ceased, all the water had receded, revealing a thick layer of sludge beneath. The sludge was 2 stories high, with its surface littered with decaying branches, rusted billboards, tattered plastic sheets, and countless piranha carcasses. Under the relentless heat, the piranhas rapidly decomposed, emitting a foul odor that was truly overwhelming. Miao Qiqi sealed her windows and doors, preferring to suffocate in her room rather than open a window for fresh air. If the stench could be detected on the 22nd floor, one could only imagine the horrific smell wafting from below. Kong Nan retrieved a portable air conditioner, adding some ice and floral water to it. The breeze it emitted was refreshing and fragrant, preventing their home from becoming unbearably stifling. After consuming a chilled beverage, Miao Qiqi remarked, "The outside temperature must be around 30 degrees Celsius by now. If it continues to heat up like this, we won't be able to stay on the roof." Kong Nan contemplated for a moment before responding. "Once the sludge downstairs is cleared, we should find a new place to live. Are we moving?" Miao Qiqi turned to look at her. Kong Nan nodded, explaining, "The floor we occupy is too high. Given that this building has been soaked in rainwater for an extended period, The foundation must be significantly compromised. When the weather turns scorching, the building will be exposed to extreme heat, and the base will undoubtedly develop cracks. When an earthquake strikes, it could collapse in an instant. She planned to seek a low-floor residence in an open area so that if an earthquake occurred, they could swiftly retreat to safety. A loud banging interrupted Nan's train of thought, followed by Man's voice shouting, "Old hag, come out. Have you ever seen such a lack of conscience? Is your hand broken, or is your brain faulty? Did you really just let this happen? Look at what your family has done to my balcony. There's feces all over my glass." Miao Qiqi hastily set down her drink and dashed toward the door to witness the commotion. Outside room 4, an elderly woman named Wang was confronted by a man and woman, the man wielding an iron rod. The earlier loud noise had been him smashing the door with it. Inside, the elderly woman, surrounded by frail and ailing individuals, was too frightened to confront them directly and shouted from behind the door, "With so many people in this building, how can you accuse us of this? Old hag, I live directly below you. If it wasn't you, then is it a ghost?" He retorted angrily. "Get out here now, or I'll smash your door down." With that, he struck the door forcefully several more times. Inside, the elderly woman, Wang, hurriedly acquiesced, reluctantly agreeing to pour water down to help clean it up. Miao Qiqi, watching intently, was about to close the door and return home when she spotted Yangja, battered and bruised, appearing in the hallway. Chapter 51. Survival of the fittest. Yangja, sporting a swollen face and limping, approached his home and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Ying. Upon seeing her father's pitiful state, she gasped, "Dad, what happened to you?" As she reached out to touch his wounds, Yangja recoiled, lowering his head and stepping back. "Ying, could you bring me a few boxes of water?" Ying frowned in confusion. "Dad, what do you need water for? Didn't you take plenty when you left home?" "All that water has been used up," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the quiet hallway. In disbelief, Ying stared at him. "Used up? You went gambling, didn't you?" Yangja buried his head deeper. "I owe someone 7 boxes of water. If I don't repay them, they will kill me." At that moment, Huang Xiaoman emerged, coldly stating, "We have only this little water at home. We can't spare any for you." Yangja hastily exclaimed, "How could there be no water? Surely there are still a dozen boxes of purified water at home." Huang Xiaoman let out a derisive snort and retorted, "You are aware that it is merely a dozen boxes of purified water. How long do you think this scant supply will last for both Ying and me? Since the moment you vacated this household, you severed all ties with us. How dare you come back to ask us for water?" Yangja took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Those waters were laboriously transported by me from outside. What is wrong with my request for a few boxes?" A sharp slap resonated through the corridor as Huang Xiaoman, unable to contain her anger, struck him. "The supplies in this house were brought back by Ying and you together. Your share was taken long ago. What remains now belongs entirely to Ying." Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Huang Xiaoman scrutinized Yangja's face and then glanced down at her own palm, where a thin layer of powder clung to her skin. Realizing the implication, she reached out to grasp Yangja's face. He recoiled in fear, but was unable to evade her grasp. Upon seeing the colorful bruises on his face, Huang Xiaoman burst into a fit of manic laughter. After a moment, tears welled in her eyes. "Oh, Yangja, when my mother urged me to marry you, it was because she valued your honesty and integrity. Who would have thought you would abandon your wife and child, and now resort to makeup to deceive us into giving you water? You truly possess a remarkable talent." "Makeup?" Ying interjected, forcibly pulling Yangja closer. The previously bruised skin on his face had turned into a mottled mask of colors. Ying scoffed, "Your makeup skills are quite impressive. Even I didn't notice. It must have been Wu Xiaomei who assisted you." In a mix of shame and indignation, Yangja pushed Ying away and hastily departed downstairs. Initially, he had opposed this deceitful method to procure water, but Wu Xiaomei insisted that water was scarce and that seizing this opportunity could lead to substantial profits. Once the sludge hardened enough to walk upon, he could trade his supplies for water, and through this back-and-forth transaction, he could at least double his stock. Wu Xiaomei claimed that Huang Xiaoman and Ying disregarded him because they had supplies. Once he had tricked them out of their resources, his wife and daughter would inevitably seek reconciliation once they found themselves without provisions. He recognized that this approach was unethical, yet the thought of having his long-despised family crawl back to him out of desperation clouded his judgment, leading him to agree. Thus, this farcical drama concluded absurdly. The sun blazed ever more fiercely, and the parched heat caused the moisture in the sludge to evaporate rapidly. Within just 3 days, cracks began to form on the surface of the muck. Concurrently, numerous residents of City S began exhibiting symptoms of fever and vomiting. The sludge, still damp, rendered everyone reluctant to step outside, as if they were living in a bog. The mayor of City S found himself trapped in a high-rise, cut off from news of the outside world. However, prior to the drying of the floodwaters, he had issued an order that any individuals exhibiting symptoms of a similar illness must be immediately quarantined and treated. The first individual to contract the illness was a survivor residing in a relief station. Upon discovering the infection, the doctors promptly isolated him, but despite their efforts, the illness swiftly spread to others. The conditions in the relief station were far worse than those in the high-rises, and within just 5 days, 2/3 of the residents had succumbed to the disease. The doctors worked tirelessly to save the survivors. The illness was not particularly difficult to treat, requiring only the administration of heat-clearing and detoxifying medications, along with careful attention to cooling down during fevers. Yet, the harsh environment and scarcity of medicine meant the doctors could only prescribe a meager amount, merely a few pills per person, leaving survival dependent on individual constitution. This illness resembled a brutal elimination contest. Survival of the fittest determined who would prevail. While doctors were available to assist in the relief station, the residents trapped in the high-rise could only devise means of self-preservation. In one of the units, the first person to contract the illness was an elderly man named Zhang Yongjian from room 4. His daughter-in-law and grandson initially dismissed his symptoms as a mere cold, failing to take them seriously. However, the following day, Granny Wang also developed a fever, sending his family into a panic. They promptly expelled the elderly couple from their home, discarding their clothes and bedding along with them. Miao Qiqi assumed the elderly pair would cause an uproar, but to her surprise, they merely supported each other as they gathered their belongings and moved to a lower floor where a recently cleared apartment awaited them. It was only much later that Miao Qiqi learned that the couple had chosen to suffer in isolation to protect their grandson, fearing that their illness would lead to the extinction of their family line. Xie Yangzhe forsook his wife and daughter for a stranger, deceiving his family for the sake of a few resources. Yet he often extended a helping hand to outsiders. In contrast, Granny Wang and Old Man Zhang, who had behaved reprehensibly and engaged in many self-serving acts, were genuinely devoted to their family, even willing to sacrifice their lives to protect them. Miao Qiqi thus bore witness to the complexities of human nature, standing pensively on the balcony and gazing down at the cracked sludge below, feeling as though it were a bottomless abyss. One misstep, and life would be lost. Suddenly, a figure intruded upon her gaze. Down below, a man cautiously advanced through the muck, testing the ground's solidity with a wooden stick with each step. His destination was beyond the community gates, and he treaded carefully toward the entrance. But just as he was about to reach it, calamity struck. At the entrance of the community, the sludge beneath the man's feet suddenly gave way, ensnaring his legs within its depths and rendering him immobile. He struggled to extricate himself, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank. At that moment, a man and a woman dashed out of the building, sprinting towards him. Upon seeing them approach, the man waved his arms frantically, signaling for them to retreat. The two attempted every means possible to rescue the man trapped in the sludge, but after half an hour of futile efforts, they helplessly watched as he sank into the mire. Miao Qiqi, who had witnessed the entire scene, let out a long sigh. The authorities had repeatedly warned against venturing outside before the floodwaters receded, cautioning that the sludge was perilous and could lead to fatal consequences. She pondered why these individuals disregarded the warnings and risked their lives. Her confusion was short-lived. For the next day, she learned the reason behind their reckless venture. Granny Wang and Old Man Zhang were the only 2 elderly residents in the building, and they were the first to contract the illness. Shortly after becoming ill, they were expelled from their home by their daughter-in-law and went to the lower floors to await their fate. During this time, no one was aware that the elderly couple had contracted the disease. It was only when their decomposed bodies began to emit a foul stench that a resident on the 17th floor discovered them. Simultaneously, many others in the building began exhibiting symptoms of fever and vomiting, leading them to believe that the decay of the elderly couple's bodies had unleashed some contagion, infecting the residents of their unit. That afternoon, all the residents stormed to the 22nd floor to confront the family of room 4. It was at this moment that Miao Qiqi realized why the man had risked leaving the community the previous day. The man had lived on the 18th floor, and his wife had tragically contracted the illness. Their supply of medicine had long been exhausted during the flooding. Deeply devoted to his wife, he disregarded the objections of his children and resolutely sought to leave the community in search of medication, culminating in the tragic events of the previous day. The tragedy did not conclude with his family. Nearly every resident in the building fell victim to the illness. Their anxiety and desperation for an outlet led them to target the family in room 4 as their scapegoat. From dawn until dusk, individuals gathered outside their door, hurling insults and banging on the entrance. The chaos even spilled over to the household of Lin Yasheng in room 3. Concerned that the mob outside would bring the illness within, Kong Nan sealed the entrance with plastic wrap, sprinkled disinfectant and alcohol, and even lit a stick of mugwort at the threshold. 3 days of torment had passed, and the emotions of the people reached a breaking point. Some began to knock on doors, inquiring if anyone had medicine. Several knocks echoed at Kong Nan's door. Yet, at such a time, who would dare admit to having medicine? Just as the residents were nearing despair from the plague, Zosu appeared with a dozen others, bringing a glimmer of hope to the community. That morning, a commotion arose outside. Kong Nan retrieved her phone to assess the situation and found a patrolling officer clad in uniform. After donning her protective gear, she stepped outside and opened the movable window on the door. The officer, evidently surprised to see someone in protective clothing, hesitated before asking, "Does anyone in your home have a fever or is vomiting?" Kong Nan shook her head, replying, "No, neither I nor my family members are ill." The officer had heard this refrain countless times. Many believed they would be taken away for quarantine if they admitted to illness. The officer clarified, "If someone is sick, please inform us honestly. We can provide medication for free." Kong Nan nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, no one in my family is unwell. If someone does fall ill, they can obtain medicine at the nearest distribution point. The ground outside has dried sufficiently. As long as one avoids the shaded paths, there should be no danger." After imparting these instructions, the officer turned to knock on the door of the Sief family across the way. Observing this, Kong Nan secured the window, disinfected herself, and returned to the living room. The amount of medicine dispensed was scant. Each person could receive only 9 pills. Should the medication run out without improvement, they would be left to fate. 3 days after the distribution, the patrol returned, this time bearing grim news. The mayor had ordered everyone to clear the sludge, warning that those who did not comply would be blacklisted. This latest mandate met with widespread reluctance. Being blacklisted might not result in immediate death, but the danger of contracting the plague while clearing sludge could very well lead to fatality, dissuading many from participating. Kong Nan was also hesitant. In her previous life, she and Miao Qiqi had remained unscathed due to their robust health. Yet, what if they were to contract the illness this time? The following day, the patrol delivered another announcement. Those who refused to clear the sludge would have their homes confiscated and be forcibly evicted. Hearing this, Kong Nan felt a surge of anger. Such draconian measures were akin to compelling one toward death. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized the necessity of the situation. Without clearing the sludge, the plague would persist. There was no point in suggesting relocating elsewhere. The global rains ensured sludge was not exclusive to S City. Other places faced the same plight. Coming to this understanding, Kong Nan found herself less resistant to the task of clearing sludge. She and Miao Qiqi donned their protective suits, masks in place, and armed with shovels, descended to the ground level. The authorities were evidently serious this time, having assigned a supervisor to oversee the cleaning efforts. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi were allocated to the rear section of their building, where they began to toil with their shovels and a wheelbarrow. After laboring diligently for over an hour, Miao Qiqi straightened to rest and glanced around, suddenly sensing something amiss. "Nan, look, there are 7 or 8 people cleaning in other areas, yet we only have 2 here." Kong Nan surveyed their surroundings, uncertainly replying, "Perhaps there aren't enough hands?" No sooner had she spoken than the supervisor approached. "What are you 2 doing? Trying to slack off? Look at you. After all this time, you've barely moved any sludge. Others have cleared 2 or 3 dozen wheelbarrows." Miao Qiqi retorted indignantly, "Other areas have 7 or 8 people, with just 2 of us. It's commendable that we moved anything at all. What are you implying? Are you suggesting I'm distributing labor unfairly?" The supervisor sneered. "I would gladly assign more people to your area, but they refuse to assist. If you're capable, go ask them for help." Miao Qiqi was taken aback. She had merely stated the facts, so why the supervisor, sire? Not far off, Lin Yasheng and Xie Yingying exchanged glances and set down their work to approach. Lin Yasheng spoke up, "Group Leader Liu, may we request a transfer to assist here?" The supervisor dismissed them without hesitation. "No, if you leave. Who will handle the work in that area?" Kong Nan furrowed her brow at his words. Had she or Miao Qiqi offended this supervisor Liu? Why was he so fixated on targeting them? The blatant bias from the supervisor prompted Lin Yasheng and the others to retreat. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exchanged glances and resumed their work in silence. Observing their compliance, the supervisor scoffed, "I've encountered many like you, pampered and incapable of hard work. Why wear such thick protective gear? Afraid that the sun might darken your skin and ruin your allure? Look around. Who else in the community works like you?" Miao Qiqi took a deep breath, gripping her shovel tightly, suppressing her rising fury. The supervisor, oblivious to the tension, continued his tirade. "There are so many doctors at the aid station without protective suits, yet you too wear them to shovel sludge? Are you disgusted by the dirt? Let me tell you, the more you fear getting dirty, the more I will assign you to the filthiest tasks. You've forgotten the dignity of labor. You prance around, all dressed up, dreaming of latching onto a wealthy patron. To hell with your wealthy patrons." Miao Qiqi could no longer contain herself. She scooped a shovel full of sludge and hurled it at the supervisor's face. "I want to engage with you any longer. Have you eaten feces this morning? Your mouth reeks." As she hurled the sludge, she unleashed all the pent-up frustration from the past hour. "What is wrong with wearing protective gear? I wear to avoid touching filthy trash like you. I dare you to keep babbling." Miao Qiqi swung her shovel at the supervisor, who scrambled away, shouting for help. Several supervisors nearby, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Kong then stepped forward to block their path, allowing Miao Qiqi to vent her frustrations. "What are you doing? How can you assault a supervisor? Stop immediately. If this continues, I'll have your homes confiscated. Go fetch Zhou Su. Someone might get hurt." The supervisors, entangled with Kong Nan, struggled to reach Miao Qiqi, ultimately sending someone to summon Zhou Su. By the time he arrived, Supervisor Liu was sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Zhou Su surveyed the scene, frowning. "What happened? Why has there been violence?" As the other supervisors began to explain, Kong Nan interjected, stepping forward to address Zhou Su coldly. "Group Leader Zhou, may I inquire if there is any regulation against wearing protective gear while working?" Zhou Su glanced at the groaning Supervisor Liu on the ground, then at Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan in their protective suits, and shook his head slightly. "There is no regulation. In fact, we hope everyone takes precautions to reduce the number of infections, thereby conserving medication." Kong Nan nodded. "If that is the case, why does Supervisor Liu take issue with our protective attire?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Su looked at her, puzzled. Kong Nan replied calmly. "Supervisor Liu segregated my companion and me to work in a separate area solely because we wore protective suits. We didn't team mind where we worked. We were merely doing our job. Yet, he has continually insulted us while we worked, claiming we wore protective gear to avoid darkening our skin to attract men. Group Leader Zhou, what would you do if you were in our shoes?" After listening to Kong Nan's words, Zhou Su's expression darkened considerably. It was a disgrace for a grown man to trouble two young girls. And to be beaten without the ability to fight back was a complete loss of face for him. He spoke in a deep voice. "Liu Hai, is what she said true?" Liu Hai, feeling guilty, lowered his head to clean the mud off himself. Zhou Su stepped forward and kicked him in the back, demanding, "Speak. Is what she said true?" Liu Hai tumbled forward, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I was just venting my frustrations, nothing more." Zhou Su took a deep breath, barely managing to suppress his anger, and turned to Kong Nan, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I will report this matter shortly. As compensation, you and your companion may rest for half a day and resume work in the afternoon." Kong Nan graciously accepted Zhou Su's offer, relieved that the afternoon supervisor would likely not be him. Zhou Su assured her, "No, Liu Hai has lost the privilege to serve as a supervisor due to his bullying. I will arrange for a new supervisor to oversee this area." With Zhou Su's reassurance, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi returned home to rest without worry. Once home, Miao Qiqi muttered, "I was wondering why that Liu fellow was causing us trouble. It turns out he was just jealous of our protective gear. When Liu Hai mentioned them, he incessantly commented on their attire, making it clear why he targeted them." Kong Nan chuckled softly. Perhaps he feels a sense of imbalance seeing us in protective gear while he, as a leader, has none. Such a person is indeed afflicted with envy, unable to tolerate others' better circumstances. Miao Qiqi, while changing her clothes, grumbled and cursed Liu Hai. "All right, let's not dwell on it. If it weren't for him, we would still be working down there. He inadvertently helped us secure an entire morning of rest." Hearing Kong Nan's words, Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes, retorting, "That was our own doing. It has nothing to do with him." Their resilience stood in stark contrast to others who might have endured bullying in silence. Meanwhile, after Kong Nan and her companions left, Zhou Su took Liu Hai out of the community. Approximately an hour later, he returned with a young woman to replace Liu Hai. When Kong Nan and her friends returned to work in the afternoon, they encountered a strikingly beautiful woman. Upon seeing Kong Nan and her companions, she approached and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Yu Yingluo, temporarily responsible for the work arrangements in your area." Yu Yingluo's voice was rough and hoarse, a stark contrast to her appearance. Had it not been for her voluptuous figure, Kong Nan might have mistaken her for a man in disguise. Regaining her composure, Kong Nan replied, "Hello, team leader Yu. I am Kong Nan, and this is Miao Qiqi. This morning, due to certain circumstances, team leader Zhou allowed us to rest. Now, we're set to clean that area." Yu Yingluo smiled. "You should continue with the area you worked on this morning. I have arranged for others to assist you. Time is of the essence, so hurry along. If you need anything, I'll be right here." Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi nodded and proceeded with their shovels towards the area they had worked on earlier. As they approached, they spotted Lin Yasheng, Yang Suiyu, and Xia Yingying, mother and daughter, digging through the silt. After exchanging greetings, they immersed themselves in work. Chapter 54. The Plan to Relocate. Cleaning the silt was an enormous undertaking. Relying solely on manpower, it would take at least half a year to complete. This pace was far too slow. The mayor arranged for personnel to repair excavators while simultaneously seeking locations to expedite food planting. Additionally, those knowledgeable in pharmacology were sent to nearby mountains to find traditional Chinese herbs that could treat the epidemic. The excavation of silt led to an increase in the number of people infected with the disease. However, without clearing the silt, the epidemic would continue to recur, making necessary sacrifices unavoidable. As the number of infected individuals rose, the medical team's supplies became increasingly strained, necessitating the search for traditional herbs to substitute for pharmaceuticals. The number of infected individuals within the community was considerable. The previously troublesome Hu Fatty had succumbed to the disease after enduring its torment. Fortunately, Kong Nan and her companions, clad in protective gear, remained uninfected. However, their teammates Huang Xiaoling and Yang Suiyu unfortunately contracted the disease, but fortunately, their robust constitutions allowed them to recover within a few days after taking medicine. Miao Qiqi glanced at the pale Huang Xiaoming and suggested, "Aunt Huang, why don't you take a break? You've just recovered." Huang Xiaoming wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, "It's all right. Our group is short-staffed. If I slack off any longer, team leader you'll have a word with me." Beside her, Xia Yingying murmured, "Team leader you wouldn't be so petty." Yu Yingluo had a cheerful disposition, unlike Lu Hai, who merely barked orders from the sidelines. She would immediately assist those in need, and was often seen rolling up her sleeves to help dig silt, showing no airs at all. However, this did not imply that Yu Yingluo was a pushover. Recently, several men in the community had made jokes about her figure, only to be thoroughly beaten by her in retaliation. A woman battling four men without losing ground, she decisively dealt with them. Since then, no one dared to underestimate this striking and voluptuous supervisor. The daily toil of excavation continued, and on the fifth day of digging silt, Zhou Su brought good news. Due to the ongoing excavation efforts, which left little time for searching for survival supplies, the government decided to distribute relief supplies daily, alleviating the worries of survival for everyone. Thus, everyone mechanically repeated the excavation work each day, collecting supplies to take home by evening. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the excavators were finally put into operation. With the excavators in use, the speed of silt removal noticeably increased. Within a month, a significant portion of the city was cleared. Simultaneously, the area where Kong Nan and her companions resided was completely cleaned. Next, they needed to clear the shops and houses along the street, while the excavators could remove the silt from the roads. The silt inside the houses still required manual labor to dig out. Zhou Su initially anticipated that some would be displeased with the continued excavation of silt, but to his surprise, everyone seemed quite eager to participate, even exhibiting a sense of excitement. Upon witnessing individuals unearthing gold jewelry from a jewelry store, he finally understood why there was no discontent regarding the continued clearing of silt. Cleaning the shops along the street meant they could find resources. Who would resent the opportunity to earn extra income while working? Another month passed, and the shops along the street and lower-level houses were mostly cleared. The authorities no longer mandated that everyone participate in silt removal. However, conversely, those who did not engage in the cleaning would lose their eligibility to receive relief supplies. Following the announcement of this news, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi ceased their silt removal efforts. Miao Qiqi tightened her fists, slowly bending her arms, exclaiming, "After digging silt for months, my muscles have become quite firm." Kong Nan, seated nearby, perusing some images on a map, glanced up at Miao Qiqi's comment and replied dismissively, "Yes, indeed, quite firm, firmer than rebar." Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes and inquired, "Have you not yet decided where to look for a new house?" Their current dwelling was unsuitable for either the impending extreme heat or the bitter cold. Ever since they were relieved from silt removal duties, Kong Nan had been contemplating where to relocate. With a sigh of relief, Kong Nan picked up an image and declared, "This location is excellent. It's adjacent to Lake Sea Park and close to our community, making the move quite convenient. However, the houses were densely packed. In the event of an earthquake, many would likely rush toward Lake Sea Park, forcing them to jostle with others. And in the worst-case scenario, they might face a stampede. Miao Qiqi blinked and suggested, "Then let us find a house in a less crowded area." Upon hearing this, Kong Nan produced another image. This location was relatively spacious, and the house was a quaint villa complete with a basement, where we could seek refuge from the sweltering heat during summer. In winter, we could construct a heated Kong for warmth. However, this site was situated near a hillside, and in the event of an earthquake, the mountainside could potentially collapse, leaving us at risk of being buried alive. Kong Nan then presented several more images, each location presenting its own advantages and disadvantages, making her decision exceedingly difficult. After much deliberation, Kong Nan ultimately resolved to relocate to the Furong hillside villa. As long as the mountainside remained stable during an earthquake, it posed minimal danger. Most importantly, it boasted a basement, providing comfort in both winter and summer, far superior to the other residences. Once the relocation site was determined, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi set off on their respective tasks. Kong Nan went to inspect the condition of the hillside villa, ensuring it had not been washed away by floodwaters. Miao Qiqi, on the other hand, sought to clarify whether the cleared houses were available for free occupancy or required rental payment, or if the government would assign living quarters. After inquiring extensively, Miao Qiqi returned home empty-handed, only to learn from Lin Yasheng about the fate of unoccupied houses. While I was dredging yesterday, I overheard two supervisors discussing that uninhabited houses would be rented out with rent payable via points, Lin Yasheng informed her. He then glanced at Miao Qiqi, asking, "Are you planning to move?" Miao Qiqi nodded. "Our current residence is too elevated. Climbing up and down is quite cumbersome. Moreover, when the weather warms up, living on the rooftop feels akin to residing in an oven. It would be better to find a lower floor apartment. When do you intend to relocate?" Miao Qiqi hesitated for a moment before responding, "Perhaps to the Furong hillside." Yang Suiyu exclaimed, "So far? That place is over 20 kilometers from the city center. Why would you two girls move so far away? Why not just move downstairs?" Miao Qiqi offered some vague justifications, though it's a bit distant. It's close to the mountains. If we run out of food at home, we can forage for wild vegetables in the hills. Furthermore, we now exchange goods at trading points. As long as there is a trading point nearby, the distance to the city center is irrelevant. After a brief conversation, she hurried home. On the other hand, Kong Nan's journey was far from smooth. She surveyed the group obstructing her path, raised an eyebrow, and swiftly turned to sprint towards a more secluded area. Chapter 55. A rain of massive stones, although S City remained under government control, maintaining a semblance of order in the unseen corners, heinous acts such as murder, body disposal, assault, and robbery occurred at any moment. As Kong Nan ventured alone towards the Furong hillside, she was intercepted near a factory by a group of 17 or 18 individuals. Encircling her, the leader, with yellowed teeth, grinned and said, "Little sister, what brings you to such a place all alone? Would you like your big brother to keep you company?" Kong Nan glanced around, noting the vast openness, which was not conducive to a confrontation. She spotted a distant alley and turned to flee into it. The leader, unhurried, commanded his men to follow. This territory was theirs, and no matter how fast she ran, she would not escape. Upon reaching the alley, Kong Nan surveyed her surroundings, confirming the absence of any residents, then paused to await her pursuers. Before long, the leader and his gang entered the alley. "Why run, little sister? I just want to be your friend," he said with a lewd grin, slowly approaching her. Kong Nan, expressionless, stood her ground, making no move to stop him. The leader, believing her to be paralyzed with fear, smugly proclaimed, "Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm a good man. If you come with me, I promise you'll eat meat every day." In this dire time, a man promising daily meat was akin to a pre-apocalyptic man offering money. Kong Nan slightly curled her lips. Seeing this, the leader's heart leaped with delight, and he quickened his pace towards her, saying, "Come, little sister, let your big brother take you for a meal." With a cold laugh, Kong Nan waited until he was merely a step away before swiftly seizing his hand, while simultaneously delivering a kick to his knee. With a pained cry, he collapsed to the ground, and Kong Nan seized the opportunity to step on his back, pinning him down. His lackeys rushed towards them, but halted abruptly. Furious that they did not come to his aid, the leader shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and capture this filthy girl." Suddenly, he felt a hard object strike his head. Turning, he saw a dark gun barrel aimed directly at him. Kong Nan chuckled softly, tapping the barrel against his head. "Who were you just saying needs to be captured?" The leader glanced at her, then at the gun, and sneered, "You think a toy gun can scare me?" Do you take me for a fool? What can a filthy girl like you do to get a gun? Hearing his words, the others found some logic in his bravado and cautiously edged closer to Kong Nan. Kong Nan fixated her expression on them, and, as they approached, she raised her hand and pulled the trigger. The deafening gunshot was followed by the leader's anguished scream. He writhed on the ground, clutching his shoulder, while his men stood frozen in fear. Kong Nan kicked him twice, commanding, "Stop playing dead and get up." Seeing the gun aimed at him, the leader grimaced in pain, but stood up. "Beautiful lady, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Kong Nan kicked him again, saying, "Enough with the nonsense. Move forward. Have your men go to the back of the alley." With the gun pointed at his head, the leader complied, loudly directing his men to enter deeper into the alley. As Kong Nan led the leader out, once everyone was at the far end, she kicked him inside and released a torrent of massive stones from her space. The people in the alley gaped in terror, bewildered by the sudden rain of stones. Continuous screams erupted, and before the leader could relish his narrow escape, the onslaught of boulders reduced him to pulp. Kong Nan patiently awaited the cacophony to cease, and once silence enveloped the alley, she holstered her handgun and retrieved a bone-cutting knife, simultaneously gathering the stones while checking for survivors. Confirming no one remained alive, Kong Nan exited the alley and made her way towards the Furong hillside. As night descended, she returned to the community beneath the moonlight. Upon her arrival, Miao Qiqi rushed to inquire, "How did it go? Is the villa at Furong hillside still standing?" Kong Nan nodded. "The villa is intact, and there are people clearing the sludge. I spoke to the person in charge, but they were uncertain if the villas would be available for rent. When I returned today, I encountered Lin Yasheng, who mentioned the government would be renting them out, allowing rent to be offset with points." Miao Qiqi relayed all the information Lin Yasheng had provided. Kong Nan responded, "Then we should pack our belongings over the next few days and move to Furong hillside as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it rains later, relocating will become quite inconvenient." Before the oppressive heat set in, a violent storm arrived, raining for 7 or 8 consecutive days. Just as everyone feared another flood, the downpour ceased. For the subsequent year and beyond, not a single drop of rain fell from the sky. Kong Nan pulled her thoughts back to the present and said to Miao Qiqi, "Tomorrow I will visit the trading point in the Furong hillside area to expedite the rental process." Miao Qiqi nodded, about to reply when a knock sounded at the door. She hurried to the entrance and peered through the peephole, discovering Lin Yasheng outside, prompting her to open the door's window. Lin Yasheng glanced behind Miao Qiqi and asked, "Did Kong Nan just return?" Miao Qiqi regarded him with a wary expression, remarking, "She has stepped out to attend to some matters. Do you seek her for something important?" Lin Yasheng nodded. "I had a discussion with Ayu and wish to move alongside you. I wonder if you would mind." Miao Qiqi stared at him in disbelief. "You wish to move with us? Are you also planning to relocate to Furong Banshan?" At that moment, the door of room 2 swung open, revealing Xia Yinging, her eyes bright with determination as she called out to Miao Qiqi, "Sister Qiqi, my mother and I also wish to move with you." Miao Qiqi mused. It appears she is not the only one who enjoys eavesdropping on gossip. With a sigh, she added, "Furong Banshan is quite a distance from our community. Do you both truly intend to relocate there?" Xia Yinging nodded enthusiastically. "The distance is advantageous. It means my mother and I can avoid running into Xia Yangja." It seemed the child harbored an intense dislike for her father, addressing him simply by his name. With so many individuals intending to follow to Furong Banshan, Miao Qiqi hesitated to give an immediate affirmative. She called out to Kong Nan, and upon her arrival, conveyed Lin Yasheng and the others' intentions. Kong Nan, indifferent, replied, "We plan to move in a couple of days. If you wish to join us, do make the necessary preparations." Moving house is not her sole prerogative. If others wish to relocate, she would not impede their efforts, provided they did not obstruct her own. Chapter 56, Leaving the Community. The following morning, Kong Nan ventured to the trading post in the vicinity of Furong Banshan. Perhaps due to her early arrival, she encountered several supervisors and patrol teams along the way, ensuring a smooth journey to the trading point. The staff, surprised to learn of Kong Nan's desire to rent a villa in Furong Banshan, remarked, "Your information is quite timely. We only received the news of the vacant properties yesterday, and here you are today." Kong Nan smiled, but refrained from responding. The staff continued, "However, you have arrived prematurely. The villas in Furong Banshan have not yet been cleared, and thus cannot be rented to you at this moment." Pulling a gold chain from her pocket, Kong Nan pressed it into the staff member's hand. "Sister, it matters not if they are not yet cleared. We can handle the cleaning ourselves, as long as we can secure a rental. After all, a villa is a villa. Once it is cleared, it will hardly be available for her to rent." The staff glanced at the item in hand, quickly retracting it, and cheerfully replied, "If you don't mind the hassle, that's fine. I have the floor plans for the villas in Furong Mansion. You may select which one you wish to rent, and I will have someone assist with the initial cleaning. You can come by in a couple of days to settle the rent. Kong Nan took the plans, opting for 3 villas located towards the periphery, avoiding the more coveted locations. The staff, frowning, asked, "Are you selecting these 3, or do you wish to choose one from among them?" Understanding the implication, Kong Nan retrieved a gold bracelet from her pocket and repeated her earlier action. "With so many family members, 3 villas are necessary to accommodate us. Please lend a hand." The staff, grinning broadly, tucked the item into their pocket. Kong Nan remained unfazed. The total weight of the gold was hardly 2 taels, and she had plenty more in her storage. Utilizing these seemingly trivial items for reserving a property seemed prudent, as their value might diminish over time. Having resolved the housing issue, Kong Nan returned to the community with a light heart. She instructed Lin Yasheng and Xie Ying to promptly organize their belongings over the next couple of days, as they would be moving out the day after tomorrow. Kong Nan, with her storage abilities, required little organization. However, Lin Yasheng and Xie Ying's families needed time to sort through their possessions. Lin Yasheng exchanged his foot-powered boat and some unnecessary items for points, also arranging for 2 handcarts. Xie Ying's family had resided there for 6 or 7 years, amassing more belongings than they anticipated, complicating the cleaning process. They made 5 or 6 trips to the trading point before converting all the unnecessary items into points. As time passed, on the morning of the 4th day, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi strolled about, returning in a somewhat dilapidated small truck. The sight of the truck entering the community instantly captured the attention of numerous onlookers. At that moment, 4-wheeled vehicles were as rare as luxury cars from the 70s or 80s. The city's vehicles have been submerged for a year, rendering many irreparable. The only individuals capable of owning a vehicle were officials or the heads of influential factions and wealthy individuals. Thus, when the residents witnessed a moving truck entering the community, curiosity overwhelmed them, prompting a gathering. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi disembarked calmly. Miao Qiqi stood beside the truck wielding a large sickle, while Kong Nan entered the building to transport supplies. Yang Suiyu and Huang Xiaoman, stationed at the building to guard the supplies, were astonished by the sight of the truck. Yang Suiyu hurried over, exclaiming, "Qiqi, where on earth did you acquire such a remarkable truck?" Miao Qiqi casually replied, "We acquired it a few days ago. It cost quite a bit in points and supplies." Yang Suiyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Hesitantly, she added, "Qiqi, if your truck has sufficient power, could you assist in towing our 2 handcarts?" Miao Qiqi readily acquiesced, "Of course, but you must secure the items on the handcarts well. If anything falls and breaks, do not blame me." "Thank you. I will ensure everything is secured." Yang Suiyu beamed, almost on the verge of jumping for joy. Following Kong Nan's suggestion, they had not sold a single bottle of water from their home, complicating their move. Now, Miao Qiqi's assistance in transporting the 2 handcarts would alleviate the burden for both her and Lin Yasheng. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Kong Nan secured the previously packed items with rope, gradually lowering them from the balcony. Once all her belongings were downstairs, she carefully stowed away the surveillance camera at the entrance before making her way down. Upon reaching the ground floor, she noticed 2 additional individuals in the queue. Casting a glance at Miao Qiqi, explained the situation. Miao Qiqi smiled ingratiatingly. "This is not my doing. I merely helped fend off the bullies targeting these siblings. And now they insist on accompanying us." The 2 newcomers were familiar to Kong Nan. They were the children of the unfortunate man who had perished while trying to save his beloved wife. As Miao Qiqi was receiving supplies downstairs, she observed the 2 14 or 15-year-old children darting out of the building in a panic. Moments later, a tall, disheveled man appeared, chasing after them while hurling insults. Miao Qiqi gleaned from his abusive words that he intended to assault the girl. Upon realizing this, the girl's brother struck the man with an object, prompting the man to pursue them in a fit of rage, aiming to drag the siblings back for torment. Miao Qiqi swiftly hurled a box of water at the man, aiding the children's escape. Kong Nan sighed in exasperation, turning to the siblings. "What are your names?" "I am Li Jiayu, and my sister is Li Jiabao." "We will not impose on Sister Miao. We can fend for ourselves," the boy declared with resolute sincerity. Kong Nan regarded him for a moment before responding. "Neither Miao Jia nor I have the capacity to take you in. If you wish to accompany us, you must find a way to relocate to Furong Mansion on your own." With that, Kong Nan addressed the group. "Pack your belongings. We will depart in half an hour." The others understood the implication. Gathering their meager belongings would hardly take half an hour, and Kong Nan's statement was merely a gesture to afford the siblings time to prepare. Huang Xiaoman, noticing the two siblings standing idle, nudged them. What are you waiting for? Hurry back and gather your things. After speaking, she glanced at Xie Yingying. You stay here and sort through the supplies. I will assist these two in organizing their belongings. Beside them, Yang Suiyu echoed Lin Yasheng's sentiments, and together with Huang Xiaoman, they assisted Li Jiayu and the others in gathering supplies as they entered the apartment building. Before long, with the aid of Huang Xiaoman and Yang Suiyu, Li Jiayu and her companions descended with an armful of provisions. With everyone assembled, Nan and Miao Qiqi climbed aboard the small truck, with Miao Qiqi gradually easing into motion while Lin Yasheng and the others followed closely behind. Chapter 57. The small truck that could drive, attracting thieves' attention. The group set forth towards Furong Banshan, drawing envious glances from many along the way. At present, a functioning small truck was indeed a rare treasure, one that could not even be acquired by selling a house. Amidst the jealous and admiring gazes, it took Lin Yasheng and his companions over 2 hours to reach the trading point in the Furong Banshan area. Nan sought out the same lady as before to handle the rental procedures and expressed her desire to rent another apartment. With a furrowed brow, the staff member replied, Nan, it's not that I don't want to assist you. I've already gone to great lengths to secure 3 apartments for you. If I were to give you another, I fear it would raise eyebrows among my superiors. Hearing this, Nan reached in her pocket, prompting the staff to hurriedly interject, No, Nan. This is truly difficult for me. In recent days, Furong Banshan has been nearly cleared out, and many affluent individuals have come seeking rentals. My supervisors chastised me terribly for having already rented out 3 units ahead of time. Fortunately, these 3 are on the outskirts of the villa area. Otherwise, you might not have been able to rent them at all today. Thus, it was not that she was unwilling to rent more or that she found Nan's offerings inadequate. She genuinely feared the repercussions of further transgressions. Observing the situation, Nan turned to Li Jie, noting, it seems you and your sister will have to reside outside Furong Banshan. Upon hearing this, Li Jiayu and Li Jiabao lowered their heads, visibly disheartened. Their desire to accompany Nan stemmed from having heard tales of her heroic deeds. When the bandits once infiltrated the building, it was Nan and her comrades who, undeterred by danger, signaled for patrollers and even confronted the intruders. Miao Qiqi's valor in chasing Supervisor Liu with a shovel while clearing debris left an indelible impression on their minds. Coupled with Miao Qiqi's rescue of them today, Li Jiayu was convinced that Miao Qiqi and her group were indeed good-hearted individuals skilled in combat. Children's minds are peculiarly influenced, often gravitating towards strength without reason. Thus, when they learned that Miao Qiqi was departing, they unhesitatingly chose to follow her. However, now the unmistakable disappointment on the faces of the Li siblings stirred Huang Xiaoman's compassion. Being of similar age to her own daughter, Huang Xiaoman hesitated before asking, What is the layout of that villa? May I take a look? The staff handed her a hand-drawn floor plan, which Huang Xiaoman perused briefly. The villa featured a 2-story structure with a basement, totaling 3 levels. The first floor comprised a dining room, living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a small storage room, while the second floor boasted 3 bedrooms and a spacious balcony. Returning the blueprint to the staff, Huang Xiaoman turned to Li Jiu and said, This villa is quite spacious. Jiu, if you don't mind, you and your sister could move in with us. We can share the rent. Li Jiu nodded vigorously. I don't mind at all, Auntie. I will definitely contribute to the rent. After resolving the housing issue, they paid the rent and completed the paperwork before departing the trading point. The rent for the villa was somewhat steep, costing 200 points for a month, with no deposit required. Given the precariousness of their situation, who could say if they would see the light of day again after falling asleep? The trading point refrained from collecting deposits, only requesting the rent. The trading point was approximately 3 kilometers from Furong Banshan, and it took Nan and her companions over half an hour to reach their new abode. They parted ways to tidy up their respective homes. The new house featured a modest 10-square-meter garden in front, though the fence had collapsed under the rain, leaving only a stone pillar frame. The main structure of the house was largely intact, albeit lacking doors and windows. Upon entering, Nan and Miao Qiqi found the first and second floors relatively clean, with the wall stains scraped away, though the basement was in a lamentable state. The basement was riddled with mud, covering corners, walls, and ceilings, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Exhaling a sigh of resignation, Nan realized that they would have little rest in the days to come. The basement required cleaning, the bathroom's drainage needed sealing, doors and windows had to be reinstalled, and they needed to construct a garage on the first floor for the small truck. With an overwhelming amount of tasks ahead, Nan resolved to prioritize the basement cleanup. The noxious odors emanating from the mud posed a health risk, and it was imperative to eliminate them promptly. Otherwise, the residence would be uninhabitable. After siphoning gasoline from the small truck and digging several traps around the vicinity, Kong Nan donned protective gear along with Miao Qiqi, wielding shovels and spades as they descended into the basement to labor. The basement, not particularly spacious, spanned over 20 square meters, and the two spent the entire afternoon thoroughly cleaning it. Once finished, Kong Nan sprayed disinfectant and alcohol in the basement, lighting 2 moxa sticks before departing with Miao Qiqi. As the sun began to set, they transported their belongings from the small truck to the second floor, where they found a relatively clean room to set up a tent. While assembling the tent, Miao Qiqi remarked, "It's my first time sleeping in a tent. I never imagined it would be in such an environment." Kong Nan chuckled softly. "Let's be grateful for having a tent to sleep in. Indeed, it's just a pity that if this house had doors and windows, we could close them and enjoy a barbecue and some beer, just like camping," Miao Qiqi mused, her imagination running wild. "Barbecue is out of the question. The smell is too pungent and could be detected from 2 miles away. However, I can arrange for some beer along with fried chicken wings, crispy meat, and a spicy dry pot." Miao Qiqi enthusiastically nodded at the mention of the dishes, declaring, "Let us have that tonight and indulge ourselves." Exhausted from the day's exertions, the two finished their meal early and lay down in the tent to rest. In the stillness of the night, when everyone else was peacefully asleep in their blankets, a sudden, sharp scream pierced the quiet. Beside the truck, a bald man was being forcefully silenced, hopping away from the vicinity of the vehicle. In the darkness, a short-bearded man spat on the ground, cursing, "Damn it, they set a trap right by the truck. Enough with the chatter. Quickly, help me pry this damn trap open." The bald man was ensnared in a leg trap, its sharp teeth embedded in his ankle, oozing blood. The short-bearded man, by the faint moonlight, located a gap in the trap, whispering to the bald man, "Endure it, and remain silent." The bald man stuffed a handful of his clothing into his mouth, nodding resolutely as if prepared to face death. Seeing him ready, the short-bearded man took a deep breath and exerted all his strength to pry the trap open. As the trap released its hold, the bald man trembled violently, nearly biting through the fabric in his mouth. Chapter 58. Good Neighbors Burying Bodies Together. The short-bearded man tore off a piece of his clothing and bandaged the bald man's wound, then picked up a stick to prod around the truck, checking for any additional traps. After dismantling the traps near the truck, the short-bearded man hurried to open the truck door. However, upon touching the door, a jolt of electricity surged through his body, rendering his hand immovable as if glued with super glue. Realizing the situation, the short-bearded man shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! It's electrified." After that one cry, he seemed to expend all his energy, his body convulsing involuntarily, becoming limp as he collapsed next to the truck, only one hand still pressed against it. Hearing the commotion, the bald man limped over. Upon witnessing the dire state of the short-bearded man, he frantically searched for a wooden stick, raising it with determination to strike down the man's hand, which was pressed against the car door. "Zhang, hey, how are you? Wake up." The bald man dragged the short-bearded figure to a safer location, gently slapping his face while softly calling his name in an attempt to rouse him. At that moment, a blinding beam of light struck his face, causing the bald man to squint against its intensity. "Two uncles, I must ask, with your limbs intact, why resort to stealing cars from me? How does it feel to indulge in thievery?" Miao Qiqi, leaning against the balcony railing with one hand while illuminating the scene with a lamp, watched them leisurely. The bald man, hearing her words, turned pale with rage, muttering, "You filthy wench, I swear if I don't end you, I'll change my surname." Setting the short-bearded man down, he picked up an iron rod he had brought along and hobbled toward the house. After just 2 steps, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The bald man widened his eyes, staring down at an arrow protruding from his torso. Kong Nan seized an arrow from nearby, knocked it onto his bow, aimed for the bald man's head, and released it with a swift whoosh. The arrow struck true, and before the bald man could utter a cry of despair, he succumbed to Kong Nan's barrage. Seeing him fall, Kong Nan descended with a dagger in hand, while Miao Qiqi continued to shine her lamp from above, surveying the surroundings. In the yard, Kong Nan slashed the throats of the 2 thieves with his dagger, then stood up to scan the area. There was no one else, just these 2. Miao Qiqi, upon hearing Kong Nan's words, nodded in agreement, shining the flashlight around to confirm the absence of any other presence. Miao Qiqi hurried down, asking, "What should we do with these bodies?" Kong Nan furrowed his brow, just as he was about to move the corpses to the vehicle when a faint voice interrupted, "Need some help?" Both Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi turned toward the source of the voice. It was Lin Yasheng, their neighbor from next door. He stood by his second-floor window, having witnessed the entire scene unfold without obstruction. Kong Nan furrowed his brow, rapidly assessing whether there had been any glaring oversights in their actions. Once reassured that he had not exposed himself or any inappropriate weapons or items, he silently exhaled. He called out to Lin Yasheng in a hushed tone. "Could you assist in burying the bodies?" Lin Yasheng responded affirmatively, quickly descending the stairs. Though the two thieves were quite lean, even a slender adult man weighed over 100 pounds. Lin Yasheng brought over a handcart, and together with Kong Nan, they loaded the bodies onto it, transporting them to the hills behind the villa area, where they dug a deep pit to lay the two unfortunate souls to rest. Once the task was completed, dawn began to break. After such a long ordeal, neither Kong Nan nor Miao Qiqi felt the slightest bit drowsy, so they decided to tidy up and clean the house. After more than 2 hours of diligent work, they finally managed to clear the second floor. The sun now shone brightly, its golden rays streaming through the windows. After a simple meal of buns, the two descended to the first floor to continue their labor. Kong then took a small hammer and tapped the living room wall, confirming the location before switching to a larger sledgehammer to begin demolition. She intended to convert the first floor into a garage, necessitating the creation of a door wide enough for a truck to enter. After over an hour of vigorous work, having cleared away the fallen bricks, sand, and lime to the yard, they commenced tidying the first floor rooms. After a long day's work, Miao Qiqi collapsed onto a sponge mat, glancing at Kong Nan, who was still measuring the dimensions of the doors and windows. Nan, are you certain there are doors and windows available at the trading point? If not, our trip will be in vain. Kong Nan casually replied, not sure. Tomorrow, we'll inquire. If there's nothing, we can explore some remote areas. We can find whatever type of doors and windows we desire. Her earlier scavenging during the flood had not been a mere whim. The supplies of doors and windows in her space were stacked high, all for this very moment. The following morning, Kong Nan approached Lin Yasheng next door, asking for his assistance in watching over her home. Lin Yasheng nodded, casually inquiring, where are you headed? I wish to check the trading point for doors and windows. Kong Nan replied. Lin Yasheng frowned, saying, trading point? They likely won't have any. During the flood, I didn't see anyone exchanging doors or windows for points. It would be better to see if we can salvage some damaged ones nearby. Kong Nan remarked, I'm just going to ask, what if they do have some? Seeing that his persuasion had fallen on deaf ears, Lin Yasheng reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll keep an eye on your place. With Lin Yasheng's answer, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi set off in their small truck, departing from Furong Mansion. Upon reaching the trading point, Kong Nan sought out the older sister who had previously assisted her in renting a house. Indeed, we have doors and windows, but you want to be able to purchase them. They are in high demand. Everywhere you look, houses are vacant without doors or windows. The ones we have are reserved for special clients, the older sister explained, gesturing upward with her fingers. Kong Nan understood immediately, slipping her a bag of candy and saying, I see. Thank you for your hard work. Give this to your children. The older sister feigned reluctance before finally accepting the bag with a smile, secretly thinking that Kong Nan was quite adept at navigating social interactions. If there were any promising news in the future, she might consider informing Kong Nan ahead of time. After leaving the trading point, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi drove their truck to a secluded area, retrieving some doors and windows from her space to place onto the truck. Just as they were about to head back, Kong Nan paused and instructed Miao Qiqi to stop the vehicle while they loaded additional doors and windows. Given the current situation, both Lin Yasheng and Xia Yingying were decent neighbors. Providing them with some assistance might prove beneficial in times of need. With the truck now fully loaded with doors and windows, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi began their journey home. As they re-entered Furong Mansion, Kong Nan noticed numerous people moving, and upon passing one villa, she spotted a relatively new SUV parked in the yard. It seemed that Furong Mansion was on the verge of becoming lively again. Chapter 59. The Tattooed Man Buying Doors and Windows. Upon halting the truck loaded with doors and windows, Lin Yasheng and Xia Yingying rushed out to see the commotion. Xia Yingying exclaimed, Did you buy all these at the trading point? Kong Nan shook her head. No, not from the trading point. I found another source for this batch. Come help me out. Miao Qiqi climbed onto the truck bed and carefully lifted one of the windows, which Kong Nan and Xia Yingying then assisted in lowering to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yasheng, Yang Suiyu, and the siblings Huang Zhao and Li Jiao joined to help carry the doors and windows. With so many hands within 10 minutes, all the doors and windows had been unloaded from the truck. After sorting through what she needed, Kong Nan said, You two families can split these doors and windows among yourselves. Doors are 100 points each, and windows are 50 points each. If you don't have enough points, you can owe me for now and settle it later. Yang Suiyu gasped, 100 points? That's so cheap. Zionin, are you sure about this? Kong Nan casually replied. I'm not mistaken. These doors and windows are of questionable origin, so they can't sell at high prices. Just keep this between us. The others nodded in agreement and quickly set about selecting their doors and windows, eager to seize such an opportunity. Once both families had finished moving their doors and windows, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi finally brought their own into the house. Are we installing the doors now? Miao Qiqi asked Kong Nan. Kong Nan shook her head. We need to first secure a source of cement and water. Sand isn't an issue. There is plenty of gravel nearby. Miao Qiqi pondered for a moment before asking. So how do we solve this? Cement should be manageable. We can bring some back from a nearby stroll. But even though we're not yet at a water shortage, obtaining a large bucket of water for the installation might be a bit tricky. Kong Nan lowered her head and pondered for a while before speaking. This afternoon, let us explore the vicinity for some adhesive soil to excavate and store. When the rains come, we can proceed with the installation of doors and windows. In Kong Nan's recollection, rain was imminent, and by preparing ample clay beforehand, they could seamlessly install the doors and windows post-downpour. Her supply of cement was scant, as the floods had submerged much of it. Now, a single bag of cement was worth its weight in gold, and she was reluctant to part with it for sale. Utilizing clay in place of cement posed little issue, provided they refrained from forcefully hammering the doors and windows. After formulating a plan, Kong Nan conferred with Lin Yasheng and others. They had no objections to using clay for the installations, having already expended half of their savings on the doors and windows. Thus, clay was indeed the most prudent choice. After deliberation, they resolved that one person from each household would remain to guard their possessions, while the others ventured to the back mountain to dig for clay. The task of excavating clay was not perilous, and Miao Qiqi volunteered for the task, leaving Kong Nan at home to safeguard their supplies. Kong Nan was not idle. She needed to seal the basement skylight and prepare some stones for constructing a wall. Though the installation of doors and windows was temporarily unfeasible, she needed to hang some fabric to shield against prying eyes. After 3 bustling days, the accumulated clay in the yard was sufficient for their door and window installations. But they still lacked enough clay for building a courtyard. On a day when Miao Qiqi and the others had just departed to excavate clay, a rugged vehicle came to a halt at Kong Nan's doorstep. Hearing the commotion, Kong Nan stepped outside to find several tall men disembarking from the vehicle. The leading man, adorned with tattooed arms, appraised Kong Nan before declaring, I heard you brought in a batch of doors and windows a few days ago. Kong Nan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I did. What's it to you? The tattooed man arrogantly retorted, we want that batch of doors and windows. Just name your price and points. As Kong Nan opened her mouth to refuse, a thought crossed her mind, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, I can sell you the windows, but not the doors. Leaning against the vehicle, the tattooed man scoffed, Little girl, I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Do you even know who wants this batch of doors and windows? It's Liu Er Xiao. He asked the esteemed Liu Kang. Do you know him? Not interested. Nor do I care, no. I only sell the windows. If you're unwilling to accept that, I kindly ask you to leave, or I won't hesitate to turn you into pieces. Kong Nan brandished a chainsaw from behind her, activating it and casting a cold glare at them. The sharp whirring of the chainsaw echoed ominously in the spacious yard, prompting the tattooed man's 2 companions to brandish iron rods, eager to confront Kong Nan. Hold on. What are you doing? We came to buy doors and windows, not to rob, the tattooed man exclaimed, pulling back his companions. One of the men, seething with anger, exclaimed, Brother Long, this girl is far too arrogant. Silence. The tattooed man snapped, then turned back to Kong Nan. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, Little girl, business is best conducted amicably. We merely wish to purchase your doors and windows. Why resort to weapons? Since you insist on only buying windows, let us stick to that. However, could you kindly inform me where you acquired these doors and windows? Kong Nan maintained an impassive expression and, after switching off the chainsaw, replied, That is my private channel, which I cannot disclose. Moreover, the transaction is a one-time deal. Once this opportunity passes, it will not return. Hey, are you playing us for fools? One of the tattooed man's lackeys stepped forward, but the leader did not intervene this time. Just then, a stone flew through the air, striking the man squarely, causing him to stumble a few steps before regaining his balance and casting a furious glance around to identify his assailant. Xiao Nan, are you all right? Huang Xiaomin and Li Jiabao rushed to Kong Nan's side, shielding her protectively like a hen with her chicks. Who are you? What do you want? Huang Xiaomin demanded, her expression a mix of panic and fierce determination. If you dare cause trouble, I will summon the patrol team. Kong Nan, for reasons unknown, felt a smile creeping on her lips. The man with the iron rod dismissed her threat with derision. What are you going to do about it? Go ahead and fetch the patrol. Huazi, what kind of talk is that? The tattooed man scolded, kicking him lightly. We came to negotiate, not to fight. Apologize to her. With a puzzled look, Huazi opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by another kick from the tattooed man, forcing him to grudgingly mutter an apology. Once Huazi apologized, the tattooed man approached Huang Xiaomin, grinning broadly. Sis, don't misunderstand. We're simply here to buy doors and windows. Buy doors and windows? Huang Xiaomin turned to Kong Nan, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Kong Nan nodded slightly. They wish to purchase our windows. I've agreed to sell them the windows, but we will keep the doors for ourselves. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Outcome. Huang Xiaomin was perplexed. The doors and windows from their 3 households were barely sufficient, so why would Kong Nan agree to sell the windows to others? She furrowed her brow and glared at the tattooed man. Are you forcing Xiao Nan to sell the windows? Our 3 families have just enough windows. We have no surplus to sell to you. Hearing Huang Xiaomin's words, Kong Nan realized she was mistaken and was about to clarify when the tattooed man hastily interjected. No, we didn't pressure the young lady. She stated she wanted to sell them. But if you choose not to sell, we shall simply procure them from elsewhere. He added nonchalantly. Kong Nan blinked in confusion at the tattooed man, who remained oblivious to her signal, still addressing Huang Xiaomin. Sis, I'm Long Fong. Everyone calls me Brother Long. What is your name? Are you married? Even if you're married, it's no trouble. You can divorce without paperwork. How about following me? I promise to treat you well and will never cheat. Long Fong unabashedly declared, leaving Huang Xiaomin flabbergasted at such shamelessness, especially given the presence of Kong Nan and Li Jiabao. She glared at Long Fong, her face flushed with anger. You scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not spouting nonsense. I truly fancy you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were my destined love, Long Fong proclaimed boldly, causing Huang Xiaomin to feel a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She glared at him fiercely. If you keep babbling, I swear I will hit you. Hitting is affection. Scolding is love. Without hitting or scolding, there is no love. Oh, you really will hit me? Long Fong teased, provoking Huang Xiaomin further. Enraged, she seized a shovel that Kong Nan had set aside and chased Long Fong, who evaded her like a playful child, taunting her as he ran. Kong Nan, initially shocked, now found herself at a loss for words. She rubbed her temples and sighed softly, wondering what sort of individual she was dealing with. After chasing Long Fong in circles, Huang Xiaomin realized he was merely toying with her, and in a fit of anger, she brought the shovel down upon him. Long Fong hopped aside, just in time to dodge it. He picked up the shovel and kindly offered it back to Huang Xiaomin. Come on, continue. Don't let your anger harm your health. I'd feel terrible if you were unwell. This remark ignited Huang Xiaomin's ire once more. Seeing this, Kong Nan quickly intervened. Annie Huang, don't be upset. I'll handle this. Your surname is Huang. How coincidental. Mine is Long. We're descendants of Yin and Huang, the dragon's lineage. Don't we seem well suited? Huang Xiaomin turned, fuming. Pa, who is well suited with you? You shameless scoundrel. Annie Huang, don't pay him any mind. The more you engage, the more he persist. Calm down, Kong Nan urged for a while before Huang Xiaomin gradually settled down. She grasped Kong Nan's hand and whispered, do you truly intend to sell the windows? Why? Kong Nan explained. Annie Huang, these windows are made of glass. Anyone could shatter them with a stone. I find them rather fragile. It would be better for us to wait a couple of days and return with some wood from the mountains to make wooden windows that are sturdier and more durable. She pointed to the chainsaw beside her and continued, see, I have my chainsaw all ready. With the chainsaw in hand, the task of crafting windows became significantly more manageable. Huang Xiaomin pondered for a moment, finding merit in Kong Nan's suggestion, and then replied, very well. I shall bring all the windows from my home, and you can refund me the points from the previous purchase, treating it as if I had never bought from your store. That simply cannot be, Kong Nan countered. Once sold, they are yours. Casting a glance at Long Fong in the yard, she continued, Long Fong procures windows and doors for the affluent. We could elevate the price and profit handsomely. Huang Xiaomin nodded. Should we involve Suiyu? Indeed. Where has she gone? She is off moving bricks and asked me to look after her home. I shall seek her out and discuss this matter. After stating this, Huang Xiaomin swiftly took Li Jiabao by the hand and left Kong Nan's yard, casting a fierce glare at Long Fong as they departed. Once they were gone, Long Fong approached Kong Nan and inquired, young lady, what is your Aunt Huang's full name? Does she have a partner? Kong Nan regarded him with a puzzled expression. You've only just met my Aunt Huang. How can you claim to have feelings for her? Waving his hand dismissively, Long Fong replied, you, a mere child, cannot comprehend. This is what they call love at first sight. The moment I laid eyes on her, I was smitten. Kong Nan, who had never been in love and had no desire for such entanglements, considered it an arduous and frivolous pursuit. But Aunt Huang is in her 30s, nearing 40, with a 15-year-old daughter. Doesn't that concern you? A 15-year-old daughter? So, she must have a partner? Long Fang's face fell slightly. Kong Nan nodded, however. Her partner was unfaithful and has since left her. Long Fang's eyes lit up, quickly followed by a surge of indignation. That fool. To have such a wonderful woman at home and yet betray her. He clearly does not appreciate her. Slightly perplexed, Kong Nan questioned. How can you deem her a good woman after just one encounter? Long Fang chuckled. She just came from next door, which suggests that it is highly likely you are not her child, yet she unhesitatingly stands guard over you. Despite her evident fear of Huazi, she refuses to yield an inch to protect you. Would you not agree such a person is virtuous? Furthermore, you mentioned her daughter is 15, yet the child she is holding appears to be merely 12 or 13. This indicates that child is not hers, yet she consistently tends to that child. What does that reveal? It demonstrates that this woman possesses a kind and benevolent heart. And look at her attire. It is clear she is industrious and resilient, with a fine physique and striking features. When she glares, her eyes hold a certain intensity. Uncle, you are digressing. Kong Nan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is this how people in love behave? Yet, this also affirmed to her that Long Fang was a perceptive individual, the kind one would prefer to avoid making an enemy of. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoman found Yang Suiyu and explained Kong Nan's intention to sell windows. Without hesitation, Yang Suiyu agreed to the sale. Before long, she returned with Huang Xiaoman. Upon their arrival, Kong Nan gathered them to discuss pricing, ultimately settling on 150 points per window to sell to Long Fang. Long Fang's subordinates began to transport the windows, while he himself sought to ingratiate himself with Huang Xiaoman. Observing this, Kong Nan sidled up to a man named Huazi to glean information about Long Fang. Chapter 61. Installing Windows and Constructing Walls. Huazi, whose full name was Wang Yehua, had a somewhat fiery temperament but was taciturn. After Kong Nan praised him, he divulged everything about Long Fang. Our brother Long is only 42 this year. Had he not been wrongfully imprisoned for a few years, he might have had children of his own by now. Kong Nan was curious. How could he have been wrongfully imprisoned? It's a long story, Huazi sighed. For over a decade, Brother Long ran a KTV in Province A, flourishing in business. Then, some despicable scoundrel introduced drugs into his establishment, and Brother Long found himself unjustly incarcerated. He despises drugs. His own elder brother fell victim to addiction. So how could he possibly be a trafficker? He was undoubtedly framed. The anger etched on Huazi's face hinted at the painful memories of the past. Kong Nan nodded in agreement. Though Long Fang appeared somewhat dubious, his gaze seemed earnest, distinguishing him from truly nefarious individuals. When was your brother Long released? Just after the Lantern Festival last year. Huazi complained. He is truly unfortunate, barely freed. Before he could save her life, a catastrophic flood struck. Kong Nan pondered, but with a criminal record, who would dare employ him? You have no idea of Brother Long's prowess. Within 2 months of entering prison, he had the other inmates in line, ensuring peace until his release. Liu, the department head, recognized his capabilities and thus entrusted him to lead us as his bodyguard. Kong Nan further inquired about various matters, and once the off-road vehicle was filled with windows, she departed to collect points from Long Fang. Huang Xiaoman felt overwhelmed by Long Fang's persistent attention. Upon spotting Kong Nan, she clung to Li Jiabao's hand as if she had found a lifeline, rushing home and leaving Long Fang for Kong Nan to handle. Kong Nan found the situation amusing, and after finalizing the points for the windows, Long Fang readily paid. The quantity of windows they sold was substantial, necessitating multiple trips for the off-road vehicle. Long Fang instructed Huazi and his team to transport the first load back while he stayed behind to oversee the windows. Kong Nan understood his desire to linger, but recognized no ill intent, so she did not interfere further, taking her earned points home. The points issued at the trading post were inscribed on a note adorned with a seal. The ink used for these seals was crafted from special materials, ensuring excellent anti-counterfeiting properties. The seals, akin to currency, bore denominations of 1, 5, and 100 points. Long Fang provided her with notes marked with 100-point seals, convenient for carrying and storing. After securing her points, Kong Nan ventured into the yard to clear stones. When Miao Qiqi returned at noon and heard of the events involving Long Fang, she expressed regret. Had I known, I would have sent you to dig clay today. I missed such a grand spectacle. Kong Nan chuckled. Then let me dig clay tomorrow. Miao Qiqi shook her head. No need. We have enough clay at home for now. If we run short, I shall go to the mountains for more. Kong Nan contemplated. Then I shall go to the mountains tomorrow to fetch wood for the windows. You can guard the house. With numerous windows to craft, including a skylight for the basement, they would require ample timber. The following day, Kong Nan and Lin Yasheng set off in a small truck to gather wood from the mountains. After a prolonged rainy season, the trees that had escaped the deluge thrived abundantly. They felled straight eucalyptus and sturdy bamboo, and with the aid of a diesel chainsaw, Kong Nan efficiently cut down a dozen logs in half an hour. The group worked collaboratively, and by midday, the truck was filled to capacity. They made sure to utilize the branches they had trimmed, bundling them to take home for cooking fires. The truck was so full that there was no room for passengers. Kong Nan had Xia Yingying and Li Jiao sit in the passenger seat while she perched atop the load of wood in the back. Lin Yasheng, concerned that the speed might jostle Kong Nan off, drove slowly down the mountain. After 3 rounds of wood cutting, ensuring every household had enough supplies, they finally ceased their excursions and focused on crafting windows at home. Kong Nan aimed for simplicity in her design. She cut the wood into planks, nailed them together, and installed them accordingly. As time passed, on the 3rd day after completing their windows, the sky suddenly grew overcast. She realized that rain was imminent, and hurriedly fetched a plastic sheet from her storage to cover the basement skylight, preventing rainwater from seeping into the basement. Just as she completed this task, raindrops began to patter down. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi braved the rain to shovel some clay and gravel beneath the eaves, mixing them with the rainwater to reinforce the structure of the house. In a moment of ingenuity, Kong Nan discreetly added a bit of cement to the mixture. Once the clay and gravel were sufficiently combined, they transferred it to the eaves to continue mixing, ensuring that the rainwater wouldn't wash it away. The rain persisted for 7 or 8 days, during which Kong Nan and her companions secured all the doors and windows, sealing off any gaps. Additionally, they mixed a considerable amount of clay and gravel under the eaves, stepping on it daily to prevent it from hardening. When the rain finally ceased, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi rose early to construct a wall. The clay and gravel beneath the eaves needed to be used promptly, or else it would solidify and become unusable. The two worked without delay. One built the wall while the other fetched the clay, prioritizing speed over precision. Although the wall was not perfectly straight, it was impressively thick, comprised of stones that Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi had deliberately collected, reaching over 30 centimeters in thickness and more than 2 meters in height. Kong Nan even inserted iron pipes and glass at the top, along with some sharp objects to deter intruders from climbing over. Taking advantage of the fair weather and ample clay and gravel, they sealed the skylight. Kong Nan placed thick wooden beams side by side over the skylight, leaving an opening for a chimney and a vent. Then applied a thick layer of cement and sand on both sides of the beams to prevent rainwater from leaking indoors. Next came the construction of the heated bed and stove. Kong Nan understood the stove well enough to figure it out, but the heated bed was somewhat more complex. After a lengthy period of deliberation, she and Miao Qiqi struggled to devise a plan. They downloaded a few videos on constructing heated beds, but the footage was not particularly clear. After 2 days of unsuccessful attempts, they found themselves without any other options and sought external assistance. Chapter 62, Razor Wire Electrified. Thieves will detour. Lin Yasheng and Huang Xiaomin were both genuine Southerners, while the only Northerners Kong Nan knew were Long Fong and a few others. Kong Nan approached Long Fong to inquire about some details regarding the construction of the heated bed. After answering her questions, Long Fong asked, "Why do you want to know this? Are you planning to build a heated bed?" Kong Nan nodded, explaining that she had heard it was warm in winter and cool in summer, and with the increasingly hot weather, sleeping on the ground with Qiqi was not practical. Besides, with such unpredictable weather, who knows if it will get cold again? If it rains one day, I can also dry my clothes on the heated bed. Your idea is sound, but I believe you will most likely never need it and will serve only as a regular bed, Long Fong remarked. Having lived many years in the South without ever needing a heated bed, Kong Nan shrugged. Using it as a regular bed is still better than sleeping on the ground. With Kong Nan's insistence, Long Fong ceased to dissuade her and rolled up his sleeves. "You have prepared the yellow clay and red bricks, right? I will come over to help you. Can you get away?" Long Fong nodded affirmatively. "I'm not bound to the Liu family. I can occasionally attend to personal matters." Hearing this, Kong Nan felt no need for further pleasantries and led him home. Just as they approached her doorstep, Huang Xiaomin emerged from Lin Yasheng's house. She appeared somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Long Fong, clearly wary of him. "Xiao Nan, why did you bring him here?" she inquired. Kong Nan smiled, explaining, "I plan to build a heated bed in the basement, and Uncle Long has done it before. He agreed to help me." "Why a heated bed? Aren't you worried about the heat?" Huang Xiaomin asked, puzzled. Kong Nan recounted her conversation with Long Fong, and Huang Xiaomin reacted similarly to him, believing a heated bed to be unnecessary. However, Yang Suiyu, standing nearby, found merit in Kong Nan's reasoning. Feeling somewhat bashful, she turned to Long Fong, Uncle Long. Once you finish building Xiao Nan's heated bed, could you make one for us too? I'll offer you a reward of 500 points. It's just a heated bed. I wouldn't dream of taking your points, Long Fong replied generously. Just prepare the materials and let me know. I, along with Hua Zi and others, will come help you. Afterward, he turned to Huang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, would you like one as well? Since they are making heated beds, you should have one too. I'll help you with it, and I'll handle the materials. Huang Xiaomin hesitated, initially intending to decline, but reflecting on Lin Yasheng and Kong Nan's situation, she wavered. She and Xie Yingying were not particularly clever, yet their sole stroke of brilliance was following Lin Yasheng and Kong Nan to this place. After considerable thought, she finally said, I'll have Hua Zi help me make one. Acknowledging her own lack of cleverness, she decided to emulate those who were wise. What do you need him for? His skills are not as good as mine. I'll help you make it, Long Fong insisted. Noticing how Long Fong was so engrossed in Huang Xiaomin that he overlooked her presence, Kong Nan spoke up, Uncle Long, if you keep chatting like this, my freshly mixed cement will harden. Long Fong, without turning his head, replied, if it hardens, that is fine. I'll bring you some new later. Kong Nan watched as Long Fong lingered around Huang Xiaomin until she left in a huff. Then he followed Kong Nan to the basement to build the heated bed. Long Fong and Zhang Yehua took turns working for 3 or 4 days to complete the heated bed. The finishing touches were done by Long Fong, who reminded Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi to remember to heat the bed thoroughly before sleeping on it. Looking at the freshly constructed heated bed, Kong Nan felt a sense of relief. In her previous life, she and Miao Qiqi endured considerable hardships in the bitter cold. But this time she had prepared so much that she could not possibly freeze to death. On the afternoon the heated bed was completed. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi drove out to transport 5 bundles of razor wire. They climbed onto the wall to slowly install it. And when Long Fong saw this scene as he exited Huang Xiaomin's house, he chuckled, Xiao Nan, where did you acquire this barbed wire? If it's electrified, thieves will take a detour. Kong Nan casually replied, the person who sold me the windows introduced it to me. He had 5 bundles, which he said were salvaged during the floods and sold to me since they were of no use to him. 5 bundles? Will you use them all? I won't use them all. I can sell 2 bundles to you for 2,000 points each. The bundle of razor wire in Kong Nan's hands stood over 2 meters tall, ample enough to encircle her yard twice. The 2 extra bundles were intended for sale to Lin Yasheng and Huang Xiaomin, while the remaining 2 were to be sold to Long Fong for points. Long Fong nodded, I'll take both bundles. I'll have Hua Zi come over later to move the wire. As evening approached, Zhang Yehua arrived with a few of his brothers to help move the razor wire. And upon seeing Kong Nan and her team still at work, they eagerly joined in. Installing the razor wire was not difficult, but it was cumbersome for just 2 people. With the increased manpower, the installation sped up remarkably, and within an hour, they had completed it all. Kong Nan ensured that the men were compensated for their efforts, offering them a pack of cigarettes from a box she had opened. Upon seeing the cigarettes, Zhang Yehua and his companions' eyes sparkled with delight as they said to Kong Nan, Xiao Nan, from now on, you're like a sister to me. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll be there to help. Kong Nan, feeling a bit embarrassed by his sudden warmth, handed him another pack. Zhang Yehua immediately showered her with compliments, nearly elevating her to the status of a celestial being. Under the cover of night, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi stealthily connected the razor wire to the power supply. Once the electricity was connected, Miao Qiqi sighed in relief. Finally, we can sleep soundly. She turned to Kong Nan. Now that we've finished everything we can at home, what should we do tomorrow? Kong Nan pondered for a moment before responding. Tomorrow, we'll go hunting in the mountains. Hunting? Miao Qiqi gazed at Kong Nan in confusion. Kong Nan nodded, suggesting that there must be numerous creatures inhabiting the mountains behind Furong Half Mountain. Since they had nothing to do at home, why not venture up the mountain and practice archery? After a brief pause, she added, if the place is deserted and the surroundings permit, could you teach me how to drive? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Miao Qiqi shot her a disdainful glance, recalling how she had urged Kong Nan to take the driving test back in school, but Kong Nan had stubbornly refused. Now, she must be regretting that decision. Kong Nan chuckled softly, not responding. Back then, Miao Qiqi had lent her money to get a license, but her ridiculous pride had prevented her from going. In hindsight, she realized how immature she had been. If she had learned to drive, she would have to rely on Miao Qiqi or Lin Yasheng every time she went out. In the event of an emergency, she could have driven Miao Qiqi to safety herself. Thus, mastering the art of driving became an essential skill she needed to acquire post-haste. Chapter 63. Discovering Wild Vegetables. Deep in the mountains, by a riverside, an off-road vehicle was slowly cruising along. Miao Qiqi remarked, whether out of envy or jealousy. When I learned to drive, I was stuck with a rickety instructor-esque car. And here you are, starting off with an off-roader. Be careful if you crash it. I'll be the one who feels the heartache. Miao Qiqi was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, one of the off-road vehicles they had was a manual transmission. She shifted it into first gear for Kong Nan to practice. Otherwise, with Kong Nan's foot pressing down on the accelerator, she might have met her untimely end. Kong Nan innocently replied, on a rocky riverside like this, an off-road vehicle is the only option. Silence. Focus on driving. Turn the steering wheel to the left. Miao Qiqi shouted in a panic. No, the other left. She was on the verge of yelling, finally experiencing the frustration of a driving instructor herself. No wonder they were always prepared with soothing remedies and vocal cords of steel. Amidst Miao Qiqi's fervent instructions, Kong Nan finally grasped how to turn and control the vehicle's speed. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi parked the car beneath a tree's shade. They spread out a large mat on the ground, arranging an assortment of dishes, fruits, and drinks to indulge in a leisurely lunch in the heart of the forest. Miao Qiqi stretched contentedly, exclaiming, why don't we just live in the mountains? There's no one around. We can eat and drink freely, however we please. Can you endure a life devoid of excitement? What if a fire breaks out in the extreme heat? How will we escape? What if an avalanche occurs in the bitter cold? Kong Nan's trio of questions swiftly extinguished Miao Qiqi's notion of settling in the mountains. Perhaps it was better to simply enjoy their meals behind closed doors at home. After their lunch, they rested for a while before resuming their driving practice. It was only around 3 in the afternoon when they finally packed up and began their leisurely return. Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu were busy installing razor wire on the wall with the blades they had purchased from Kong in the previous day. Upon seeing Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi return, they casually inquired, weren't you two off hunting? Why are you back with 2 bundles of firewood? Miao Qiqi grimaced. Don't even mention it. Nan and I spent the entire day without spotting a single rabbit. This was no exaggeration. Their early return was due to their hope of encountering some game along the way, yet they hadn't seen a single rabbit. They had only caught a glimpse of a wild chicken, which swiftly leaped past them, disappearing before they could react. Ha! You 2 little kids haven't even seen a wild rabbit, yet you aspire to hunt. Long Fang's boisterous voice echoed from the entrance of Huang Xiaoman's house. Kong then looked up to see Long Fang accompanied by a few unfamiliar faces, assisting Huang Xiaoman with the installation of the razor wire. Beside them, Xia Yingying chimed in. Uncle Long, do you know how to hunt? Not at all, Long Fang replied candidly. Xia Yingying rolled her eyes. You can't even hunt. Yet you dare to ridicule my sister Nan. Long Fang retorted, little girl, while I may not hunt, I know how to set traps. Ask around. How many rural folks from my generation haven't set traps for wild rabbits and chickens? Kong Nan's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, she had a plethora of hunting tools in her space, particularly traps. She inquired, Uncle Long, how do you set those traps? It's simple. Look around for rabbit or chicken droppings. If you find any, set the trap nearby. After a couple of days, you're bound to catch some rabbits, Long Fang explained. He then added, but remember to mark the spot where you set the trap. It's essential for locating it later and to warn others to avoid stepping on it to prevent accidents. Kong Nan nodded, I'll give it a try tomorrow. Hearing this, Xia Yingying eagerly interjected, Sister Nan, take me with you. Kong Nan considered and agreed. All right, let us meet at 8 tomorrow morning. There was no rush for driving practice. Besides, in the mountains, she could only circle around the riverside, which wasn't very effective. They would seek other locations for practice in the future. After setting the time for their expedition, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Once Kong, Nan, and Miao Qiqi arrived home, they first checked the hair wedge between the door and window, seems to ensure no one had intruded into their abode before relaxing. The following morning, Kong Nan and the others readied themselves for the day, leaving Lin Yasheng and the Li siblings to guard the house. Furong Half Mountain had once been promoted as a natural oxygen bar before the apocalypse, famous for its proximity to the mountains and nature. After walking for over 10 minutes, they reached the forest's edge, where many trees had collapsed due to flooding, leaving trunks strewn about haphazardly. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoman dashed toward a certain direction, prompting Xia Yingying to frown and shout, Mom, don't run off. Be careful not to get lost. I found some bitter lettuce. Come quickly, it's really bitter lettuce. Huang Xiaoman waved them over. As they approached, she pointed at the serrated grass on the ground, saying, This is called bitter lettuce. It's an edible wild vegetable. She then gestured toward a nearby common wild plant, adding, That's called purslane. You've probably seen it before. It's a bit overgrown now, but after boiling, it's still edible. though the taste isn't great. And that dandelion, it's also edible. Huang Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the abundance of wild vegetables. Since the flood receded, she hadn't eaten a single green vegetable. This trip to the mountains was indeed fortuitous. Even if she didn't catch a single wild chicken, the plethora of wild vegetables was worth it. Suddenly, she turned to Kong Nan and asked, Xiao Nan, did you see any bamboo groves when you went up the mountain yesterday? With the weather being so unpredictable, I wonder if there are any bamboo shoots. Kong Nan pondered for a moment before replying, yes, there are some, but they're a bit far off, at least a 30 or 40-minute walk. 30 or 40 minutes isn't too far. Where is it? Let us go now. We can dig for wild vegetables on our way back. Huang Xiaoman exclaimed with excitement. If there were indeed bamboo shoots, she would be willing to walk an hour for them. Bamboo shoots could be stir-fried fresh or dried for preservation. After more than a month in Furong Half Mountain, they had been living off their reserves, and now they finally had a chance to stock up again. Xia Yingying sighed, Mom, we came to hunt. Huang Xiaoman countered. And what is the purpose of hunting? Isn't it just to fill our bellies? Digging for wild vegetables and searching for bamboo shoots serves the same purpose. Kong Nan smiled and added, no worries. When we head to the bamboo grove, we can also look for any signs of wild rabbits or chickens. Chapter 64. Constructing a breeding base. On the way to the bamboo grove, Kong Nan and her companions discovered several signs of rabbit and wild chicken activity. Cautiously, they set up traps before continuing onward. After about an hour, they arrived at the bamboo grove. From a distance, Huang Xiaoman spotted a bamboo shoot emerging from the ground. Wow, so many bamboo shoots, she exclaimed, rushing over to harvest them, with Kong Nan and the others following closely behind. The bamboo forest is truly abundant with bamboo shoots. In less than an hour, Kong Nan and her companions had already gathered a mountain of shoots. Considering their limited manpower, they decided against continuing the harvest. Huang Xiaoman looked regretfully at the ground strewn with bamboo shoots. With so many available, it was a pity not to pick them quickly, as in a couple of days. The elders would no longer be able to enjoy them. Xiangying offered comfort, saying, it's all right, we still have time. Let us take the shoots back and return this afternoon to gather more. They had collected quite a few shoots, and Huang Xiaoman cut some vines to neatly bundle the shoots together, tying 10 bundles, with each person carrying 2 back home. They returned laden with their bounty, chatting and laughing all the way. Suddenly, Xia Yingying suggested, Mom, why don't we sell the bamboo shoots? There are so many that we can't possibly eat them all. It would be better to trade them for supplies. Huang Xiaoman nodded in agreement, saying, sure, you can sell the shoots while I go dig more. Xia Yingying, not wanting to venture alone, turned to Kong Nan and the others, asking, Sister Nan, Sister AU, would you like to join me in selling the shoots? Kong Nan shook her head. We have enough points at home. I don't really want to sell. Yang Suiyu also declined, saying, I'm not going either. A Sheng inquired a few days ago, and the government has built a breeding base that is nearing completion. A Sheng and I plan to check it out once it's finished to see if they are hiring. Xia Yingying inquired curiously, a breeding base? What does it entail? Yang Suiyu replied, I'm not quite sure, but from the name, it seems like they will be raising some livestock. Xia Yingying turned to Huang Xiaoman and said, Mom, let us go check it out together when it's finished. We can't just sit idly and wait for resources to dwindle. Both she and her mother were women without particular skills, so working in a government facility would be the best option. Huang Xiaoman nodded slightly. Let us wait a few days until the breeding base is completed, and in the meantime, we should gather as many wild vegetables and bamboo shoots as possible to dry. Kong Nan, listening to their conversation, pondered thoughtfully. In her previous life, the government had also established a breeding base, but it was not for livestock. Rather, it was for locusts. Due to a lack of adequate medication, many lives were lost in S City during the sludge cleanup. The news of the epidemic spread fear among the populace, and many were reluctant to assist in the cleanup, leading to prolonged delays. By the time the sludge was cleared, an extreme heat wave arrived, causing half of the crops to wither, plunging S City into a period of famine. Subsequently, the government developed drought-resistant potatoes. But just as they began to yield, a massive swarm of locusts devastated the harvest. In desperation, the government bred a rapidly reproducing strain of non-toxic locusts, which were dried, ground into powder, and mixed with the potatoes to create locust potato cakes. Both the locusts and potatoes were genetically modified, containing trace elements that pose potential harm to human genes. Yet at that time, people were so desperate that no one cared. Fortunately, they had not yet reached the point of resorting to eating locusts, and it remained uncertain what the breeding base in this life would cultivate. Kong Nan retracted her thoughts and followed the group out of the forest. Upon returning home, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi casually had some lunch before sitting under the eaves to peel the bamboo shoots. Miao Qiqi, squinting at the glaring sunlight outside, yawned and asked, Nan, when do you think the extreme heat will arrive? Kong Nan replied while peeling, the extreme heat doesn't suddenly spike. It's like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually increasing the temperature. The current high is 33 degrees. In a few days, it should rise to 35. And so on, slowly warming up. Miao Qiqi fanned herself with the freshly peeled bamboo shoots, saying in that case, this extreme heat is quite friendly to us, at least giving us a brief period to adapt. Kong Nan reflected on her words, realizing that perhaps every disaster in the apocalypse had given them time to adjust. Except for the cataclysmic earthquake. Nan, do you know how to dry bamboo shoots? Miao Qiqi's voice snapped Kong Nan back to reality. She shook her head in confusion. I suppose you just leave them out in the sun to dry? Is it really that simple? Miao Qiqi looked at her skeptically. I'm not entirely sure. I'll ask Aunt Huang when we go to the mountains this afternoon. Miao Qiqi glanced at Kong Nan with some disdain. Isn't your household registered in the countryside? How could you not know this? Aunt Huang can identify 7 or 8 kinds of wild vegetables and knows about bamboo shoots as well. Kong Nan looked at her innocently. Who says rural households must know these things? My grandmother only insisted that I uphold good morals, study diligently, and manage basic household chores. I've never had to worry about farming or been taught how to identify wild vegetables or when bamboo shoots are in season. In my understanding, bamboo shoots only appear in spring, and it is not spring now. Miao Qiqi sighed, expressing her regret. We possess a treasure trove without realizing it. While others can find a plethora of useful items in the mountains, all we've managed to bring back are 2 bundles of firewood. The two continued to peel the bamboo shoots, exchanging playful banter to pass the time. Around 2 o'clock, they heard Xie Ying's voice outside. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi tidied up and grabbed their sickles before stepping out. This afternoon, Yang Suiyu was absent, but Lin Yasheng had come instead. The group followed the same path they had taken in the morning, checking on the traps they had set earlier. Kong Nan and her companions were fortunate. Among the 20 traps set that morning, 12 had captured prey. Miao Qiqi exclaimed as she held up a rabbit, 8 rabbits, and 4 wild chickens. It seems there are plenty of wild rabbits in this mountain. Lin Yasheng inspected the injuries on the rabbits and wild chickens, expressing regret. These rabbits and chickens are too badly hurt. Their leg bones are broken. Otherwise, we could have taken them home to raise. Xie Ying curiously asked Brother Sheng, do you want to raise wild rabbits and chickens? Lin Yasheng nodded. I'm not sure how easy it is to raise wild chickens. But wild rabbits can thrive as long as you avoid feeding them wet grass. They're generally easy to care for and breed quickly. Chapter 65. Raising Wild Rabbits and Chickens. Lin Yasheng's desire to raise wild rabbits and chickens was inspired by the breeding base. He was uncertain about what the breeding base would cultivate, but it was likely to be high-yielding, fast-growing livestock. With the current food shortage, it was improbable that the breeding base would focus on slower reproducing animals. Thus, when he encountered the wild rabbits, the idea of breeding immediately came to mind. Let us find a way to catch some wild rabbits and chickens to raise. We should aim for the younger rabbits, as adult ones can be temperamental and may refuse to eat once captured. Xie Ying looked at Lin Yasheng with curiosity. Brother Sheng, how do you know so much? Have you raised rabbits before? Lin Yasheng replied, my grandfather used to raise rabbits, and I often visited him as a child, so I picked up some knowledge. Xie Ying muttered, no wonder, sister, you said you wanted to apply at the breeding base. It turns out you already have experience. Will we feed the wild rabbits and chickens once we catch them? We can't just use grain. Miao Qiqi interjected. Both wild rabbits and chickens are omnivorous, especially wild rabbits. Look at the abundant grass and plantain here. They love to eat it. The grass can also be dried and stored for winter feeding. As long as there are mountains nearby, Lin Yasheng was not concerned about the rabbits' food supply, but the chickens posed a bit of a challenge. Wild chickens primarily eat wild fruits, seeds, insects, and tender leaves, making them more demanding to care for. Upon hearing that wild rabbits were easy to raise, everyone present began to consider the prospect of breeding them. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Nan suggested, why don't we split into 2 groups? 2 individuals set forth to seek out the little wild rabbits and pheasants, endeavoring to pair them into male-female couples, with each household acquiring 1 pair. The remaining members continued to excavate bamboo shoots in the bamboo grove, ensuring that neither task was delayed. Qiqi, your keen eyes would be invaluable. Why not join Shingu in the search for rabbits and pheasants, while Aunt Huang and I assist in digging for bamboo shoots? Suggested one of them. Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, and the others voiced no objections. The 3 families had evidently formed a small collective, living independently, yet seamlessly cooperating when necessary. On the first day, Miao Qiqi and her companions had a fortunate encounter, discovering a nest of 6 rabbits. Regrettably, 5 of which were females. These rabbits were scarcely a month old, and the group unanimously decided to entrust their care to Lin Yasheng, who possessed experience in rabbit rearing. Once he had tamed them, they would then distribute them among Kong Nan and Huang Xiaomin. As time elapsed, the temperatures soared. The mayor persistently inquired about the progress of the breeding base, urging construction workers to toil relentlessly to expedite its completion. Simultaneously, he dispatched teams to search extensively for well drilling equipment, willing to pay any price to secure it before the onset of extreme heat. Fortune favored the diligent. On the eve of the breeding base as completion, the mayor received news that one of the teams had returned with a set of well drilling instruments. However, due to prolonged exposure to water and subsequent burial in mud, many components had sustained damage. Yet, as long as the foundational equipment remained intact, they would be able to restore the instruments. Meanwhile, Kong Nan and her companions had managed to catch over 30 wild rabbits, several pheasants, and 8 nests of pheasant eggs, in addition to an abundance of bamboo shoots and wild vegetables. During this time, Kong Nan had gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Huang Xiaomin and Lin Yasheng, including methods for preserving wild vegetables and rearing rabbits. Though the 3 families had not ventured out to earn points, the bounty they gathered from the mountains far surpassed any potential gains from working elsewhere. Kong Nan's household alone boasted 5 large bags of dried bamboo shoots, 2 bags of dried wild vegetables, 12 rabbits, 4 pheasants, and 6 pheasant eggs. The bamboo shoots from the mountains seemed inexhaustible, as new shoots sprouted shortly after they had harvested. Additionally, various wild fruits began to ripen. While foraging for bamboo shoots, Huang Xiaomin spotted a wild kiwi vine. Having gone nearly 2 years without fruit, she rushed towards it with a sickle, oblivious to a black and white striped tail lurking by the roadside. Be careful. Miao Qiqi's warning rang out just as a machete whirled through the air, landing squarely on the serpent's tail. Startled, the snake darted into the underbrush and vanished in the blink of an eye. Xia Yinging, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat and hurried over to inquire, "Mom, are you all right?" Huang Xiaomin shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. I barely registered what happened before Xiaonan scared the snake away." Xia Yinging, still shaken, scrutinized her mother and admonished, "Mom, why were you running around? We haven't cleared this area. What if you had been bitten by a snake?" In the mountains, snakes and insects were prevalent, and they typically cleared the grass nearby with sickles before digging for bamboo shoots to avoid snake bites. Huang Xiaomin, caught up in excitement, had strayed beyond their designated area for gathering shoots. She pointed to the nearby vines, exclaiming, "I saw kiwis over there and wanted to pick some, but I didn't notice the snake by the roadside." Kiwis. Xia Yingying's eyes sparkled at the mention. For someone who hadn't tasted fruit in 2 years, even a wild fruit was a precious find, let alone kiwis. Huang Xiaomin nodded and addressed the group. "Let us gather some kiwis to take home. Tonight, come to my house for dinner. It's New Year's Eve, and we should celebrate together." "Is it really New Year's Eve today?" Lin Yasheng queried, somewhat bewildered. The heat of this New Year's Eve felt more like summer in July or August, and he had almost forgotten it was February. Huang Xiaomin smiled, assuring him, "Indeed, it is New Year's Eve. I had Long Fong check the calendar yesterday. Tomorrow marks the first day of the new year." Regardless of whether it was truly New Year's Eve, the kiwi-laden vine could not wait for the festivities. Kong Nan and her friends cleared a path with their sickles, gathering the fruit from the vine hanging from a tree. Xia Yingying remarked, "Can this kiwi vine be transplanted? Perhaps we should take it home to cultivate." Lin Yasheng shook his head, responding, "Transplanting now might not yield a high survival rate. The heat is too intense. Spring is the optimal time for transplantation." Huang Xiaomin interjected, "Let's stay here. It's not far from home anyway." This kiwi vine was substantial, laden with fruit. The 5 of them stripped it bare, barely managing to contain the harvest in their jackets. It was indeed a fruitful day, and in the afternoon, the group refrained from returning to the mountains, opting instead to prepare for their New Year's Eve feast. Chapter 66. A Rare Gathering. New Year's Eve, a day of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Around 6 in the evening, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi arrived at Huang Xiaomin's home, bearing a packaged segment of smoked meat, 3 cans of luncheon meat, and a case of soda. Huang Xiaomin, a woman adept at making the most of her resources, had managed to decorate her home warmly and appealingly despite the scarcity of supplies. Using wooden frames for her windows, she had ingeniously crafted dried flowers, arranging them artfully in the gaps for decoration. In the living room, a wooden table fashioned from recently transported timber stood, its craftsmanship somewhat rustic. Yet, a few fresh flowers in a bamboo tube atop the table lent it an air of elegance. Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu were seated at the table, preparing vegetables, while Xia Yingying accompanied by the Li siblings, washed greens in the yard. Water remained scarce, so they carefully poured out a small amount and gently wiped the wild vegetables with cloth. This method, though slow, significantly conserved water. Miao Qiqi placed the soda in the living room, while Kong, Nan carried the smoked meat and luncheon meat into the kitchen. Why have you brought more food? It's all meat. You're quite generous. Take it back. You youngsters don't know how to manage resources, Huang Xiaoman exclaimed, immediately pushing both her and the items out of the kitchen. Aunt Huang, it's New Year's Eve and Qiqi, and I just wanted to enjoy some meat. We can prepare these. We just need your help with the cooking. Kong Nan evaded her insistence, placing the items on the stove before swiftly exiting the kitchen. Huang Xiaoman, gazing at the meat on the stove, felt a mixture of helplessness and frustration. After a moment's hesitation, she began unwrapping the packaging. Just as she was about to slice the smoked meat, a deep voice interrupted. Have you not started eating yet? Look what I brought. The sound startled Huang Xiaoman, causing her to nearly cut herself. Turning to see Long Fong holding a slab of pork belly, she exclaimed, Where did you get this pork? This is my employee benefit. Isn't it great? Long Fong offered the meat to Huang Xiaoman, stating it had already been stewed. I also brought 2 bags of rice, though it's old rice. It's not too bad. Huang Xiaoman responded somewhat awkwardly. This is from your employer. You should take it home to eat. It's a holiday today. I'm dining here, Long Fong retorted, seizing the knife from her hands. How should I cut this meat? Teach me. Huang Xiaoman, somewhat resigned to his insistence, took a deep breath and began to instruct him on the proper way to slice the vegetables. After a flurry of activity, around 7 o'clock, all the dishes were finally arranged on the table. Clear stewed pheasant, stir-fried rabbit meat, sautéed smoked meat with purslane, braised pork belly with dried bamboo shoots, fried luncheon meat with pheasant eggs, and stir-fried bitter lettuce. It was no small feat to assemble 6 dishes at this time, particularly with 5 of them featuring meat. As the dishes were laid out, everyone instinctively swallowed hard, and once Huang Xiaoman declared it time to eat, they descended upon the meal like a whirlwind, having entirely forgotten the concept of politeness. Xie Yingying, while stuffing her mouth with meat, exclaimed, This is so delicious. I haven't had meat like this in 2 years. Yang Suiyu interjected, Wasn't it recently that you caught plenty of rabbits and wild chickens using traps? Didn't you eat any? Xie Yingying shook her head, No. My mother wouldn't let me have any. She took it all to make jerky. Long Fong casually remarked, Your mother is right. This is called being prepared for the future. One should stockpile food. Xie Yingying shot a glance at Long Fong. In your eyes, my mother can't do anything wrong. Huang Xiaoman, somewhat irritated, glared at Xie Yingying and said, You little brat, what nonsense are you saying? You have food, yet you can't keep your mouth shut. Xie Yingying pouted and turned to Kong Nan, asking, Sister Nan, how did you celebrate the New Year last year? My mother initially wanted to invite you to join us for dinner, but we had a lot of chaotic things happening at home, so we didn't call you. Kong Nan pondered for a moment, recalling that she and Miao Qiqi hadn't celebrated the New Year at all last year. After experiencing her past life, the significance of traditional holidays had grown somewhat hazy for her. Each day was a struggle for survival, and she had long forgotten what it felt like to celebrate. Miao Qiqi, being rather simple-minded, viewed holidays merely as a time when school would be closed for a few days. By the time they realized they should celebrate the New Year, the Lantern Festival had already passed. If it weren't for Huang Xiaoman's reminder this year, she and Miao Qiqi might have missed another opportunity to celebrate. Kong then shook her head and said, There were so many things happening last year that Qiqi and I completely forgot about the New Year. What a pity. There's only one New Year's Eve each year. Under Huang Xiaoman's guidance, Xie Yingying placed great importance on these holidays. Kong Nan smiled. There's nothing to regret, as long as we can live well. Whether we celebrate or not is inconsequential. Upon hearing her words, the others fell into a brief silence. After enduring 2 years of calamity, merely surviving had become the sole objective for most people. Lin Yasheng cleared his throat to shift the topic, saying, I heard that the breeding base will start hiring tomorrow. Do you want to go check it out? Xie Yingying immediately replied, My mother and I will go. Please take me with you tomorrow. I'll go too. A timid voice chimed in. Everyone turned to see Li Ju, taking a deep breath, nervously stating, I need to support myself and my sister, so I must find work. Long Fong praised her good. A man should be like this. I'll drive you all there tomorrow. Qiqi and I want to go. We have enough points for now. As soon as Kong Nan mentioned this, she received several envious and jealous glances. The points earned from selling windows and barbed wire were enough for her and Miao Qiqi to live comfortably for years. So they indeed did not need to toil away at a job. The next morning, Long Fong took advantage of his vehicle, driving Lin Yasheng and the others to the breeding base for their interviews, leaving Li Jiabao to guard the house alone. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi were also busy. They entered the woods early in the morning to cut grass and carry it back home to dry for storage. Their home had undergone significant changes. The formerly unused second floor was now fully utilized. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms, one for raising rabbits, another for wild chickens. And the last one was filled with iron racks that Kong Nan had brought out from her previous residence on the 22nd floor. The soil on the racks still bore a hint of moisture when they were retrieved. Kong Nan replanted some vegetables, which had just begun to sprout. The living room on the first floor had transformed into a garage, while the kitchen, storage room, and public restroom had become a firewood room, filled with the firewood that Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi had collected during this time. Their main living area was now confined to the basement. In the basement, Kong Nan had set up a diesel generator, isolating it with foam boards. Aside from the generator's location, the rest of the floor was covered in sponge mats. Kong Nan had also placed 2 air conditioning fans. Even when the outside temperature soared to 38 degrees, she and the others would not feel the heat in the basement. Sitting in front of the air conditioning fan, Kong Nan studied the map, saying if we cut grass for a couple more days, we'll set off for City L in 5 days. Chapter 67, A Violent Confrontation Over Property. City L, located in Province Y, is rich in minerals. Kong Nan planned to procure some coal from City L. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she had hoarded a considerable amount of coal and firewood, but due to insufficient funds, she had only stockpiled coal for extreme cold. This life was different from the last. She had prepared an abundance of supplies in her space, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was confident she could continue to live alongside Miao Qiqi. In her previous life, she had perished in a significant earthquake following the extreme cold. Whether there would be another extreme cold or how long it would last were all unknowns. After enduring so many years of natural disasters, Kong Nan had learned the importance of being prepared. Currently, with both time and a vehicle at their disposal, making a trip to City L was not too arduous. So she intended to gather more coal, just in case. City L was over 300 kilometers from City S, given that national roads and highways might be impassable. They would need at least 5 or 6 days away from home. Without anyone at home for 5 or 6 days, their rabbits and chickens would either starve or die of thirst. Therefore, Kong Nan planned to ask a neighbor to help care for their livestock, necessitating the preparation of feed in advance. As Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi carried half-height bundles of grass slowly toward home, Miao Qiqi remarked, "Nan, I feel like I've become much stronger. Carrying all this grass doesn't feel heavy at all." Kong Nan casually replied, "Perhaps it's just that we've been working hard lately." They'd been moving and carrying things for some time, so it was no surprise that their strength had increased. Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement. "I have indeed gotten stronger, and I'm eating more too. This morning, I had 3 buns, a sweet potato, and 3 ears of corn, and now I'm hungry again. Thankfully, we've stored plenty of food. Otherwise, with my appetite, no amount of points could satisfy me." Kong Nan felt a bit hungry herself upon hearing Miao Qiqi's words and quickened her pace, saying, "Let us hurry home. We can eat once we get there." Miao Qiqi nodded vigorously and hurried toward home. As they neared their house, Miao Qiqi spotted several individuals standing at their doorstep from a distance. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exchanged glances and slowed their pace, cautiously observing the strangers as they approached home. Just as they got closer, a man with a buzz cut shouted, "Hey, is this your house?" Kong Nan set down the grass bundles and looked at him expressionlessly. "What do you want?" "I've taken a liking to this house. Here, 1,000 points. Enough for you to rent somewhere else for half a year. Take the points and scram." The buzz-cut man pulled out a stack of points and thrust it toward Kong Nan. A scrawny man beside him chimed in, "Mengu, don't be so fierce." He leered at Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, grinning, "If you don't want to move, that's fine. Just treat us well, and you can stay as long as you like." Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes. They hadn't even taken possession of the house yet, and they were already dreaming. A woman leaning against the buzz-cut man interjected, "Why are you talking so much? Just open the door already. It's sweltering." The scrawny man's expression soured at her words, but he didn't dare to retort, instead directing his anger at Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi. He pulled out a multifunctional knife, brandishing it at Kong Nan. "What are you waiting for? Open the door." Kong Nan coldly regarded him, and, before he could react, seized his hand holding the knife and swiftly delivered a powerful kick to his groin. The scrawny man emitted a weak cry and doubled over, clutching his groin, unable to utter a word. The men behind him instinctively covered their own groins at the sight. Kong Nan kicked the scrawny man away and struck the buzz-cut man on the shoulder with the back of her axe, the intense pain eliciting an involuntary scream from him. Miao Qiqi was not idle either. She kicked the man approaching Kong Nan away, then followed up with a spinning kick that sent him flying 2 meters away. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exhibited an impressive synergy, effortlessly bringing down the 5 men present within moments. With the men dispatched, their gazes shifted towards a nearby woman who was shrieking like a frightened chicken. The woman, trembling in fear, pleaded, "Don't come any closer. I was coerced into this. It was all their idea." Zhang Ruoyi retorted, "You vile creature. You personally coveted this property and begged me to assist you in seizing it. And now you dare to claim you were forced? Why don't you just vanish?" The crew-cut man, incensed by Zhang Ruoyi's words, struggled to rise from the ground, determined to retaliate. Nan and Miao Qiqi, however, merely observed the unfolding chaos, akin to dogs fighting in the street. At that moment, Long Fong returned, driving back with neighbors who were on their way to interviews. From a distance, he spotted the commotion at Nan's doorstep. Accelerating, he sped towards them, swiftly exiting his vehicle as he inquired, "What is going on? Is there a disturbance here?" Huang Xiaoman also chimed in, "Xiao Nan, Xiao Miao, are you hurt?" Nan shook her head, responding, "We are unscathed. They're the ones who are injured. They attempted to seize our home." Long Fong, upon hearing this, placed his foot on the back of one assailant, his voice grave as he declared, "Which gang are you affiliated with? Do you dare to lay hands on those under my protection? Are you courting death?" It seemed the culprits recognized Long Fong's name, their fear evident as they pleaded for mercy. "Brother Long, we beg your pardon. We didn't know she was your friend. We'll leave at once." Long Fong scoffed, pressing down harder until the man gasped for breath, stating, "What? You thought you could intimidate my niece and then simply walk away unscathed?" He proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to the group, who ultimately surrendered all their points to Long Fong before leaving, supporting one another as they fled. Long Fong then handed over the more than 2,000 points he had acquired to Nan, saying, "You should keep these." Nan declined, "Uncle Long, you should keep these points for yourself. Qiqi and I already have plenty." Long Fong, contemplating for a moment, proposed, "How about this? I will hold on to these points for you. If you ever find yourselves in need, you can come to me." Nan and Miao Qiqi nodded nonchalantly. Their accumulated points exceeded 20,000, thus they had little use for the additional ones. Miao Qiqi recalled that Huang Xiaoman and the others had gone for interviews that morning and inquired, "Aunt Huang, how did your interviews go? Did you all pass?" Huang Xiaoman sighed softly, "A Sheng, you, and I were successful, but the 2 younger ones did not make the cut." Miao Qiqi turned to see Xie Ying and Li Jiu standing dejectedly nearby, their expressions forlorn. Chapter 68. Out in search of supplies. Early in the morning, Lin Yasheng and his companions set out for the breeding base, only to encounter a long line of applicants before they even reached the entrance. They waited for an hour or two before finally gaining entry. Lin Yasheng, possessing breeding experience, easily secured a position. Yang Suiyu, having been diligently coached by him on breeding knowledge, managed to barely pass as well. Huang Xiaoman employed some strategies during her interview, subtly hinting at her recent endeavors with neighbors in gathering wild vegetables and catching hares. This not only showcased her family's involvement in livestock farming, but also served as a reminder to the interviewers that there was ample food available in the mountains, which could be reported to superiors or shared with others seeking sustenance. Consequently, despite her limited breeding experience, she successfully landed the job. In contrast, Xie Ying and Li Jiu, being younger and lacking breeding experience, were quickly eliminated from consideration. Miao Qiqi reassured them, "It's all right. Not passing the interview is no big deal. Your family has plenty of wild chickens and hares. You can raise them at home and sell them while keeping an eye on things." Lin Yasheng agreed, "Exactly. Tomorrow, you and I will be at work, and nobody will be watching over the wild chickens and hares. If you have some free time, could you help me feed them? I'll give you 50 points for the month. How does that sound? Starting work tomorrow? Isn't that a bit hasty?" Miao Qiqi asked, her curiosity piqued. Yang Suiyu explained, "Yes, it's urgent. The agricultural department expects us to begin work immediately after being hired." "The agricultural department? What do they do?" Miao Qiqi inquired, intrigued. Yang Suiyu elaborated, "It's where they cultivate crops and research new grain varieties. They grow fast-maturing, high-value crops. I heard they plan to plant drought-resistant sweet potatoes and potatoes soon." Nan asked, "Which department are you all working in?" "We're in the animal husbandry department. A Sheng and I are assigned to the breeding area, focusing on hare reproduction, while Huang Ai is assigned to the forage area, responsible for planting and harvesting grass." Huang Xiaoman continued, "There is a large plot in the forage area that has been set up with a steel frame, 3 layers high, each filled with soil. My job tomorrow is to plant the grass." Nan then questioned, "Are hares the only animals you're breeding?" Lin Yasheng shook his head, "Not at all. We also have wild chickens, sparrows, and field mice. Judging by the setup of the shelters, it seems additional animals will be added in the future." Miao Qiqi, puzzled, remarked, "Field mice are understandable. They have a couple of pounds of meat. But what purpose do sparrows serve? 10 of them wouldn't even amount to a pound of meat. I'm not sure. These animals were caught from the mountains by the breeding base recently, and there aren't many of them yet. You and I are currently tasked with creating a more comfortable living environment for them. Hearing Lin Yasheng's words, Kong Nan felt a conjecture forming in her mind. Perhaps the sparrows were a preparation against future locust plagues. She sighed inwardly, regretting that the government had chosen the wrong method this time. The overwhelming swarm of locusts could hardly be mitigated by these sparrows. After chatting for a while longer, they noticed the time and each returned home to rest. The next morning, after entrusting their livestock to Xie Ying and Li Jing, Lin Yasheng and his companions headed to work. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi continued their task of harvesting fodder from the mountains. Kong Nan's space held many old vegetable stalks she had collected, but regrettably, she could not display them and had to laboriously cut some grass to serve as a cover. After several days of harvesting fodder, ensuring that the rabbits would not starve during their absence of 10 days to half a month, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi began preparing to leave for City L. The temperature had already soared to 40 degrees, and soon it would become difficult to venture outside. Kong Nan stored away all items that should not be in the basement, placing some supplies for show, and locked the basement door securely. Miao Qiqi found Li Jiayu and handed him the house keys, saying, "My sister Nan and I will be away for an uncertain amount of time. The fodder and water are all prepared during our absence. Could you please help look after things? In addition to feeding and watering, you'll need to clean the rabbit and chicken coops. I'll give you 10 points a day until we return." Li Jiao hurriedly shook his head. "Sister Qiqi, that has too many points. Just like a sheng. 50 points for the month will suffice. That's different. In a sheng's case, you merely need to feed the fodder and water. The chicken and rabbit coops are cleared by them." Seeing him still hesitating, Miao Qiqi feigned impatience. "All right, be a real man and stop dawdling. It's settled then." With that, she left the keys with him and departed. After ensuring everything at home was in order, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi set off in their truck, gradually making their way out of Furong Mansion. Once outside the city, Miao Qiqi relinquished the driver's seat to Kong Nan to practice her driving skills. Looking out at the landscape with a hint of worry, Miao Qiqi remarked, "The roads are all buried. I'm not sure if we're headed in the right direction." Kong Nan casually replied, "We're likely on the right track. Finding the exact location will require some time." The road was strewn with stones and branches, and Kong Nan skillfully maneuvered through the twists and turns, her driving skills remarkably enhanced. However, this manner of driving proved somewhat taxing on the truck. The duo eventually navigated to a secluded spot, where they exchanged their vehicle for an off-road car to continue their journey. As the temperature outside gradually rose, even with the windows down, the heat was palpable. Miao Qiqi rolled up the windows, turned on the air conditioning, and indulged in spicy snacks. The heat of spices made her inhale sharply, exclaiming, "Ah, this feels so good. At home, I would never dare to indulge in such bold flavors for fear of being discovered by the neighbors." She turned to Kong Nan and suggested, "How about we have a barbecue for lunch later?" Kong Nan shot her a disdainful glance. "Are you out of your mind? Barbecuing in this sweltering heat? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Then let us have the spicy hot pot we made earlier," Miao Qiqi countered. "That's long gone," Kong Nan replied. Glancing into the storage space, "The only strong-flavored food we have left is 4 boxes of marinated delicacies. Do you want any?" Miao Qiqi nodded eagerly yes, and tossed me another pack of spicy strips. With one hand on the wheel, Kong Nan raised her other hand slightly towards Miao Qiqi, and a plethora of snacks promptly engulfed her. Miao Qiqi huffed a couple of times, pushed aside some snacks from her head, selected a few of her favorites, and tossed the rest into the back seat. "I need another bottle of soda. Chilled," Kong Nan retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Do you think this is a convenience store?" Miao Qiqi laughed. "Not at all. I think of you as my blue chubby friend." As they playfully bantered, they drove onward, seemingly enjoying an outing rather than enduring an apocalyptic scenario. As night fell, Kong Nan located a secluded, flat area to switch from the off-road vehicle to a camper. After a day of driving, she stretched her weary limbs, performed a couple of military-style exercises, and then stepped into the camper for a shower. Having passed a peaceful night, the two resumed their journey. Due to several road signs being washed away by floods, they had to stop intermittently to assess their surroundings and ensure their route aligned with the map before proceeding. Miao Qiqi, while driving, complained, "This wretched road is really difficult to navigate. I wonder if 10 days will be enough." Suddenly, she lightly tapped the brakes and pointed ahead. Nan, do you see something on the road up ahead?" Kong Nan squinted, frowning as she took out binoculars for a closer look. A large tree lay across the road, and in front of it were a row of wooden spikes, their sharp ends pointing skyward. Kong Nan stated gravely, "There are wooden spikes laid across the road." Miao Qiqi, Alarmed, slammed the brakes. Are we ambushed? Should we turn back, or? Kong Nan decisively declared, let us turn back. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Miao Qiqi nodded, raising her hand to shift gears, when suddenly a group of people emerged around them, placing a row of wooden spikes behind the vehicle, blocking their escape route. Miao Qiqi looked at Kong Nan with wide eyes, realizing they were trapped. Through the window, Kong Nan observed over 20 men, all adult males, wielding sickles and hoes. The bearded leader approached, forcefully slapping the hood of the car. Ladies, step out. You can't escape. Kong Nan regarded him coldly, her right hand slowly dropping to the space beneath her seat. Moments later, she retrieved 2 gas masks. Seeing they wouldn't open the door. The bearded man assumed they were too frightened to move and chuckled. Ladies, we only seek wealth. If you leave the vehicle and your belongings, I assure you, your lives will be spared. His demeanor suggested he was somewhat educated. Miao Qiqi, quietly taking the gas mask Kong Nan handed her, muttered, beasts aren't frightening. What's alarming is when beasts are educated. We must have passed their lookout point on our way here. They've likely been lying in wait for us. Kong Nan produced a smoke bomb from beneath her seat, igniting the fuse. Put on your gas masks. Just as she finished speaking, she rolled down the window. The bearded man, thinking she was about to negotiate, stepped closer, only to see Kong Nan thrust something through the window gap. As the object fell to the ground, the bearded man rushed to extinguish the fuse, but before he could lift his foot, the smoke bomb emitted a thick cloud of smoke, laced with a pungent, spicy scent. Kong Nan hurled 3 smoke bombs, and as the air filled with smoke, she and Miao Qiqi donned their gas masks and armed themselves with baseball bats to exit the vehicle. As the smoke gradually dissipated, those blocking the road frantically rubbed their eyes. Seizing the moment, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi struck each of them on the back of the neck with a bat. The bearded man, hearing the screams, blinked furiously as he scanned the area, shouting, spread out. Don't cluster together. Get away from each other. Damn it, you 2 vixens. I initially planned to spare your lives, but now that's no longer necessary. With his eyes reddened from the smoke, he resembled a feral beast. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he raised his machete and advanced towards Miao Qiqi. Other men, their vision gradually clearing, began to converge on Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, brandishing their weapons. The bearded man snorted disdainfully. You worthless wench, prepare to die. He swung the machete down at Miao Qiqi. A deafening gunshot rang out, startling birds in the nearby woods, sending them fluttering away from the source of the sound. The bearded man stared in disbelief, his machete slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground. Miao Qiqi dropped her bat and, removing her gas mask with a look of distaste, remarked, what a hassle. Now I've wasted another bullet. She and Kong Nan had merely intended to incapacitate or injure the men before departing, not to squander so much time on them. Unfortunately, the other party's lack of cooperation left her no choice but to resort to lethal force. The remaining men, witnessing her gun, stood frozen in shock. Miao Qiqi pointed her weapon at those who remained uninjured, commanding, move those spikes and the tree blocking our path. Don't even think about running, unless you believe your speed can outpace a bullet. The intimidated men complied, hurriedly clearing the wooden spikes and the tree from the road. Kong Nan removed her gas mask and turned to the bearded man, who lay on the ground, clutching his chest and struggling to breathe. How did you know we were coming? The bearded man turned his head away, refusing to answer. Kong Nan scoffed, you have quite the spirit, but too bad for you. You picked the wrong people to ambush today. One of the incapacitated men croaked, Liao Tan has a telescope at home. We saw you driving through it. Upon hearing this, Kong Nan lamented, such valuable equipment, wasted on the wrong purpose. With the wooden spikes and tree now cleared, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi returned to the off-road vehicle. Miao Qiqi rolled down the window, aiming her handgun at the villagers standing by the roadside, while Kong Nan accelerated past until they could no longer see the villagers in the rearview mirror. Once they were a safe distance away, she eased off the gas pedal. Miao Qiqi holstered her gun and closed the window, commenting, the smoke bombs we bought are quite subpar. 3 smoke bombs and 15 firecrackers barely lasted 10 minutes. And the smell wasn't even that pungent. Those men recovered quickly, forcing me to fire a shot. There's nothing to be done now. There's south no place to buy better firecrackers, so we have to make do. Kong Nan agreed, feeling similarly disappointed with their ineffective smoke bombs. Had they been more potent, she and Miao Qiqi could have easily dealt with those men using just their bats. Miao Qiqi glanced in the rearview mirror and pondered, Nan, why do you think those people choose to live in the mountains? Given the current situation, wouldn't it be safer to stay in the city, living in the mountains? They have neither oil nor salt. How do they survive? Kong Nan shook her head, uncertain. I don't know. Everyone has their own way of living. Perhaps they feel safer in the mountains? As for oil and salt, can't they just rob passing vehicles like today? Miao Qiqi regarded Kong Nan's assertions as rather implausible. After all, there were not many vehicles on the road, and it was conceivable that not a single car would pass by in the course of 6 months. Relying on the robbery of passing vehicles for sustenance would inevitably lead them to starvation. Kong Nan casually remarked, "That is not a concern for us. Perhaps they possess alternative means of survival. Humanity, being an exceptionally adaptable species, has always managed to devise methods conducive to survival even in the most extreme environments." Chapter 70. Securing coal blocks, fending off the wolf pack. El City, densely populated due to the abundance of nearby mines, attracts a significant influx of workers annually, thus invigorating the local economy. Kong Nan and her companion drove for 3 consecutive days, deliberately circumventing El City to head directly toward the mines. They chose the largest coal mine in El City, yet as they approached, they sensed something was amiss. The road was unnaturally pristine, devoid of debris or fallen branches, marked only by a few deep tire tracks. Kong Nan halted the vehicle and climbed atop it, using binoculars to survey the distant mine entrance, where numerous individuals were busily loading coal for transport. Upon returning to the vehicle, she stated with gravity, "We must turn around and head to another mine. This one has been commandeered by the El City government, and many uniformed personnel are currently extracting coal." Miao Qiqi nodded, fastening her seatbelt and accelerating away. Kong Nan consulted a map to locate nearby mines, noting that the closest one was over 30 kilometers away. Why would they be mining coal in such sweltering heat? Miao Qiqi pondered aloud. Kong Nan speculated, perhaps my anonymous letter to the S City government was leaked, prompting the El City workers to mine coal even in this scorching weather. Miao Qiqi's expression turned anxious. Does that mean other coal mines might also have workers? Kong Nan shook her head slightly. Not necessarily. If they were truly aware of the letter's contents, they would likely deploy a large number of personnel to prepare for the impending heat wave and future food shortages, which means they wouldn't station too many at the coal mines. Having just observed the largest coal mine in El City, which had roughly 100 workers, it was evident that their manpower was insufficient, leaving other mines temporarily unattended. Miao Qiqi silently prayed that the next coal mine would be deserted as she pressed the accelerator to reach it swiftly. Unfortunately, her hopes were dashed as they discovered that the second mine also had workers extracting coal. After some hesitation, Kong Nan opted for a smaller, more remote coal mine. They drove until the moon hung high in the sky, finally arriving at the third coal mine, which thankfully bore no signs of recent activity. To avoid any unforeseen complications, they scoured the area with flashlights, searching for coal unearthed prior to the floods. Within 10 minutes, they stumbled upon a sizable cache of coal blocks. Having previously researched the process, Kong Nan knew that coal must be washed to remove impurities and pollutants before use. Fortunately, these blocks had been cleansed by over a year of rainfall. With a decisive wave of her hand, she stored the small mountain of coal in their space. Kong Nan intended to transform the coal into briquettes with Miao Qiqi upon their return. After securing the coal blocks, she climbed back in the vehicle and beckoned to Miao Qiqi. "Let's depart. We cannot linger here. Who knows if others will come to mine coal tomorrow." Miao Qiqi sighed, fatigue evident in her voice. "We must drive through the night again. I feel utterly exhausted." "Then let me take the wheel. You sit in the passenger seat." "No, I'd prefer not to meet an untimely demise," Miao Qiqi quickly interjected, aware that while Kong Nan's driving skills had improved over the past few days, her proficiency at night driving was still questionable. Just last night, Kong Nan had nearly veered into a ditch thrice. Kong Nan acknowledged her own limitations with a smile. "I too would prefer not to. My vision tends to falter at night." Miao Qiqi smirked. "You ought to consume more carrots. I seriously suspect you may have night blindness." Kong Nan, uncharacteristically feeling a twinge of guilt, dismissed it. "It cannot be that severe." As they bantered, Miao Qiqi drove until they reached a secluded area where Kong Nan switched the vehicle from an off-road to a camper. They took turns bathing, then quickly drifted into slumber. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, Kong Nan, in a drowsy state, seemed to hear noises from outside, which grew increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, she jolted awake. She nudged Miao Qiqi, who groggily opened her eyes. "What is it? Is it dawn already?" Kong Nan pressed a finger to her lips, whispering, "Shoo, keep your voice down. It seems there is something outside." Miao Qiqi instantly became alert, sitting up to listen intently. It sounded as if someone was rummaging around the vehicle, and upon further listening, it appeared that someone was circling their camper. The rustling noises were particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. Miao Qiqi, her imagination running wild, quivered slightly as she said, Nan, there shouldn't be any living beings in these remote mountains. Do you think those outside could be? Kong Nan rolled her eyes. Miao Qiqi, you were a university student. How could you believe in ghosts? Miao Qiqi retorted indignantly. If there are no ghosts, then how did you come back to life? Kong Nan countered. Could this not be a parallel world? As Miao Qiqi gripped Kong Nan's arm in fear, she passionately argued. A parallel world is still a realm where your soul has traversed. Your rebirth merely confirms that this world possesses a soul. Kong Nan was rendered speechless by her reasoning, dismissively pushing her away. By your logic, I must be a restless spirit. Keep your distance, lest I find myself compelled to seek vengeance. Kong Nan leapt from the bed, turning on all the lights in the camper and drawing back the curtains to peer outside. To her astonishment, a multitude of glimmering green eyes surrounded the vehicle. Miao Qiqi, wrapped in her blanket, asked in a hushed tone, Kong Nan, are those outside humans or ghosts? Kong Nan glanced at her, stating, neither human nor ghost. It is a pack of wolves. Upon realizing they were not facing an unknown entity, Miao Qiqi's spirits lifted. She tossed aside her blanket and rushed to the window to look outside. There are at least 7 or 8 wolves. What should we do? She implored. Turning to Kong Nan. Kong Nan furrowed her brow in contemplation. Ignoring them was not an option. If they damaged the vehicle's tires, it would result in significant trouble. However, exterminating the wolves was also inadvisable. Wolves are known for their intelligence and vengeful nature. Unless one could ensure the complete annihilation of the pack, it was best to avoid provoking them. After a moment of reflection, Kong Nan retrieved 2 smoke bombs from her supply, igniting them and tossing one to either side of the vehicle. Wild animals are highly sensitive to smells, and an overpowering scent would drive them away. As the smoke bombs were deployed, one curious wolf approached to investigate, only to recoil in fright upon witnessing the billowing smoke, retreating several meters. The other wolves, overwhelmed by the acrid odor, followed suit and fled. Once the smoke dissipated, not a single wolf remained in sight. Seeing Kong Nan effortlessly disperse the pack, Miao Qiqi turned around and returned to her slumber, having grown so weary from the day's driving that she could even snore in her sleep. Chapter 71. Abundant Harvest on the Return Journey. The heat of the day was oppressive, causing the leaves of certain plants to curl at the edges. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi navigated their vehicle through the shade of trees, the scorching sun filtering through layers of foliage to cast dappled light in the dim forest. As a gentle breeze swept through, the speckled light danced playfully, imparting an extraordinary beauty to the scene. Bored, Miao Qiqi retrieved her tablet, watching a television series while munching on duck necks. Previously, she had regarded such shows as tedious and drawn out, akin to an elderly woman's binding cloth, stinky and lengthy. Now, she wished for the episodes to be more numerous, eager to pass the time more swiftly. Kong Nan remained focused on driving, and as they exited the wooded area, she deftly turned the steering wheel, altering their original route. Miao Qiqi spat out the bone from her mouth and said, Nan, have you taken a wrong turn? This road is not the one we came by. Kong Nan shook her head slightly. No. I intend to take the main road and see if there are any factories that have not yet been cleared. If there are, we can salvage some machinery or other supplies. What do you plan to do with those? Miao Qiqi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It's not that, Kong Nan replied. I just think it's a pity for the machines in these factories to be abandoned like this. It would be better to collect them and, when the opportunity arises, propose to the government for recovery and utilization. Typically, factories near urban areas would have government personnel dispatched to excavate usable machinery and materials. However, some factories were situated near rural, mountainous regions, or in even more remote locations. The government would likely not invest such manpower and effort to search for and excavate in such areas. Kong Nan reasoned that since they had the rare opportunity to be out, they should gather as many supplies as they could, driving at a swift pace. They were unsure whether those factories lay buried beneath the silt. After over 3 hours of driving, they finally encountered a large factory that was 1/3 submerged in mud. The factory's walls had long since collapsed, and Kong Nan drove directly inside. This was a medium-sized injection molding factory, where 4 or 5 heavy trucks laden with die-casting machines stood resolutely in the unloading area. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exited the vehicle to inspect the premises. Parts of the factory had already collapsed, and various steel blocks, rings, and wires were scattered everywhere, with many components embedded in the mud. Some lathes and CNC machines were also precariously tilted and sunk into the ground. Kong Nan collected all the visible parts and machinery into her space, while Miao Qiqi used a shovel to dig around the heavy trucks, facilitating Kong Nan's efforts. Though the factory was vast, and most of the items had been swept away by the flood, there remained a considerable amount of materials on the ground. Together, they spent a full 2 days excavating and collecting supplies, leaving the factory with their haul feeling quite satisfied. Along the way, they stumbled upon a food processing plant that primarily handled mountain goods and a small mushroom cultivation factory, which yielded little of value as most had been ruined by water. To Kong Nan's pleasant surprise, they found a small factory dedicated to producing fruitwood charcoal. This factory appeared to be newly constructed, robust, and not severely collapsed, with most of the charcoal intact. Although the quality of the charcoal was not particularly high, its utility outweighed any concerns about aesthetics. Kong Nan collected 3 large warehouses of charcoal, sufficient to sustain her through 5 harsh winters. As they traveled, they made stops along the way. It took them 3 days of driving to reach City L, while returning to City S required 7 or 8 days. Their bounty was abundant, having discovered 8 or 9 small to medium-sized factories, gathering more supplies than during the flooding period. Concurrently, the weather grew increasingly sweltering, with temperatures soaring to 43 degrees Celsius. After a discussion, they decided to cease their search for supplies and hastily return to City S while daylight permitted. Miao Qiqi sat in the passenger seat, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. They had passed this mountain when ambushed. Lowering her binoculars, she remarked, "I don't see anything suspicious at the moment." Kong Nan replied, "They are likely situated halfway up the mountain. We are currently circling around it, and if they intend to ambush us, they would have to come down the mountain. By the time they do, we should have already left. We cannot afford to be complacent," Miao Qiqi countered, once again raising her binoculars to survey the area. Suddenly, Kong Nan slammed on the brakes. Due to inertia, Miao Qiqi leaned forward, the seatbelt tightening around her, preventing her from hitting her head. "What happened? Is something wrong?" she asked, panic evident as she glanced around. Kong Nan pointed to the right front, and Miao Qiqi followed her finger, spotting 7 or 8 wild boars warily watching them. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Quick, grab the guns." Kong Nan, hearing this, retrieved 2 sets of bows and arrows from her space. Miao Qiqi inspected the bows. Frowning, the lethality of these bows is too low. "It's fine," Kong Nan reassured her. "With 2 bows, we can certainly take down at least 1 wild boar." Miao Qiqi was less than satisfied. "Give me the handgun. With a gun, I could at least take down 3 wild boars." Ignoring her, Kong Nan urged, "Stop talking and shoot quickly. Those wild boars are about to leave." Their stock of bullets was scarce, and using them to hunt boars would be a waste. Seeing Kong Nan's refusal to hand over the gun, Miao Qiqi huffed in discontent, then rolled down the window, aiming her bow at one of the boar's eyes. Among the group of wild boars, 2 were large while the rest were smaller. The larger boars shielded the smaller ones, who continued foraging for food without a care. Miao Qiqi seized the moment and released an arrow. Moments later, the boar let out a pained cry as the arrow struck its neck. The other boars scattered in fear, and the injured one sprinted away with all its might. Miao Qiqi, undeterred, fired 2 more arrows, then grabbed a machete and exited the vehicle to pursue it. The boar fled into the dense forest, and Kong Nan parked the vehicle in her space, following closely behind with her machete. Following the blood trail on the ground, they trekked for about 10 minutes before finally discovering the boar lying on the ground, having bled out, its eyes wide open in death. Miao Qiqi gasped, "What a pity. We only caught 1 boar." Kong Nan chuckled, "1 is sufficient. I still have dozens of pigs caught during the typhoon in the space. And we haven't even killed 1 yet." Miao Qiqi scoffed, in this day and age, who would complain about having too much meat? Kong Nan disregarded her comment, stored the boar in her space, and they returned to the roadside to drive towards City S. Before reaching City S, Kong Nan found a secluded spot to swap their off-road vehicle for a small truck. The truck's rear was piled high with wires and various hardware products. With their truck brimming with supplies, they sped towards City S. As they passed a small factory, the occupants heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Shortly after, a dilapidated van wobbled towards the direction they had departed. Chapter 72. Successfully returning to City S. The old van swayed as it moved forward, its body bouncing up and down due to the uneven road, resembling a vehicle on the verge of falling apart. A man with a mole on his lip pointed ahead, exclaiming, "That's the vehicle. Look, the cargo area is almost overflowing. Hurry up and catch up." The muscular driver, impatient, retorted, "I can see with my own eyes. Do you think I don't notice my engine is about to smoke? Stop yapping." The mole-faced man, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his mole. "I'm just worried they LL reach the trading point before us. If they do, there won't be anything left for us." Meanwhile, Miao Qiqi casually glanced in the rearview mirror and announced, "Nan, there's a van following us." Kong Nan looked up, retrieved a bag of nails from her space, and scattered them on the road, cautioning, make sure to drop them behind a bit. We don't want to puncture our own tires. Miao Qiqi nodded, took the nails, unbuckled her seatbelt, and leaned out the window to wave at the vehicle behind them. The mole-faced man, puzzled, wondered what the woman was up to. Before he could formulate an answer, he saw Miao Qiqi clutching something and forcefully fling it towards the rear of their vehicle. The silver-black nails glinted under the sun, a rare sight catching the light. Upon observing the twinkling lights, the man with the mole finally deduced their nature and shouted, "Brake! Step on the brakes quickly!" However, it was already too late. The van, accelerating, mercilessly crushed the nails beneath its tires, producing a series of sharp pops as all 4 tires simultaneously punctured. The muscular man muttered a curse under his breath and gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. Noticing that they were no longer being followed, Miao Qiqi retreated into the car to continue her leisurely viewing of a television series. It was only when the truck entered S-City that she concealed the inappropriate tablet and snacks. Kong Nan drove to a trading point near Furongbanshan, where the sister with whom she was somewhat familiar was off that day, and they were attended to by a younger man named Huang Tianhai. Kong Nan led him to her truck and gently lifted the waterproof tarp covering it, saying, "Mr. Huang, we have quite a number of items to exchange. Could you possibly clear some space for us to count the supplies?" Upon seeing the truck filled with goods, Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly. Follow me. I will take you to the backyard." Huang Tianhai was no fool. Counting such a large quantity of supplies in the front hall would invite distractions and allow customer information to be gleaned by onlookers. Miao Qiqi followed him leisurely into the backyard of the trading point. As soon as the vehicle was parked, Huang called over 4 or 5 colleagues to assist in counting the items. The assessment of the supplies took nearly half an hour, resulting in a staggering total of 50,000 points, a record high for exchanges in S-City. The materials Kong Nan and the others brought were precisely what the government currently lacked most: wires and hardware products, essential for both urban reconstruction and the establishment of breeding bases and machinery factories. Consequently, the truckload of materials garnered such a significant amount of points. They had so many points that they could not carry them by hand, necessitating bags for transport. Huang Tianhai handed a bag filled with points to Kong Nan, stating, "Miss Kong, should you have such valuable supplies in the future, come directly to me, and I will ensure you receive a fair price." Kong Nan nodded slightly, but refrained from verbally agreeing. She was quite satisfied with the transaction. Huang Tianhai's discretion in not counting the materials in public had spared them considerable trouble. However, such a substantial exchange of goods was likely to attract attention, and they should only do this occasionally. After departing the trading point, the two drove to a secluded area, unloading a variety of supplies from the truck before heading home. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Kong Nan's house, Li Jiayu and Li Jiabao, who were feeding rabbits, heard the sound of the approaching vehicle. They exchanged glances and hurried to the balcony. Upon seeing the small truck parked below, the siblings excitedly called out for Kong, Nan, and Miao Qiqi. Miao Qiqi exited the vehicle and waved to them, then opened the garage door for Kong, Nan to drive in. By this time, Li Jiayu and Li Jiabao had already rushed downstairs. Miao Qiqi looked at the sun-kissed children and remarked, "Where have you two been playing? You're as dark as if you were mixed race." Li Jiayu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "My sister and I have been foraging for wild vegetables and bamboo shoots on the mountain whenever we have the time, and we gathered some kogong grass as well." Brother Ashen said the weather is too hot and warned that the surrounding mountains might catch fire, suggesting we collect dry wood from around the forest. "The more we gather, the more points we can earn later." Miao Qiqi praised them generously. "You're quite industrious. However, do take care. The heat can easily lead to heat stroke." Li Jiabao chimed in. "It's all right. Aunt Huang said that planting can help with heat stroke. My brother and I brought back a lot of it. Sister Qiqi, I'll get you a bag later. You can use it to make tea." Miao Qiqi declined, saying, "No need, keep it for yourselves. I'm not in need of something so trivial." Kong Nan parked the vehicle and approached to inquire if anything notable had happened to the siblings recently. After a moment of thought, Li Jiayu replied, "Nothing much at home, but I heard from Aunt Huang and the others that the government has procured a well drilling machine and has been digging wells in many areas. I heard that the machine can be rented, and Aunt Huang and the others are considering whether to rent it to drill a well in our yard." "A well drilling machine?" Kong Nan frowned slightly. In her previous life, such a machine had not existed. After the onset of extreme heat, water resources became increasingly scarce, and the government solution was to drill wells manually. However, manually dug wells, reaching only 40 to 50 meters at most, quickly dried up under the scorching sun. Li Jiayu added, "Several families in our neighborhood have already dug wells. I heard that renting the drilling machine costs 5,000 points. and their SAQ to get it. Kong Nan nodded thoughtfully. She recalled that a standard drilling machine could bore at least 100 meters deep. If they had access to such a machine, perhaps they could alleviate their water concerns during this extreme heat. After chatting for a moment with Li Jiao, she went to move the supplies into the basement. As she opened the basement door, she carefully examined it, noticing that the strands of hair they had left wedged in the door crack remained undisturbed. Though her relationship with Miao Qiqi and the others had improved, vigilance was paramount. This was the way to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 73, Resolving the Well Drilling Issue. The scorching weather had prolonged the daylight hours. Although it was already 6 in the evening, the sky remained as bright as midday. Huang Xiaomin and her companions trudged home, their weary bodies dragging behind them. Although it was early evening, the heat waves in the air continued to roll, and within just 5 minutes, they were drenched in sweat. By the time they returned home, their clothes could have been wrung out to yield a layer of water. As Huang Xiaomin stepped into the house, she heard the sounds of joyful laughter emanating from within. Listening closely, she discerned that one of the voices resembled Miao Qiqi's. She hurried inside, calling out, "Ying, are Zionin and Xiaomiao back?" Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu, who were preparing to head home, paused upon hearing her voice, redirecting their steps toward Huang Xiaomin's house. Inside, Miao Qiqi was recounting amusing anecdotes from their recent outings. Upon seeing Huang Xiaomin and the others return, she eagerly exclaimed, "Aunt Huang, Brother Shang, Sister Yu, you're off work now?" Huang Xiaomin nodded, smiling at last. "You've returned. In the future, try to avoid going too far. It's quite dangerous for young girls like you to venture out alone." Yang Suiyu chimed in. "Did you encounter any issues while you were out?" Miao Qiqi shook her head. "No. We returned smoothly and even made a small profit. By the way, we brought back some items for you all. Each person gets a portion, but we didn't bring a lot." Miao Qiqi picked up the bags from the floor and handed one to each person present. Seeing this, Huang Xiaomin quickly declined, given how tight resources are now. "How could I accept something from you youngsters?" "Take it back." Kong Nan interjected. "Aunt Huang, these are specifically for you. They're not valuable items. Just things we found along the way. Whether they can be used remains to be seen." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaomin opened the bag to find a few packages of sanitary napkins and soaps. Indeed, not particularly valuable items. After a moment of hesitation, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Well, I suppose I'll accept them this time, but please don't bring anything next time. It's a tough time for everyone." The others, seeing that the only elder present accepted the gifts, naturally did not voice further objections. After chatting for a while and sharing updates on their recent lives, they prepared to return home to rest. As they were about to step out, Kong Nan suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, Aunt Huang, I just heard Jiao mention that we can rent a drilling machine to dig wells. Do you know about this?" "Yes. This matter was brought up by Long Fong and me," Huang Xiaomin replied. Huang Xiaomin sighed and continued, "The government's drilling machines are relatively large. I have heard they can reach depths of up to 300 meters. Several affluent families in our community have already drilled wells. Just a couple of days ago, we were discussing collaborating to drill a well together, each contributing a share of the costs. However, with so many people seeking to drill, even if we manage to pool the funds, it will be quite challenging for us to secure a rental for the drilling machine." Miao Qiqi casually remarked, "Money can work wonders. As long as we offer sufficient points, they will undoubtedly prioritize us for drilling." Upon hearing Miao Qiqi's words, Huang Xiaomin's expression stiffened momentarily. After a brief silence, she lowered her head and softly replied, 5,000 points is already a daunting threshold for many ordinary individuals. Where we find extra points to establish connections." At that moment, Huang Xiaomin's face flushed slightly, and Kong Nan could readily discern the reason behind it. After a moment's contemplation, Kong Nan spoke, "Qiqi and I have earned quite a number of points from our recent endeavors. As such, I will personally use my points to drill a well in my yard. If you need water, feel free to come over and draw from it. However, I would require a monthly water fee." She proposed a fee of 50 points per month. Huang Xiaomin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Oh, Nan, you are being too generous." Kong Nan smiled and replied, "How could that be considered a loss? With both your families drawing water from my home, you would owe me 100 points per month. And before long, I shall recover my costs while gaining a well for free." Kong Nan genuinely did not feel disadvantaged. Regardless of whether Huang Xiaomin's family opted to drill, she intended to have a well in her own yard for convenient water access and better cultivation of chickens, rabbits, and vegetables. Thus, she felt no sense of loss. Observing her resolute decision, Huang Xiaomin refrained from further persuasion. Moreover, upon hearing Kong Nan's proposition, she regarded it as a potential avenue for profit. If Kong Nan's family drilled a well and allowed neighbors to draw water from it, charging 50 points monthly, she could recoup her investment in no time. Regrettably, Huang Xiaomin lacked sufficient points. Otherwise, she would have considered drilling a well for water sales herself. The urgency of drilling could not be overstated. With the weather growing increasingly hotter, if the heat continued unabated, even if they secured a drilling machine, it would likely cease functioning due to the extreme temperatures. The following afternoon, Nan and Miao Qiqi sought out Long Fong, who introduced them to the head of the drilling team. The head, surnamed Zhao, was of considerable age. Upon meeting, Nan handed him a pack of cigarettes, saying, "Master Zhao, enduring this heat to drill wells is truly commendable. Older individuals often enjoy a smoke or two," and Master Zhao accepted the cigarette, noting its pristine packaging, which was considered high quality in these times. Upon seeing such fine cigarettes, he could not help but smile with satisfaction, stating, "What hardship is there when serving everyone?" The young lady, "I hear from Ah Fong that you wish to drill a well." Nan nodded. "I have heard that your drilling machine can reach depths of 300 meters. Is that true?" Master Zhao glanced at Nan and replied, "Yes. It can reach 300 meters, but 5,000 points will only allow for a depth of 100 meters. Each additional meter will incur an extra 5 points. Nan frowned slightly upon hearing this. It was indeed quite costly. To drill a well to a depth of 300 meters would require 6,000 points. This did not even factor in materials and labor. If those were included, the total would be nearly 10,000 points, which explained Huang Xiaomin's reluctance to pursue drilling. Regaining her composure, Nan smiled and inquired, "Master Zhao, points are not an issue, but could you let us know when you might be available to assist us with the drilling?" Master Zhao scrutinized Nan and Miao Qiqi, puzzled as to where these two young ladies acquired such substantial points. Although he harbored doubts, he did not reveal them, musing, "I am fully booked for the next couple of days. How about the day after tomorrow in the morning?" Nan nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will write down my address for you, and I will be at home waiting for you to drill the well the day after tomorrow." After jotting down the address, she paid a deposit and handed Master Zhao a few more packs of cigarettes before departing in her vehicle. Master Zhao watched the truck drive away, contemplating how adept this young lady was at handling matters. Chapter 74. An unexpected visitor arrives. The temperature continued to rise, with outdoor highs reaching 45 degrees Celsius and surface temperatures soaring to 70. At such temperatures, prolonged exposure could easily lead to heat stroke if one did not take precautions against the sun. Today was the day for drilling. Master Zhao arrived early with the drilling machine to measure the drilling location in the yard. Nan, recognizing the oppressive heat, prepared some cooling tea early in the morning, offering each worker a bowl upon their arrival, with plenty more in the pot. Master Zhao was quite pleased with their hospitality. After successfully drilling the well, he meticulously attended to the wellhead. Before departing, Master Zhao advised, for the next couple of days, try to avoid using the water from the well. Let's settle for a day or two before use. Nan nodded in agreement and presented him with a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. Observing this, Master Zhao added, "If there are any issues with the well, feel free to come find me. I will check on it whenever I have the chance." Nan smiled and responded affirmatively, thinking to herself that indeed, money could facilitate even the most arduous tasks, as they had managed to complete the well in just a few days. With the well and the yard completed, Nan and Miao Qiqi settled into a routine at home. Aside from sporadic trips with Li Jiayu to gather some dry wood and wild vegetables in the mountains, they hardly ventured outside. With little else to occupy her time, Nan retrieved some coal chunks from her storage and, alongside Miao Qiqi, began to crush the coal into powder, which could then be mixed with yellow soil to create honeycomb coal. As the heat intensified, when temperatures peaked at 48 degrees, the authorities announced a citywide shift to nocturnal living. Those with jobs would rest during the day and work at night. For the unemployed scavengers, exchanging goods would only be permitted between 8 in the evening and 6 the following morning. Lin Yasheng and his group also transitioned to nighttime work, yet they continued to draw water from Nan's yard at their usual time, around 7 in the evening. While drawing water, Lin Yasheng remarked, "The weather is getting increasingly hot. I've heard that the planting zone overseen by the agricultural department is averaging 2 to 3 heat stroke cases daily." Huang Xiaomin nodded, "Indeed. I've been fortunate. They allowed me to work in the seedling area due to my age. The insulation there is much better, although it is still stuffy. It is far more bearable than the planting zone." She glanced at Lin Yasheng and reflected, "Your livestock area is undoubtedly preferable to protect the animals. The base has taken every measure to insulate and cool the livestock area." Lin Yasheng chuckled. "Each has its advantages, I suppose. While our area may not be as hot as others, the high temperatures cause the animals' manure to ferment rapidly, resulting in a foul stench throughout the entire farm. We must clean the manure at least 10 times daily. Otherwise, the animals could easily fall ill. During this period, the number of sick livestock due to the heat was staggering, and the veterinarians at the breeding base had lost over 10 pounds in just half a month. Thus, the breeding base was desperate to cool down the livestock area. Otherwise, the animals they worked so hard to raise would perish from the heat. Huang Xiaoman sighed, lamenting. It's not just the livestock. Even we are on the brink of heat stroke. Just the other day, a colleague of mine tripped while leaving work, landing half of her face on the ground, and by the time she got up, both her face and arm were second-degree burns. The extreme heat made heat stroke and burns commonplace. Were it not for dire necessity, the government would not have mandated such a nocturnal lifestyle. As the conversation grew heavier, when they each went their separate ways, the expressions on their faces were far from cheerful. While they could find refuge from flooding in their homes, the oppressive heat made it impossible to escape the stifling temperatures, even while indoors. Huang Xiaomin and Lin Yasheng had moved into the basement for shelter, yet even then, they often found it difficult to sleep due to the heat. Not only Huang Xiaomin and her companions, but even Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi were suffering greatly from the sweltering conditions. In the basement, 2 air conditioning fans offered little relief from the sweltering heat. Observing Miao Qiqi's relentless complaints about the sweltering temperature, Kong Nan retrieved a large bathtub from the storage space and filled it with ice, while the air conditioning fans continued to blow air around the clock. As the refreshing coolness enveloped her, Miao Qiqi sighed in comfort, exclaiming that the ice should have been brought out much earlier rather than waiting until now. We must acclimatize to the extreme heat. We cannot remain in a state of comfort forever, Kong Nan reiterated. Hearing Kong Nan's incessant admonitions, Miao Qiqi covered her ears and muttered softly with her eyes shut, not listening to the turtle's reciting. Ever since the onset of the oppressive heat, Kong Nan had repeated this mantra 2 or 3 times a day, and her ears were beginning to feel calloused from it. Suddenly, a clattering noise resonated from outside, prompting Miao Qiqi to lower her hand from her ears and curiously inquire, "Why are Aunt Huang and the others arriving so early to fetch water today?" Kong Nan furrowed her brow slightly, suspecting it was not Aunt Huang. "Let me go take a look." Donning her straw hat, she ventured out under the harsh sun, which was still quite fierce even at 6 in the evening. Miao Qiqi tossed a nearby branch in Kong Nan's direction. Once properly attired in her sun protection gear, Kong Nan stepped outside, the sun's intensity unabated. Squinting toward the iron gate of the courtyard, she spotted a man in uniform standing outside, flanked by 2 others whose heads were bowed, obscuring their faces from her view. Upon realizing they were not there to cause trouble, Kong Nan approached them briskly and inquired, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" The man replied politely, "Hello, I am Wang Yu from the patrol team. Might I inquire if Kong Nan resides here?" "I am Kong Nan. What is the matter?" She responded, perplexed, as she had been cooped up at home without any conflicts. Why would the patrol team be seeking her out? Wang Yu stepped aside slightly, revealing the 2 individuals behind him. "These 2 claim to be your parents and have requested our assistance in locating you. Would you kindly confirm if they are indeed your parents?" Kong Nan was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected to encounter her parents in this lifetime. "They are not my parents. You have the wrong person," she stated quietly. Upon hearing Kong Nan's denial, her mother, Zhao Liya, exclaimed with agitation, "How can that be? You are Kong Nan, my daughter. Nanan, is it because I abandoned you that you harbor resentment and refuse to acknowledge me?" Zhao Liya pressed. Kong Nan shook her head slightly. She did not resent her parents. Rather, she had long since severed any emotional ties with them. Even if they were to perish before her eyes, she would feel nothing. Seeing Kong Nan's reaction, Zhao Liya assumed her daughter was softening and continued, "Then why will you not accept that I am your mother? Nanan, I have missed you dearly over the years. Your grandmother sends me your photos periodically. The reason I have not come to find you sooner is due to my own hardships." Kong Nan regarded Zhao Liya's emotional performance with growing impatience. She had heard the same words from Zhao Liya in her previous life, the same rhetoric, the same expressions, but the difference was that she no longer craved familial affection. With an impassive expression, Kong Nan declared, "I am not your daughter. Your daughter has already perished. She died after being betrayed by you." Kong Nan's father, Kong Xiaofeng, reacted with displeasure. "Kong Nan, no matter how much you deny it, it is of no consequence. You share our bloodline. A simple DNA test to the hospital would confirm your identity as my daughter." Kong Nan raised an eyebrow. "You wish to conduct a DNA test? Do you truly believe the hospital possesses such equipment now? Do you even have the credits to afford a DNA test?" Kong Xiaofeng's expression darkened as he realized he had overlooked the fact that verifying DNA was no longer as straightforward as it once had been. Zhao Liya, seemingly struck by a thought, interjected, "I have a way to prove you are my daughter. You have 2 moles on your left shoulder, one darker and one lighter. If you reveal your shoulder, I will know if you're my daughter. Do you think this is a scene from an ancient drama where a mother recognizes her child based on 2 moles? Dreaming before nightfall? Miao Qiqi scoffed at Zhao Liya. Having waited in the basement for a considerable time, she finally emerged to find Kong Nan's despicable parents had come knocking. After over a decade of absence, their sudden reappearance was transparent to anyone with sense. Miao Qiqi addressed Wang Yu. Patrol brother, I understand your good intentions in helping them find their daughter. But consider this. These 2 scoundrels abandoned their daughter for over a decade to indulge in a carefree life. Now that they are in dire straits, they seek to reconnect. Are they deserving of your assistance? Wang Yu's face flushed crimson at Miao Qiqi's words, and he lowered his head in silence. Kong Xiaofeng, feeling embarrassed by Miao Qiqi's comments, glared and retorted, what do you mean by that? My wife and I have come to a realization after enduring great hardships. Is it so wrong to wish to enjoy our last days together as a family? Nan, your father speaks the truth. After this ordeal, we have come to understand that nothing is more important than family. We want to bring you home, not for the credits, Zhao Liya said with heartfelt sincerity. Had Kong Nan not witnessed her betrayal in the previous life, she might have been swayed by such words. Kong Nan chuckled softly and replied, when you speak of family togetherness, does that include your current husband and my half-siblings? Zhao Liya's face stiffened momentarily before she awkwardly responded, Nan, they are also your siblings. They are very well behaved, and your uncle Zhang is a good man. They all miss you and wish for your return home, but were afraid seeing them would upset you, which is why they did not come along. Kung nan skofide. If you knew seeing you would disturb my peace, why did you come here seeking me? Letting out a breath of exasperation, she declared, you should leave. I have no desire for any association with you. Kong Xiaofeng's voice darkened as he asserted, you think you can simply sever ties with us? Do not forget, children have an obligation to care for their parents. Do not think that by denying our relationship, you can escape your responsibilities. After all this talk, it was still about credits. How many credits do you need for us to leave your home? Miao Qiqi gazed disdainfully at the couple, questioning their worthiness as parents. Nan, we are not here for credits, Zhao Liya said, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Kong Nan, her expression one of feigned victimhood, as if Miao Qiqi's words had deeply wounded her. While Zhao Liya continued her sob story, Kong Xiaofeng had grown impatient. He surveyed Kong Nan's residence and shamelessly stated, as for support, it is the duty of children to provide for their parents. From now on, you will give me 500 credits each month as maintenance. Furthermore, tidy up the house, for I will be moving in with your stepmother later. If you refuse, I will report you to the authorities. Let us see how you manage to leave your house. Miao Qiqi snickered. What audacity! Did you eat something unpleasant before stepping out? Your tone is so grand, demanding both a house and credits. Why don't you just resort to theft? You insolent girl, I have tolerated you for long enough. I am speaking to my daughter. What right do you have to interrupt? Who do you think you are? Kong Xiaofeng shouted, slamming the iron gate so forcefully that it startled the neighbors preparing to fetch water. Huang Xiaoman hurried over, asking, what is going on? What happened? Kong Nan shook her head gently and, casting an impassive glance at Kong Xiaofeng, stated, if you wish for me to provide alimony, you must first prove that I am indeed your daughter. Only then will I consider granting you the requested support. Otherwise, this conversation is moot. After uttering these words, Kong Nan retreated into the house, emerging shortly thereafter with 2 cleavers in hand. Observing this, Kong Xiaofeng, feeling a surge of anxiety, stammered, What do you intend to do? The patrol officers are here. If you, Kong Nan shot him a sidelong glance, disregarding his words entirely as she opened the gate to the yard. Aunt Huang, please come in and fetch some water. Let's not waste time before work. Upon seeing the gate ajar, Kong Xiaofeng forcefully shoved aside Huang Xiaoman, attempting to push his way into the yard. However, as soon as he set foot inside, a cleaver swung directly toward him, prompting Kong Xiaofeng to hastily retreat. In his frantic retreat, he stumbled and fell to the ground, instinctively bracing himself with his hands. The searing heat from the ground was excruciating, causing him to cry out in pain as he quickly rose to inspect his hands. Within mere moments, they had turned a furious shade of red. With a mix of fear and rage, Kong Xiaofeng glared at Kong Nan, exclaiming, You intend to kill me. I am your biological father. Ignoring him completely, Kong Nan turned her attention to Huang Xiaoman, saying, Aunt Huang, please come in. Huang Xiaoman glanced between Kong Xiaofeng and the impassive Kong Nan, choosing not to intervene in their family matters as she carried her water bucket into the yard. Seeing that Kong Nan was unresponsive, Kong Xiaofeng turned to Wang Yu, pleading, Little brother, you just witnessed this vile girl attempt to attack me with a cleaver. Why do you not apprehend such a dangerous individual? Why are you just standing there? Wang Yu, somewhat at a loss for words, replied Uncle. The new regulations from above state that if someone unlawfully enters another's home and is injured or killed, it is considered justifiable self-defense. Kong Nan did indeed assault you, but you forcibly intruded upon her residence first. Thus I have neither the authority nor the grounds to detain her. Kong Xiaofeng's face flushed with anger, his eyes burning red as he seethed. What good are you people? A bunch of useless fools. At his words, Wang Yu's expression turned icy. He served the people, but not the scum of society. Had these two not wept so pitifully before him, he would have been disinclined to involve himself at all. You claimed earlier that Kong Nan was your daughter and asked me to help you find her. Now that she has been found, the rest is no longer my concern. I have pressing matters to attend to. You shall have to resolve this yourselves. With that, Wang Yu turned on his heel and departed. Kong Xiaofeng was left dumbfounded, without the patrol officer who would advocate for him. Chapter 76. Seizing supplies, a 50-50 split. With no patrol officer present, Kong Xiaofeng dared not continue his bluster, fearing that Kong Nan might indeed wield the cleaver against him. Kong Nan remained impervious to their attempts, and for a time, Zhao Liya and Kong Xiaofeng found themselves at an impasse. Having already discovered Kong Nan's whereabouts, they exchanged glances and resolved to retreat, planning their next move. Once Kong Xiaofeng and Zhao Liya had departed, Huang Xiaoman quietly inquired of Miao Qiqi, "What was that all about?" Miao Qiqi shook her head slightly, replying, "I'm not entirely sure. When I met Nan, her grandmother had just passed away and she had no relatives left. However, recalling her own disreputable father, she could surmise the situation surrounding Kong Nan's parents. Since Kong Xiaofeng and Zhao Liya returned that day, they had not made another appearance, and Kong Nan paid them no mind, continuing her routine of hammering coal into briquettes. Miao Qiqi sat on the ground in her tank top, methodically striking the coal with a small hammer. After a brief while, she scratched her back. Noticing that she had scratched her back rather frequently, Kong Nan approached, lifting her tank top to reveal small bumps emerging on her otherwise smooth skin. "Miao Qiqi, you've developed heat rash." Startled, Miao Qiqi asked incredulously, "Are you sure? I've been in the basement all day with the fan on. How could I possibly have heat rash?" "Who said that heat rash only results from sun exposure? It can arise from excessive sweating or being in a damp, humid environment," Kong Nan replied, retrieving a bottle of floral water from her supplies and applying some to the affected areas on Miao Qiqi's back. "After your morning shower, remember to ask me for some powder to apply." Feigning a sigh, Miao Qiqi lamented, "Who would have thought that at my age? I still need to use children's powder for heat rash?" Kong Nan chuckled, playfully patting her. "Use it, and just keep your joy to yourself." Yesterday afternoon, I saw Lin Yasheng. His heat rash was nearly reaching his neck. Thinking of Lin Yasheng and his colleagues having to work in such oppressive conditions, Miao Qiqi felt a pang of sympathy for them. Suddenly, a noise at the door caught their attention. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi exchanged a glance before arming themselves with baseball bats. Kong Nan tossed one to Miao Qiqi and proceeded toward the door. Upon opening the door, Kong Nan beheld a group of 7 or 8 men standing outside, one of whom was prying at the lock with a tool. Without hesitation, she raised her bat and struck. The man prying at the lock yelped in pain and released his grip. Kong Nan stepped forward, picked up the fallen bat, and furrowed her brow, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you brazenly attempt to pick a lock?" The leader, a bald man, replied, "You must be Kong Nan. I'm Lu Zhishang. Your parents have sold this house to us, so you need to vacate immediately." "My parents?" Kong Nan scoffed coldly, realizing why they had not come looking for her in recent days. She had mistakenly thought that Kong Xiaofeng and Zhao Liya had changed their ways. It appeared they were merely playing a different game. With a frosty demeanor, Kong Nan retorted, "I'm sorry, but my parents have long since passed away." "You must have been deceived." One of Lu Zhishang's companions interjected, "Listen here, young lady, if you don't want to move out, just say so. There's no need to curse your parents. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? If there is indeed divine retribution, it is you who will face it," Kong Nan shot back. Miao Qiqi pointed her bat at the man, saying, "What nonsense fills your head? A sensible person knows that when purchasing a house, one must deal with the actual owner. All the houses here are rental properties. How could you possibly have acquired this house from a trading point? You filthy little. Who do you think you're insulting? Open the door, and you'll see whether or not I'll make you pay." The man shouted, banging on the iron gate. It was late at night, and the neighbors had all gone to work, leaving the surroundings dark and devoid of witnesses. Kong Nan hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to eliminate this group entirely. Suddenly, she noticed a flickering light in the distance, which prompted her to abandon her earlier thoughts. There were enough residents nearby who would witness the arrival of this group. Should she resort to violence, explaining herself to the patrol team would prove troublesome. Kong then placed one hand behind her back, retrieving a bottle of pepper spray from her supplies. She looked at Lu Zishang and declared, "You are to leave now. I will overlook your deceit regarding the property and your attempt to pick the lock. If you do not depart at once, do not blame me for being ruthless." Lu Zishang chuckled softly, saying, "Let me be frank with you, beautiful. Your parents hired us to help them reclaim this house, along with the supplies inside. Once the job is done, we will split the spoils 50-50. Tell me, if you were in my shoes, wouldn't you be tempted?" Kong Nan maintained her stoic expression and replied, "The terms are indeed enticing, but one must also consider whether one possesses the strength to back them up." One of the men scoffed, unable to restrain himself. "Little girl, are you implying that you and your friend are stronger than us? In terms of raw strength, we may not compare." Kong Nan smiled faintly at them, swiftly producing the pepper spray and unleashing it upon their faces. Before Lu Zishang and his companions could comprehend what was happening, they felt a chilling sensation across their faces. However, the coolness lasted but a fleeting moment before a searing burn enveloped them. What did you spray? It burns," Lu Zishang exclaimed, raising his hands to wipe the liquid from his face, only to find that his hands soon followed suit with a painful sting. Lu Zikong was brought to his knees by excruciating pain, his veined hands raised high in the air, his expression a grotesque mask of agony. The others fared little better. The individual who had attempted to pick the lock suffered the most, having been inadvertently sprayed in the eyes, writhing in torment while clutching his face. Only four managed to escape unscathed, having stood at the back. Perhaps their cries of distress were too loud, attracting the attention of a nearby patrol team. The captain of the patrol, upon witnessing the agonized figure sprawled on the ground, hurried over and inquired, "What is going on? What happened?" One of those not hit by the pepper spray pointed accusingly at Kong Nan, exclaiming they sprayed acid at us. "Yes, they sprayed acid." The patrol captain turned to Kong Nan, his brow furrowed in inquiry. "What is the meaning of this? Did you spray acid?" "Captain, it's not acid. It's pepper spray," Kong Nan replied, casting a glance at the speaker, who was Wang Yu, the one who had brought Kong Xiaofeng and Zhao Lia over a few days prior. Kong Nan offered him a knowing smile. "Officer Wang, long time no see. The liquid on their faces is indeed pepper spray. I resorted to using it because they claimed my parents had enlisted them to seize my possessions and divide them 50-50. You see, the lock shows clear signs of tampering." Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his moment of kindness had inadvertently led to Kong Nan's predicament. Chapter 77. A Repeated Provocation. The situation was evidently clear. Kong Nan's front door remained firmly shut, the lock intact. Both Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi had remained indoors. And had Lu Zikong and his companions not approached Kong Nan's home, she would have had no opportunity to spray them in the face. After surveying the scene, the patrol captain took Lu Zikong and the others away. Before departing, Wang Yu quietly offered an apology to Kong Nan. Had it not been for Kong Nan's quick thinking and possession of the pepper spray, she might have faced an unwelcome intrusion by Lu Zikong and his cohort. Had such an event occurred, it would have haunted him for life. Once all had left, Miao Qiqi murmured, "Your parents are truly ruthless. They actually sent such a group to rob you of your resources and home." Kong Nan let out a derisive laugh. "If they weren't ruthless, they wouldn't have abandoned me and my grandmother for over a decade." Following these events, neither Kong Nan nor Miao Qiqi felt inclined to continue breaking coal. Dawn was fast approaching. After taking a shower, the two settled in the basement to watch a movie and snack. The weather grew increasingly hot, with the vegetation on the mountain wilting under the blazing sun. Daytime temperatures soared to 50 degrees, with surface temperatures exceeding 80. In such heat, one could not only fry an egg on the ground, but could also leave a pan of water outside for a day and return to find it boiling. No one dared venture outdoors during the day. A mere 10 minutes outside could lead to heat stroke or sunburn. The sweltering weather compelled Lin Yasheng and Huang Xiaomin to abandon their livestock farming at home, as the heat claimed the lives of chickens and rabbits daily. It was wiser to slaughter them early and preserve the meat. This decision resulted in Li Jiayu and Li Jiabao losing their opportunity to earn points. However, the two clever children persuaded Huang Xiaomin to procure some drought-resistant sweet potato and potato seedlings from the agricultural department for planting. Though young, Li Jiayu and Li Jiabao exhibited admirable character, laboring tirelessly in the heat to dig mud and mixing the preserved manure from their previously raised chickens and rabbits into the soil to fertilize it. Aware of the water demands of farming, they would fetch firewood from the nearby mountains after watering their crops to offset the water costs for Kong Nan. One day, after finishing watering the garden, they took advantage of the fading light to gather firewood in the mountains. By the time the siblings returned with 2 large bundles of firewood, darkness had fully descended. Li Jiu wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Yesterday, I heard Brother Yasheng mention that they will soon be hiring someone to clean the pig pen. Apparently, the previous worker suffered heat stroke and is recuperating at home. If they can't return in a few days, they need to hire someone new. I asked Brother Yasheng to keep an eye out. If they are hiring, I'll go for an interview. If I succeed, we won't have to worry about earning points anymore." Li Jiabao smiled in response. "Go for it, brother. You can work at the breeding base while I stay home to farm and gather firewood. Once we harvest the grains, I'll sell them for points." The siblings beamed at each other, their eyes shimmering with dreams of the future. Suddenly, Li Jiayu halted, squinting into the distance. After observing for a moment, he set down his bundle of firewood and warned, "It seems someone is attempting to scale Sister Nan's wall. I should go alert her." Little Bao, "Stay here and don't wander off until I return." "Brother, I want to go too." Li Jiabo insista, setting down his firewood and grabbing a hatchet to follow Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu frowned. "Be obedient and wait here for me. I'll be back shortly." With that, he turned and dashed towards Kong Nan's residence. Li Jiabao felt a pang of worry, hesitating before quietly sneaking back home to find Xiangying. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu, brandishing his hatchet, approached Kong Nan's home and spotted 6 or 7 individuals gathered beneath the wall, 2 of whom were attempting to climb over in a human pyramid. Li Jiayu rushed to the front gate and banged on the iron door with his hatchet, shouting, "Sister Nan, someone is climbing over your wall." "Qiqi, Sister Nan, someone is climbing over your wall." The intruders, startled by the clamor, froze momentarily before rushing towards the gate to seize Li Jiu. Seeing them advance, he flailed his hatchet in defense, continuously calling out Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi's names. Despite wielding a weapon, he was no match for so many, and it wasn't too long before a man and a woman caught hold of his arms. Unfazed, he persisted in shouting for Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi until one man, upon witnessing his defiance, slapped him hard across the face. "Shout! I'll make you shout! You meddlesome brat! Why don't you mind your own business?" As the man cursed, he continued to strike Li Jiayu. When Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi emerged wielding baseball bats, they were met with this distressing scene. The assailant was none other than Kong Nan's half-brother, Zhang Yawei. Spotting Kong Nan, he smirked triumphantly. "So you're the illegitimate child? I advise you to open the door quickly. Otherwise, this little brat's life may be in jeopardy." A cold glint flashed in Kong Nan's eyes. She had never once considered seeking vengeance on her parents or their offspring for the grievances of her past life. In her view, these individuals were merely inconsequential strangers. As long as they did not provoke her, she would not initiate any retribution. Yet, they persisted in their provocations. Clutching the baseball bat, Kong Nan advanced step by step towards the door. Zhang Yawei, feeling an inexplicable chill, frowned and ordered, "Drop the baseball bat now. I'll stab this kid." Kong Nan glanced at the fruit knife in his hand and casually tossed aside her bat. Observing this, Zhang Yawei scoffed. "Humph. Lose He Kong claimed you were formidable. Turns out, you're nothing special." Kong Nan remained unresponsive, her expression impassive as she opened the door. The moment the door swung wide, she lunged at Zhang Yawei, her dagger slipping into her palm from her sleeve. Gripping the dagger tightly, she plunged it brutally into the arm holding the fruit knife. A scream erupted, and at that instant, Miao Qiqi, wielding her baseball bat, stealthily struck the man holding Li Jiu, delivering a fierce blow, then sweeping the bat toward the woman beside him. Kong Nan withdrew her dagger, lunging at the remaining assailants. Kong Xiaofeng clutched his injured arm in shock, retreating in terror. "Kong Nan, have you lost your mind? I am your father." Chapter 78. Since it has come to our doorstep, when else should we take action? The night was as dark as ink, and in the faint moonlight, shadowy figures could be discerned. Although Kong Xiaofeng and his companions had the advantage in numbers, their combat prowess fell short compared to the well-trained Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi. With a swift motion, Kong Nan gripped her dagger and struck several slashes at the nearest Kong Xiaofeng. He raised his arms defensively while retreating, instinctively pushing anyone who approached him forward. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Kong Nan recognized the person being thrust in front of her as Qin Rilan, Kong Xiaofeng's current wife. The very woman from her past life who had incited him to exchange her for supplies. Recalling events from her previous life, Kong Nan gripped her dagger tightly and swiftly slashed at the other's face twice. Feeling the sting of pain, Qin Rilan immediately covered her face and let out a piercing scream. Nearby, Qin Rilan's son, Kong Jinkin, witnessing his mother's injury, brandished a kitchen knife and charged at Kong Nan. After neutralizing the 2 individuals who had seized Li Jiu, Miao Qiqi observed this scene and promptly struck Kong Jinkin's arm with her club. Meanwhile, Kong Nan noticed Zhao Lia attempting to flee. She and her husband, Zhang Dexin, were hastily escorting their injured son, Zhang Yawei, back the way they came. With a cold snort, Kong Nan recalled how, in her previous life, both his stepfather and half-brother had repeatedly tried to harm her and Miao Qiqi. Back then, she had foolishly chosen to endure to spare Zhao Lia's feelings. Though she had originally been disinclined to seek vengeance, with the opportunity presented so conveniently, when else could she strike? Kong Nan gripped the hilt of her knife, her wrist flicking with force as the dagger flew through the air, finding its mark in Zhang Dexin's back. The sudden excruciating pain caused him to stumble. Instinctively grasping his injured son, Zhang Yaowei, already unsteady on his feet, fell as a result of the pull, causing all three to collapse to the ground. In a few swift strides, Kong Nan approached, stepping on Zhang Dexin's back to extract the dagger. Kong Nan, what do you think you're doing, you lunatic? I should have suffocated you at birth. Zhao Lia screamed, witnessing her son and husband both wounded by Kong Nan while her daughter lay unconscious on the ground. Her fate uncertain. The fear within her gradually morphed into rage, and she lunged forward, determined to grapple with Kong Nan. You deranged wretch, you heartless beast. You even kill your own brother. I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Lia clutched Kong Nan's arm fiercely, half her body pressing against Kong Nan, while Zhang Yaowei, regaining his wits, clung to Kong Nan's leg, shouting, Mom, kill her. If we kill her, we'll earn points. Kill her. At that moment, Xiang Ying and Li Jiabao, each wielding a wooden stick, unleashed a barrage of blows upon the mother and son duo. This provided Kong Nan the opportunity to break free. After rising, she swiftly slashed the dagger across the nape of Zhang Dexin's neck, followed by strikes against Zhang Yaowei and Zhao Lia. Having dispatched the three, she hurried to aid Miao Qiqi, who, despite being slightly stronger than Kong Nan due to her physique, was still outnumbered 5-1. Though three of them were women, Miao Qiqi still bore several cuts from kitchen knives. Kong Nan seized the wooden stick from Li Jiabao and charged at Zhang Yuqin, Zhao Lia's daughter, striking her on the head. Zhang Yuqin felt a sudden pain, and, before she could comprehend who had struck her, darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. With a seamless synergy, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi soon overpowered the remaining 4 adversaries. Gasping for breath, Kong Nan took a moment to compose herself before approaching the crawling Zhang Yaowei, ready to escape. Grasping his head, she lifted him up, mistakenly believing that Kong Nan intended to kill him. He pleaded through tears, Sister, I was wrong. Sister, you're my real sister. Please spare me this time. I promise I won't dare again. Just let me go. Ignoring Zhang Yaowei, Kong Nan beckoned to Li Jiu. Jiu, come here. He struck you how many times? Return the favor tenfold. Li Jiu, momentarily taken aback, quickly rushed over, standing before Zhang Yaowei. After spitting in his palm and preparing herself, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed hauntingly in the still night. Kong Nan turned to survey their surroundings, noticing neighbors peering from doorways and windows. Despite the commotion, not a single soul had come to their aid. With a slight sigh, Kong Nan reflected on the desolate nature of this post-apocalyptic world, where human hearts had grown cold. Once Li Jiu had finished her retribution, Kong Nan instructed her and Xia Yingying to summon the patrolling team. She harbored a strong desire to eliminate these individuals once and for all, especially after witnessing the venomous gazes of Zhang Dexin and Qin Rulan, which intensified her urge to exact vengeance. Yet, with so many witnesses nearby, committing murder would likely result in her and Miao Qiqi being apprehended by the patrol. Regardless, these individuals would not be leaving a city. She would eventually have the opportunity to deal with them all. The patrol team assigned to their area was responsible for ensuring the safety of Furong Hills and its surrounding neighborhoods. After a lengthy search of over 20 minutes, Xiang and Li Jiu finally located the patrolling officers, who, upon hearing of a robbery and injuries, promptly followed them to Furong Hills. Upon seeing the patrol team arrive, Kong Xiaofeng shouted, "Help! Patrol! Save me, I'm going to be killed! Help!" Qin Rulan and the others echoed his cries, presenting themselves as the true victims. The patrol team leader approached, asking the bound Kong Xiaofeng and his companions, what happened? Who was robbing whom? No one was robbing anyone. Kong Xiaofeng quickly denied. The owner of this house is my daughter. My wife and I came to visit her today, but suddenly my daughter went mad, opened the door, and attacked us with a knife. Kong Nan, just stepping outside after tending to Miao Qiqi's wounds, could not suppress a cold laugh at his distorted account. Before she could explain, Li Jiu interjected urgently, "They're lying. Uncle, my sister and I were out gathering firewood and saw them sneaking around, trying to climb over the wall into Sister Nan's house. If they were truly here to visit her, why would they sneak in over the wall instead of using the front door? Patrol officer, don't believe his words. This scoundrel is in cahoots with Kong Nan. The injuries on my son's face were caused by him." Zhao Lia squirmed, attempting to draw the patrolman's attention to the swollen marks on Zhang Yao's face. Chapter 79. A blazing inferno in the sweltering heat. The patrolman, upon seeing Zhang Yao's battered visage, instinctively touched his own cheek. The patrol team leader scanned the scene, inquiring, "Who is Kong Nan?" Stepping forward, Kong Nan declared, "I am Kong Nan, and I am responsible for the injuries to these individuals. They attempted to scale the wall in my yard, and my neighbor, seeing this, bravely warned us, only to be captured and assaulted by them. To protect my neighbor, I had no choice but to inflict harm. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with the nearby residents. They witnessed the entire incident." As soon as Kong Nan finished speaking, Zhao Liya and the others began their chorus of denials. The patrol team leader, not one to take sides hastily, inspected Kong Nan's wall and discovered several distinct footprints. He also queried nearby residents, many of whom confirmed having seen Kong Xiaofeng and his group assaulting a child before Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi intervened. Upon understanding the truth, the patrol team escorted Kong Xiaofeng and his companions away. Before departing, the patrol team leader advised, "For the time being, you should refrain from leaving S City. Although they were in the wrong, your methods were excessively harsh. 3 of them now have severed tendons. At present, it remains uncertain whether you need to assume responsibility. We shall notify you in due course." Kong Nan, unfazed, nodded slightly. Although Kong Xiaofeng and his companions were not critically injured, their wounds were indeed significant. In such sweltering conditions, compounded by a lack of medical supplies, Kong Xiaofeng and his group would undoubtedly endure considerable hardship before their bodies could recuperate. After the patrolman departed, Kong Nan provided a bottle of medicinal alcohol to Li Zhu, advising him to apply it to his wounds upon returning. Upon returning to the basement, Kong Nan approached Miao Qiqi and inquired, "How are you faring? Do your wounds ache? Would you like some painkillers?" Miao Qiqi, her complexion pale, nodded. "I didn't feel the pain during the fight, but now it hurts terribly. I feel as though my hand might break." Kong Nan frowned and replied, "Do not exaggerate. It is merely a superficial cut. In a couple of days, once it scabs over, it will heal." Miao Qiqi pouted, "What about you? Have you sustained any injuries?" "Although I am currently incapacitated, I should be able to tend to my own wounds. I was slashed on the back. Please assist me in disinfecting it and applying some powder." Kong Nan retrieved a bathing tub from her storage space, took a bath, and then requested Miao Qiqi to help with her wounds. As Miao Qiqi disinfected the injury, she asked, "What do you plan to do about those 2 families?" "There is no rush. They are presently injured and may take refuge at a relief station for treatment. Once the commotion subsides, I will seek them out," Kong Nan replied. Curious, Miao Qiqi asked, "Do you intend to kill them?" Kong Nan nodded slightly, unwilling to leave any potential threats behind. Others may be spared for the time being. But Zhang Dexin, Zhang Yao, and Qin Rilan must perish. Since that day, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi have remained at home, nursing their injuries. During this time, Huang Xiaoman, Lin Yasheng, and Long Fong visited them, reassured by their apparent well-being before leaving. On the second day of their recovery, the patrol team leader arrived, stating that a judgment had been rendered from above. Kong Xiaofeng and his companions were indeed at fault for climbing the wall and entering a private residence. However, Kong Nan's excessive use of force necessitated compensation of 300 points per person for medical expenses. Kong Nan had no objections and promptly paid the medical fees, casually inquiring about the current location of Kong Xiaofeng and the others for their treatment. Upon learning the address of the relief station, Kong Nan did not hasten to exact revenge, instead choosing to continue her recuperation at home. Aside from gathering information about the outside world whenever her neighbor went to fetch water, she remained indoors. As the temperature continued to rise, stabilizing between 53 and 55 degrees Celsius, Huang Xiaoman splashed some well water on her face, exclaiming, "It is unbearably hot. I now take 10 bottles of cool tea to work daily, otherwise I risk heat stroke at any moment." "Aunt Huang, where did you put the cool tea you brought?" "The water and tea I've taken these past few days have been consistently stolen," Yang Suiyu lamented, as her job required her to move around frequently, making it impractical to carry 10 bottles of water at all times. Huang Xiaoman replied, "Our team leader has secured a cabinet where everyone's items are locked away. When we need something from the cabinet, we must request the key from the team leader." Yang Suiyu sighed, "Your team leader is quite accommodating. Lars only knows how to scold." Huang Xiaoman comforted her, "The heat makes everyone irritable. We must endure." She then inquired, "By the way, didn't you mention that the workers clearing the wild boar pens at your farm fell ill from heat stroke? How are they faring now?" Lin Yasheng chimed in. "He returned to work yesterday, but he didn't look well. He may not have fully recovered." Huang Xiaoman frowned. "What if he suffers heat stroke again by coming back to work too soon?" Miao Qiqi interjected. What about Jiao's job? Is it in jeopardy? Not at all. Many in our department have been afflicted by heat stroke recently, leading to a shortage of manpower. I will ask Jiao to join us at the breeding base later to see if we can secure him a position, Lin Yasheng replied. Huang Xiaomin, intrigued, suggested, let us also bring Ying along. Who knows, she might pass the interview this time. Lin Yasheng, nonchalant, nodded, noting that the breeding department was indeed in need of extra hands, and bringing Xie Ying along would not pose an issue. Suddenly, he recalled something, exclaiming, do you all remember the neighborhood where we used to live? I heard from a colleague that it caught fire recently, and half of the complex was engulfed in flames. Huang Xiaomin frowned. Isn't the government constantly urging caution with fire? How could this happen? Since the authorities mandated nocturnal activity, many had taken to blocking their windows with various materials to shield against the blinding sunlight and oppressive heat. Lin Yasheng explained, some people, unwilling to go to the trouble, simply used wood to cover their windows, while others opted for thick cloth or plastic. You are aware of the situation in that neighborhood, finding wood is quite challenging, with most people resorting to heavy fabrics or blankets to shield their windows. Under the intense sunlight, these materials can catch fire due to the light refracted through the glass. The buildings in the neighborhood have been soaked by rain for so long that, combined with the intense heat from the blaze, structural collapses occurred, igniting several nearby buildings and resulting in numerous casualties. Chapter 80. The Mysterious Rabbit. The dry, scorching heat easily precipitates fires. Within just a few months of this extreme heat, there have been over a dozen significant fires in City S. Fortunately, the government has been drilling deep wells in various areas, providing the patrol teams with opportunities to extinguish the flames. However, if a fire breaks out during the day, the only recourse is to flee. With temperatures soaring to 55 degrees, who possesses the courage and stamina to combat such heat? It is feared that one would perish within mere minutes of engaging the flames. Unfortunate events unfold daily, and Kong Nan and her companions possess neither the energy nor the inclination to sympathize with others. After 2 weeks of recovery, their neighbors, Xie Ying and Li Jiao, successfully secured positions at the breeding base. Seizing the opportunity while they were away at work, Kong Nan stealthily made her way out through the back mountain. Disguised, she ventured near the relief station where Kong Xiaofeng and the others were located. After thoroughly searching the relief station, she observed the two families from a concealed vantage point. Upon witnessing Zhang Dexin, Zhang Yawei, and Kong Xiaofeng step outside the relief station, Kong Nan stealthily followed them. Rather than confront them directly, she brazenly strolled past with a bulging backpack. Zhang Yawei glanced around, spotting only Kong Nan, and nudged his father's arm, whispering, Dad, look at that person's bag. It must contain valuable items. Zhang Dexin cast a glance at Kong Nan and then at the relief station behind them, stating it wouldn't be wise to act here. What if the patrol team or the relief station staff discovers us? What is there to fear? If we get caught, we will simply claim that person stole our belongings. Kong Xiaofeng replied, leading the charge towards Kong Nan. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Kong Nan smirked, realizing they had indeed followed her. She feigned panic, glancing back briefly, then stumbled forward in a hasty retreat. Seeing Kong Nan flee, Zhang Yawei and the others immediately pursued her. Just as Kong Nan sensed they were gaining on her, she yanked off her backpack and hurled it towards them, then quickened her escape. Kong Xiaofeng, quick-wit, snatched the backpack mid-air. Zhang Yawei and Zhang Dexin continued their chase. But after running a few meters, Zhang Dexin, gasping for breath, exclaimed, Forget it. Yawei, don't chase her anymore. We've already got the bag. Hearing this, Zhang Yawei halted, wiping the sweat from his brow as he said, Let us see what's inside. Kong Xiaofeng nodded and unzipped the backpack, a faint metallic scent wafting out. Well, 2 plump rabbits. Tonight, we hit the jackpot. Zhang Dexin and Zhang Yawei's eyes gleamed with excitement at the mention of food. It had been quite a while since they had enjoyed a hearty meal, let alone indulged in meat. Zhang Yawei, salivating at the prospect, exclaimed, Let us feast on it later. The weather is sweltering now, and the meat won't last long. Kong Xiaofeng concurred with a nod, picking up his backpack and turning to head back. After taking a few steps, he halted, glancing back at the Zhang father and son. There are only 2 rabbits. It might not suffice for all of us. What if? Zhang Dexin furrowed his brow at his words, retorting, What? Do you intend to keep it all to yourself? Kong Xiaofeng hastily waved his hand, clarifying, Not at all. What I mean is, why don't we consume it here before returning? Zhang Dexin shook his head firmly. No way. Eating out here is far too perilous. We might end up with nothing but a beating if we're not careful. The area around the rescue station was bustling with people, and he was certain that even a whiff of meat would attract a throng of ravenous souls. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaofeng found some merit in his argument, and with a tinge of regret, he carried the rabbit back. Meanwhile, Kong Nan had not left but instead had scampered off to a distance, observing them with night vision binoculars. When he saw them returning, he quickly changed his attire and stealthily followed behind. Upon their return to the rescue station, Kong Nan witnessed Zhang Yawei extracting the rabbit from his bag, roasting it amidst the envious gazes of those around, and the two families shared the feast. The two rabbits were rather small, weighing perhaps 5 to 6 pounds. Before long, Zhang Yawei and the others had devoured every last morsel, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. Zhang Yawei's sister, Zhang Yukin, let out a satisfied burp and remarked, "Brother, this rabbit is simply delectable. It's a pity you let the owner escape. If we had captured him, we could have inquired about the source of these rabbits." Zhao Lian nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, if we knew where the rabbits came from, we could catch them ourselves in the future." Kong Xiaofeng, unfazed, replied, "It's no issue. This is a rescue station, not a trading post. That person likely brought the rabbits here for their family, who are receiving treatment. This means they will return to the rescue station. Next time I see him, I shall ensure he is captured." Hearing this, Kong Jinkin casually inquired, "Father, do you recall what he looked like?" That individual wore a mask and a hat. It's difficult to discern his features. However, I do remember the clothes he wore. In these times of scarcity, even a pair of underpants is worn until it's tattered before being discarded. His attire was relatively clean. He will likely wear the same outfit again soon. As long as he isn't changed, I am confident I will recognize him. Xiaofeng. Qin Rilan tugged at Kong Xiaofeng's shirt, clutching her stomach. With evident irritation, Kong Xiaofeng shrugged her off. "If you have something to say it. Why are you acting like a ghost?" Qin Rilan, observing his demeanor, felt a chill in her heart. Ever since her face had been scarred, Kong Xiaofeng's attitude towards her had deteriorated day by day. Unconsciously, she touched the wound on her face and, suppressing her anger, remarked, "Xiaofeng, I feel a bit of pain in my stomach. Don't you feel unwell?" Kong Xiaofeng initially intended to deny it, but suddenly his stomach twisted with pain. He shot a glare at Qin Rilan and snapped, "You jinx. I wasn't feeling anything until you mentioned it, and now my stomach hurts. Wait, father, my stomach also aches a bit. Could it be that the rabbit wasn't cooked properly?" Kong Jinkin grimaced, clutching his belly, and soon Zhang Yawei and the others were also groaning in discomfort. From a distance, Kong Nin observed the pained expressions of Zhang Yawei and his companions, rising to dust off his clothes before swiftly departing. By now, Zhang Yawei and the others were writhing on the ground in agony, while the surrounding survivors looked on with cold indifference. Not a single one offered to summon medical personnel or patrol officers. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a patrolling officer noticed their distress during a routine check and called for assistance to carry them to the medical team for treatment. After a thorough examination, the doctor, having only one coherent witness in Zhao Lia, deduced that they had consumed rabbits of dubious origin and suspected food poisoning, promptly administering an emetic. Chapter 81. The Deathly Herb. Indeed, Zhang Yawei and his companions had succumbed to food poisoning, afflicted by the deadly herb known as Deathly Herb, also referred to as hook viper. It contains the potent hook viper toxin. If ingested, it causes the intestines to blacken and adhere, leading to excruciating abdominal pain and death. The deathly herb resembles honeysuckle and is a relatively common herbal remedy. In the pre-apocalyptic world, many had perished from accidental consumption of the deathly herb each year. These two rabbits had been meticulously prepared by Kong Nan as their final supper. She had harvested some deathly herb in advance, concocting a potent liquid and forcibly injecting it into the rabbits. 2 large syringes of the toxin, even a trace, could be fatal, let alone the fact that Zhang Yawei and his companions had consumed the entire rabbits. Under the moonlight, Kong Nan swiftly navigated the narrow paths, taking approximately an hour to return home. Upon her arrival, Miao Qiqi inquired, "How did it go? Was everything relatively smooth?" Kong Nan nodded. "If all goes as expected, they should not survive the night." Kong Nan's prediction proved accurate. Had this been before the apocalypse, Kong Xiaofeng and the others might have had a chance at recovery. However, in this environment of scarcity and harsh conditions, food poisoning often left no hope for survival. The following evening, a knock echoed at Kong Nan's door, prompting her and Miao Qiqi to change out of their sweat-soaked clothes before stepping outside. The visitor was Lu Xian, the captain of the patrol team that had taken Kong Xiaofeng and the others away some time prior. He frowned, asking, "Kong Nan, did you go out last night?" Kong Nan replied coolly, "No, my companion and I have been at home nursing our injuries." "What does your question imply, Captain Lu?" "Last night, your father's family and your mother's family all perished from food poisoning. To my knowledge, they had only had a conflict with you," Lu Xian stated. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Kong Nan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In both her father-s and mother-s families, her presence was conspicuously absent. Yet they insisted on mentioning her blood connection. Miao Qiqi, unable to contain herself, interjected sharply. Captain Lu, you just stated that Kong Nan's parents died from food poisoning. The weather is sweltering and food is rotting quickly. People are falling ill every day. What does this have to do with Kong Nan? Are you suggesting that because she had a scuffle with him over half a month ago? Or do you think we two women are easy targets? And you want to pin an unfounded accusation on us to seize our assets? Lu Xian, his voice low, retorted, you're spouting nonsense. I'm merely inquiring about the situation. Furthermore, Kong Xiaofeng and Zhao Liya are Kong Nan's biological parents. Now that they're deceased, it is only right that I notify her. Captain, are you jesting? These two scoundrels did not raise Kong Nan when they were alive and even bullied her. Now that they are dead, you expect Kong Nan to assist in handling their affairs? What a ridiculous notion. Some words were inconvenient for Kong Nan to voice, yet Miao Qiqi had no such reservations, unleashing a torrent of words that left Lu Xian's face flushed. Lu Xian turned to Kong Nan and said, Kong Nan, I understand you harbor resentment for your parents' negligence over the years, but I must say, they did care for you. At this, Kong Nan nearly burst out laughing. Care for her? If they truly cared, they would not have forced her to wade through the rain to scavenge for supplies when she was unwell, while they lounged at home, waiting for her to return with provisions. If they cared, they would not have hidden the supplies she brought back, only sharing the scraps left for themselves. If they cared, they would not have sold her to a lecherous fat man for a few supplies. In her past life, she had been foolish to ever hope for their parental love. Seeing her silent, Lu Xian continued, do you know how your parents acquired your family's address? Recently, there was a fire in the neighborhood where you used to live, and the residents were all relocated to the rescue station. Your neighbors in the same apartment building encountered your parents and inadvertently discovered that you were still alive. They have been visiting the rescue station or trading post daily in search of you for over 10 days, only to learn your home address recently. If they truly did not care about you, why would they persistently inquire about your whereabouts without any knowledge of your family background? Kong Nan paused momentarily, chuckling softly. Captain Lu, you're the most naive person I've ever met despite your age. When I left the community, I did so driving a truck. Do you really think my neighbors would be unaware of that? Would they not inform my parents? You must understand the current value of a vehicle. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He was not naive. Rather, he believed that all parents, regardless of their shortcomings, are still their own. The debt of raising a child surpasses all, and one should not treat their progenitors in such a manner. Kong Nan, observing Lu Xian's expression, recognized his unwillingness to accept her words. In the face of such stubborn ideology, the best approach is to remain indifferent, avoiding arguments that could last until dawn without resolution. Captain Lu, if there's nothing more, you should return. My companion and I have yet to fully recover from our injuries and should not linger outside any longer. With that, Kong Nan took Miao Qiqi by the hand and headed home, choosing not to engage further with Lu Xian. Lu Xian felt a twinge of frustration but could not compel Kong Nan to manage the affairs of Kong Xiaofeng and Zhao Liya. The three were not listed on the same household register, making it impossible to prove their blood relation for the time being. The corpse could not remain unclaimed for long. If no one stepped forward by sunrise the next day, it would be disposed of through incineration. Lu Xian sighed heavily. The world had changed, and so had human hearts. Meanwhile, after returning home, Kong Nan donned her boxing gloves and unleashed a flurry of strikes on the punching bag. In her previous life, she had sought out her parents with the government's assistance and, with Miao Qiqi's consent, brought her parents and their family to reside in Miao Qiqi's home. Initially, her parents and younger siblings treated her with great kindness. Her siblings would gather around her, laughing and joking. Her father would recount tales of his past struggles, and her mother would prepare dinner for her. She believed she had finally found a home. However, it wasn't long before her parents' and siblings' attitudes began to shift, becoming increasingly domineering. To avoid shattering her idyllic dreams, she endured, responding dutifully to her parents and siblings. Yet, what she received in return was an escalation of bullying. It was only when she was delivered to another's bed by her own parents that she finally awoke to the truth. What she had brought back was not family, but a swarm of leeches, relentlessly draining her vitality until she was rendered devoid of worth. In her rebirth, she had never contemplated seeking vengeance against her parents. Yet, they repeatedly provoked her, defying her wishes. Kong Nan understood that her parents, along with Zhang Dexin and others, were not the type to easily relinquish their pursuits. Unless she eliminated them, it was only a matter of time before they would trouble her once more. After years in this apocalyptic world, Kong Nan had learned the value of striking first. She would not grant them the opportunity to harm her again. Chapter 82. Seafood in Scorching Weather. The weather was hot and arid, and the underground water sources in City S were plentiful. In the pre-apocalyptic era, one could dig approximately 20 meters below the surface to find water. The mayor of City S, having received an anonymous letter foretelling a future of extreme drought and heat, mandated that every well within the designated area be drilled as deeply as possible once drilling machinery became operational. The drilling machines could reach a maximum depth of 300 meters, meaning that all wells sanctioned by the government were deep water wells at that depth. Now, with the scorching drought persisting for over 3 months and a lifestyle of nocturnal activity having lasted for more than 2 months, the water level in the wells had plummeted by over 30 meters during this period and continued to decline. This meant that the underground water level was dropping at an astonishing rate of about half a meter daily. Upon learning of these figures, the mayor resolved to prepare for both scenarios. On one hand, to initiate daily water storage. On the other, to reduce water usage among citizens. Previously, each citizen was permitted to draw 50 liters of water daily from the well, but now they were restricted to only 25 liters, effectively halving their allowance. While 25 liters may seem ample, in such harsh conditions, each person required at least 2 liters of water daily, in addition to continuously cooling themselves to prevent heat stroke. During the sweltering days, Kong Nan and her companions could take refuge in the basement, enjoying air conditioning and ice packs to cool down. In contrast, ordinary citizens resorted to pouring their water into makeshift pools or bathtubs to soak and alleviate their discomfort before drifting off to sleep. 25 liters would be consumed quickly with just a few body wipes. There was hardly enough left to soak in for a restful slumber. During this time, households equipped with wells became particularly sought after. For example, Kong Nan's family saw a surge of visitors. Residents nearby knew that at least half of the homes in Furong Mansion had dug wells. When the government announced the reduction in water quotas, nearby residents flocked to Furong Mansion to see which households would be willing to sell water. Those who appeared well off and seemingly lacking in points were avoided, while they sought out families like Kong Nan's, who had points but not many. Over the past few days, their front door had been incessantly knocked upon, much to the annoyance of Kong, Nan, and Miao Qiqi, who resorted to posting a notice on their door stating that they were not selling water. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more, and Miao Qiqi, feeling irritated, exclaimed, "Is this ever going to end? We've already put up a notice. I'll go take a look." Kong Nan replied, brushing off the soot from her clothes as she stepped outside. "Xiao Nan, open the door. It's your Uncle Long." Long Fong and Hua Zi stood at the entrance, with Hua Zi carrying a box. Kong Nan hurried over, smiling as she inquired, "Uncle Long, where have you been lately? Why haven't you been pestering Aunt Huang? Have you found someone new?" Long Fong shot her a glare. "What nonsense! My feelings for Aunt Huang are as steadfast as the sun and moon. I would never seek another woman. Quickly fetch a bucket of water to take to Aunt Huang's house. I brought back something good, and it needs to be prepared before she gets off work." "What good thing?" Kong Nan asked curiously, glancing at the phone box in Hua Zi's hands. "You'll find out soon enough. Call Xiao Miao to join us. We're having a feast tonight," Long Fong replied, gesturing for Hua Zi to follow him to Huang Xiaoman's home. Kong then returned to inform Miao Qiqi of Long Fong's arrival, and the two of them carried a large bucket of water outside. Just as they stepped out the door, Kong then dashed back upstairs to grab some of the vegetables she had been growing recently to bring to Huang Xiaoman's home. Upon arriving, she discovered what Long Fong had referred to as something good. Li Jiabao exclaimed in delight as he beheld the contents of the phone box. So many shrimp and fish. The box contained a mix of fish and shrimp, interspersed with rapidly melting ice. Kong then curiously asked, "Uncle Long, how did you manage to get ice?" While it's easy to find sea fish and shrimp, the ice in the phone box was a rarity. Long Fong smiled mysteriously. "Want to know? First, let's cook these fish and shrimp. In this heat, if we don't cook them quickly, the bounty I brought back will spoil." Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes. "At your age, still keeping secrets. What do you mean by my age? I'm as strong as an ox, just as capable as you young folks. Now get to work." Long Fong urged Kong, Nan, and Miao Qiqi into the kitchen, while he and Hua Zi began preparing the fish outside. About an hour later, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes, just as Huang Xiaoman and Lin Yasheng returned home. Xia Yingying gazed at the feast with her mouth watering. As a plate of steamed yellow fish, a plate of braised pomfret, a plate of pan-fried hairtail, along with shrimp, vegetables, rabbit meat, and chicken filled the table. Yang Suiyu smiled. "What occasion is it today? Why the abundance of dishes?" Long Fong spoke up. "Today marks my return from H City. After being away for so many days, it is only fitting to treat ourselves, isn't it? Come, take a seat and enjoy the meal. The weather is sweltering, and these dishes are prone to spoilage. He gestured for everyone to sit down, as though he were the master of the house. Huang Xiaomin shot him a furtive glare before settling onto a stool to eat. The dishes had just been prepared, still steaming, as the group dived into their meal. Perspiration beading on their foreheads, anxious that any delay would lead to the food going bad. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Long Fong took a seat at the side, fanning himself as he recounted his recent experiences. Not long ago, Lu Ershao had heard through the grapevine that someone in H City had discovered an ice factory and had spent some time repairing the equipment within. Some of Lu Ershao's friends, thinking of the oppressive heat, decided to procure some ice to cool down. Before Long Fong could finish his tale, Xie Yingying muttered, "It's nice to be wealthy and powerful. We ordinary folks toil endlessly, only able to draw 25 liters of water a day, while those affluent young masters are already scheming about how to acquire ice to beat the heat." Long Fong paused, then chuckled. Such is the nature of this world. Whenever and wherever, wealth and power allow one to indulge in their whims. He continued, "Lu Ershao's family lacks neither credits nor resources. Hence he commissioned me to lead a group of brothers to H City to transport ice. H City is adjacent to B City, which is near the coast. And Lu Ershao and his friends requested that we also bring back some fish and seafood to vary their diet. They provided us with 3 refrigerated trucks to carry the seafood. The journey from B City to S City is merely 5 hours by car, and to prevent the ice from melting, we drove at top speed all the way back. This box of seafood was our personal cargo, and some was shared with a few other brothers." Chapter 83. The stench of wine and meat from the gilded gates, while frozen bones lie on the road. The ordinary struggle to avoid starvation leads people to risk heat stroke daily for work, while the wealthy and powerful waste resources to transport unnecessary food merely for a change of flavor. Kong Nan sighed inwardly, suddenly recalling something, and asked Uncle Long, "You mentioned that someone in H City opened an ice factory, right?" Long Fong shook his head. "Not exactly. The ice from that factory is not sold to ordinary people, only provided for the elite." "Is the factory open regularly, or just occasionally?" Long Fong replied without hesitation. "Why even ask? It's certainly a regular operation. The wealthy cannot endure even a hint of heat. They always have ice on hand. Our city lacks an ice factory. If we had one, Lu Ershao's family would surely have ice in abundance." Kong Nan frowned. "Ice production requires vast amounts of water and electricity. Where does H City acquire such resources to power an ice factory?" "I can't say for certain. Perhaps they have connections to procure supplies," Long Fong remarked indifferently. He only cared that his employer paid him on time. Everything else was of little concern to him. Kong Nan, however, grew increasingly perplexed. As far as she knew, S City's power supply relied on solar energy, and due to limited materials, the electricity produced was only sufficient for governmental use. Power was primarily allocated to breeding bases, trading points, and relief stations. To support an ice factory would be impossible unless they reduced power to the breeding bases, which would cause severe losses. How could H City, with resources less abundant than S City before the apocalypse, sustain such an ice factory? Perhaps H City utilizes coal for power generation, Lin Yasheng explained. It's not far from L City. They might be transporting coal back for electricity. Kong Nan nodded slightly, acknowledging the possibility. During her last trip to L City with Miao Qiqi to search for coal, she had indeed seen people mining. However, she did not support coal power generation, as coal was a life-saving resource in extreme cold. Using it to generate power in extreme heat seemed wasteful. "All right, the sun is about to rise. Let us disperse," Long Fong urged, pulling Hua Zi to his feet and walking outside while continuing, "In a few days, I'll need to head to H City again, and we'll bring back some delicacies." Upon hearing this, Kong then interjected, "Uncle Long, if possible, do try to decline the trip to H City. With temperatures so high, driving is dangerous even at night. What if the vehicle spontaneously combusts?" Long Fong casually nodded. "All right, I understand. I'll make this trip and familiarize myself with the route, then I want to go again." The oppressive heat had scorched the greenery along the roadside. But fortunately, the drought-resistant potatoes and sweet potatoes cultivated by the agricultural department thrived despite the high temperatures, maturing successfully in their 4th month of growth. Concurrently, Li Jiabao's homegrown sweet potatoes and potatoes reached their harvest time. She dug up the potatoes and sweet potatoes in her yard. These drought-resistant varieties were smaller than normal, yet yielded abundantly. After a night of digging, she harvested 4 baskets of potatoes and 6 baskets of sweet potatoes. With so much produce, she and her brother could not consume it all at once, so she hurried to knock on Kong Nan's large iron gate. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi were practicing combat at home, drenched in sweat. Hearing the knock, they rushed out without changing their clothes. Upon seeing Kong Nan, Li Jiabao handed her the bag, saying, "Sister Nan, these are the potatoes and sweet potatoes that my brother and I grew together, just harvested and very fresh. Please take some home for you and Qiqi to try." Kong Nan declined. "No need. Keep them for yourself and your brother." "Sister Nan, please accept them. I have something to ask of you, and if you don't accept, I'll feel embarrassed to bring it up." Reluctantly, Kong Nan took the bag. "All right. What is it?" Li Jiabao hesitated before speaking. "My brother and I have a surplus of sweet potatoes, and I want to sell them at the night market. However, there are too many people there. Sister Nan, could you possibly accompany me? You won't need to do anything, just stand by my side. I just want someone for support." Kong Nan readily agreed. "No problem. When are we going to set up shop?" Hearing Kong Nan's affirmation, Li Jiabao's eyes lit up. "Tomorrow night at midnight." Kong Nan nodded. "All right, it's settled." Kong Nan admired the resilience of the Li siblings, who, despite their young age and the loss of both parents, faced life with such positivity. The following night, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi helped Li Jiabao carry the sweet potatoes to the nearby night market. The night market had emerged in the second month of the nocturnal lifestyle, with each area hosting a small night market selling a variety of goods, reminiscent of the vendors from before the apocalypse. It was their first time at the night market, and they found a vacant space to set up their stall. Taking a deep breath to bolster her confidence, Li Jiabao shouted, "Sweet potatoes for sale. Potatoes for sale. Sweet potatoes at 5 credits per pound. Delicious potatoes at 6 credits per pound. First come, first served, limited quantities." The prices were on par with the trading points, yet the passers-by showed little interest. Miao Qiqi suggested, "Little Jiabao, if you shout like that, a combo of sweet potatoes and potatoes should be 10 credits. Li Jiabao nodded and followed Miao Qiqi's lead, raising her voice to announce the new price. Her sweet potatoes were comparable in quality to those at the trading points, without a discount. It would be impossible to attract buyers. Indeed, after lowering the price by a credit, people began to inquire. On the first day, Li Jiabao, fearing unsold produce, had not brought an excessive amount of sweet potatoes. Yet, in less than an hour, everything she had brought was sold out. In these times, food was more precious than gold. As long as the price was reasonable, food items would quickly find buyers. With time still on their side, the group decided to explore the night market a bit before heading back. The variety of goods at the night market was impressive, with vendors selling bowls, chopsticks, and cups, clothing, shoes, and socks, as well as books, paper, and writing instruments. At first, Kong Nan thought that few people would possess the leisure and means to purchase books, only to discover that a surprisingly significant number did indeed buy them. Upon inquiring further, she learned that these individuals intended to use the books as toilet paper. Miao Qiqi whispered, "If the authors of these books knew their works were being used in such a manner, how do you think they would feel?" Kong Nan chuckled. "I imagine they would consider such buyers to be wasteful of precious resources." Kong Nan, Miao Qiqi. Hearing their names called, both Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi turned around. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Miao Qiqi greeted her. "Wang Haiqian, what a coincidence." Chapter 84. Usefulness over Loss. Wang Haiqian was a classmate of both Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan from university, widely acknowledged as the class beauty. She assessed Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan, smiling as she remarked, "It's been 2 or 3 years since we last met, and you both appear just as before. I spotted you from quite a distance." Kong Nan merely smiled faintly, feeling that there was an underlying meaning in her words. Miao Qiqi, oblivious, squinted her eyes and replied, "It's only been a couple of years. How much could we possibly change? You still look as beautiful as ever. Haiqian, what brings you here? I recall your family doesn't reside in this area." Wang Haiqian's expression momentarily stiffened at the mention of her home, but she quickly recovered and explained, "During the flooding, my house was submerged. The rescue team placed us in a shelter, and after the waters receded, we were assigned to this area. By the way, Hu Zixuan and the others are nearby as well. I'm currently living with them, as we can look out for one another. Would you like to visit them?" Miao Qiqi hesitated, glancing at Kong Nan, who gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, but today is not convenient. I have some matters at home that require my attention." Wang Haiqian dismissed it nonchalantly. "No worries, we could do it another time. Will you be setting up your stall again tomorrow?" Miao Qiqi nodded, confirming that they would be back for the next couple of days. Wang Haiqian smiled. "Then I'll bring Hu Zixuan and the others to support you tomorrow." After exchanging a few more words, Wang Haiqian took her leave. Kong Nan squinted at her for a moment before suddenly turning to scrutinize Miao Qiqi. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Miao Qiqi asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kong Nan shook her head slightly, suggesting they discuss it later. The two escorted Li Jiabao home. Once back, Kong Nan removed her sweat-soaked clothing and examined it closely. Miao Qiqi, puzzled, queried, "What are you looking at the clothes for?" Earlier, at the night market, Wang Haiqian scrutinized us for quite some time, remarking that we hadn't changed much over the past 2 years. "I feel there's a deeper implication to her words," Kong Nan replied, handing the clothing to Miao Qiqi. "Look, we deliberately made our clothes dirty and smelly, just like everyone else. However, we overlooked one detail. After prolonged wear, the edges of the sleeves and collars tend to show varying degrees of wear, especially with our clothes being drenched in sweat all day long. The degradation would be accelerated. Yet, our clothes show no signs of wear, indicating they are relatively newer than others." Miao Qiqi frowned, scratching her head. Nan, are you overthinking this? Who has the leisure to scrutinize others' collars and sleeves? Better safe than sorry. It's not just our clothing that warrants caution. We must also remain vigilant regarding Wang Haiqian. We had little rapport with her in school, and her sudden appearance with such enthusiasm raises my suspicions, Kong Nan stated firmly, disregarding whether Miao Qiqi believed her or not, as she retrieved a sharpening stone from her belongings to hone the edges of her collar and sleeves. Miao Qiqi glanced at her and followed suit, not out of disbelief, but because she felt they had no grievances with Wang Haiqian, and thus, the latter had no reason to harm them. Nevertheless, since Kong Nan had voiced her concerns, Miao Qiqi resolved to keep her distance from Wang Haiqian moving forward. On the following evening, while setting up their stall, Wang Haiqian did not appear, causing Miao Qiqi to feel relieved. Having once shared a classroom, Miao Qiqi truly wished to avoid any confrontation with her. However, some matters are destined to return. On the third day of their stall, Wang Haiqian unexpectedly showed up, purchasing all the potatoes and sweet potatoes brought by Li Jiabao. "I'm truly sorry. I intended to bring a small cart, but the wheel broke just as I was leaving. I have to trouble you to help deliver the goods," Wang Haiqian said, her face adorned with a look of genuine regret, leaving Kong Nan uncertain whether her intentions were purely for food or something more sinister. Kong Nan smiled lightly. "It's no trouble. It's not far, after all." Wang Haiqian paused for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, it's not far, just a turn at the corner ahead." Upon hearing this, Miao Qiqi's eyes flickered with disappointment as she silently trailed behind Wang Haiqian. Before long, they arrived at a dim alley. As Wang Haiqian entered, she immediately dashed deeper into the shadows. Inside the alley stood 5 or 6 men, and Wang Haiqian rushed to one of them, saying, "Kaigo, I've brought the people. Can you only go now?" Simultaneously, several men appeared behind Kong Nan and her friends. Kaigo, the man addressed, did not respond to Wang Haiqian. Instead, he pulled her into his embrace, brazenly slipping his hand under her clothing and groping her. He then led her forward a few steps, sizing up Kong Nan and her companions with satisfaction, declaring, "Not bad. All 3 of you are quite appealing. I'll keep the youngest for myself. The rest, you can entertain as you please. Once you're done, just toss them aside." As soon as he finished speaking, the others approached Kong Nan and her friends with lewd grins. Unfazed, Kong Nan swiftly unzipped her backpack and retrieved a glass bottle. One of the men, noticing the bottle, burst into laughter. "Beauty, are you planning to use that to hit us?" At that moment, Miao Qiqi also produced a glass bottle. In perfect synchrony, both lit the fuses and hurled the bottle simultaneously. Kong Nan aimed hers at Kaigo's position, and, as the glass shattered upon impact, a fiery explosion surged through the alley, igniting both Kaigo and Wang Haiqian. Miao Qiqi directed hers towards the entrance of the alley, where the 5 men advancing towards them were engulfed in flames as the bottle shattered. Reacting swiftly, they fell to the ground, rolling to extinguish the flames licking at their bodies. Seizing this opportunity, Kong Nan and her friends brandished the machetes from their basket and charged forward. Miao Qiqi and Li Jiabao dealt with the 5 men rolling on the ground while Kong Nan sprinted towards the 3 remaining beasts who had not been scorched. Realizing the danger, the trio armed themselves with iron rods as Kong Nan approached. Just as she was about to reach them, Kong Nan suddenly tossed a handful of chili powder into the air. The pungent spice stung their eyes, causing them to recoil in alarm, allowing Kong Nan to close the distance and strike with her machete. Kong Nan was not so arrogant as to assume her training could match brute strength. She understood the inherent disparity between men and women was not something that could be overcome merely through practice. Without employing such underhanded tactics, she and Miao Qiqi would have perished countless times already. Chapter 85. Natural disasters are terrifying, but human nature is even more so. The alley echoed with a cacophony of screams, and passers-by, hearing the commotion, hurriedly averted their eyes and scurried away, fearing entanglement in the chaos. Bodies lay strewn across the alley, and Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi advanced toward the still-living Wang Haiqian and Kaigo, their machetes dripping with blood. Wang Haiqian looked at them in terror, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Kong Nan, please don't kill me. I didn't mean to. I wasn't intentional. She dragged her injured left leg backward, tears and sweat streaming down her face. I didn't want this either. They forced me to bring you here, threatening to kill me if I didn't. I was wrong. You treacherous bitch. You audaciously shift the blame for everything onto me. Just the day before yesterday, you, that wretched creature, deliberately informed me that your 2 female classmates were setting up stalls here. Otherwise, how could I have summoned so many people? Kaigo, in a fit of rage, began hurling objects at Wang Haiqian, cursing her as a harbinger of doom and a vile person. It is evident that you harbored ill intentions from the start. And now that trouble has arisen, you wish to cast the responsibility upon me. Dream on. Even in death, I would ensure you meet your end first. Miao Qiqi gazed at Wang Haiqian with a complex expression. Haiqian, I bear no grudge against you or Kong Nan. Why would you wish us harm? I did not. I never intended to harm you. It was they who forced my hand. Wang Haiqian continued to protest vehemently. Kong Nan interjected coolly. Stop wasting time with her. Let us eliminate her without delay. If we linger, the patrolling guards will arrive. Once they do, even if they're victims, we won't be able to touch her. Miao Qiqi sighed and raised a machete in her hand. Upon realizing they intended to kill her, Wang Haiqian was overtaken by a profound fear that morphed into fury. She pointed at Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan, exclaiming, You intend to kill me? On what grounds do you presume to do so? You too, born of no noble lineage, are utterly worthless. My family is of better standing. I am more beautiful than either of you. I am academically superior. So why are you both faring better than I? Why am I forced to endure hardship daily, lacking food and clothing? You too, inferior in every way, manage to dress well and eat heartily. It is utterly unjust. Why should you 2 wretches live better lives than I? Wang Haiqian's face contorted in jealousy, her eyes brimming with hatred, as if it threatened to engulf her. Kong Nan furrowed her brow and said in a low voice, Miao Qiqi, she is merely stalling. We must act quickly. Miao Qiqi snapped back to reality, gritting her teeth, and closed her eyes as she swung the machete towards Wang Haiqian's neck. Wang Haiqian's vitriolic tirade was abruptly silenced. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Miao Qiqi would truly strike. Meanwhile, Kaigo, noticing that their attention was entirely fixated on Wang Haiqian, attempted to shuffle away. Kong Nan caught sight of this and signaled to Li Jiabao. Li Jiabao nodded slightly, brandishing her machete as she positioned herself behind Kaigo, swinging it down with force towards his neck. With everyone dispatched, Kong Nan swiftly led them to cleanse the scene. 20 minutes later, they exited the alleyway. Rather than returning home immediately, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi accompanied Li Jiabao to Huang Xiaoman's residence. Upon entering the living room, they promptly distributed the points they had confiscated from Kaigo and his group. Given the current state of unrest, everyone was wary of storing valuable possessions at home, opting instead to carry them on their persons. Kong Nan calculated that they had acquired over 40,000 points from Kaigo's group. They discarded the points tainted with blood, fully aware that possessing them would only invite scrutiny, opting instead to eliminate the potential for trouble. Each of the 3 divided over 10,000 points among themselves, and Li Jiabao, cradling her points, gleefully remarked, This is the exhilarating feeling of sudden wealth. With this many points, my brother and I can live comfortably for years. Kong Nan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Today marks your first kill, does it not? Are you frightened? Li Jiabao shook her head. No, Sister Nan, I'm not afraid. This is not my first time. My brother and I have killed before. Back in the neighborhood, when someone tried to bully me, we dealt with him together. We even dismembered him and buried the pieces in the mud. As she recounted her experiences, Li Jiabao exhibited no signs of panic, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Kong Nan was taken aback. It was no wonder Li Jiabao had been so ruthless earlier. She had experience. This girl was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Unflinchingly dismembering a body on her first kill, she patted Li Jiabao's shoulder, saying, Since you now possess such a substantial amount of points, there is no need to sell the remaining potatoes and sweet potatoes at home. Keep them for yourselves. When the opportunity arises, you and your brother should head to the trading post to exchange for food that can be stored long-term. Li Jiabao nodded earnestly, cheerfully gathering her points from the table. Noticing Miao Qiqi appeared somewhat distracted, Kong Nan exchanged a brief greeting with Li Jiabao before escorting Miao Qiqi back home. Upon their return, Kong Nan retrieved a cup of iced milk tea from her space, offering it to her. Have something sweet. It may help ease your emotions. Miao Qiqi managed a faint smile, accepting the milk tea and taking a few sips. Do you think I feel this way because I feel guilty for killing Wang Haiqian? Kong Nan sat across from her, tilting her head slightly to regard her. Miao Qiqi sighed, setting down the milk tea. It is not for that reason. I suddenly find this apocalyptic world so terrifying. In the face of natural disasters, if we unite and devise strategies, we can surely persevere. But human calamity, Kong Nan, how could people become like this? It is merely a natural disaster. How can humanity sink to such depths? She looked at Kong Nan, her eyes filled with confusion. Kong Nan retorted, did you not already know of the malevolence within human hearts? Since the flood, how many trials have we faced? Have you not seen clearly? Miao Qiqi slowly nodded. I know, I have long been aware. But until now, the ill-intentioned individuals I encountered were all strangers. Suddenly, this familiar person has appeared, and I find myself struggling to process it. Kong Nan cast her a sidelong glance. This apocalypse is far more brutal than you imagine. For the sake of profit, fathers have turned against sons, siblings against one another, and marriages have crumbled. You are merely caught in a scheme by a classmate. How will you survive in the future? Miao Qiqi slapped her own face. You are right. This apocalypse is indeed cruel. I shall never trust others easily again. Natural disasters are terrifying, but human nature is even more fearsome. Chapter 86, Preparing in Advance. After the incident with Wang Haiqian, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi refrained from venturing outside, occasionally only dining with neighbors. They spent their days at home, exercising, growing vegetables, raising rabbits, and crafting coal balls, which had piled up into small mountains in their space. Li Jiabao hardly ventured out either. She occasionally went to the mountains to gather firewood, spending the remainder of her time practicing the techniques taught to her by Longfang. After learning of Li Jiabao's harrowing experience at the market, Longfang instructed Huazi to teach her some unconventional martial arts. Seeing Li Jiabao excel, he became eager to personally instruct her in combat. Li Jiabao treasured this opportunity to learn, seizing every moment to train at home, enduring injuries without shedding tears or giving up. She understood that in this world, only by becoming strong could she survive independently. Otherwise, she would end up like Wang Haiqian, reliant on others for survival. Over the course of half a year, Li Jiabao diligently trained at home, and the sweet potatoes and potatoes in the yard flourished. She had made considerable progress, now able to defeat her brother, although besting an adult male remained a challenge due to the disparity in strength and physique. Under the mayor's management, life in the community remained relatively stable over the past 6 months, as long as one avoided dark alleys and refrained from provoking desperate individuals. Most people faced no life-threatening dangers. While petty theft was unavoidable, most criminals were merely seeking financial gain. As long as one surrendered their points, they were generally unharmed. In contrast to the previous life, where murder, robbery, and the abduction of women and children occurred openly, this era exhibited significantly better public safety. As time passed, everyone gradually acclimated to the sweltering weather. With the new year approaching, foot traffic on the streets began to increase, and the night market bustled with patrons seeking supplies. After enduring 2 years without a proper spring festival due to the aftermath of the flood, many people were eager to honor their ancestors and celebrate the new year, hoping to reward themselves for their hard work over the past 2 to 3 years. Huang Xiaomin, Lin Yasheng, and their colleagues, upon witnessing the throngs at the night market, decided to join in, strolling through the market and purchasing a few trinkets to take home. Yang Suiyu observed that at the night market, individuals were selling several auspicious knots tied with red strings at an affordable price, prompting her to purchase them all. She gifted 2 to Huang Xiaomin and, upon returning home, took another 2 to Kong Nan's residence. Upon arriving at Kong Nan's doorstep, she peered through the iron gate and noticed Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi working on a window, prompting her to call out loudly, Xiao Nan, Qiqi, what are you up to? Is the window broken? Hearing her voice, Miao Qiqi set down her task and approached to open the door, exclaiming, Sister Au, what brings you here? The window is a bit loose, and Nan and I are reinforcing it, she explained. Yang Sui nodded, inquiring, would you like me to call Shang over to assist? No need. We can manage this minor task ourselves, Miao Qiqi replied. Then, recalling something, she added, Sister Au, all 3 of our windows were installed at the same time. Yours might also be a bit loose. Remember to check it when you have the chance, or one day it might just fall out. All right, I understand. Later. I'll check it with Shang, Yang Suiyu replied, handing Miao Qiqi the 2 small auspicious knots. After exchanging a few words, she took her leave and headed home. Clutching the auspicious knots, Miao Qiqi approached Kong Nan, saying, this is what we call reciprocity. I reminded Sister Au to secure her window, and she gifted me these knots. Afterward, she turned her gaze skyward, asking, Nan, are you certain that locusts will appear? In this sweltering heat, they would likely turn to charcoal before they could even arrive. Miao Qiqi's skepticism was understandable. During the day, the ground was so hot one could fry an egg on it, and any locust standing on the surface would surely perish swiftly. Kong Nan remarked calmly, don't you think the temperature has dropped a bit these past couple of days? Has it? It still feels just as hot to me. Miao Qiqi replied, her face a mask of confusion. Kong Nan then entered the house and retrieved a small notebook, presenting it to her. This is the temperature I've been recording daily. Since 3 days ago, the temperature has been decreasing by 12 degrees each day. Before the locusts appeared in my previous life, the temperature also dropped briefly. I don't recall the exact time the locusts showed up, but I remember that it wasn't long after the temperature began to decline that they descended in droves. She carefully tucked the notebook away, adding, let's take a look at our doors, windows, and ventilation openings over the next few days to prevent any locusts from invading our homes. Miao Qiqi nodded, stowing away the auspicious knots before heading upstairs to check the windows. Meanwhile, the mayor of S City, upon learning of the slight temperature decrease, immediately instructed his subordinates to transport the pre-prepared wire mesh to the breeding base. This mesh, crafted from materials they had sourced during this period, featured holes the size of rice grains. Given the vast expanse of the breeding base, which spanned at least 20 hectares when combined with the planting area, a considerable quantity of wire mesh was necessary, which accounted for the time taken to produce it. Kong Nan was unaware of the precise timing of the locust's arrival. Just as the mayor was, they could only rely on the information provided by Kong Nan to prepare adequately. Due to the requirement for wire mesh installation at the breeding base, there was a recent surge in recruitment, significantly increasing the workload for Huang Xiaomin and her colleagues. As the eve of the new year approached, Huang Xiaomin, due to work obligations, entrusted Kong Nan and Long Fong to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner at her home, ensuring that she and Lin Yasheng could join in time for the meal after finishing their shifts. During this period, Long Fong had accumulated a considerable number of points and brought 2 large boxes filled with goods to Huang Xiaomin's home. Upon opening one, Miao Qiqi discovered an abundance of delightful items, including dried fish, preserved vegetables, cured meats, fresh pork, and a canister of sugar. Among the necessities were short-sleeved shirts, shorts, toiletries, and various ointments for treating injuries. While most items were relatively common, the sugar and medications were rare treasures that could not be easily purchased, even with points. Miao Qiqi smiled, remarking, Uncle Long, it seems you've been quite fortunate lately. You two have also fared well, managing to acquire even alcohol, Long Fong replied, glancing at the bottle of mixed-brand liquor on the table. However, at this moment, even watered-down alcohol was precious, rendering the brand irrelevant. He opened the cap, took a whiff, and asked, Xiao Miao, where did you get this liquor? If you have plenty, could you sell me a few bottles? Miao Qiqi shook her head, explaining, this liquor was something I found with Kong Nan during our last trip to El City. I still have a few bottles at home. If you're interested, I can sell them to you at a lower price. Long Fong nodded, preparing to discuss the price of the liquor with Miao Qiqi. When Huang Xiaomin and the others returned, their expressions seemingly troubled. Chapter 87. Misinformation at Huang Xiaomin's home. A gathering of friends convened to celebrate the impending new year. However, the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat peculiar. Lin Yasheng wore a sullen expression, his head bowed, while Yang Suiyu frequently cast worried glances at him. Xiang Ying appeared hesitant to speak, and Huang Xiaomin awkwardly urged everyone to enjoy the meal. Unable to contain herself any longer, Miao Qiqi finally asked, Aunt Huang, is something wrong? Huang Xiaomin remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Yasheng. Meanwhile, Xia Ying muttered softly. Earlier today, a man approached Brother Yasheng as we were leaving work. Before she could finish, Huang Xiaomin sharply interrupted, Be quiet. With so much delicious food, how can you not keep your mouth shut? It's all right, Aunt Huang. I understand what you're all thinking, regardless of whether you believe me. The situation is not as you presume. Lin Yasheng forced a smile and gulped down his drink. Huang Xiaomin, noticing this, quickly reassured him, Ah Sheng, we have known each other for quite some time. We all know what kind of person you are. How can we not trust you? Let us just enjoy the food during this festive season. This only intensified the odd atmosphere, leaving Miao Qiqi bewildered as she glanced at Kong Nan. In response, Kong Nan discreetly placed a piece of cured meat on her plate, silently signaling her to eat more and speak less. Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes, but obediently began eating heartily. Opportunities to savor meat openly were rare, and each meal deserved to be cherished. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Yasheng excused himself to the restroom, allowing Yang Suiyu to take the opportunity to explain what had transpired earlier. Upon finishing work today, Lin Yasheng and Huang Xiaomin had agreed to leave together, only to encounter a middle-aged man at the entrance. Without hesitation, the man approached Lin Yasheng, accusing him of being unfilial, likening him to his mother as both being heartless individuals. The man was Lin Yasheng's father, Lin Jianjun. Upon seeing his son, he demanded points from Lin Yasheng, claiming it was a form of alimony, while he incessantly berated Lin Yasheng's mother, calling her names and accusing her of swindling his betrothal gifts to cavort with other men. Lin Jianjun's insults were unbearably harsh, with some words even Yang Suiyu found difficult to utter. Sighing, she remarked, "But the truth is not as you think. Are you aware of the news report from 20XX regarding a mother-daughter suicide incident?" Nan shook her head in confusion, having forgotten many events from the pre-apocalyptic era over the years. Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow in thought before responding. Wasn't that about a woman who wanted to divorce her husband and remarry, but the man refused? In a fit of desperation, she took her daughter with her in a suicide attempt, resulting in both of them falling? My mother and sister did not simply fall. My mother wanted to divorce that scoundrel, not because she intended to marry someone else. Those journalists are spreading lies. My mother is already dead, yet they continue to defame her. Hearing Lin Yasheng's furious voice, everyone turned to look. His eyes were red, and his neck and forehead were veined with anger. Concerned that he might harm himself, Yang Suiyu hurried over, taking hold of his arm in a comforting manner. "Ah Sheng, I know your mother is not that kind of person. Please, don't be angry. Calm down." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yasheng returned to his seat and downed another drink before slowly beginning to speak. My mother was beautiful and intelligent. She worked hard to get into university, and all her tuition and living expenses were earned through her own efforts. However, due to my grandfather's preference for male heirs, he arranged for my mother to marry while she was in her second year of university, in order to gather funds for my uncle's college tuition. At that time, my mother already had a boyfriend, but my grandfather disdained him for his lack of wealth, compelling my mother to wed Lin Jianjun, the son of the village chief, who was my biological father. Xia Yingying frowned upon hearing this and remarked, "How can this be? Isn't the government opposed to arranged marriages?" Lin Yasheng chuckled lightly. "What does opposition matter? The barbaric customs of the village cannot be undone by a mere declaration of disapproval." He continued, "Initially, everything was tolerable. My mother had resigned herself to her fate, giving birth to my sister and me, and life was manageable. However, everything changed once our family relocated to the city. Lin Jianjun transformed. Lin Jianjun somehow learned that my mother had a boyfriend during her university years, and coincidentally, that individual resided in the same neighborhood as us. When they purchased a house, Lin Jianjun consulted my mother's opinion, and considering the neighborhood's proximity to my sister's school, she chose it. Yet, Lin Jianjun became suspicious, believing my mother had chosen that neighborhood to carry on an affair with that man. From that point on, he began to harbor baseless doubts. Anytime he saw my mother conversing with a male, he would resort to domestic violence against her. Domestic violence, Long Fong stated with a stern expression. Only a worthless man would abuse his own wife. Lin Yasheng took a sip of his drink and continued, as if the violence weren't enough. He also spread rumors, claiming my mother was having affairs with this man and that one, painting her as a promiscuous woman, urging the neighbors to keep a close watch on their husbands. Upon hearing this, Miao Qiqi could not help but exclaim, "What a lunatic! Such words not only disgrace your mother, but also bring shame upon him." Lin Yasheng chuckled softly. The absurdity lies in the fact that everyone in the neighborhood believed him. They pointed and gossiped about my mother, even throwing stones and spitting at her. My sister and I were affected as well. Eventually, my mother could no longer endure it and brought up the topic of divorce. But he adamantly refused and escalated the violence. Xia Yingying interjected, "That man abuses your mother. She could report him and file for divorce. It is futile." Lin Yasheng exhaled heavily. Lin Jianjun is astute. He leaves no evidence of his abuse. His method of inflicting harm is to submerge my mother in water, only releasing her when she is on the brink of drowning, or binding her in a quilt on scorching days without providing her a drop of water. Such twisted forms of domestic abuse leave no trace. Even a full medical examination would yield no evidence. Xia Yingying murmured, "How terrifying." The horror escalated. In a desperate bid to prevent divorce, he coerced my mother into donning revealing dresses to confront her former boyfriend, bribing journalists to capture fabricated photos and videos. He then disseminated these images online, portraying my mother as a loose woman while casting himself as the heartbroken husband pleading for her to stay. Once the photos and videos circulated, many shared and commented, viciously berating my mother. Lin Jianjun printed the most egregious insults and plastered them around the house for my mother to see constantly. Lin Yasheng recalled those dark days, clenching his fists, the hatred in his eyes threatening to overflow. Chapter 88. Only believing what one wishes to believe. Despite it being the new year, the atmosphere in Huang Xiaoman's home was unusually heavy. Miao Qiqi cautiously looked at Lin Yasheng and asked, "Did your mother reach her breaking point under that scoundrel's torment, leading her to—" Lin Yasheng shook his head. "My mother is far stronger than you all imagine. She secretly collected evidence of Lin Jianjun's slander and abuse. She devised a plan to obtain a miniature camera, intentionally provoking Lin Jianjun into revealing his misdeeds. Once she acquired the footage, she promptly filed for divorce and uploaded the backup evidence online to clear her name against those unfounded accusations." Miao Qiqi appeared puzzled. "Isn't that good? So why did your mother?" Lin Yasheng forced a smile. "Do you understand the power of online bullying? When my mother posted the video, a small portion of people ceased their attacks and even apologized for their previous behavior. Yet, the majority continued to assail her, their reasoning absurd. They claimed if my mother had not committed those acts, why would Lin Jianjun treat her so viciously? It must be her own fault for behaving so indiscreetly. They argued that if my mother were truly a virtuous wife, why would she wear such revealing clothing? They even pointed out that if she were genuinely a victim of domestic violence, her face would show signs of distress rather than looking healthy and vibrant. They eventually compared photos of my sister and me with those of unfamiliar men, asserting that my eyes resembled that man's and my sister's nose resembled another's. But neither resembled Lin Jianjun. My mother loved my sister and me dearly, refusing to allow anyone to slander us. Thus she took us for paternity tests. Yet even that was insufficient to silence the vile mouths online." Miao Qiqi nodded slightly. "I recall a prominent figure claiming the paternity test was fabricated." Lin Yasheng lowered his head. At that moment, my mother realized that no matter how she tried to clarify, it was futile. Those online only believed what they wished to believe, regardless of the truth. Thus, she planned to take my sister and me away to settle in country A. On the day I was processing my passport, I received a call from my mother. Lin Yasheng rubbed his eyes and continued. She said she could not leave and urged me to go to country A for a good life with my sister. I sensed something was amiss and hurried to report it and return home. But I was too late. My mother and sister were gone. I knew they would never commit suicide, yet the police conducted several investigations, declaring it a case of my mother and sister jumping off a building together. Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow. "Then how did your mother and sister actually die?" Lin Yasheng remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "That day, Lin Jianjun learned of our plans to leave, so he summoned a group of men to capture some distasteful footage to coerce my mother into staying. In a moment of desperation, my mother took my sister to the rooftop, where they were cornered by that group, aware that Lin Jianjun would not spare her. My mother called me, intending to jump off the building. She would rather die than allow them to record such footage. My sister, being only 6 at the time and unaware of what jumping meant, followed my mother in fear of those men Lin Jianjun had brought along. Scoundrel! Beast!" Miao Qiqi and Long Fong exclaimed in unison. Huang Xiaoman poured him a glass of cold tea to ease his intoxication, knowing the reason for your mother's leap. "Why didn't you inform the police?" "I lacked evidence. Lin Jianjun was fully aware I could do nothing to him, which is why he dared to divulge these matters to me," Lin Yasheng lamented. "He wished nothing more than to imprison Lin Jianjun. Yet he had no proof and no means to do so. He harbored a desire to kill Lin Jianjun, but Lin Jianjun seemed to sense his intentions, always appearing with several men. Unable to eliminate him, Lin Yasheng reluctantly complied with his mother's wishes, going to country A to study, with the intention of returning for revenge once Lin Jianjun let his guard down. He returned 2 years ago with the aim of avenging his mother, but alas, before he could act, disaster struck. Seeing Lin Jianjun again today, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill him on the spot. If not for Yang Suiyu and Huang Xiaoman restraining him, he might have acted. Miao Qiqi suddenly recalled something. "Why has Lin Jianjun come to you alone now? Surely he doesn't expect you to provide him with alimony?" Lin Yasheng scoffed. "He is not here for alimony. He seeks to provoke me into violence." Upon sighting him, Lin Jianjun unleashed a torrent of vitriol, endeavoring to incite his ire, with motives that surely did not pertain to alimony. Initially, Lin Yasheng was baffled by Lin Jianjun's behavior. But after a moment of reflection, clarity dawned upon him. Lin Jianjun either sought to provoke him into a violent confrontation, thereby compelling the patrollers to extort support payments from him, or he aimed to divert Lin Yasheng's attention elsewhere, potentially with intentions of abduction or even murder. Huang Xiaoman furrowed her brow at the remark, exclaiming, "A tiger does not eat its own cubs. Surely he wouldn't stoop so low. Lin Yasheng scoffed. Aunt Huang, you have yet to witness the depths of this man's depravity. He once forced my mother to don revealing attire to meet her former lover, all while threatening to drown my sister in the pool if she refused to comply. Upon hearing this, Long Fong slammed his palm onto the table in indignation, declaring, "What a despicable creature. Tell me where he is. I shall deal with him immediately." Lin Yasheng shook his head expressionlessly. "Uncle Long, that won't be necessary. I shall handle this matter personally." Kong Nin interjected calmly. "Exercise caution. Based on your accounts, Lin Jianjun is not a man given to impulsive folly." Lin Yasheng nodded. Affirming his understanding, "I am aware. I shall not act rashly. No one knows Lin Jianjun's character better than I, his own son. He will not act unless he is certain to leave no trace." A once joyous New Year's Eve dinner was marred by Lin Jianjun's unwelcome presence. After exchanging a few words, the group offered Lin Yasheng various strategies to counter Lin Jianjun's actions, and only when the sun rose high did they disperse. Upon returning home, Miao Qiqi mumbled, "I thought your father was already wretched enough, but it appears there are even worse individuals out there." Regardless, it was ultimately someone else's family affair, and they resolved to refrain from interference. Kong Nin empathized with Lin Yasheng, recognizing that the wounds inflicted by kin are far more profound than those from outsiders. Lin Yasheng's restraint in the face of adversity earned Kong Nan's deep respect. Chapter 89. The Arrival of the Locusts. Following the first day of the Lunar New Year, the breeding base became increasingly bustling. Huang Xiaomin and her colleagues returned home later than usual, often by an hour or two. Fortunately, the weather had cooled slightly, mitigating concerns of heat stroke from working late. Since Lin Jianjun's appearance on New Year's Eve, he had taken to loitering outside the breeding base daily, awaiting Lin Yasheng's departure from work, hurling insults, and even resorting to physical aggression. However, as soon as Lin Yasheng made a move to retaliate, Lin Jianjun would immediately raise his voice, summoning the patrol team under the pretense of being a victim of his ungrateful son. Lin Yasheng was all too familiar with this tactic. It was the same ploy Lin Jianjun had employed against his mother. Uncertain of Lin Jianjun's intentions, but certain they were malevolent, Lin Yasheng remained on high alert. Upon learning of the situation, Long Fong arranged for Hua Zi and others to escort Huang Xiaomin and Lin Yasheng to and from work, hoping to find a resolution to Lin Jianjun's harassment. Unfortunately, Long Fong underestimated Lin Jianjun's cunning. When Lin Jianjun spotted Hua Zi and his companions approaching with ill intent, he quickly bolted toward the patrol team, shouting that Lin Yasheng was an ungrateful son seeking to have him assaulted. Hua Zi and his associates found themselves at a loss. The moment they ventured within 5 meters of Lin Jianjun, he would seek out the patrol team. The breeding base was a high-priority protective zone, with a greater number of patrols and more frequent rotations than other areas, ensuring that a patrol team passed by the base every 5 minutes. Thus, Hua Zi and his group had no opportunity to approach Lin Jianjun. After careful consideration, Lin Yasheng resolved to relocate to the breeding base to evade Lin Jianjun. With an abundance of work to attend to daily, residing at the base would allow him to tend to the livestock around the clock. Additionally, it would compel Lin Jianjun to reveal his next move, presenting Lin Yasheng with an opportunity to confront him. As days passed and temperatures continued to drop, an unexpected swarm of locusts emerged when the temperature fell to 48 degrees. While fetching water, Miao Qiqi spotted several locusts hopping about in the yard and immediately called out, "Kong Nan, come see. It seems the locusts have arrived." Upon hearing her, Kong Nan swiftly exited, observing a few locusts leaping about in the open space. He fetched tools to capture them for the chickens. Miao Qiqi frowned, inquiring, "Didn't you say there would be a locust plague? Why are there only these few? Has the butterfly effect caused their numbers to dwindle?" Kong Nan shot her a sidelong glance. "You're overthinking it. It would take a colossal butterfly to create such an effect. A locust plague typically begins with a small number of locusts gradually multiplying until one day a vast swarm descends upon us." Miao Qiqi nodded thoughtfully. "So, the plague isn't imminent?" "Not quite. It should be within the next couple of days. Hurry and catch those locusts. I've heard that chickens that consume locusts lay larger eggs. Our hens have been too thin from the heat, and they haven't laid a single egg in over 6 months. It's time to give them a boost." Kong Nan retrieved a flip-top bucket, snapping the neck of a locust before tossing it inside. Although at first glance only 5 or 6 locusts were visible, once he began capturing them, he discovered at least 20 or 30 in the yard. Simultaneously, the mayor of S City became aware of the locust's presence and promptly issued a directive, instructing the patrol teams in all regions to inform every household about the impending locust disaster. They were to dutifully alert each family, enabling them to prepare in advance and seek shelter at home should the weather turn ominous. Lin Yasheng received this news as well, making a special trip home to secure the windows and doors of his house. On his way to work, Lin Yasheng lingered briefly at the spot where Lin Jianjun typically awaited him before entering the breeding base. As temperatures continued to fall, the locusts proliferated. What had once sufficed for a single chicken's meal now provided enough locusts for all the chickens in the household to feast upon. Concerned for Yang Sui of being alone at home amidst the growing locust threat, Lin Yasheng urged her to move in with him at the breeding base, enclosed by barbed wire. The breeding base offered greater safety than their home, as the locusts could not penetrate unless they were the size of grains of rice. After Yang Sui agreed to relocate, Lin Yasheng accompanied her home to gather her toiletries and a change of clothes for their stay at the breeding base. Before entering the base, Lin Yasheng made one last visit to the spot where Lin Jianjun often lay in wait, casually dropping a few items on the ground before hastening back to Yang Sui's side, and together they entered the breeding base. At 6 in the morning, the sun had already bathed the earth in light, as weary workers prepared to clock out. Huang Xiaomin, accompanied by Xie Yingying and Li Jiao, approached the entrance of the breeding base. Just as they reached the door, they found a throng of people pushing their way inside. The security personnel at the entrance shouted, "All of you get inside. Don't block the entry. Quickly, we must close the doors. The locusts are coming." Xie Yingying, with her keen hearing, immediately grasped the situation and pulled Huang Xiaomin and Li Jiao inside. In no time, everyone at the entrance had rushed in, and the security personnel promptly shut the gates, trapping everyone within the breeding base. Xie Yingying led Huang Xiaomin and Li Jiao to a corner where they sat down. Huang Xiaomin, still shaken, patted her chest, exclaiming, "That scared me. I thought there was an attack on the breeding base." Xie Yingying chuckled, "Mom, you're overreacting. With so many patrol teams nearby, each officer armed, who would dare assault the breeding base?" No sooner had she spoken than a buzzing sound filled the air, reminiscent of an aircraft overhead, mingled with the throaty roar of a motorcycle revving its engine. Almost immediately, a scattering of locusts descended from the barbed wire overhead. The number of locusts surged rapidly, and within less than a minute, the wire was completely covered, plunging the entire breeding base into darkness, with not a single ray of sunlight able to penetrate. Li Jiao's expression grew increasingly anxious. "My sister is still at home. Aunt Huang, what should we do? She's all alone." Huang Xiaomin reassured her, "Do not fear. Do not fear. We have thoroughly checked the doors and windows at home. As long as they are securely closed, everything will be fine. Even if locusts do enter the house, little Bao can take refuge in the basement." Huang Xiaomin and Xie Yingying took turns comforting Li Jiao, and after quite some time, she began to calm down somewhat. Meanwhile, outside the breeding base, Lin Jianjun stood in his usual spot, waiting for Lin Yasheng to emerge. Recently, Lin Yasheng had been holed up in the breeding base, and Lin Jianjun had contemplated forcefully entering the facility to confront him. But he had just witnessed Lin Yasheng leaving for the day. Today, he returned to the breeding base, determined to find a way to deal with Lin Yasheng. As he pondered how to provoke Lin Yasheng, a sudden swarm of locusts filled the sky. Lin Jianjun noticed many people rushing toward the breeding base, and instinctively began to follow, but after only a couple of steps, he was knocked over by someone passing by, landing flat on his back. He felt a sharp pain in his backside, and upon rising, reached behind to feel a nail. Gazing up at the ominous clouds closing in, he gritted his teeth, yanked the nail out, and tossed it aside before limping into the breeding base. Chapter 90. The Locust Attack. The breeding base was divided into several sections, requiring passage through 3 large gates to enter the interior. The first gate led to the Human Resources Office, the Security Rest Area, and various offices and reception areas. The second gate opened into the Materials Area, with supplies for livestock on the left and those for agriculture on the right. The final gate opened into the workspace of Huang Xiaomin and Lin Yasheng. Currently, Huang Xiaomin and her team were situated within the confines of the first gate, as this area was relatively small and overcrowded with individuals entering the breeding base. With so many people crammed together and the oppressive heat, many were feeling uncomfortable, demanding that the security personnel at the second gate allow them entry. Naturally, the security refused, as the second gate led to the materials area filled with valuable supplies. Should anything go missing, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Moreover, there was still space to stand outside. After being denied entry, some individuals, filled with frustration, began to hurl objects at the door. However, the steel structure of the door was not easily breached. In this hot and crowded environment, the sound of locusts colliding with the wire overhead further agitated the crowd. Lin Jianjun was among the last to enter the breeding base, pushed and jostled by the throng. with the wound on his backside being repeatedly pressed, which only heightened his irritation, causing him to shove others more forcefully. One person, unhappy with being pushed repeatedly, turned around and glared at Lin Jianjun. "What's your problem? Are you blind? Can't you see there's a crowd in front?" Lin Jianjun, feeling awkward, chuckled nervously. "My apologies. My friend, I was just shoved and fell on my backside, and the pressure on my wound is quite painful." The other man huffed. "That is not my concern. Push me again, and you won't be treated kindly." Lin Jianjun offered a sheepish grin, though a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Within the third gate, Lin Yasheng remained blissfully unaware that his biological father was waiting at the entrance of the breeding base. He and his colleagues, who had yet to clock out, were busy inspecting the livestock section for any breaches that might allow locusts to invade. The situation in the livestock area was relatively stable. The agricultural section, however, was under siege. The locusts seemed to have caught a whiff of the greenery, continuously battering against the wire above the agricultural section. Workers wielding bamboo poles relentlessly struck the wire, attempting to frighten the locusts away. Yet, in a secluded corner of the breeding base, someone had opened the wire and allowed locusts to enter. This small corner was part of a newly constructed, fully sealed warehouse, which had only one large door and the ventilation opening, with a tiny gap connected to the wire. Before the staff opened the wire's small aperture, they would prepare a large snakeskin bag. Once the gap was opened, they would immediately place the bag over it. As soon as the bag felt full, they would quickly close the small opening and use a wooden stick to crush the locusts within before replacing the bag to continue capturing more. Simultaneously, Nan and Miao Qiqi were at home gathering locusts. During times of locust plagues, the insects were not suitable for consumption due to trace toxins, but they posed no harm when fed to chickens. With such a surplus of chicken feed, how could they let it go to waste? Their method of capturing locusts mirrored that of the breeding base, the only difference being that instead of using wooden sticks to crush them, they boiled entire bags of locusts in hot water to kill them. As the locusts swarmed relentlessly, the blinding sunlight was completely obscured. After over an hour of relentless capturing, the sounds of locusts battering against the doors and windows began to diminish slightly. Miao Qiqi sighed with relief. "I'm exhausted. Have the locusts finally left outside? It seems so quiet." Nan peered through the window's crack at the situation outside and noted that the number of locusts appeared to have diminished, at least no longer attacking in droves. Nan retrieved 2 buckets from her space, declaring, "Let's go out and catch more locusts." Miao Qiqi shook her sore and tired arms, resignedly following her while carrying a bucket. Upon opening the door, they were met with a sight entirely filled with locusts. These insects, seemingly unafraid of humans, flew and leaped about, with several even landing on Nan. Unfazed, Nan grabbed the locusts off her and disposed of them into the buckets, knowing that as long as they didn't T-charge en masse, they posed little threat to humans. On the other side, noticing the decrease in locust numbers, the breeding base quickly opened the gates, allowing those blocked at the entrance to rush home. Lin Jianjun was the first to dart out, limping towards the rescue station. Huang Xiaomin and her companions also hurried away, jogging back home. Upon reaching her house, Li Jiayu found her sister safe and sound inside, which eased her worries. Seeing that there was no trouble at home, Huang Xiaomin rushed over to check on Nan's situation. As she approached, she spotted Nan and Miao Qiqi capturing locusts and inquired, "Nan, are you collecting so many locusts to feed the chickens?" Nan nodded. "And Huang, you can gather some too. Perhaps you can exchange them for points later." Huang Xiaomin understood the implication of Nan's words and, after advising them to stay safe, returned home to gather her 3 children to join in the locust capturing. Locusts were excellent feed for chickens and ducks, and selling them to the breeding base would certainly be profitable. The locusts were overwhelming. Nan and Miao Qiqi had filled 3 to 4 buckets in just half an hour in their small yard. Miao Qiqi, finding it too slow and dirty to catch locusts by hand, fashioned a long bamboo stick, deftly skewering locusts with it, quickly accumulating a long line of them. Just as she was enjoying herself, a thunderous rumble echoed from the horizon. Miao Qiqi looked up to see an ominous black cloud approaching at an alarming speed, closing in within moments. "Nan, we need to go. The locusts are back," she shouted, clutching her bucket. This time, the locusts arrived even more swiftly than before, and as Miao Qiqi was closing the door, dozens of locusts surged inside. After securing the door, she rubbed her face and chest, surprised at the considerable force of the small creatures. "Don't move. You got a scratch on your face," Nan warned, producing hydrogen peroxide from her space to help alleviate the sting. The locust's hind legs bore sharp serrations capable of easily slicing through human skin. Miao Qiqi's wound was not deep. It merely grazed the skin, and after disinfection, it would soon scab over. Once they had tended to the injury, the two of them cleaned up the locusts inside the house before returning to the small hole they had previously opened to catch more locusts with a snakeskin bag. Meanwhile, Lin Jianjun limped slowly towards the rescue station, initially believing that the locust plague had come to an end. However, just halfway there, a swarm of locusts darkened the sky. Lin Jianjun's face turned pale with fear as he glanced around, finding no suitable refuge from the impending onslaught of locusts. With the swarm approaching, he hopped into a small corner, curled up, covered his head, and gritted his teeth in anticipation of the attack. Chapter 91. The locusts leave no blade of grass behind. A single locust colliding against him caused little pain, yet the relentless barrage of countless locusts striking against his body. Exposed skin and head felt akin to being besieged by a crowd armed with soft projectile guns. Moreover, the serrated hind legs of the locusts were exceptionally sharp. Within half a minute, Lin Jianjun's arms were covered in numerous streaks of blood. At that moment, he deeply regretted seeking out Lin Yasheng, that wild child, as it had led him to be pricked by nails and now besieged by locusts, truly a stroke of ill fortune. The second wave of locusts lasted slightly shorter, approximately 40 minutes, before most of them flew southward. Once the swarm had diminished, Lin Jianjun, leaning against the wall, slowly rose, having squatted for nearly an hour, causing his legs to go numb. As he shuffled along the wall, perhaps due to his prolonged squatting, he felt a wave of darkness passing before his eyes, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his body. On the other side, Lin Yasheng, having completed his tasks, voluntarily offered to inspect the entrance of the breeding bays for any breaches, while also assisting the personnel department in tidying up the mess left by those who had sought refuge. Upon reaching the entrance of the breeding base, Lin Yasheng seized an opportunity to step outside. He crouched in a corner to shoo away the locusts from the ground, carefully examining the nails scattered about. These rusty nails had been deliberately placed there by him. This location provided a comprehensive view of the breeding farm's entrance, a prime spot chosen by Lin Jianjun. Noticing a blood-stained nail not far away, Lin Yasheng couldn't help but smile. This spot was close to the wall, and since everyone commuted back home via the main road, it was unlikely anyone would venture near this area. Thus, the blood on the nail was most probably from Lin Jianjun, who often stood here waiting for him. Lin Yasheng gathered all the nails, wrapped them up, and planned to dispose of them at a later time. Meanwhile, the mayor announced that the government would be purchasing dried locusts, offering 1 point for every 2 pounds. After receiving the order, the patrol team immediately spread the word to every household. Having endured 2 locust attacks, the populace, upon hearing this news, rushed out with tools to catch locusts. During the first attack, there had been some fear. However, after the second wave, they discovered that as long as they took refuge indoors during massive swarms, they would remain unharmed, significantly diminishing their fear of the locusts. Their greater concern lay in the aftermath of the locusts. There would be no food left. After all, the people of Longwo knew well that locusts left no grass in their wake. Thus, when the announcement about exchanging dried locusts for points was made, everyone scrambled to catch as many locusts as possible, hoping to accumulate points for food. Lin Jianjun, covered in scratches, was fortuitously discovered by the patrol team, who took him to the rescue station. Within the station, many others were also injured from the locust attacks. After delivering Lin Jianjun, the patrol team left, urging him to seek medical assistance. As Lin Jianjun stood up to find the medical team, a cacophony of explosions erupted overhead. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was knocked to the ground by a startled elderly woman. As she ran, she shouted, "The locusts are coming. The city god is angry. The city god is angry." Lin Jianjun fell onto the wound on his backside, grimacing in pain. Just as he was about to rise and confront the woman, he caught sight of a small cloth bag she had dropped. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly grabbed the bag and squeezed into a corner. Once in a secluded spot, Lin Jianjun leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, opening the cloth bag to find several boiled potatoes and a jar of sweet potato soup. After a long morning of exertion, he felt both thirsty and hungry, and he immediately began to consume the sweet potato soup. After satisfying his hunger, drowsiness overtook him. He noticed that the pain from his wounds seemed to lessen, and, considering that the medical team was currently occupied, he decided to wait until after his nap to seek treatment. As noon approached, the temperature continued to rise, and the locusts gradually diminished. To avoid heat exhaustion, Nan and Miao Qiqi concluded their locust-catching activities. Before entering the house, they discarded the locust corpses on the balcony to dry. Given the weather, they anticipated that by evening, the locusts would be thoroughly desiccated. Miao Qiqi wiped the sweat from her forehead and remarked, "The destructive power of these locusts is truly immense. I just checked the hillside from the balcony, and the little bit of greenery left has been completely devoured by the locusts. Besides leaves, locusts also consumed grass roots." The saying "locusts leave no grass behind" originated from the fact that they devoured the roots, preventing any regrowth. Kong Nan recalled that in her previous life, after the locust had passed, the prices of all food items at the trading points soared rapidly, leading many who could not afford food to forage in the mountains. At that time, she and Miao Qiqi had teamed up with others to venture into the mountains, but unfortunately, it was barren, and they could not even find edible grass roots. Only tree roots and bark remained in awe, as humanity scavenged in the mountains. The wild beasts also took notice of their presence. With a long-standing water shortage, the remaining vegetation in the mountains was swiftly consumed by the locusts, leaving the beasts without food, which in turn led them to frequently descend and attack humans in search of sustenance. Bang! 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 There's a fire. Quickly, put it out. There's a fire. The commotion outside snapped Kong Nan back to reality. She dashed to the door and opened it, only to see black smoke billowing from the house diagonally across the street. Kong Nan cursed softly. "That bastard set the fire. Is it going to spread to us?" Miao Qiqi squeezed past to look outside. Indeed, the fire was right at their doorstep, making it nearly impossible for it not to encroach upon them. Kong Nan rushed back inside to grab 2 buckets, declaring, "Let us go put out the fire. They deserve what they get, but let us not let it affect us." Her face was filled with rage. This house had taken her considerable effort to acquire, including building walls and a firebed. If it were to be burned down, she would undoubtedly hunt down the arsonist for retribution. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaomin and her companions also heard the commotion and hurriedly fetched water buckets from Kong Nan's house to help extinguish the flames. Other neighbors, not particularly familiar with them, also emerged to lend a hand. They had no choice, as if the fire spread to their own homes, it would be a true loss. The fire was not particularly large, and after several trips back and forth, Kong Nan and her group successfully extinguished it. Seeing the fire put out, the male homeowner of the affected house let out a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing his son standing aside with tears in his eyes, he kicked him in frustration. "How dare you cry? Who told you to start a fire to burn locusts?" The boyish mother immediately shielded him, saying, "He didn't mean it. He just saw how hard you were working to catch locusts and wanted to help by burning them all so you wouldn't be so tired. He had good intentions." "Good intentions? That fire nearly cost me my life. What good intentions?" The boy's father seized him and dragged him into the house, and it was clear that the boy was in for a severe beating. As the crowd learned of the child's culpability, they felt it inappropriate to scold him further and offered a few words of caution to his mother, advising her to keep a closer eye on her son before returning to their own homes. Chapter 92. Infection with Tetanus. After Kong, Nan, and Miao Qiqi returned from putting out the fire, they immediately headed down to the basement for a cold shower to cool off. In the sweltering heat, their repeated trips had left them feeling utterly exhausted. Kong Nan sensed that she was experiencing signs of heat stroke, so she retrieved a bottle of Genki solution from her space and downed it. As soon as she swallowed, a peculiar taste surged towards her crown, causing her expression to contort in an instant. She would much rather drink traditional Chinese medicine than endure the bizarre flavor of Genki, which lingered long after consumption. Even hours later, every morsel she tasted was tainted with its essence. Kong Nan then produced another bottle of the solution and offered it to Miao Qiqi, insisting she drink it to alleviate the heat. Miao Qiqi vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, "Bring me a cup of iced milk tea instead. That would cool me down much faster." Genki, who could truly appreciate its taste, was not something a normal person could easily tolerate. Observing Miao Qiqi's reaction, Kong Nan bit open a hole in the bottle and, seizing the moment while Miao Qiqi was distracted, forcefully poured the liquid into her mouth. Kong Nan, "Ugh, you're so cruel. Ugh, I can't take it. Hurry and give me a cup of milk tea. I'm going to be sick." Miao Qiqi's features twisted in distress as her mouth filled with the taste of Genki. "Haha, we share this burden together. I'm doing this for your own good." Kong Nan chuckled as she pulled out 2 bottles of ice-cold cola, pouring one into each of their mouths. "Burp. Ugh. Even my burp tastes like Genki." Miao Qiqi grimaced, smacking her lips in discomfort, and only felt relief after downing another bottle of soda. Kong Nan tidied the bedding, placing 2 large ice blocks into the bathtub, and advised, "Let us get to bed early. I suspect the locusts will come in waves again this evening. We need to be well rested for catching them this afternoon." Miao Qiqi responded with an affirmative murmur, climbed onto the bed, and soon drifted off to sleep. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Miao Qiqi slept soundly, possibly due to the abundance of locusts they had caught earlier. Her dreams were filled with swarming insects. One by one, the locusts crawled up her legs, eventually reaching her face, enveloping her in a sea of critters. As they crawled across her visage, Miao Qiqi felt an itch and instinctively reached up to scratch. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, she opened her eyes wide and sat up in a panic. Miao Qiqi opened her hand to find a brown locust, spewing green juice, nestled in her palm. Kong Nan, we have locusts in the house. She leapt from the bed. Flicking on the lights to search the surroundings, dozens of locusts fluttered and hopped about in the basement. Yet Kong Nan was nowhere to be found. Miao Qiqi hurriedly exited the basement, calling out Kong Nan's name. Kong Nan replied, "Don't panic. A swarm of locusts just arrived, and seeing you sleep so soundly, I wanted to catch them myself. I accidentally opened the bag meant for catching locusts, which is why there are so many in the house." Miao Qiqi patted her chest, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. I thought the locusts had broken through our doors and windows." Kong Nan chuckled lightly, "You're overthinking it. No matter how formidable they are, locusts can't break our solid wood windows. While locusts indeed cannot damage wooden doors and windows, they can easily breach a flimsy plastic sheet used to shield a rescue station from the elements. There are numerous distribution points for rescue stations, each with varying conditions. The rescue station where Lin Jianjun was located was situated in an underground parking garage of a shopping mall. Half of the garage served as a medical area for the medical team, equipped with basic medical equipment, an operating room, and an observation area. The other half was primarily designated for the elderly, infirm, and disabled, while others were accommodated in the lobby on the first floor. Lin Jianjun lay in a corner of the lobby, sound asleep. The lobby featured numerous windows, initially large and wide open. To conserve materials, the station's supervisor opted to cover the windows with transparent plastic sheets, even puncturing several holes for ventilation. This solution provided light, airflow, and saved on labor and materials. However, after more than a year of rain and sun exposure, some of the plastic sheets had begun to deteriorate under the relentless assault of the locusts. One particularly aged sheet could no longer withstand the impact and shattered. In an instant, locusts surged inside, swarming over the survivors in the rescue station. Panic ensued, with screams and cries echoing as everyone fled toward the garage and the second floor, desperate to escape the chaos in the lobby. Lin Jianjun, groggy from sleep, heard the commotion and turned to see a tall, slender woman crying out, "Locusts! Bugs! Help!" An elderly man nearby brushed locusts off his body, exclaiming, "How could there be bugs? How did they get in? Don't push me. Don't grab my bag. Ugh, who stepped on me? Let me through. My son is still young and sick. I need to get by." "Your son is sick? I'm sick too. Can't you see my hand is injured? Haven't you heard of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? I'm an old man. If you push me, I'll fall apart. Why are you shoving your way through?" Realizing the pandemonium around him and witnessing the sky filled with locusts, Lin Jianjun understood the gravity of the situation. He leaned against the wall and attempted to stand, gritting his teeth as he pushed through the crowd, but before he could make much progress, he was knocked to the ground. Lin Jianjun tried to rise again, only to find his limbs weak and his head spinning. He collapsed back to the floor. When he regained consciousness, he was lying on a hospital bed in the underground garage. Lin Jianjun opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, noting many injured individuals. While a nurse beside him complained to a colleague about the recent events, the nurse muttered impatiently, "I can't believe those people above us. Locusts want to eat people. Is it necessary to be this terrified? They're running into the garage like it's a disaster." A nearby colleague nodded in agreement. "Indeed, so many injured, and not a single one was harmed by locusts. All injuries are due to trampling and pushing." The nurse shook her head. "That is not entirely true. There is one person who was hurt by a locust on his arm, but it's just a superficial wound. The real problem is the injury on his backside. I heard from the director that he contracted tetanus. He beyond saving." Contracted tetanus? That truly is a death sentence. There are no antitoxins available for injection. And once one has tetanus, it's a sure path to demise. The nurse sighed. Even if it were a tetanus shot, recovery would still be difficult. His wound has already become infected. It's uncertain how he was injured, and the director mentioned he is infected with multiple bacteria. Even with ample medical equipment and supplies, it may not be possible to save him. Lin Jianjun could no longer hear the nurse's words. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his own impending demise. A tear slipped down his cheek as he regretted seeking out Lin Yasheng. Had he not gone looking for Lin Yasheng that day, he wouldn't have been struck by a nail, nor would he have contracted that infernal tetanus. Chapter 93. The Battle Against Locusts and Livestock. Regret and resentment spread within Lin Jianjun, but the die had been cast. He could only lay in a daze on the hospital bed. awaiting the arrival of death in solitude. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he urgently called for a nurse. Nurse, is anyone there? Nurse, I'm coming. What is all the fuss about? Can't you see I'm busy? The nurse approached impatiently and asked, what is it? What do you feel unwell? Nurse, could you help me find my son? His name is Lin Yasheng, and he works at the breeding base. I know I'm nearing death, and I wish to see him one last time. Is that possible? Lin Jianjun's eyes were reddened, his voice choked with emotion, evoking sympathy from anyone who witnessed him. The nurse hesitated for a moment before replying, my brother is a patroller. I'll mention it to him. If he passes by the breeding base, I'll ask him to check. Lin Jianjun, upon hearing this, earnestly replied, thank you so much. Meanwhile, Lin Yasheng at the breeding base remained unaware that Lin Jianjun had sent someone to find him. He was waiting for orders from his superiors alongside his colleagues. After the first day of the locust plague, the authorities assessed the threat posed by the insects and decided to observe their impact at dawn the following day. Should the number of locusts diminish, orders would be given to release the sparrows and wild ducks that had been raised for a long time in order to drive the locusts away. However, if the locusts remained as numerous and formidable as on the first day, the release of the birds would be postponed. As time trickled by, around 6 in the morning, the first wave of locusts appeared. Lin Yasheng peered through the wire mesh and beheld a dark cloud rushing toward them from the horizon. Before long, the team leader hurried over, shouting, do not open the door. Do not open the door. There are too many locusts. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of locusts battering against the wire mesh reverberated, causing the chickens, ducks, and sparrows in the cage to stir restlessly in agitation. Today's locusts were even more ferocious than yesterday's, their relentless assault sounding like a torrential downpour. It seemed the locusts were ravenous, devouring anything in sight, including tree bark and tender branches. Miao Qiqi, leaning against the window, heard the rustling sounds outside, her hair standing on end. Nan, do you think those locusts will eat our windows? Kongnan shook her head slightly, uncertain. I don't think so. In her previous life, when the locusts had come, she had stayed at Miao Qiqi's house, where the windows had shattered from the intense heat. Unable to find wood for window repairs in the city center, they had resorted to sealing the windows with metal sheets and plastic, leaving only a small ventilation hole. When the locusts arrived, they had blocked that hole with fabric, stones, soil from flower pots, and other miscellaneous items, thus preventing the locusts from invading their home. Others in the neighborhood had faced similar circumstances. Hence, she had never seen or heard of locusts consuming wood. Miao Qiqi suggested, once the locusts have moved on, let us check the windows. I have a feeling they're gnawing on them. Kongnan nonchalantly nodded. If the windows were damaged, they could simply nail some wood over the openings to fend off the locusts. There was an abundance of wood at home, and she was confident the locusts could not consume it all. After about half an hour, the locusts began to thin out, prompting Miao Qiqi to rush outside to inspect the windows. Kongnan, come quick. Those locusts are really eating the wood. Kongnan sprinted out to see dozens of locusts clinging to the window, already gnawing a shallow groove into it. Frowning, she moved some wood to reinforce the window. Miao Qiqi nodded in agreement, rushing back inside to fetch more wood to assist Kongnan in fortifying the window, with many windows upstairs and downstairs. The two were halfway through their task when the second wave of locusts struck. Kongnan and Miao Qiqi had no choice but to pause their work, securing the doors and windows until the second wave had passed. The second wave of locusts was significantly fewer in number, yet still fierce, charging forward as if unafraid of death, even causing a sound from the thick wooden windows. After the second wave moved on, Kongnan checked the upstairs windows that had yet to be reinforced. The wooden boards were merely a thin layer. If they did not reinforce them soon, the next wave of locusts might gnaw through entirely. Meanwhile, the breeding base received directives from the higher-ups, who assessed that the next wave of locusts would likely be even less than the second. The chickens, ducks, and sparrows at the breeding base should be able to cope. The authorities instructed the breeding base to release the birds before the third wave of locusts arrived to drive them away. As caretakers, Lin Yasheng and the others were also required to go outside to watch over the chickens and ducks, preventing them from scattering in fright. Everyone stood at the ready, positioned at the entrance, their eyes fixed on the sky, prepared to open the doors as soon as the ominous cloud approached. Lin Yasheng and her team waited for nearly an hour and a half before the third wave of locusts slowly emerged. Just as the locusts neared, the team leader issued the command, and Lin Yasheng and her colleagues promptly opened the doors. The famished chickens, ducks, and sparrows, upon seeing the chaotic swarm of insects outside, surged forth like miniature rockets without needing any prodding from the caretakers. In an instant, the locusts and the birds clashed in a chaotic flurry, while the caretakers swatted at the locusts clinging to them, squinting to observe the fray. If they noticed any serious injuries to the birds, they would immediately usher them back to the breeding base. Perhaps the birds had been starved to the point of desperation, for they attacked the locusts without hesitation, each bite savoring the taste. Some chickens and ducks even took to the air, snatching locusts, while the caretakers, fearing the birds might venture beyond the designated area, waved small flags and ran in circles around them to keep them in line. The scene was one of utter chaos, with both humans and animals bustling about with unrelenting energy. After about 20 minutes, the number of locusts gradually diminished and the chickens and ducks sustained minimal injuries. The caretakers raised their flags, herding all the livestock back to the breeding base. The sparrows in the sky, upon seeing the flags, also returned to their nests. Yang Yao Qiqi, the team leader of Lin Yasheng, inspected the returning birds, each one with a round, full belly. He sighed, saying, "What a shame, they filled up after just one round. What'll we do about the remaining locusts?" Lin Yasheng chuckled softly. "Well, it is beyond our control. There's simply too many locusts and too few of our birds. Managing this wave is already quite commendable." Yang Yao Qiqi nodded, acknowledging the root cause, their limited livestock. Unfortunately, their facilities were constrained, and the animals had been raised with great effort. "Oh, by the way, the security team just informed me that your father is ill at the rescue station. Apparently quite seriously. The medical team asked someone to notify you to go see him." Now that the livestock at the breeding base were well fed, they would not be released to drive away the locusts for the time being, so there was little for her to do here. "It would be best for you to go check on the old man." Lin Yasheng paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. After delegating her tasks, she quickly departed the breeding base. Chapter 94. Catching Locusts for Points. In the dimly lit underground parking garage, Lin Yasheng, guided by a nurse, arrived at Lin Jianjun's bedside. Upon seeing Lin Yasheng, Lin Jianjun, who had been in a daze, suddenly snapped to attention, pointing at her, and began to curse. "You little wretch. You're just like your mother. Did you put those nails there?" He finally recalled what fell amiss. He had gone to that corner daily to wait for Lin Yasheng, and there was not a single nail or even a scrap of metal to be found. Now that nails could be exchanged for points, how could so many suddenly appear there? He could not believe that this little wretch was not responsible. Lin Yasheng regarded him with calm detachment and replied coolly, "I heard you were on the brink of death." The mere mention of death sent Lin Jianjun into a furious rage, forcing himself to sit up. "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. You little wretch, how dare you do this to me? Ha! Whether you deny, placing the nails is of no consequence. I will inform the patroller shortly, and they will investigate thoroughly." Lin Jianjun gasped for breath, his facial muscles taut, one of the symptoms of tetanus infection. Leaning closer to him, Lin Yasheng whispered in his ear, "You guessed correctly, the nails were a carefully crafted gift from me. I specifically chose rusty nails, each of which had been soaked in a cesspit, ensuring they would infect you with bacteria. It was indeed you. You wretch, daring to do this to your own father." Lin Jianjun pointed at Lin Yasheng, his arm trembling violently, whether from excitement or fear. Lin Yasheng chuckled lightly. "What is there to fear? Aren't you just as bold in your actions against your own daughter?" She looked at Lin Jianjun with disdain. "If you wish to inform the patroller, then go ahead. You were the one causing a ruckus at the breeding base recently, even attempting to assault me. Do you believe that the patrol officer would trust you? Or they put their faith in me? Moreover, you wouldn't presume that I would be foolish enough to leave any evidence behind, would you? You, Lin Jianjun, are so infuriated that you cannot utter a complete sentence." Lin Yasheng is quite satisfied with his current state. He has heard that those afflicted with tetanus endure a painful ordeal before succumbing to their fate. "Lin Jianjun, may you spend your final days here in peace." After saying this, Lin Yasheng turned away without a shred of regret. Exiting the rescue station, Lin Yasheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally avenged his mother and sister. The locusts came in waves. Aside from the initial days when they were particularly fierce, the subsequent days saw their numbers dwindle, reaching merely half of what had been seen on the first day. By the 5th day of the locust plague, there had been no further massive swarms. Yet the remnants left in S City were numerous. Locusts could be seen everywhere, on the streets, rooftops, and open spaces. Everyone was aware that the trading points were accepting locusts, and with the weather not being excessively hot, many braved the scorching sun to catch locusts in exchange for points. Nan and Miao Qiqi joined in, as there was little to occupy them at home. Catching locusts could not only stockpile feed for the wild chickens, but also serve as physical exercise to acclimatize to the extreme heat. Their neighbor, Lin Jiabao, who was not working, also participated in the locust hunt. None of them ventured far. Locusts were abundant, and they could easily fill several buckets on the streets. Miao Qiqi wielded a metal skewer in each hand, stabbing down at the locusts she spotted, quickly impaling 2 clusters. Kong Nan, you should try my method. It's far more effective than squashing them with your bare hands. Without raising her head, Kong Nan replied, no need to try. Just be careful not to accidentally stab yourself. How could that happen? With my current skills, such a mishap is absolutely impossible, Miao Qiqi declared confidently. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression fell. Under normal circumstances, I should have already graduated from university, working as a junior employee in a company, occasionally indulging in afternoon tea or going out with friends to watch movies. I never anticipated that not only would I not graduate, but I would also be toiling under the sun, catching insects, too afraid to apply sunscreen. Kong Nan couldn't help but chuckle. If you want sunscreen, we have some at home. I can fetch it for you. Miao Qiqi rolled her eyes. Forget it. Most people look pale and emaciated. I might not be thin, but being fairer than others would make me a prime target. To avoid standing out in the crowd, she and Kong Nan had shaved their heads and deliberately tanned their skin, wearing only worn-out clothes. Now, using sunscreen would render their previous disguise futile. As Miao Qiqi continued to poke locusts, she grumbled softly, when suddenly, they heard Lin Jiabao's voice nearby. Exchanging glances, Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan hurried towards her, carrying their bucket of locusts. Let go. These are my locusts. Let go. Lin Jiabao clung desperately to the edge of her plastic bucket, leaning back as she tugged fiercely to reclaim it. A middle-aged woman grasped the other side of the bucket, angrily shouting, What do you mean your bucket? This bucket clearly belongs to my family. My son took it to catch locusts, and you are just bullying him because he is small, stealing all the locusts he worked hard to catch. You're lying. This is the bucket I brought from home. Let go. Lin Jiabao was both anxious and furious, nearly brought to tears. Seeing this, Miao Qiqi wanted to rush to help, but Kong Nan stopped her. Wait a moment. Lin Jiabao isn't just any ordinary girl. The middle-aged woman was from the family that had experienced a fire. Her voice was loud, and soon 4 or 5 people gathered to witness the commotion. The woman aggressively wrestled for the plastic bucket, causing Lin Jiabao's palms to turn red from the strain. Just then, the woman's son burst forth, kicking and punching Lin Jiabao. The fury within Lin Jiabao reached its zenith. Her eyes blazing red, she glared at the boy attacking her and retaliated with a fierce kick. The boy let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen in anguish. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged woman abandoned her claim to the bucket and rushed to her son. Yang, how are you? Seeing her son groaning in pain, the woman felt a mix of heartache and anger, scrambling to confront Lin Jiabao. You, wretched child without a father or mother. How dare you hurt my son? I'll make you pay. Lin Jiabao, realizing the gravity of the situation, clutched the plastic bucket and sprinted home, with the woman hot on her heels. Arriving at her doorstep, Lin Jiabao set down the bucket, drew a machete from her waist, and turned to face the woman. I want to let you bully me. Bully me. I'll chop you down. Like a small tempest, Lin Jiabao brandished the machete wildly at the woman. The woman, taken aback, hastily retreated. Have you lost your mind? Who is bullying you? It's you who struck my son. Lin Jiabao paid no heed to her words, pursuing her with the machete raised. It is often said that those who wear shoes fear those who do not. The woman was frightened by Lin Jiabao's reckless demeanor and fled back to her home. The tables had turned completely. The woman dashed inside, pulling her son along, while Lin Jiabao chased after them, relentlessly striking at the gate of their yard for 10 minutes before cursing under her breath and leaving. Miao Qiqi watched in astonishment. Jiabao, you were incredibly brave. Brave? It was just a show of bluster. I exerted so much energy and didn't even land a single blow, Kong Nan remarked disdainfully as she observed Lin Jiabao. Lin Jiabao grinned. Sister Nan, that was intentional. With so many people watching, what if I accidentally injured her? I wouldn't have the money to compensate her. Miao Qiqi patted her shoulder and asked, Are you all right? You looked like you were about to cry earlier. Lin Jiabao shook her head. I'm fine. I was just worried that old witch would tear my bucket apart. My brother and I only have 2 buckets, and if one gets ruined, we'll have to spend points to buy another. It's so expensive now. 3 points for a single bucket. In the sweltering heat, the demand for water containers surged. Those who possessed buckets cherished them dearly, handling them with utmost care to avoid any mishap. Lin Jiabao's confrontation had garnered her a bit of notoriety. The residents of Furong Mansion now knew her as a fierce girl who would wield a machete over the slightest provocation, and for the time being, no one dared to bully her. On the 7th day of the locust plague, the temperature began to rise, and the weather became increasingly arid. After half an hour without water, one's lips would start to crack. As the temperature escalated, the locusts on the roads gradually diminished. The breeding base took advantage of these days, herding chickens, ducks, and sparrows nearby to feed. Consequently, Lin Yasheng and his companions were required to work overtime. Unable to return home for the time being, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi seized the opportunity to catch locusts like mad. Once the locusts diminished in Furongbanshan, they headed to the mountains to continue their hunt. The vegetation there had been thoroughly devoured by the locusts, leaving only sturdy trees standing. Wearing fisherman hats equipped with small fans, the two navigated the mountains, stopping at a relatively flat area abundant with locusts to continue their capture. Miao Qiqi held up 2 clusters of locusts, exclaiming, "If these locusts weren't poisonous, how delightful it would be to roast them, sprinkling some cumin barbecue seasoning. They would surely be fragrant, crispy, and delicious." Kongnan glanced at her and replied, "If they weren't poisonous, do you think we could still be catching locusts now?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Miao Qiqi concluded, "If locusts were harmless, the entire S city. No, these locusts would have been devoured before even reaching S city. There would be any left for us to catch." Suddenly, the sound of a snapping branch echoed, and Kongnan quickly turned to the direction of the noise, spotting 3 to 5 adult wild boars not far away. Miao Qiqi also spotted the wild boars and, with a hint of excitement, exclaimed, "Today is my lucky day. I can't believe we're encountering wild boars here." However, caution lingered in the air, as it was well known that while wild boars typically do not attack humans, extreme hunger could provoke them to do so, even leading to dire consequences. Kongnan, vigilant and alert, fixed her gaze on the direction of the boars, gradually rising to her feet, one hand grasping a bucket while the other guided Miao Qiqi backward. 5 adult wild boars were beyond what she and Miao Qiqi could contend with their tough hides and robust physiques. Even a firearm might not guarantee a successful strike without injury. Moreover, these boars appear to be starved, their gaunt frames foraging for locusts on the ground. "Aren't we going to catch a few of those wild boars?" Miao Qiqi whispered. Kongnan shook her head, stating, "These boars are emaciated. We cannot risk capturing a few frail, disease-ridden creatures." As they cautiously retreated, one of the boars raised its head, locking on to Kongnan and Miao Qiqi with blood-red eyes. Snorting ominously, the other boars ceased their foraging, turning their attention toward the 2 girls. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kongnan shouted, "Climb the tree. Quickly!" Miao Qiqi, quick to react, glanced around and scrambled up the nearest large tree. Kongnan followed suit, yet as she ascended, she noticed that Miao Qiqi had not yet reached safety. In a desperate attempt to divert the boars, Miao Qiqi hurled her iron fork at them. Just as Kongnan perched atop the tree, a boar crashed into the base. She swiftly adjusted her position, ensuring no one was around, and retrieved a bottle of chili spray from her supplies, spraying a protective perimeter around the tree. Despite the tree's considerable size, the prolonged drought had loosened the soil, making it susceptible to being uprooted by repeated boar assaults. The pungent, acrid scent of the chili spray repelled the boars, causing them to retreat a few meters before shifting their focus to Miao Qiqi. Observing this, Kongnan tossed the chili spray to Miao Qiqi, who immediately aimed it at the ground below. One of the charging boars was unfortunate enough to be hit in the eyes, its pain sending it into a frenzied panic as it blindly ran amok. Meanwhile, Kongnan knocked her arrows, targeting the boars below. After a flurry of 7 or 8 shots, the boars, realizing they were outmatched, emitted a few distressed grunts and retreated in haste. Once the danger had passed, Kongnan and Miao Qiqi descended from the tree. Miao Qiqi retrieved her abandoned plastic bucket, sighing, "At least I managed to kill all those locusts. Otherwise, today would have been in vain." Kongnan urged, "Let us go. We must leave quickly. The mountains are not safe. We should stay indoors for now. The wild beasts may come down to forage." The arid weather and scarcity of food and water in the mountains had driven the animals to encroach upon human territories. Miao Qiqi nodded, carrying her bucket as they hurried home. As they arrived back at Furong Mid-Mountain, they were met by an unexpected figure. Chapter 96, The Loquacious Xiayanja. On their way home, Kongnan and Miao Qiqi encountered Xiayanja, who was searching for a house number. Spotting them from afar, he rushed over with a smile. "Xiao Miao, Xiao Nan, are you out catching locusts?" Miao Qiqi furrowed her brow slightly. "Uncle Xia, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for Aunt Huang. There seems to be some misunderstanding between us. She left with Ying without a word, and it took me a long time to find out she's living here now." Xiayanja had lost considerable weight, his cheeks sunken, and where he once appeared honest, now he seemed somewhat lecherous. He glanced around and inquired, "Xiao Miao, which building is Aunt Huang residing in? Is she cohabiting with you?" Miao Qiqi did not respond to his question, but instead asked curiously, Uncle Xie, do you have business with Aunt Huang? Xie Yang just stammered, I just wanted to check on how she's been doing and seeing. Aunt Huang is doing well. You needn't worry, and we should be going now, Kong Nan interjected, pulling Miao Qiqi away, unwilling to engage further. Huang Xiaomin and Xie Yingying had moved to Furong Mid-Mountain for nearly 2 years, and after such a lengthy absence, Xie Yangjia's sudden appearance, especially after the locust plague, raised suspicions. Kong Nan speculated that he likely sought points from Huang Xiaomin or perhaps wished to rekindle their relationship. Regardless of his intentions, they were of no concern to her, and she had no desire to entangle herself in his affairs. Wait, Xie Yangjia called out, hastily catching up. Xiao Nan, did you know that the neighborhood we used to live in caught fire last year? Kong Nan frowned and nodded. I know, what of it? I was still living there at the time. After the fire, I was placed in a relief station by the patrol team. While there, I encountered your family, who inquired about your whereabouts. I thought they would come looking for you, but not long after, I heard the tragic news of their food poisoning. Kong Nan lowered her head upon hearing this revelation. It turned out that Xie Yangjia was the one who had informed Kong Xiaofeng that she was still alive. Mistaking her silence for sorrow, he gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Xiao Nan, don't be too upset. I've heard they were buried at Lake Sea Park alongside other victims. You could visit them to pay your respects. Kong Nan smirked slightly, her lips curling in derision. Upset? Uncle Xie, which of your eyes saw me grieving? She lifted her head, her gaze laced with scorn. Uncle, I only address you as such because of your age. Do you really think of yourself as my elder? What right do you have to speak of my affairs to others? Who do you think you are? Xie Yangjia was taken aback. Xiao Nan, how could you speak to me like that? How I speak is none of your business. Stay away from me. And if you dare to spread my news again, you will regret being able to speak. Kong Nan glared at him with contempt. A grown man with such a loose tongue and an innocent facade was utterly repulsive. Xie Yangjia, feeling genuinely aggrieved, could not comprehend where he had offended Kong Nan. He had relayed her information to Kong Xiaofeng because the latter had expressed a heartfelt wish for family reunion amidst the calamities. Hearing such earnest words, Xie Yangjia felt compelled to share all that he knew. Yet, it seemed Kong Nan did not appreciate his intentions. He stood there bewildered, watching as Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi walked away, yearning to pursue them but halted by Kong Nan's fierce glare. Sighing heavily, he lamented that he should have kept his mouth shut. He had not endeared himself, but rather incurred their disdain. Meanwhile, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi, having shaken off Xie Yangjia, headed directly to Longfang. Kong Nan had initially intended to avoid this troublesome matter, but since he had previously bestowed a large gift upon her, failing to reciprocate would indeed be impolite. Upon finding Longfang, Miao Qiqi passionately recounted Xie Yangjia's previous misdeeds. Warning, Uncle Long, this man is sly and cunning. Although he pretends to be amiable, he engages in unscrupulous actions. His visit to Aunt Huang surely harbors ill intentions. You must keep a close watch and prevent him from approaching her. Longfang's expression turned stern as he replied, Rest assured, with me around, he will not have the chance to get close to Aunt Huang. After asserting this, he turned to seek out Huazi. Satisfied that their objective had been achieved, Kong Nan did not linger, exchanging a brief farewell with Longfang before returning home. As the two ventured out, it was dusk, the sun still shining high in the sky, but by the time they returned, darkness had enveloped the land. Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi wielded a flashlight, diligently inspecting the perimeter wall of their home. Standing over 2 meters tall and crowned with razor wire, the wall seemed impenetrable to any beast. Nevertheless, as a precaution, they placed several traps beneath the wall. Once their tasks were completed, Kong Nan descended into the basement, retrieved her tablet, and perused the materials she had previously downloaded, seeking information on the common wildlife in the mountains to prepare in advance. In her past life, she and Miao Qiqi resided in a high-rise in the city center, where they had encountered no beasts, merely hearing rumors of wolf and wild boar attacks near the mountain's edge. As for tigers and black bears, such large predators had not been sighted in S-City for over a decade. However, the forest park was home to a few South China tigers, though their fate in the flood's aftermath remained uncertain. After more than an hour of research, Kong Nan concluded that the most likely animals to appear were wolves, wild boars, and snakes. According to her findings, the likelihood of snake attacks on humans increased during dry spells. With the mountain's environment ravaged by locusts, snakes could very well encroach upon human territory in search of food. With this conclusion in mind, Kong Nan shut her tablet and sprinkled snake repellent along the perimeter wall. Lacking any antidote in her supplies, a snake bite would leave her with no recourse but to wait for death. Thus, she had to prepare thoroughly. After completing these tasks, The two gathered the sun-dried locusts from the rooftop and hung up the fresh catch from that day. The sweltering heat meant that merely a day of drying would suffice to desiccate the locusts completely. Once Miao Qiqi finished drying the locusts, she straightened up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, she spotted someone approaching from a distance. Squinting, she pointed ahead and said, Nan. Could that be Aunt Huang? Kong then stepped closer, took out her night vision binoculars, and confirmed that it was indeed Huang Xiaomin and Xie Yingying supporting Xie Yangzhe as they made their way home. Since the flood, S city had been without power, and in the pitch-black night, the bright moonlight served as the only illumination. Kong then handed the binoculars to Miao Qiqi, who peered through them, her brow furrowing. Why is Aunt Huang bringing Xie Yangzhe back? Kong then shook her head slightly, uncertain of the reasons, but regardless, she suggested, let us keep our distance from Aunt Huang from now on. Miao Qiqi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. She understood Kong Nan's implication. Xie Yangzhe had previously shown such callousness towards Huang Xiaomin, taking half of their supplies to live with another woman. Now that life had grown difficult, he had returned to seek her out. Rather than shunning him, Huang Xiaomin had welcomed him back. Whatever the reason, this act of bringing him back indicated either her excessive compassion or lingering hopes for him. Such a muddled individual was best kept at arm's length, for unfortunate events were likely to ensue. The following evening, Yang Suiyu's words validated Miao Qiqi and Kong Nan's suspicions. Xie Yangzhe had indeed returned to rekindle his relationship with Huang Xiaomin, who was showing signs of softening. Yang Suiyu whispered, last night while resting, the security at the entrance mentioned that someone was looking for Aunt Huang. I had just finished dinner with her when we stepped out together. The moment we went outside, we encountered a battered Xie Yangzhe. Aunt Huang and Yingying immediately rushed over to check on his injuries. She continued, I don't know what he said to Aunt Huang, but when I arrived, I heard her telling him that they should live well together as a family of three and urged him not to act foolishly again. Miao Qiqi frowned and asked, what about Uncle Long? He has helped Aunt Huang so much. Shoo, don't mention Uncle Long, Yang Suiyu cautioned. Yesterday, Xie Yangzhe claimed that his injuries were caused by Long Fong, and he looked so aggrieved, saying he didn't even know how he had offended him. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaomin's expression darkened. Undoubtedly angry with Uncle Long, Miao Qiqi scoffed. What right does she have to be angry? Uncle Long hitting Xie Yangzhe was a way of avenging me and an attempt to rid her of that scoundrel. Xie Yangzhe is disgusting. I can't believe I didn't see it before. Yang Suiyu sighed softly, saying, I'm just trying to warn you to be cautious of Xie Yangzhe. Such individuals may appear honest, but one can never be sure of the schemes brewing in their minds. Miao Qiqi nodded, just then noticing Xie Yangzhe approaching with 2 buckets. Kong then moved forward a couple of steps, blocking his path. What brings you to my home? She asked. Xie Yangzhe, his head slightly bowed and appearing timid as though bullied, replied, Aunt Huang said she would come here for water every evening. She has already paid the water fee. Kong Nan replied expressionlessly, Aunt Huang gave the water fee to me. You can let her or Xie Yingying fetch the water, but you cannot. But Aunt Huang and Yingying have to work every day. They're already very tired. Let me handle the water, Xie Yangzhe insisted, as if he didn't comprehend the situation, as he attempted to push his way in with the buckets. Kong then narrowed her eyes and delivered a swift kick to his chest. He staggered backward, falling to the ground just as Xie Yingying and Huang Xiaomin emerged from the house and rushed to assist him. Dad, are you okay? Xie Yingying anxiously checked Xie Yangzhe's injuries. Huang Xiaomin furrowed her brow as she glared at Kong Nan, asking, what did you do to him? Kong Nan replied coolly, he has done enough bad deeds. If it weren't for him, Kong Xiaofeng would never have found me. Huang Xiaomin interjected, I heard old Xie mention this yesterday. He didn't mean to, your parents disguised themselves so well that he truly thought they were looking for you, which is why he spoke out of turn. A flicker of disappointment crossed Kong Nan's eyes. It was too late to change the past. No matter how he explained, there would be no evidence. In any case, he is not welcome in my home. If you wish to fetch water, you may come, but he absolutely cannot. Huang Xiaomin took a deep breath and nodded understood. Annie will make sure old Xie doesn't come for water anymore. Huang Xiaomin had Xie Yingying help Xie Yangzhe back home before she herself entered Kong Nan's yard to fetch 2 buckets of water before leaving. Miao Qiqi sighed as she observed Huang Xiaomin's retreating figure, lamenting, it seems Uncle Long has lost his chance. I wonder what Aunt Huang is thinking. Choosing a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and child over accepting Uncle Long, Kong Nan replied calmly. Don't forget Xie Yangzhe and Huang Xiaomin share a child, and they have been together for over a decade. Such a long-standing relationship cannot be forgotten overnight, especially with Xie Yingying acting as a bridge between them. No matter how much she may have scorned Xie Yangzhe's actions, she cannot deny that he is her father, the one who once showered her with love. Compared to Long Fong, she is far more inclined to wish for her mother to be with her biological father. Yang Suiyu expressed her regret. Uncle Long is such a good man, kind to Huang Xiaomin and generous to Xia Yingying. What a pity. Following this incident, a rift formed between the families of Lin Yasheng and Kong Nan with Huang Xiaomin, and the once close bond among the three families grew distant. Lin Yasheng and Yang Suiyu, who used to share late-night snacks with Huang Xiaomin after work, now went their separate ways, avoiding each other. After Xie Yangja moved in for half a month, Huang Xiaomin helped him secure a job in the agricultural department, where he worked with composting. The three of them appeared like a happy family, going to and returning from work together. Since the wild boar incident, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi had not stepped outside, and she reminded Lin Yasheng and Li Jiayu to be cautious during their commutes and to carry self-defense tools whenever possible. Of course, it also served as a reminder for Huang Xiaomin, who had previously assisted her significantly and taught her how to identify and handle wild vegetables. During their time at home, Kong Nan and Miao Qiqi busied themselves with making buns and steamed bread. The locusts they had gathered were already dried and preserved, and they had also prepared a considerable amount of honeycomb coal. With little to occupy their time, they decided to prepare some ready-to-eat food to store in their space. Both of them had a preference against sweet buns, thus they crafted only savory meat buns and pickled vegetable buns. Miao Qiqi scooped a spoonful of meat filling onto the dough and remarked, "Fortunately, we have ice blocks to keep things cool. Otherwise, the filling would spoil before we even finished wrapping the buns." Kong Nan chuckled. "It's your slow pace that's the issue. If you pick up the speed, the filling will be steamed before it has the chance to spoil." Suddenly, a loud gunshot echoed, causing both to halt their movements.